warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the dog, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the dog, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZs don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the dog, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Gotta buy home, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my. Gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my. Don't you know, Delilah.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind.
Hi, my name is Davai and I play for PPGL, and my in-game role is Flex, and we are from SGMY region. I would say our expectation for the APAC challenges this time is to qualify for Masters 2, and I hope we'll be able to qualify again this time. I would say our competitors for this time would be Xerxia and Lee. From the chosen rival teams, I would choose Scary from Xerxia, and I think he's a very good player, like very consistent. And for it, I would say Danny. If we're able to play our game just like in practice, I think most likely we're gonna beat anyone in this competition. So I hope that we'll be able to play just like how we play in practice. I would like to thank all the fans that have been supporting us from day one, and don't forget to watch our games in the upcoming matches.
Hi, my name is Enable and I'm from Alter Ego Esports, and we are from Indonesian region. To qualify for the Masters, PPGL, Jing and Forsaken because they have a very good aim. We will do our best to beat the rival team. For the fans out there, please pray for us and wish us the best of luck, and we will do our best.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the life before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth is rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she...
The rising tides of Asia Pacific have one final challenge to rise through. So brace yourselves as this voyage begins. 8 of them have stepped up to the plate, yet only 2 will wave through in the end. Who will it be? Well, get ready as we find out here on VCT Stage 2 Asia Pacific.
The APAC region saw its greatest go head-to-head in Stage 1 as they aimed and took their shot at qualifying for Masters. And now, it's time to run it back and do it again. It's time again for the Pacific's rising tide to create fearless waves. As the passionate APAC fans gather together to watch it reach greater heights. Together, we will witness the relentless and heart-pounding action as APAC's best rack up kills and beef up the stats. With every aggressive swing, strategic plant, and patient retake comes flawless gun skill and agent mastery. Be swift and make them fear you on land and air. Gather info and provide your team with a vantage point. And take down your opponents with precision and finesse. It all comes down to the final 8 teams from the 8 different regions and one shot at the APAC crown. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Make your enemies fear you. Welcome everyone to the first day of the knockouts. My name is Likeable and I will be your host. Here on the panel though, we've got Fluffy02 and Trix with a 1. What's up you guys? Fluffy, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. How you been?
I know, I took a small leave, but I'm back and I'm really excited, especially now that we have these solid teams ready. And I guess for the last stage of this tournament, it's really going to be the best of the best at this point. That you cannot afford to make any mistakes, and as explained in the video, you know, we'll really find out who is the best today, at least for this week. So really hyped.
We really will, Fluffy, but it took a lot getting to this point. After all, this is the knockout. This is the last part of this stage of the challengers in APAC, and so a lot is on the line and a lot has happened these past couple of days. I'm just wondering if you were able to keep up with all of the madness over here, Fluffy.
Yeah, for sure. I was watch partying a bunch of it, especially the Team Secret game at the end of it. I think it was last week or recently. Yeah, against who was it against?
Don't worry, it's been a while, Fluffy. I get you. But hey, again, it was a lot going to this point.
Yeah.
A lot has happened, and you know, we kind of need a refresher in terms of our memory, but I'm sure that our audience needs that as well. So why don't we take a look at the recap of the highlights from the group stages. Fluffy, it's all good if you forgot. This is what the highlights reel are for. A lot has been happening. We had 4 groups throughout the group stage, and let's just kind of dissect them one by one as to who qualified, where, and what. Why don't you start, Trix?
I mean, I'd like to start off with Xerxia because I just absolutely loved watching them play. Consistently, I felt that they were just one of those teams where it was, every time I watched them, I felt like I was just watching such fun Valorant, and that's the kind of Valorant I want to be playing. So I love seeing their matches, especially that match against Alter Ego, who is also here in the knockout stages. And I'm hoping that Alter Ego fixed some of the mistakes that they had against them.
Yeah, totally. I mean, last week I could barely keep up with all of the madness over here, but Fluffy, you had your time. I'm sure you were able to see some teams that really struck your eyes.
I think I mentioned that a bit earlier with the Team Secret against Fancy United. I think that game, more than anything, was the one that really convinced me that Team Secret, although they had a little rough start, is really on that upward trend right now. And hopefully now that we're at this stage of the tournament, they can really show the strength that we know from the local scene in the international stage.
Yeah, one team that I want to mention is obviously the team that everybody has been looking out for throughout this stage, which is Paper X. You know, you see all of the interviews. Every single player says that this is the team that they're looking out for, and they're either looking out for Jing or Forsaken. And I mean, my God, their run through their group against Boom Esports and Order, it was a flawless victory overall. But you know, Trix, who I wanna talk about too are my kids, which is
Bleed Esports. Yes, your children. You know, they accepted your support. I think Bleed Esports, honestly, coming in a little rocky, a little dicey. I know they came in from the play-ins, right? But they've just been proving that they deserve their spot here. They improved dramatically. The amount of discipline we're seeing on the team as a whole, they're changing up the way that they play mid-game. And I think that's exactly what they needed, and that's what they're going to need throughout this knockout stage.
Yeah, I think to add on to Leica's point as well about the undefeated Paper Rex, it's not just them actually for this part of the tournament. A bunch of other teams also are on that trend, ONIC included, as well as Xerxia. So there's a lot of things that we haven't seen yet that we have yet to test, especially with the matchups. Not everyone can stay undefeated at this stage, but it's going to be starting out strong because, again, this is the best of the best at this point. So I'm really, really hyped.
I really am hyped too. Boom Esports also qualifying over here at the knockouts, and it feels like a Cinderella story for them. After all, they started at the play-ins, they're still here, and they don't plan on backing down. So a lot of good teams over here, and Griffin Esports, my God, Trix, we saw the improvement from this team from their debut performance all the way to qualifying over here at the knockouts.
I feel I'm a little conflicted. I'm not sure who I would claim for myself to be the team that during this entire stage is the team that improved the most, but I feel Griffin definitely surprised me more than anybody else. Just the way they were able to acknowledge the fact that the playstyle they came into APAC with was not the playstyle they wanted to end it on is, for me, what got them to the knockout stage.
Like we keep saying here on the show, it feels like it's an entirely different team. Whoever we met during the play-ins, during the first day of the group stage, they're no longer the same team. They are brand new, they're improved, and they just keep on growing, which, you know, for the other teams who are participating over here, you know, you gotta stay on your toes. You gotta watch out for every single team out here. Forget what you know of them because they're improving every single game. They're improving every single series. So you better watch out because you might be the victim of their fierceness. So getting to this point once again was no easy feat. These challengers had to go through mountains to get here. And if you don't believe me, Well, allow Mika Fabs to do some extra convincing. Here she is with the tournament format.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seated in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
See? I told you guys it wasn't easy. Pushing through their local challengers, getting into the play-ins, get to the group stage, get to where we are now. It's been a long, arduous journey, but it still does not end here. Today is the start for a new task for these players, and to get an idea of what kind of mountain they'll have to climb through, let's kind of take a look at the brackets that we have over here, because it's just phenomenal. I'm a little bit nervous as we go into this phase because you'll be seeing the best of the best teams here. There are no teams here that are underqualified because they're just here. They went through a lot, Tricks, and I'm excited to see more, but I'm sure that your eyes are set over here at Xerxia too.
Wow, you just know me so well, like
I do.
You do. I was so excited watching this matchup, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I really want to watch Xerxia play, but I feel like I look at every single match and I want to watch all of them. Paper X, especially in Alter Ego, I find they're such strong teams. We have Bleed and Griffin teams that have really improved since coming in from the play-ins, or rather since Bleed coming in from the play-ins and Griffin just changing their playstyle throughout APAC stage. ONIC, a formidable team against Boom Esports, also coming in from the play-ins like Bleed. So it's hard to look at the brackets and say I want this team to win because all of them have been performing so well, and I just can't wait to see how they do.
You know, Trix, the good thing about today is that we get a treat of a little bit of all of the matches. Look at today's matches. It's so jam-packed. We'll get to see a little piece of every single team that we have here.
Yeah.
And my goodness, Fluffy, I gotta ask you, which one are you looking forward to seeing today?
I think for me, it's like a tie between the first game, Paper X against AE, and the last game, Xerxia against Team Secret. I feel like it's really interesting because of all the matches today. Half the teams here, one in each match, is actually undefeated, meaning that you kind of have an underdog for the other half of it for every match. So it's going to be very interesting to see. But personally, the Team Secret one, local talents, always invested in that. But Paper X also, a lot of people really claim that they are the best of the best. A lot of people have a lot of respect for them as a team, and it really shows not that they're not just good, but they're really consistent. So now that they're up against a lot of these top teams that I've seen a lot of info from them, I wonder how they're going to adapt to take down this Titan for the rest of these knockouts.
God, all of these teams just have this huge mountain to climb on. And I am honestly dumbfounded right now to see who is gonna go to the lower bracket. I can't even imagine because it's just so tough over here at the playoffs or the knockouts rather, and it's just gonna be so intense. So to the people who are watching right now, I highly advise that as we do our panel right now, prepare your popcorn, prepare your snacks, because we're in for a long ride today. And as I say this, we're going to be welcoming in just a bit the first series of the day. You guys saw it in the match schedule, a little bit of a teaser, but why don't we talk a little bit of how these two have fared throughout this, throughout the group stages, or perhaps the play-ins where they came from. Let's start off with, I'm looking at this and it's a little bit tricky because the first team that we do have here is a team that is undefeated. We've established this in the past. And it's just so scary going up against a formidable opponent as this one. So Fluffy, when you come across a team that is just so good as the first team, I don't want to name drop just yet, but I know that you know which team I'm talking about.
Right.
What do you have to keep in mind as you face them?
I guess part of it is learning to really master your own game plan, because I think with a team like that team, one of their strengths is just how, as you mentioned, I think previously in the backstage, how innovative they can be and how unexpected they can, the unexpected factor that they can really bring to the game, as well as you have to be mentally prepared that they're very practiced and that when you make a move that they have an answer already prepared. So you really have to, I guess, just bunker down on what you know and really just play your game over anything. Like, not be phased. You just have to treat it like I'm playing another game.
I absolutely agree, and that is exactly what this team has been doing. They make it seem like every single game it's just another game for us. You know, the way they play, the style that they show, and just the entertainment factor that they have to every single game makes us believe that. So the first team we're going to be seeing is a team that stormed through the group stages. Unsurprising though, since their track record is phenomenal, their innovative but most of all unpredictable nature just landed them here a spot on the knockouts. So here they are, Paper X. Fluffy, here they are. It's Paper X, the #1 team to beat according to the players out here.
Yeah, Paper X, it's really hard to make an introduction now for these guys. I feel like they're very established and well known. To get here though, they had to go through the Australian Titans order, and they got them in a clean 2-0, which I think a lot of people were kind of surprised by, granted of how consistent they are. Order, of course, also is a great team. But back to Paper X, we really saw them bunker down on a lot of their strategies. You know, they have that Jig and Forsaken combo. They used it in that series really effectively with that Jet as well as Reyna combination, which is something that a lot of teams kind of have tried to avoid. But for Paper X, you know, a lot of team synergy, a lot of practice, and a lot of good trades really make it work for them in that regard. And of course, in their second game, they also had not only the Jig and Forsaken connection, but Mindfreak and Devi also stepping up to the play. This team overall just really balanced, and they have a good combination and read of how well they can space together, how careful and precise they are when they take sites and take space, but also how explosive they can be and aggressive when they make it. And the thing about this team, which I feel like a lot of people know already, is that when one of them does pop off, it really makes the burden of the team really lift up their teammates' shoulders and really carry them throughout each and every round, which is why I feel like they're so consistent. You know, every player in this team really has that ability, that X factor in their own right to really push. Yeah. And if anyone can make it, the team just supports whoever is popping off at the time, and then they just bulldoze it through every team. And so far, so good for this team.
It really is so far so good, but that is the problem for the opponent that they're going to be facing, because when you come up against a giant such as this one, it can get a little bit intimidating, but I'm sure that this team won't let that get to them because they are one of the powerhouses of the SEA as well. I say that with confidence, as we have 3 teams that have come from that same region. Their explosiveness has gotten them this far, but the question is, will this be enough against a fellow explosive team? Let's find out with Alter Ego.
And now we have Alter Ego to save all of us the trauma and trouble of Laika probably coming up with puns from their name. Here is the lineup. We've got Adrian King, Axelovia, Delby, Kush, and Noxy. Honestly, every single player in Alter Ego has been stepping up. We've seen all of them shine individually. I find that when you watch them play, you know, every time that there's an opponent there, they've got a crossfire going. I think that would really help against a team like Paper X. Paper X having that more explosive, unpredictable lineup, but Alter Ego holding down the fort, having those crossfires set up, being ready for the refrags and the trades. I find that AE's explosiveness also is something that it's fantastic to watch because they always come from different angles. But I also do worry sometimes when they get shut down that it might take them a little longer, especially against a team like Paper Rex, because they're constantly coming in there. They're constantly changing the pace, changing the position, sometimes stacking aside, sometimes not. So I'm wondering if you guys think AE's got what it takes.
Can I just say that I thought you loved my pun tricks?
I do.
Okay.
The audience.
Oh, they love it too. Please, viewers in chat, say that you love my puns. But yeah, going back to AE, I have the same worry for them, but I don't know. I've seen their crossfires really good setups every single time. I think that Paper X is also up for a challenge as they face up against these guys who are really well coordinated. And as I say that, coordination is important, and it is a main factor to becoming an entry or a duelist for your team, because you need your team backing you up. It's not a single team play. It's always a team play, basically. Why did I say single team play? But you know what I mean. Like, you need your teammates to back you up with whatever execution you're trying to pull off. And as we go on over to our head-to-head, let's actually talk about the players who kind of not initiate, but are the front man of the team. So Fluffy, we've got Forsaken and Delby on our screens right now.
Yeah, so these two, again, the tip of the spears for a lot of the battles that they're going to undertake in the foreseeing matches. Forsaken, of course, very well known as one of the highest percentage players, headshot percentage, ACS, KDA, all of the above. He is a type of player that really, if he gets going, can really cause a landslide effect and can really turn into that unstoppable ball for his team, and with the support of his fellow duelist Jing to cover where he can't. It's one of the main strengths of Paper Rex's initial entry and one of the biggest factors of why they're so explosive. On the other hand, Delby, with much of the same qualities, is also I think that he's a bit more calculated than Forsaken, and I think that does work well for his team. It helps them in those adaptive situations, and as you mentioned, on the opposite side, when they're defending, they really have that crossfire setup that they can really pull off, and landing the first shot with the support of your team is always going to be a breather for the rest of the round.
Watching Paper X play their series last time, I do feel that there were moments that we could see Forsaken kind of overheat, overextend, get a little anxious, jump the gun kind of thing. And I'm wondering if that's something that they did because they were so confident, they were so, they were confident the way that they played, they were comfortable with everything they were doing, so they felt that they could make up for those mistakes. And I'm wondering today, if they're going against Alter Ego, if we're going to see moments like that again, where we'll find that there might be a little bit of an aggressive push that was unnecessary, or there might be like those moments where they kind of go in or overcommit and Alter Ego will punish them for it. And essentially, like, I'm just wondering how the game is going to go, honestly, guys.
Well, since we're already on the topic of aggressive pushes, why don't we aggressively push to our map vetoes right now? I'm so smart.
You are. I'm so proud of you. I'm not embarrassed at all.
Yeah, transition. See, we dashed. Well, we technically dashed backwards.
True.
But hey, Fluffy, off the bat, I think that Paper X has a lot of fun with the maps, with the varying compositions that we like to see from them. I do think that Alter Ego has really been looking good on Ascent, especially after that Xerxia match.
Yeah, and I also think that another map that they're pretty good in is Bind. I feel like that's one of the maps that AE are probably looking to go for. But as I say that, The first two maps that we'll be not seeing this series will be Breeze and Ascent, already taken out of the map pool, with AE going to be the first one to lock in the map. And as I kind of predicted, they're going for like a favorite map, Bind. A good way to start it. They haven't lost Bind their entire Indonesian Stage 2 challengers. But moving on to the APAC, they also continue that streak where they really have that overwhelming hold over how to play and understand Bind. And on the other hand, we see Paper Rex choosing to go for Fracture. It's not necessarily one of AE's strongest maps, but they have won when they have played it, although it looked a bit shaky. And as we convert into the second phase bans, we start off with Haven, leaving only Split. Never mind, not Split.
Nope, not today.
Icebox for today. That will lock in all our map picks: Bind, Fracture, and Icebox.
I do want to point out though, one of the nice things about Paper X, especially watching Paper X, studying them, you'll realize they have a widespread repertoire on all the maps. Like they're comfortable on all of the maps, and I feel like that's very telling on the fact that they're comfortable with each other as teammates. They're comfortable with the strategies that they have. They seem to always have a good idea of what they want to execute, how they're going to execute it. Alter Ego, on the other hand, really picking to their strengths and trying to cut out all those weaknesses. I find it's good that Paper X actually banned out the Ascent on Alter Ego. They haven't exactly had the cleanest run, although they have been improving their run here in APAC Stage. So yeah, I think these are really good maps to play on. We've got Bind, really close quarters, Fracture large, and Icebox as well, having those vertical duels.
Oh my god, Trix. I'm actually looking at this right now. You know, as we said, it's really good for Alter Ego and both Paper X over at Bind. But I know that you're going to be super excited for Bind because Alter Ego likes to pick out the Fade and the Sky combination. So maybe we'll get... I don't know if Fluffy is a fan of that, but if you were tuning into the panel in the past couple of days, we've established that basically that is like the bread and butter of Trix watching the series come to life. Whenever she sees a Fade and a Sky combo, she's like... That's perfect. That's magnificent.
If only they did more with it sometimes. You know?
I feel like Fluffy has his own favorite compositions, but I don't know. What do you think about that?
I think that Sky and Fade in general is like one of the best pairings you can have. I'd have to agree with Trix there.
Thank you.
It really gives you a lot of angle control because you still keep that flash, but it also provides you 3 kind of drone effects or dog effects, which way you want to see it. So it's a lot less risk for your team to take space, especially when you're attacking. On the other hand, though, you don't lose out information as well, since you always have that recharging Sky Flash and that guiding light, and you also have the Haunt for a full scan. And a map like Bind, where Sova, although is good, the darts are kind of predictable at this point. So having the Haunt be a bit more unpredictable, I think helps a lot. So I think it's a good combination. I also want to mention that they're pairing it up with that Brimstone for most times, and Brimstone I think really helps because when you take Sky and Fade, you're kind of losing out on like a really big indirect damage ultimate. So in case the opponents play KJ or something like that, or just to clear certain angles, having that Molly and as well as the Brimstone ult, I think is super valuable.
Well, that is true. Now that you put it that way, I realize that. But we're going to be having Fracture as the second map. I'm looking at the recent Paper X compositions over here. They usually run the same lineup. But what's funny to me is that I know on paper it looks like a double duelist lineup, but sometimes, you know, depending on how these players really pull out that chamber, this could feel like a triple duelist setup. You got a Neon, a Raze, and then a chamber. With the way these guys play, I can't really imagine how that plays out. Can you, Trix?
I love seeing that aggressive chamber play. I just like the amount of mobility he has, especially on a map like Fracture, which I believe one of the casters point out, it's kind of like a track, you know, it goes in circles.
Oh, that was Dax.
There are different entry points, and it just keeps going around. I love the map. I feel like it really shows you the teamwork, angle awareness, you know, being able to kind of close out those corners, fight the duels, deciding which fights to even take. We see some teams decide, you know, to go the other half of the way they used to go before. So I am excited to see it. I think Chamber has a lot of value in a map like Fracture because of how mobile he is and how it keeps the opponents guessing because of how tight the sites are as well.
Yeah, and I think although you can say they kind of have three duelists, if you look at Chamber that way, I think they also kind of on the opposite end of things have like half a smoker, because generally with this pairing they almost always, or so far, have run that solo controller in Viper, which I think is always a great agent. It's one of my favorites. But on a map like Fracture, if you kind of commit to your utility too early, it really limits your options for the rest of the round. So they have to be able to play fast and play well in order to play around their Viper pick. Or on the other hand, Alter Ego, you know, they normally have a more flexible controller, so they have a bit more options with that. And they also normally do play that KO, meaning that a lot of the utility plays that are going to come out from Paper Rex when they do explode have a big chance of getting shut down. So I feel like that's a good way to look at both teams on that map for Fracture.
So we touched up a little bit on Bind and on Fracture. We'll save Icebox for later. We won't know if we'll actually make it to that point. But with the current map selection that we have, I want to ask you guys, what do you think your predictions are going to be for the way this series go? Let's start with you, Fluffy, since you just got back.
Since I just got back, I think I'd have to go with the Titans themselves. Paper Rex for me has proven not only playing, like they can play at the top level, but just how consistent they are really matters a lot. So I think for me, it's pretty convincing, the Paper Rex. But I think Alter Ego has adapted a lot. But I'm not sure if it's enough, though.
I definitely agree with Fluffy here. I find Paper X to be such a formidable opponent and so confident and comfortable with one another that a team like Alter Ego, although in their own ways they have everything that it takes to be a top team and a team to take down Paper X, I feel that it's putting all of those pieces together, and I'm not sure they've kind of found that combination yet. So Paper X for me.
Okay, so are we all on the same page? My answer is yes. I'm also going to be going for Paper X. I mean, track record show, these guys are phenomenal. They're undefeated, especially here at the group stage. And I'm excited to see more as they progress throughout the knockouts. But I don't know, their level of unpredictability, everything about them is just so interesting to see. And I feel like, you know, we talk about their unpredictability, we talk about their innovations, and when you're on the outside or when you're in the opponent team, I feel like that's a ground for like difficulty in reading your opponent, right? You never really know what Paper X is gonna bring to the table, and I think that Alter Ego is also gonna have a bit of trouble with that one. Like, they don't know what to expect from this team, and they'll only find out as we progress into the team. But hey, Bind, Fracture, I really don't know how it's gonna go. I don't know if it's gonna be a 2-1, if we're even gonna reach map 3. But yes, it's been quite a map selection. Bind and Fracture. We don't actually, one interesting thing here is that most of these teams have been avoiding Fracture. For us to see this so early on in the group stage is something that we should talk about. Like, Fluffy, I know that Oasis, I mean, you have your experience with Oasis Gaming, right? And they don't bring out Fracture as much, but when they do, it's pretty good. So what does this mean that they're pulling this out really early on in the group stage? I mean, in the knockouts, right?
I think it's just a preparation thing overall. I feel like, especially if it's a team that doesn't really bring it out in the previous part of the tournament, either they're saving the strat or they're really just, I guess, fine-tuning what they have. Because the thing about Fracture is, I feel like out of all the maps, it's probably one of the maps that require teamwork to be like the heaviest to be worked on. Because if you leave a gap on Fracture, literally the entire enemy team can just run through 1 out of like 4 chokes and pinch the site. So it has a lot more room for mistakes, and it requires a lot of teams to practice a lot harder than they normally would on other maps. So because of the layout and the way you fundamentally play it is a bit different. So teams that do master it have a good advantage, because it means that they have something that either forces a ban and gets them a free map, or it's just a map that they can destroy the other team on. But at this stage of the game, I'm pretty sure that every team has already have a practice Fracture, and it really shows now that it's coming out so early.
I hope that is the case. I do believe that there are still teams out there who don't have their comfort maps, you know, ready. Or like, they don't have certain comfortability with some of the maps that we have at the pool, right?
Yeah.
Fracture, though, it's fairly new tricks. I mean, of course, they've had their fair share of competitions over here. But Bind, on the other hand, is a map that's already so established that I don't know if this was the best for like AE going into it.
I mean, as Fluffy points out, AE has an impeccable record on Bind itself. I feel they've really shown their understanding of that map. But also, earlier we were talking about the unpredictability Paper Rex has. So what does a team do against another team that's just constantly unpredictable? And as Fluffy pointed out, it's about you being, like, going to your roots and being decisive. It's about, okay, you don't know what the opponent is doing, but you should know what you want to be doing. You need to have that clear decision. Understand the angles that might be open, plays that you might have not seen or had faced up against, but expect it, because that's probably exactly what a team that's unpredictable will do against you.
Well, speaking of the unpredictable team, Fluffy, what do you think is going on in their heads? Like, how the way they play, again, is so unpredictable. They're able to pull out these multiple compositions. How do you even pull that off, especially at a tournament that's this level of caliber?
I feel like it's just comfort, honestly. You know, they've done it so much, so often, that they have a lot of trust in each other and in their practice, that they can really fall back and rely on that when push comes to shove. Another thing about them too is, I feel like this team has played so much that it's just another day at the office for them, win or lose. It just so happens that most of the time it is a win for them. But other than that, it's just, you know, it's your job at this point. So you really practice. There's nothing that really can phase you. And knowing that you are currently, quote unquote, the best, I feel like is a good confidence booster as well, that you can just take the rest.
And I hope Paper Rex does not forget to enjoy the damn game.
I feel like that's all they do, though.
That's true.
I love the way that they just change everything up. Like, I think it was Tash, right, that got so excited seeing Benkai back on the Cypher. And I could understand it after seeing him on the Cypher. Like, I could see why it was so exciting. The way that they change what they're playing. The way that they're even able to do that because they understand each other so well. I find that it's that kind of team that you can tell they've spent a lot of time together and they're still learning and still innovating and still creating with one another.
Really goes to show, right? But we're gonna be moving over here to Bind. It's time for the agent selection. We're looking to see if we are gonna find Trix's favorite Fade and Sky combination over here. We're hoping, fingers crossed for the sake of Trix, that it actually pops out. 1 out of 2 over here, Trix. Last one.
Oh,
Give it to us.
dear.
There you go.
Thank you, Alter Ego, for still running your Fade and Sky. It is absolutely a treat to watch. I think, you know, when you watch Alter Ego with that lineup on Bind, they have that retake potential, as Fluffy pointed out. On the side of Paper X, we do see that Fade pair a lot with the utility of the Raze on Jing, so we can see that they throw it out on the teleporter, and we can see that there's that double controller setup, more information and more space for them to take, while Alter Ego on the other hand seems to be more retake heavy, more not really controlling, but in that aggressive play, but hopefully they don't overextend.
Right. I think on the other hand, though, for Paper Rex, with Benkai really stepping up on the Viper for this map, bringing them to that double controller setup alongside the Brimstone, normally I would say that it provides you, as the namesake goes, more control of the map because you have a lot more smokes and things to work with. But looking at this matchup as a whole, with Alter Ego running that Raze, Sky, and Fade, there's just so many things that can check a lot of these cheeky angles that you can have normally with a Viper setup. Normally, it's very scary to push through Viper utility, either the wall or the smoke itself. You know, you don't want to take that decay, and obviously the vision itself is very scary to push through. You might lose a member, but with the Boombot, the Trailblazer, as well as any of the Prowlers, there's just so much utility that they can freely use to check. And if they stall out long enough, the Viper utility only lasts X amount of time before she has to go for that recharge. So I feel like in this matchup, actually, it might not give as much control as Paper Rex might think it can.
And if Alter Ego was able to watch the game that Paper X had versus Order, I'm pretty sure that they have some level of preparation over here. We talked about, you know, the level of unpredictability that Paper X has to offer, but today, you know, Alter Ego has had some research done, obviously, and I just think that they might have a slighter advantage over here since they had this before. They've seen this composition before, and they might have had something prepared to counter it. Now, this is going to be the first game of the knockouts, and it is about to commence. Get ready, get set, folks, because as Neon would say it, here we go!
What a wonderful morning. You know, we hear the panel and their insightfulness, and Fluffy's return is definitely a momentous one, but what highlights a good morning for me is how Trix handled Laika perfectly. That was fantastic. that gets a thumbs up. Again, Laika, you and your puns. No. Welcome, ladies and gents, to the first day of our knockouts. My name is Raph. Of course, this beautiful human being next to me and his wonderful shoulders is Asarai.
Yes. My heads, my shoulders, my knees, my toes are already prepared for the
this
knockout stage of APAC. No, I went for my knees. Obviously, you can't see it. All right, heads, shoulders, knees. All right, I went like that, and toes. You can't obviously see my fingers pointing to said body parts, as it's not the camera can't see the whole of me. All right. Anyways, let's get into this particular match right here. Alter Ego, excuse me again, as the panel has been mentioning, isn't the team that has gotten off of a win streak. They did win their last match against Rakshagum Kion, but they did lose against Xerxia before that. So, power level wise, they might have a little bit of difficulties going up against Paper Rex, even though they did mention how Alter Ego might have the advantage, especially on this incoming first half, with so much utility up against a double controller of Paper Rex.
And again, it's been an incredibly competitive journey for all these teams. So many teams yet to bleed, yet to have a scratch on them. And we have Paper Rex, who is on the forefront of that, who's been absolutely dominant. Forsaken, we don't even need to look at him. He gets two. Mindfreak gets one. As Delby and Adrian King, they try to trade it out.
Oh my god.
Forsaken is on a rampage. Oh my goodness, indeed, Asarai. But no gods will save Alter Ego, as the march of Paper Rex, the indomitable Paper Rex, was already off to a good start.
Well, why do you need utility when you just have Forsaken charging into the site as a chamber? No fear in hand. This is so smart from him too. Using his opponent's smokes, or I think that was his teammate smokes, on hook against them, just to have a little bit of catch off, which Alter Ego were definitely not prepared for. But those two shots were just absolutely perfect. A triple, definitely a cherry on top as he got Kush on the peak. Noxy now holding the angle here, but fully blinded with that Prowler. Has to go back, 30 HP down, and Forsaken re-challenges. The re-angle, he still gets out. Smooth as butter. Forsaken, my god, the movement on this person plus the shots is absolutely insane.
Smooth like butter, full like a breakfast meal, as Paper X yet to lose a member. Adrian King and Xerxia, they have limited weapons to work with. And like you mentioned, it was quite, I would say, unpredictable for Forsaken to do that. Now, one thing that I really like about Paper X Asarai is that they are the pinnacle of the Southeast Asia playstyle. You'd think it'd be like, oh, but does that mean they push a lot? Yes. Do they win a lot? Absolutely. Do you think it's something that you would love to show aspiring teams? Maybe not. You know, the winning part, it's amazing. But the way they play is just so uniquely tailored to them, or at least to fit their play style. It's very, very hard to translate to other teams or our aspiring pros. But look at this. Still, Adrian King and Xerxia, they're holding on for dear life, but they're going to run into that spike now.
It's so fluid to see how Forsaken does play that chamber, as you mentioned, right? Because before, or even still now, any chamber player that you would probably see would just set up the TP first because it's a safety for them. But the way that Forsaken plays it is he gets picks first, then sets it, as you can see there, it sets it as soon as he starts moving in, and it gives him a little bit more space to push up forward, right? He's a lot more confident to push with it. If he TP's out, perfect. If he doesn't, at least he got the information and whatnot. And it's so hard to do, but Forsaken just makes it so easy and looks so fluid. Now, coming into this round, Alter Ego have gotten their purchases and a lot of control onto B Long. But as you can see, Paper Rex actually just went away from the initial guiding light here. And Adrian King might not know that the swing is going to be prepared for Benkai, who only has the shield, or rather the smoke out. That was a bit of a misplay from Paper Rex, but the zooms from Jing just to get a little bit more information, and Devi already left onto Hookah, able to deal some damage here. 2 versus 2 to remain. The jump out from Delby, a little bit too hopeful there, won't you say, Raph? But now it's turned into the 1 versus 2 as Xerxia comes to the teleporter, and that means the Paper Rex will know where he will peek out, and this smoke might not be lasting for longer as he tries to drop out through Hookah.
Definitely, and with Mindfreak and Jing setting up a great crossfire, despite what we talked about with their playstyle, the fundamentals are still absolutely sharp and as refined can be. And we might just see that in play right now. No overextensions on both sides, really, as Xerxia is trying to make a little bit of ground for himself. Try to be cheeky, getting that smoke for Octagon, but Mindfreak, his Brimstone Senseless were tingling. So he was like, yes, maybe he's jumped out window. Now, the thing about Alter Ego, we know them as a team that's also as refined, or at least incredibly refined. But so far with 3 rounds hitting Paper Rex, I believe these first 4 rounds are going to be like the Wild West Aster, right? We don't really know what's going to happen next.
Absolutely. I think the problem with Alter Ego, and I think this is one you might have mentioned, you know, before we got into the broadcast, was this is a team that does adjust, does know how to adapt to situations, but it does take them a good chunk of rounds. And I think that was what we probably saw when they went up against RRQ the other day. Now, Noxy coming into contact, has to back away first. Good shot on the first trigger, but as he saw Cheng, it's like, nope, not gonna touch that hot potato. Full control once again from Paper Rex onto the B side, and it's just not really a lot that I think Alter Ego can do at this point, especially with the weaker weapons.
I am inclined to agree. We know how fantastic they can be, and we know that they have the highest of highs. But Paper Rex, they're in such great positions to really trade out immediately. We already see some presence towards elbow, and of course, a little bit of Hookah presence by Eggs Benkai here. But Alter Ego still trying to push through Murder Hole. Can't get any mileage whatsoever, and with the shuffling utility of having a Viper, which Fluffy pointed out that he loves to see that Viper on non-Viper maps. But at this rate, what is a non-Viper map? As Benkai gets a frag for himself, Delby tries to trade, and now he's all alone, Aserai. Mindfreak, Devi, and Benkai staring him down. What can they do? Well, absolutely shred him to bits is what it is.
Lovely stuff. Paper Rex have yet to really lose on this offense of theirs. And I like how, again, it's just a little bit more extra of what they do. You know how some players would just, as what Jing is, right, with the Rays, just go straight into the side and be too far forward that his teammates can't really do anything for him, so he has to be that lone wolf. He doesn't go that direction. What he does is, as you saw in that particular round, was just to pop out of Hookah, go straight to Octa, and actually get that information and just be able to help sandwich onto Octagon. I really love that ideology. In any case, even if he can't actually go for that 1 versus 2, which he shouldn't, he still gets put in that position, and he still gets so much value. Anyways, Jing still not changing any speed whatsoever. The speed that he comes at is his blazing, blistering outside of U-Haul. Xerxia outsmarted anything but the Prowler, so that's gonna at least net him 1 kill. 2, 3 kills for Axe. Oh, this is so good for Alter Ego. Not yet done. Delby has the opera, not the opera, excuse me, but the showstopper in hand. Although Forsaken and Devi both have repositioned for really good positions here. Devi, smallest mousepad in the world, but the biggest flick that you'll ever see, as he hits the last shot onto Delby and still undefeated in the rounds.
Absolutely. It's like this man is playing with the least desk space taken, speedrun any percent, but his impact, absolutely gargantuan. I honestly don't understand how he's so good with such a small mouse pad, but Asarai, it's the mastery of it all. As we saw both Jing and of course the rest of the boys really roll onto Alter Ego here. We did see Xerxia put up a great fight, but I guess the biggest question right now is what does Alter Ego have to do to put a stop to this? It seems that they have not found any good defensive sets yet, especially with Jing just kind of tearing it apart. Kush finally gets Forsaken. And here we have Benkai still getting the trade. Devi gets yet another one. Adrian King and Kush, a tall order, but with the paint shell coming out, the sting of the stinger will find Mind Freak. But Jing and Kush could potentially be locked in a 1v1 here. But no, instead, Kush goes for the long way around.
This could actually be perfect for Kush, right? Because he's going to go for the wraparound. Devi as well as Jing is both looking at spawn. The thing is, as they spot nothing, they're going to set their sights elsewhere. And I think Kush was just able to spot out Devi's teeny tiny toes. And Jing, making too much noise on elbow there, will make him a little bit susceptible to the punish. Excuse me. Bit of a mistake there from Kush just to try to maybe eke out where Devi was. And Devi perfect on the peak.
Look, man, we know Alter Ego's really good. And I think this is one of those matches where it sets the tone for the rest of the teams, because it's been a question that we've been asking, and really everyone's been asking, how big is the gap between Paper Rex and the rest of the teams are? And with Alter Ego being such an impressive team with, I think they've only suffered one loss in the entire APAC stage, correct me if I'm wrong again. Now that they've find themselves against Paper Rex, especially on their map pick, they just seem to be tourists of their own accord for some reason. Paper Rex, they've been doing Paper Rex things. They've been incredibly aggressive. We see Forsaken, you did mention that he's very, very creative with the use of the rendezvous. He uses it way more aggressive than a lot of people would think to do with Chamber, and maybe that's kind of throwing Alter Ego off their balance, off their rhythm. Jing as well, Asarai, who can stop this man on his explosive entries?
Speaking of rhythms, I think that's basically it. Paper Rex are just playing at a speed at which Alter Ego can't really play, you know? You know that famous saying, your ego can't cash checks, your body can't do... No. Let me do that again. It's cashing checks your body can't handle. But this time, it's Paper Rex that are actually able to ego peek everything and basically win. So they can cash those checks.
But then again...
I'm sorry I botched that, but yeah.
It's fine. It's completely fine. I actually don't think it's ego peaks. It's more heat checks because, like you said, right, sometimes you got to push your limits. Sometimes you got to go for that litmus test. And Paper X, they've been doing that quite a bit. Alter Ego, who we've seen perform at the highest level and potentially be the destroyer of worlds, seem to still be fumbling against Paper Rex, but with Kush starting it off like this could be a great sign. Noxy has that operator too, so if they can find that value, that range that they would love to keep that operator at, then Paper Rex might have a little bit of trouble, Asarai.
That's true, and Nox is somebody that can always get that value off of this operator, already good for the first. But now they spotted where he is. He can always TP back onto Heaven, which is perfect for him as he holds the angle onto Showers. The rest of Alter Ego have come in, but Benkai, he's not gonna know this, although he's spotted by a teeny tiny crack onto the smoke there, unfortunately. Raph, Devi comes into the corner. Will get flushed out. Mind Freak the only one to remain as he tries to get a little bit of a peekaboo outside of Showers. Will get denied. And now Alter Ego putting themselves here with the point on the board.
Maybe it's that Magic 6 phenomenon, the 6 god playing, tinkering with the minds of the teams. We talked about this many times, but now it's happening on Bind. We commonly see this on Split, which we'll have to say farewell to. But Delby and the rest of the Alter Ego boys definitely making a case on why you should not leave bananas and milk outside the open like that, guys. Don't ever pick that up. That was an interesting choice here, but a default we've seen a million times. We see the Doom Roomba clean up Hookah, but there's aggression in mind on the side of Alter Ego. They hear the bot, but all it's gonna do is butt heads with its other Chub Crush Gear counterpart. Now look at this, Asarai. They recede, but still they hold the defensive line. No rotations though, or on the side of Alter Ego, they seem to be playing far forward on both sides. What do you think about that?
Well, they need to challenge. It's something that I think they have to at least do, especially against Paper Rex here. Delby still holds the angle. It is very much a one and done if he doesn't get any more value off of that, which he doesn't. Although as the smoke comes down, Adrian King able to spot out one more. 3-3 as the round continues. The reposition from Alter Ego is already there, Raph. You can see they're all the way tucked at spawn. The rest of Paper Rex rushing right in, and with the Steam Beacon still active for Mindfreak, does give them a little bit of that movement boost, as Alter Ego is still guessing where the rest of Paper Rex are. This is going to be absolutely perfect for Paper Rex. They're going to be able to get into the site. There's obviously still clearing it out, but they will not have any difficulties, at least being able to plant down that spike. Anything to use for post-bat, maybe for Alter Ego here. They use basically almost everything, even the smokes of Xerxia. And speaking of the man himself, he is already at the site alongside Adern King. Noxy has been found out. Adern King, though, timing is going to be essential, is going to be crucial as he drops right down. Beautiful shot onto Mindfreak, and the one last to remain is going to be the buy. A little bit slow there from Paper Rex. Adern King does not hit the shot. That's unfortunate. He still has time to plant this. 30 seconds. Xerxia. Oh, he doesn't spot it. And he just backs away. Perfectly done by Axe.
Well, that's also one of the highlights that we should really... That's a perfect spray. What were you doing? Alter Ego, again, they just could not... Or rather, it was Paper X who couldn't find the correct information, or at least the ample amount for them to commit to that plant. And that's more than enough for Alter Ego to take a grasp, wrestle the control away. Now, they want to continue this type of control and this type of... I would say just discipline, really. They found their shots, but once Adern King tried to overextend that, and I honestly feel like they had a proper crossfire here when he was moving onto the site, right? Because look at that. I think he already had, what was it, Axe trying to move up towards Heaven? But nonetheless, Paper X, they look to come back from this. A healthy back, now Forsaken with the Operator, so we might not see those aggressive rendezvous plays. Nade indeed, as Jing will lose his in that exchange, and they really cannot commit to this hookah fight as Kush is here for the quick trade, and Delby, like a turret, gets two. Benkai returns the favor, getting Delby out of that position, giving them the room that they need to wiggle around. And Adern King still looking to continue the success. He does find it. He even gets another one, and the spike is down. Forsaken, we know how amazing Mr. Sasanto is, but this is, even for him, quite a tall order. He now pulls out the Headhunter. Flicks for one, can't really find him. Adern King pulling attention. Not even the Operator can find a mark onto Noxy. And Alter Ego, the halfway point to 6. And that gap is closing, my friend.
Gotta say, though, they are giving a lot of respect to, as you mentioned, Forsaken there. He was just trapped somewhere on B Cubby, and still they take the slow, more methodical approach to try to just try to even him out, as it were. And as you mentioned here again with Adern King, just able to hit all of these beautiful shots. It is pushing back Paper Rex. And speaking of the team, which timeout has been called, I'm pretty sure by Paper Rex here, as they're kind of reaching a whole lot more. But as we mentioned as well, Alter Ego are a team that adapts, albeit so that it does take a couple of rounds, but they're starting to bounce back, and you are seeing that with the 3-6.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned that, because we definitely saw that cash-in period on those first 6 rounds. Paper X, very happy to oblige, take that space, and get a good lead going. But now, potentially, Alter Ego, they're cashing it in, Aserai. They are slowly coming back. Now, Paper X, what can we do to pull this under their legs, pull the rug, perhaps? They have limited weapons. They still have Jing on a Vandal, so they do have that ability to go for setups and potentially get those hero plays. But as we mentioned time and time again, although Paper X is incredibly capable of that, and Alter Ego as well, it really is not the most sustainable thing.
Well, they're starting to lose a lot more bank, so sustainability is the name of the, or not the name of the game here for PRX. With Noxy back on the Operator as well, this is the time where PRX just has to be a little bit more respectful of the power that Alter Ego does bring onto the table. That Prowler does force him out. They were very much aware of the situation, while Jing now creeping up very hardly onto Hookah. Although, look at the minimap, Raph. 3 players of Alter Ego for the big flank around coming in through Market. There is no trap for Forsaken here, so they're just going to be able to get through this. Although Jing backing up, I think he knows. Benkai, though, sets up the nice little lineup. Okay, I like that one. Delby comes in for the swing. The Bison spotted. Mindfreak into the corner. Needs to hit the shot first with that. Oh, with that Sheriff. Good stuff. Benkai spotted one already. Jing coming into the corner, and Adern King doesn't find him. Oh, this is a 1 versus 1 with the spike being half defused by Xerxia. And Jing spots his opponent first, tries to reposition, goes in wild, and he's made the noise. Does Axlavia know that he's right in front of him? Axe? He doesn't know! Jing! Oh my god, the double satchel for the reposition, and Axe doesn't even get him up! Woo!
And the crazy thing about that, the timing of the sounds. Jing just had the perfect window to jump into it. And we know pros don't fake. And we do know that these nerves, they're made out of steel, but maybe that was not the call there. Axlavia definitely maybe hurting after that one. But we did see an almost barrel snuff there. A little bit of an encounter in hookah and just trying to peek it to short. It was one of those moments where I think it was Benkai was like, it's on my shoulder, isn't it? And then he just swings, he peeks, he gets one. Jing, like you said, wants to mess around with the timing. Vulnerability, I don't care. I have an insta-kill. Axlavia falls as he gets taken apart. And oh my god, indeed, call upon the heavens as Noxy needs no divine intervention. But yet, 50 BMG is the call, is the help that he needs. 7-3, still the round, it's going. Now it's a 4v4. An interesting orbital strike here, Asar. That's gonna buy them space. But so far, nobody has pushed forward. Doesn't matter. Mindfreak gets one. Noxy with a headhunter and Adrian King fragging out of their mind. As it's a 2v2 despite all that noise, all that commotion. But they let go of the spike. I think they don't know that both players are doubling up, but this could be a massive flank yet again. They broke their ankles. They have no idea. The Sham God. Oh dear. Asarai. The tension is building. Oh god.
Oh, yeah, it's about to go. Okay. Alright, they got TP'd out. Are they gonna double TP for the chase? They're not. Just gonna go for the wraparound. So, as Forsaken is dead, that trap on their left will not activate as they come through market. This is gonna be absolutely perfect, but the thing is, they've given space for Paper Rex, time for Paper Rex to reposition for this post. Even if they do go for this double swing out of hookah, this is incredibly dangerous. If Mindfreak actually peeks out through Murder Hole and spots him dropping down at the precise time outside of hookah, this could be really bad. And that throw on the haunt just gives even more information here for Alter Ego. Now they spotted out Divide. He's gonna try to go around here, but again, this is time not well spent as he needs to be helped out by Mindfreak. Although Divide goes in one kill, swing, and again another kill. Absolutely beautiful from Divide.
How many times have we seen a spurious flash on the side of Alter Ego? The deception of them trying to get that timing. But both times we see a loss on their side. It could be a bad omen. Not the agent, the saying. But Divide has been pulling through as he's been a stable mid-round fragger. If Jin can open it up, if Forsaken can clutch it, Divide is right dead in the center with that balance. With that forever occupying dominance in the mid-round. Now 8-3 Asarai. Alter Ego, they have a tough hill to climb. Now still, they look to inch it closer and closer as Benkai, who is the mastermind, might actually run into Noxy here. But once again, we've talked about how protruding that gun barrel on the Tour de Force is. Maybe more times than we should have had, honestly.
That's true. They won't spot it this time, but I think they have a very quick idea of where Noxy does play because of his position from the past couple of rounds now. Jing waiting on the Prowler first. Kush has been spotted out, but amazing, beautiful initial shot. Benkai also takes a brunt of that damage down to 40. Congrats Alter Ego have been given a chance here, Raf. Benkai still sets up the utility here, but they have to be very aware. Forsaken can't really push out of B long here, especially now that they spotted where the Sky might be. Again, Sky being the queen of B long will get flushed out by the Nightfall as there's so much utility being thrown out here. This is going to be pure madness if they actually try to push in on this, which I think Paper Rex will not try to do. The wraparound and the reposition. The Vi very trapped. He feels unsafe, as you can see, as he pushes out to the market, but he needs to do something right here and now. Mindfreak, no more utility other than just a Molly. So he's going to have to peek through this. Divide, how good as he is against Noxy, not good enough. Axlavia also has repositioned all the way through heaven, and Forsaken gets stopped by the Tour de Force slow. Can't really push up, and that first half ends with a 4-8 Alter Ego biting back.
Biting back indeed, but what I do find incredible and potentially absurd is that Noxy did not move a muscle. He's like, what? You guys are taking away my keyboard? Okay, it's fine. I'll get 2 kills for you. No worries whatsoever. As the half, once again, it's been a tale of that, Asarai. We have double the rounds on the side of Paper Rex, but Alter Ego has made these last few ones incredibly convincing. And now that we swap to the Omega Earth, from Alpha Earth to Omega Earth, what is the game plan now? They took 6 rounds to invest to get those adjustments, but I don't think that they have the ample amount of time now to get that going. Once again, Paper X, they don't need as many to win.
Well, I still do like the offense that Alter Ego has showcased to us these past couple of days, these past couple of play-ins and group stage. I think this is a composition that still does have a lot of power in it. The Sky Fade does give you a lot more, I think, just safety and measured approach when you do use that in particular. The only thing I'm really scared about is just, as we've been seeing, right, is that Paper Rex is a team that doesn't really like to lose map control, so they're very much aggressive at every nook and cranny. And you do see that with Jing and Forsaken just butting heads or trying to look for encounters at breakneck speeds, and this sometimes catches a lot of teams. Alter Ego is starting to adjust a little bit more to that, but I think still the problem where will therein lie is how well can they spot out Forsaken this time when he's going to be on the defense, when he's going to be tucked into certain corners, when this particular player has a lot of really cheeky off angles that he can use, especially now that he is on that chamber.
And with all that being said, Asterai, I love how Paper X, sometimes maybe a lot of analysts or maybe a lot of people just kind of outside looking in, if they look at the Paper X playset, oh, they're aggressive. Oh, they play this X and Y, right? Sometimes it does kind of hit a gross oversimplification. But at the same time, why complicate the game when the basics have been doing so well, have brought them to heights where not a lot of people have seen? And here we go. As I mentioned, the basics, the fundamentals. Walk it to Hookah with a bunch of frenzies. And Delby, he gets Mind Freak. Now they have a free reign over the site. They clear out Octagon, but they don't hear that sound spot as we have a perpetrator in Elbow. And there you go. He gets taken care of as Devi was the last line of defense for B. Now a mad rotate is coming here, and they push through the smokes. Do they know that they're on the site? I can't believe Forsaken still survives that. Even gets a kill for himself. And Alter Ego try to hold on. But Jing! He gets 2! Noxy too! Oh, come on, Noxy. Well, if he can do it, I can do it back. Don't you worry about it, apparently. Forsaken yet again on a low HP situation where he's tasked to kill the Boogeyman, which is in the form of Noxy and Adrian King. Oh, the movement?
Oh my god!
And oh my god, indeed, yet again, we've been called to death! Oh, no! Players have been answered! Noxy still gets it! What is going on, Asterai? Where are we? What reality is this?
You saw Noxy's face. He had his eyebrows were about to like meet in the center as how he was frowning so hard. He's like, what is happening? Why was my shot not connecting? Forsaken, does he have the plot armor? Does he have the Marvel plot armor? Oh my gosh. Like he just not even dodge. He is.
I don't get it.
Not hit.
I don't get it
by any of those headhunter shots. Anyways, it wasn't that really amazed me for Forsaken. It was that peek out here to TP'd him, and Adrian Kill was like, "Where is this player? Look at that, dude." It's like, how does that even happen? He almost botched the round. If Forsaken won that fight, I think he might have enough time to actually continue to have on that defuse. Anyways, yeah, this is just gonna be a run through for Alter Ego. Last to remain, Benkai gets a quick little trade. Not really spotting anybody. Hiding into the corner here, but Delby flushing him out. Benkai, accept your fate.
Yeah, his time has come. And you saw the leaves, the pink leaves off the tree fall. And, well, like you said, right, they had to shred him to bits here. Now, Alter Ego looking that much better. 2 rounds on the board. Now, one thing that we've noticed here is that Adrian King's flashes, despite him fragging out, I don't think necessarily it's found its value, right? Sure, it is kind of pushing Paper X back, but maybe if it was a little more impactful, then maybe this round, or rather the round differential may not be that big, but 6-8, it's still as competitive as can be. We can't credit the fact that Paper X is also adjusting to this lineup.
The 100% are. Devi here might need to run away as soon as can be, as Delby There's no breaks in this man's feet, but the Vi has already found out too. There's the peek out. Xerxia still charging right in. And you were mentioning, Raph, where was the good flash from Adrian King? There it was. Although, unfortunately, it's still not going to be enough as the dust settles. Forsaken now tries to summon the big god, Brimstone. Unfortunately, no time will be had left. 6-9, very nice. Alter Ego still losing at that bonus. But it's starting to build things up. Oh, there we go. That was the double peak. That was a double kill that we saw from Devi on the kill feed just a few moments back.
I feel like the Spectre is one of those things where if you have a high refresh monitor, right? Obviously these players do. It's like, please just kill him already. I can save my bonus. Just please stop building up my anxiety like this. You did mention that was the bonus, and I feel like the damage has been done. So this is still pretty much even ground. But you know what? The Vi gets a quick kill onto Noxy. The chubby Crush Gear looking a little more solid, a little more intangible. As invulnerability has been a spell that's been hanging over the heads of both of our players. The Vi gets one on that entry. Mindfreak gets a trade, and pandemonium ensues. Once again, Pandora's box it opens for everybody, and Jing with a spray through the smoke annihilates Xerxia. Now we have a 4-round gap again. Like we said, right, those first 4 rounds, it's the Wild West, man. You can never know who has the quickest draws.
Again, Paper Rex just blistering speeds here. The Vi, no fear. And on that contact, I was so surprised that he was able to get so much value off of that as well, even though he was very much trapped with the C's. It feels like it's not the execution anymore, Raph, like with the utilities and everything. It's just at the speeds at which they can get the trades. And Paper Rex is a team that is able to get that just 1, maybe even 2 seconds faster than you can. And when it's this quick of rounds, all of those can just be the make or breaks. Kush, though, somehow gets through the hula hoop, the Roomba of death on the site. It still gets traded out so quickly by Jing into the corner. Mindfreak stays. And even if Jing dies to this, right? Oh. That's an orbital used. That's purely Xerxia being, I feel like, just frustrated already by how Jing has just been getting so much control through the TP. Forsaken gets the final 2 kills. And now Paper Rex. Yeah, they're starting to build up 2 more rounds before we do end the first game.
My, Paper Rex, despite being a bunch of dinosaurs, it much looks like, it resembles Top Gun, honestly. It's not watching Maverick and Goose or Maverick and Rooster. It's like watching 2 Mavericks. Forsaken and Jing kind of been stealing the show. But that's not to say that the rest of Paper X, they are also performing like crazy. But Alter Ego, it's not like they've been playing bad either. They've been playing really, really well. It's just that adjustment period, Astor, that very, very coveted adjustment period, it's really not going their way. Just the finite rounds just feel that even less against a, well, the panel said it, unpredictable Paper X.
There's always a method to the madness, right? And Paper Rex, I think, is the epitome of that, at least for APAC. It feels like they just do everything so random, as you mentioned, but there is that form of understanding for the whole team. I don't know how they've been doing this. It feels like it's just been magic for them. Launching smoke. Mindfreak, he is so close, just being spotted, but Noxy! Gotta check those corners. He can just TP out if need be, and they're actually just gonna try to peek him through, but again, quick Mamba out there from Noxy. Now he's a little bit afraid of what could happen. Nightfall for Nightfall. They will be able to get in this B side. Venkai trying to be at least a cheeky little boy that comes right in for the play. Melody, what a shot through the head! But Forsaken comes into the TP, gets the 2. Will not miss the chance that Jing has given him. And Adrian King and Kush very much exposed to the elements. Now Adrian King gonna have to back away. Kush coming through Murder Hole. Spots out Forsaken. Absolutely perfect from Kush. And this gives them a fighting chance. Mindfreak might get spotted by this Prowler. Timing. Ooh, last possible second, Raph. Kush is not going to be looking through this. Mindfreak might have gotten the keys to the city, the keys to the clutch of this round. He might have spotted the first one. Oh, okay, never mind. If he gets this, though. Wait. One more shot! He almost got it! Oh!
An Alter Ego, man. You cannot count them out. They are just absolutely strong when it comes to the mental fortitude. Again, Paper X, they've been trying to run up that lead, but Alter Ego, that pull from the underworld, the many masks that they put on have all been effective. But again, the Void It looks like it's staring right at both of these teams. But so far, oh my goodness, what an impressive shot by Delby, as well as Kush. Now Mind Freak, like you mentioned, right, it was just one away. But it was not his show to steal, as Kush coming in blazing hot into the round. A lot of early showers control now on the side of Alter Ego as they try to creep up. And you know, I honestly love this fresh pace from both these teams, Asteroid, because we see a lot of teams, and again, there's no real wrong approach to the game. It's multifaceted. There's a lot of schools of thought, but to see them just go at it, it's very fun. Not for Kush maybe, as Jing denies him. He's like, yeah, that's pretty impressive, buddy. Forsaken says, yeah, Noxy, don't ever do that again. And this Alter Ego offense, somewhat lacking as Delby gets a trade. Xerxia finds the Forsaken on top of the truck. And my, Axe is the last left alive here. A 1v3 escapade for him. He does have the leeway to move around his smokes. Wow, indeed. Beautiful snake bite to just isolate him and limit the options in the smoke. Big brain stuff.
Yeah, he reads the ideology of Axe very, very easily there. Oh, he's giving away his position too. Trying to creep up though, but the problem therein lies that
30 seconds left.
There really isn't any much cracks. I mean, there is given space by Paper X, but this is just given leeway as you see the long flank coming in from Mind Freak. So Axe is still trapped in. If he plants here a triple, he's gonna get wallbanged to bits. And again, as I mentioned, Mind Freak only just a couple of more seconds for that big flank around. No chance. And now, one last round here, Raph. Match point as we already look at Paper Rex. Just, again, just overwhelming feats this team. I mean, 7 rounds for Alter Ego is incredible, but
so
it doesn't feel like an even game.
Here's the thing, right? I don't necessarily think we've found any glaring holes in both of the games, or at least both teams. But it's kind of like watching maybe Ultra Instinct Goku and Hakayo Vegeta fight. It's like, it's just super fast. It's really hard to parse this information and say, oh, this is why X is this, Y is this, right? Because both teams, just looking at the eye test, they have a great idea of what they want to do. The execution and the timing is still very present, but the differences have been so minuscule that this needs a thorough watching of the VOD, which probably we're going to do later on. As Alter Ego, they give themselves that much more time to think about this with this well-timed timeout. But Paper Rex on the cusp of taking the first map, and not a good look, I would say, for Alter Ego, especially considering that Laika likes this map. No, I'm kidding. This is their map pick. So how is Fracture gonna work out, where I would say it would really fit Paper X's playstyle? A lot of moving, a lot of shooting, and a lot of variation that could potentially cause headaches on whoever really is on the opposing side, despite what kind of juggernaut AE is.
I'll find you.
Well, this juggernaut has hit an incredibly solid wall that he cannot break through. Through the smoke, though, this could actually work some benefits right now. Dog has been utilized. Molly to just stop them just a teeny tiny bit. Mind Freak's been spotted, but the buy has not yet been. He's gonna throw all of his utility here as they try to stop the onslaught from the rest of Alter Ego. Forsaken plays it to the corner, but there's Delby with the swing.
Delby.
Absolutely perfect. One shot is all he needs with that showstopper as it ignites the show here for Alter Ego. Again, 5 rounds is what they need. Bankai comes into the TP. Noxy already very much afraid of what could be. Immediately TP's out for the reposition. Tries to go around elbow here. Mind Freak coming into the corner. Both controllers from Paper X still alive. So what they mean by this is Mind Freak still has a smoke, but yeah, teeny tiny gap for Delby to work with there. Now Paper X is Benkai. Oh, you dirty man. He's gonna be able to hit the shot, isn't he? Almost gets it. Noxy saves the day. Save the operator, maybe? No time, but yeah, that was definitely gross.
So here's the dynamic that we talked about, right? It's Forsaken on those unpredictable chamber rendezvous placements, which honestly has been helping his team immensely. And potentially the lack of impact on Adrian King's flashes. But again, there's the dynamic to that, right? If you can't predict where they're gonna go, then how are you supposed to have a controlled flash? And I feel like that's just one of the layers that we're kind of scratching on. Obviously, Jing has been wilding out. He's been getting all those frags. Delby has been doing the same. And Xlavia definitely still hitting those proper utility timings. But the butterfly effect of those first two interactions, Asterai has somewhat tossed this into madness, as you mentioned. But now here we go. They kind of walk onto the site here. Mind Freak potentially doing a bit of a Chris Angel impression. Nobody knew where he came from, but Delby has answers. Benkai looking like a criminal, stealing a kill onto Noxy and getting the upgrade. Delby and Xlavia, who's been heroes, who's been a very strong duo.
Oh my god!
Cannot land a beat on Jing, but Xlavia, he finds his stability. He plants his feet and finally hits that jumper as Delby decay. He's waiting for that HP, but look at this, more vulnerability. So much being thrown. But Xlavia, he throws Benkai on the ground. They stay alive.
Oh, dude, Delby still got a kill even through such a pressure-induced situation. That was crazy. Yeah, teams have got to check that teeny tiny little pseudo spot. Look at this. Delby peeks out and gets a kill at the last possible second. What a shot from Delby. Alter Ego still able to hang on, Raph, but how long? How long can they hang on? Even with just the Sheriffs and Paper Rex, I still shudder to think, right? But they're building up the blocks. Able to sequence the gaps, the genome, as they try to build this possible lead against Paper Rex. They come in through the smoke. No fear in hand. Delby and Kush splashing a lot in the B side. Devi, is he ready for the swing? Absolutely not. Kush is on the warpath. Benkai into the corner. And it's only Forsaken to remain. He does have a headhunter in tow. Peek out from Delby. And he is styling right now. Forsaken, his alter ego is building back again.
Well, you did say that they're bridging the gaps on those genomes. Call him Scott Steiner, because he alter ego right now, they're looking like freaks of nature. They're genetic freaks. See, normally the chances of winning a 1v1 is 50%, but alter ego right now, they're not normal, so that reduces the chances to 75%. You know what, guys, it's a wrestling pasta, but let's get back into the game, because that's very, very long. But Paper X, they get that timeout, and once again, alter ego proving that anybody here can bleed, even if they're undefeated. Now Paper X though, how are they gonna assess this? Their fragging power has been pretty equal on the ground, but if we look at the most recent frags, Delby and literally everybody else on Alter Ego, they have been going nuclear. This radiation, whatever they're exuding, it's been kind of messing up Paper X. Could this be sensory overload? But perhaps this is the perfect timeout to, hey, let's just get away from that and let's just clean up the mental stack.
Speaking of cleaning up, Paper X, I think, is one of the teams that just reset the fastest out of all of it. I know that they lost that one series against Gaming Gladiators, formerly known as Lays, if I'm not mistaken. But
yeah, you're...
Yeah. I did see like the tweet from Benkai, and he said it was talking about how, you know, that was on us. We were playing this and that, and it just didn't feel Paper Rexy. This time, I think it's not that. Paper Rex are playing to their utmost of what they can, but Alter Ego is still, again, a team that can always bring it back up, but the problem therein lies. He thought he was going to be on the ground. You talk about how ground power is strong for Alter Ego. With Paper Rex, they have anti-air establishments to just make this a possibility for them. Devi spotted out one already, and it's all down to Noxy. Where does this player in lie? He's all the way through there. Ooh, TP opens, but there's no one. It's a 1 versus 5 bad. He's gonna have to fight first before he plants his spike. Okay, he's gone for the first. Cannot transition for the second, and Paper Rex cleans up this first game. Took a little bit of time. Alter Ego were definitely fighting, but in the end, Papersaurus Rex goes in, blazing through the park.
I really like what Alter Ego is doing in those latter rounds, so they understand that maybe we're giving Paper X a little too much room. But with that timeout going in the way Paper X basically said, everybody, calm down, relax. Let them take that space that they've invested in so much, but let's be the ones to cash out. And like you said, right, the power of them just kind of holding their ground, waiting for that execute to happen, despite them kind of going against the grain, pushing those smokes. The value we did see a lot of it, but that is only map 1 of... Whoa, my goodness, my light just kind of exploded there. Oh, there we go. Bringing back Raph into the light. Here we go, Asteroid. But, you know, I know that this has been the first map of the series. We have a lot to talk about, but I feel like since we've expended quite a bit of our energy talking and just dissecting the excitement, or rather the information from the excitement, I think the panel has a few ideas, but any parting words before we toss it to those beautiful folk?
Life finds a way, and Paper X finds themselves a way. Maybe Alter Ego can do the same, but again, as you mentioned, Fracture is going to be such a challenge for this Alter Ego team. So with that being said, guys, again, it's gonna be the panel in a bit, so don't go anywhere.
Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. What do people like? What they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? What do people like? What they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bitch. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop.
Paper X starting the knockout strong. Look at that score. Very, very close scoreline between them and Alter Ego. Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 challengers. Likeable, Fluffy02, and Trix still here on the panel. Alter Ego, as you said, Trix, whenever the momentum does not favor them, it does take a while for them to adjust. But I love to see the adjustment, especially
Yeah.
on that game.
You could see that when they started to figure out, when Alter Ego started getting in on it, like, hey, you know what? Let's play for that retake. Let's contest here because we have the utility to throw out, and it's going to come back up. You could see that Alter Ego was starting to get into that momentum, especially on that attacker side. We could see that they were going aggressive, and I love to see it. I love Alter Ego's aggression. The fact that they would just take the sights. They knew how to clear their angles with the sky flashes mixed with the prowlers and all of the utilities coming in from their initiators. But at the end, you know, Paper X just finally switching it up at the very last round, where they finally played that defensive, going for a safe pick, and then just waiting for each other.
Oh yeah, I enjoyed both of these sides. I loved how Paper X was just doing that whole frenzy rush at the beginning. Oh wait, am I switching the sides over here? I think it was AE. I could be wrong. Oh wait, yeah, it was AE. It was Alter Ego who was doing the frenzy rush at the very beginning, and then they switched it up with the Spectres, and it was just really working for them. But I feel like at certain times, it was a little bit late on both of these teams to actually do the adjustments. Like, I feel like it could have gone either way if they figured out earlier on that, hey, this is what we should have done. We shouldn't have wasted a couple of rounds doing, like, pushing too far.
It definitely felt a bit like both teams have a great grasp on like their synergy and how they work with each other. But I feel in both sides, they weren't really putting the maximum potential of their lineup. Like, Paper X's double controller lineup, it's a fantastic lineup. I personally like a double controller. But I feel like this also means that you have to decide what you're going to do. Are you going to isolate those duels early on, or are you going to isolate them when they're trying to take the site? And I feel like that's the kind of decision that needed to be more clear on Paper X's side. And if you're an attacker, you know, you want to be able to decide which areas you're going to go for. On Alter Egos, we had that retake potential, the utility potential. It depends on where you're going to use it, how you're going to use it, and you have to decide which duels you're going to take, which ones you're going to fight. Because with a double initiator, you can take any duel you want with advantage, but you have to be on the same page.
Yeah, I think to add to the composition diff too, I was saying earlier how I thought that the double controller was gonna get a bit mitigated by the fact that they had the potential on the other end to really make a lot of plays with that double initiator setup, and especially with a lot of those drone effects being able to go through those cheeky angles. But with Paper X actually starting on the attack, I feel like the Ooga Booga style kind of go in together, especially with the support and massive pressure from having Viper, especially, really just gives them so much space. And when they can play like that, the utility that is in the advantage of AE really can't be used as effectively. They have to more go for that retake. And on the times that they did do it, it really strung a lot of rounds together. They opened up 6-0 in this match, but the moment that AE started adjusting, especially when they got that operator in hand to kind of slow them down, AE started getting some points on the board. And when it flipped for the second half, it seemed like Paper X kind of got lost for a bit. I think that was what Trix was kind of mentioning earlier, where I think both teams could have played a bit cleaner. Paper X maybe could have ended the game when they had a bigger advantage of it earlier, but maybe it could have also come back a bit later instead of Paper X waiting for the last round to make that final adjustment to really hit the nail on the end of that coffin to really seal the deal for this game. But overall, I think that it really shows that at the end of it, although both teams, you know, they've played maybe not the cleanest game that we've seen both of these teams play, but still at the level that they have, I think it's strong results, especially for Paper X being able to still come out on top despite making some mistakes on both ends.
You know, I really enjoyed watching Alter Ego on this one, especially on their attack, because when the scoreline closed at 8-4 during the half, I was a little bit worried for them, given that, you know, when you look at Paper X's defense, it looked really solid, having that double controller to slow you down, but they braved through it. I mean, with their setup, it was always obvious that they were gonna thrive more as the attacker, right? And they really did that. A lot of the utilities being thrown, and I think that Tricks, for the most part, they really got the value out of the utilities that they were throwing.
I definitely saw it, especially on their defender side, actually, when they were just contesting that hookah control. You can see they refused to give it up. And Paper X kept trying, and then at one point Paper X said, you know, let's just give it. You can have it at that point. You know, we'll just go somewhere else. We'll burst the site. And that's the round Paper X also was able to win. So I find that Alter Ego on that attacker side, you know, clearing more of their angles and kind of timing it a little better. If you want to wait for the smoke, feel free to wait for it. Paper X also, I've started to see a lot of teams with this Viper, which I like. And you could see that they were isolating the duels actually on the site, so they'd cut off the entry of the site, so they would be already low on health because of the decay. So when the opponents are coming in trying to take it, the defenders can kind of do cleanup. But I also saw Alter Ego adjust to that. They started to go on more vertical angles with that raise. They're pushing into the sides, getting that advantage. It was great to see both teams. I like how they were working strategically. I just kind of wish they were both switching on a little faster.
I have to agree. And you know who is a master of switching it up, especially in terms of position? I'd have to say that it's Jing. We have this one round wherein Jing had spectacular timing. He was trying to lurk over at hookah while two people from AE were already flanking. They went through Fountain all the way to Market, going into A short. And Jing had just phenomenal timing. I don't know what it was about his game sense that he rotated a little bit later and he caught the flankers off guard. But what actually won that round was that he did another repositioning by using his satchel, and he just killed Mind Freak to win that round. And that was the round that they were able to regain momentum in that first half. And I just love that about Jing. I love that about the entire team. You talked about how these teams, as in the Paper X as individuals, are already superstars on their own. They can hold their own, and it just uplifts the entire team when they're able to do that individually. But hey, we are gonna be going here to Fracture. It's very interesting. I kind of touched up a little bit on their potential sort of like triple duelist setup. Maybe we'll see that now, Fluffy.
Yeah, I mean, they have this in their repertoire already, and going with that triple duelist, they are going to be sticking with that single controller in the form of Viper. On the other hand, I think we mentioned this a bit earlier also, where the KO, I feel like, in the hands of Kush can really be such a hindrance for a team like this, where you're relying so much utility on the Viper wall to be active, because unlike other controllers, if you get suppressed but your smokes are down with any other controller, you know, your utility is already out, you can still function. But with Viper, if you do get hit by that suppress, your main form of vision denial and way of taking space actually goes down with it. So I think KO actually is going to be a pivotal thing in this specific matchup. We have the quote-unquote secondary wall in the form of Neon to help from both sides, and I feel like overall I have a bit more confidence in Paper X just because of not just the repertoire, but because this is their map pick. But aside from that, I feel like AE has made the correct adjustment, so hopefully if they do it faster, they can actually take this game.
So personally, and this is extremely subjective, I like Alter Ego's lineup. I find that it's got that setup potential which you kind of need on a map like Fracture. You want to hit those sides together. You're able to isolate the duels in terms of throwing utility down ahead of time, so you're forcing the opponents to certain areas. With that Neon as well, being able to decide if she wants to go left or right, depending on where her fast lane goes. Paper X, however, being on this lineup, as Fluffy has said, it has been brutal when they play this lineup. It might not matter that, you know, the utilities and things like that, because their positioning and the game sense and the way that they hold down the angles of those sides are usually just top tier.
Really is, and I have to agree with you guys. I'm really looking forward to how this KO is going to have an impact, especially on a map like Fracture, where there are a lot of close corners and you have a lot of defensive layouts prepared. And once you get detected by that dagger, it's just over. You know, a lot of the utilities gets taken out and your position kind of gets revealed. So at the end of the day, I feel like Alter Ego with that KO already has such an advantage, especially when they're trying to take on a side. But that is the story for this as we go into Fracture. How much information is going to be found out? How much space is going to be taken? That is always the question when we proceed into this games. And the story is not ours to tell, but rather these teams to do so. So with that, guys, this is Alter Ego versus Paper X Game 2.
And here we are once again, game 2 gonna go underway in just a matter of seconds as Paper X, very convincing on that bind map coming into Fracture. Again, this is their absolute playground. You know, when you have yourself a nice little skateboard and you want to go to the park and try out their new tricks and stuff. This is Paper Rex's skateboard park. Yeah.
Well, cue up the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater series music, and well, maybe we'll see a few kick flips here and there. I think some of my ideas got lost in translation there. Too many games to be played, too much excitement as of, the first map. And going into Fracture, we've seen so much pandemonium here, Asterai. It's been really a bit of a slobber knocker of a map. We've seen it with, I believe it was Xerxia versus Myth. Was it Xerxia versus Myth?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, it was. Or no, I think it was ONIC versus Myth, if I'm not mistaken. Quite a few jump shots here and there. But in any case, now we look forward to the future, to the immediate future actually, in Paper Rex versus Alter Ego. Now, once again, sensory overload has to be something that both these teams have to avoid, especially on a map like this where I feel like it really is so likely to happen.
It could, although I will at least ascertain for Alter Ego that this is a map that they also have somewhat of a high percentage win chance on. The last time when we saw them here, the most recent was actually against Global Esports. Well, Delby was able to just drop down 20 kills and just an absolutely dominating performance against the South Asian team. Of course, this is going to be a different caliber of hits. This is a team that we do know just thrives in the Fracture map. But speaking of which, though, nice little spread here for Alter Ego. Paper Rex, uncharacteristically, very slow on the approach, but they're just waiting for the setups. As I mentioned, I think this is because they just don't want the blade to hit onto one of their players, especially Benkai. But look at that trade. Even through the swap out onto the shorty, still no damage really done too much, leaving Delby, Adern King, as well as Kush to just try to play for the retake. Adern able to at least pop himself in onto Arcade with that flash. Push out from the open, trying to fight with a frenzy. Not going to work in the end. And as Adern gets spotted, though, they need to be thrown out. Forsaken's right then and there. And even if he can try to even it out against Forsaken, the nade would have actually just caught him on guard.
How low was Adrian King there, actually? I was like, wait, the shorty is going to kill him from that range, right? Wow. The exact... I love this moment. The bit of a leapfrog. What's up? As Jing gets Noxied, we see Forsaken get an immediate triple kill for himself. And like I mentioned, right, even if Jing just kind of let that pain shell rip, that would have been enough to take down Adrian King, as he was dealing with too much damage on too many fronts. Now, dealing too much damage in too many fronts is exactly the theme of Fracture, and Paper X have been maximizing that to the best of their abilities. Now, since they have all these upgraded weapons in hands, a little bit of crafting as is to be expected from Alter Ego, as the utility retaliation is there. No damage has been done, but the rendezvous has been heard. And the boombots, they've already made first contact, but so far no extraterrestrial life, apparently.
Oh, Adern King, though, wanting to go for the swing onto contact. Where did Forsaken come from? I think he just slid right in. Oh, that is just sickening. Kush to remain. He's going to be just strapped all the way through spawn. Probably expecting somebody's going to be just lurking at B. Maybe trying to go for a sandwich. But, oh, that's also why he's holding such an awkward angle. It's because of the shorty. I don't know if he has a classic that he can just switch it out of. But, yeah, he spotted him already. I think Forsaken should know.
Yeah, probably does already. But I don't think they need to do anything here. Yes, that's going to remove his ability to run, apparently. Like, oh no. The 0 point. For some reason, I cannot run. Ah, yes, the motions on my shoulders and my legs now limited. Which, again, it's kind of mind-boggling to me. Yeah, sure, Neon does use her abilities to enhance her ability to run, but let's get back on track here. I guess this is to be expected. Upgraded guns again, and a lot of aggression on the side of Paper X. Alter Ego potentially still kind of getting those investment rounds again. Maybe something akin to what we saw on Bind. But hopefully they cashed it out a little sooner, because those holds that they've been really adamant on could potentially be the reason. But Gush is here, and Xerxia as well, Asterai. They tear this defense, or rather this offense up, getting a stop and getting a big advantage. But history has told us that this third round is usually going to go to the way of the upgraded weapons. So business as usual. Noxy knocks out Mind Freak. I don't believe in your magic. As Devi, the one man alone on this roster still. But now he will rejoin his comrades, as that is going to be the third round done and dusted for Alter Ego.
Done and dusted indeed. As you mentioned, it is just how nature unravels, especially on that third round. But the contact, as you saw from Alter Ego, they just exploded out on Dish just to catch off Paper Rex. But it feels like a four-sided die, right? Or maybe a two-sided die. Wait, no, there's no such thing. A four-sided die.
Wouldn't that just be a piece of paper? Ha! Coin flip. Wait, no, that's not paper. That's
a coin. You just said
a coin. A coin.
Well, maybe it could be a paper flip too, right? You know, just try to let the paper sway one way, and that's gonna be where it comes from. Wow. Jing! How fast is this man going to be? Almost able to net himself a second. But Northern King able to go for the embrace. The buy though reacts in time. Waits for the lurk. I think he's already aware that Delby could be coming right through on the spawn. The timer. Oh, he picked up his rendezvous. That,
to be honest, I thought Devi was completely blind. That was unfortunate, I feel like. And as he did clench up his fist, he balled it up. But now Alter Ego, Aserai, they have a big advantage here. But still, Forsaken. Okay, never mind, I lied! What a spray down!
I got no chance to, like... Yeah, okay. I got no chance to react to that. Forsaken... Well, not good on the artwork. I'll give that a 4 out of 10. But the work of art that he does with his sprays is a 11 out of 10. That was just absolutely perfect. I think the timing was catch them before they can set anything up. Because usually, you know, a sane person, maybe a new person like me, would just not peek that as soon as. But Forsaken, man, look at them. He just caught them as soon as they were even just trying to tap the spike. Oh my god. That's gonna be a whammy onto the minds of the brains of Alter Ego, dude.
Yeah, you said it again, man. Again, we talk about how Forsaken and the rest of the Paper X boys, they just kind of love to hound on that, the more psychological parts of the game. Yes, we have the science, we have the setups, we have the gunfights, which is, I would say, the physical and athletic aspect of the game. As we see a little bit of that, as we see Delby go for that mad sprint Aserai. But look at this, it is a much more aggressive spread for Alter Ego. Has it been working out? No. Apparently not. Oh my goodness, and they're getting torn to bits. Delby gets a trade, but Mind Freak, like you mentioned, still playing with the minds, the hearts, the aim, potentially. Alter Ego, they are still getting torn up to bits. 2v2 now, all of a sudden, Paper X. They turn up the dial. They rev up those fryers, baby. And now Jane gets Noxy.
Oh, Adrian. Last person standing, Raph. Oof. Is he gonna get through this, though? I don't know.
I think let's see what happens, right? Because we have so many calls. We're like, oh yeah, he's not, you know. Wait a minute, relax, stop, no. But Adrian King, like you mentioned, still kind of going in a back and forth here. But now he's in a bit of a corner. The flash is there. But the spray down once again just did not work in his favor, man.
Didn't work in his favor at all. As I mentioned, this spread for Alter Ego. Well, they're literally just spreading themselves a little bit too thin. Granted, it could actually work, but Paper X feels like they're just everywhere at the same time. You know, is that conundrum, that Twilight Zone feel? It feels like this person's just everywhere at the same time. Maybe they have clones. No, this is just at the speed of which Paper X revolves around the fracture map, right? It's so scary that I feel like just teams have to respect it, but I don't know, Paper X is one of those teams that can make any map look like their own map.
Well, Alter Ego, they resist vehemently, but like you said, Alter Ego, they are pretty much invaders, an invasive species. Snakeheads. They eat everything up, they disturb the peace, and they do it well. Or, I don't know if you can call that well, but now we go back to where they want to go. B could potentially be a hit. Now, sorry, where do you think Alter Ego's problems lie? I think they've been putting quite a bit of attention towards the opposite side, which is the dish side. But now full contact is going to be seen here. Forsaken with the overdrive. Remember, kids, one is all you need, and Noxy gets that message when Paper X is Jing. And Devi traded out. And suddenly we have Kush again with a shorty all alone.
Well, he's looking to try to maybe offer something to the Oni Demon. And then change, it's the Singularity Sheriff in tow. Unfortunately, only a shoulder tap onto Jing. Got nice shoulders, but it's the head that you want to give him. Headshot you want to give him.
And Jing, 11-2, and Forsaken as well, 9-2. A lot of space is being, how would I put this? Stingily taken by Paper X. Alter Ego, I think Fluffy mentioned how the KO could potentially throw a wrench in their plans, but I guess it's just a matter of timing, really. If he can be in the right spot at the right time, get that 0 point. And now we have the Rolling Thunder, and this time around, it's not the
also stunned.
one.
Oh! Okay, Kush is starting to beat up. He's gotten 2 already. He's gonna have to fight this tooth and nail by himself. Jing, though, just unfazed by the flash. Unfortunately here, Raf. We'll give Paper X a little bit of contact onto B. Noxy embraces them with the operator. 2 versus 2. And maybe they back away first. But you can see, if that does happen, Adrian King will be the one to fight them in the 2 versus 1 on the A side. The thing now lies, though, is if he relies on his utility, it might be a little bit too slow. So he's going to be relying on this off-angle position. The smoke will come in, and he's still hiding into the corner. This is absolutely perfect for him. But they get through the smoke. Benkai exposed. One on the top side. Sorry, excuse me, not Benkai, but rather Mindfreak exposed. It's going to be Benkai to remain. He's hovered over somewhere on top of the site. Nox is going to be coming through onto Dish. He knows his opponent is down there, but he can't really just try to slowly peek out. That's going to be a little bit awkward. If he tries to do so again, but so smart onto Benkai. No way exactly that he absolutely does this. 20 seconds onto the Dream. The flash, the blind. Noxy can't get through, and Benkai can actually reposition to now start planning the spike. 13 seconds. Wall bang. Noxy. The Rolling Thunder. You're dead. Holy DP's out. Oh my god. Hang on. Fault line's still there. He knows he's right there underneath him, and Noxy tries to fake out. It's not simple plays, but Noxy does it! He made so that Benkai glitched, or rather flinched through the throw onto the operator. What a ballsy play, but almost clutched by Benkai.
Oh. How does that work, Asarai? I thought they had the clean shot, but Noxy, he's like, no plot armor abound on me, powered up. And they will take an emphatic second round. You know what? I don't know how to dissect that for you. Well, I'll try, but Benkai, again, isolating the fights to perfection. And we see quite a bit of mastery. I really thought that the rate of fire on Benkai's gun would have been enough, the mastermind. But it's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. Don't try it.
You want to play? Let's play.
I honestly thought that was such a smart play from Benkai, but as you mentioned, man, Noxy, he's just built different, dude.
Trap destroyed.
This guy, even though he's not as, it feels like he's not as snappy as Forsaken and everything, he just hits those. Anyways, gets away with bloody murder as he finds Forsaken. Delby also finds another. Jing gets a bit of value with that showstopper as it connects onto one. Kush has activated his ultimate as well, and they're gonna have to try to cross this. Benkai very far from the case, or rather, excuse me, Mindfreak very far from the case so that he can just use that wall to get them a little bit situated in. Kush wins the battle, and now it's all down onto Mindfreak, who's already onto the site, but can't really push other than that. Can they save the operator for Nox? Actually, no, he's not even down. Somehow, some way through all of that, he still survives, and again, gets that first kill.
And we see that Alter Ego fighting back much more sooner and much more quicker. In comparison to Bind, right? Delby again opening it up for his teammates, allowing them to somewhat flood onto the site, despite Divide trying to push out Adrian King. There you go, just that's the value of the KO there. We see the flashes, we saw the suppress value. But again, Asher, I really think the question is, can they funnel enough players on the side of Paper X to maximize the hit on that suppress, whether it comes from the null command or the 0 point? And Kush, he is going to be first contact here. He hears the ore, but does he think that it's a bait? Benkai and the rest of the boys, they now hit underground as Kush is a little hesitant, a little cautious to try and challenge this. Now Devi has linked up with his teammates, and it seems that they've taken extra steps to take into B main. The pressure from Canteen side, or rather Dish side, has been set. How do they move forward? Well, Adrian King is going to put a stop to that. Jing has a quick trade here, and the satchel jump, it's going to give him that space, but Xerxia, the Guardian, cuts him down, putting putting that cult onto that advance yet again, making this a push a quarter mile at a time. Alter Ego, we know that they're fantastic sprinters, but it seems that the marathon is going their way, and Kush with a huge spray down. Now look at this, the gap, it slowly narrows.
This is the strength of Alter Ego. They're just able to, again, slowly understand the pace at which Paper Rex plays, and this team is starting to fight back. Even though they don't really have those super safe agents aside from maybe Noxy with the rendezvous out, you just see how they're able to dip and dive out of good positions just to get picks and slow down the pace at which Paper Rex tries to fight. And because of this team that, as you can see with the kill score, should be just flying high so strongly, right, Raph? Is starting to get capped by Alter Ego, who, even though, again, the KDs, the kills on this board of ours is not really showing the whole picture, they're starting to, again, rise back or have the rise against Paper Rex.
So tell me now, this ain't love, but how do we get out? That's probably the question that Alter Ego is still asking themselves here. Like you mentioned, right, the frags, the numbers are there, the statistics, but I feel like the intangibles just don't get represented as digestively, if that's even a way I can describe it. But like we said, right, Benkai, who honestly was a mastermind, only has one frag, but nearly had an insane clutch to his name. But the support is still there. The pressure has been somewhat, I would say, alleviated because of his flashes and his ability to quickly counter and babysit for whoever he is behind. Now, Alter Ego, you mentioned, right, that they do have quite a bit of space making to do, and Kush really needing that timing. But look at this, they go walk into the site. Maybe the operator's not the best weapon to barrel stuff with, but nobody has discovered that yet. Noxy gets a little bit of safety, but as soon as I say that, I conjure up the bad juju for him. As Davai and Benkai left alone, Benkai equals the rounds. Like we said, doesn't tell the story. Oh, but even with a quick trade, Xerxia and his stubbornness with the shorty is going to cut the opposition down. Oh, but the spike is still here. Davai, a man on a mission, but a man with a foot in the grave already with that low HP. Do they pick up the operators? Yes, they do.
Just the one. Yeah. Wait, no, they actually go for a double. Oh, wait, am I missing?
Maybe
I'm
this
looking.
is it.
No, it's just the one. All right, I thought maybe Delby was probably thinking that he could purchase one and then just decides not to. But either or, right? The threat level of Alter Ego is definitely rise up to the point where Paper Rex's speed on attack not as snappy now, Raph. They're getting the sights, but there's always that one small space, that one small step at which, again, Alter Ego is able to bully them out. Yeah, if they can take one part of the map, we'll take the other control of the other one. As now, Paper Rex just coming to the site. Great stuns overall, and it's trades abound. That settles just a little bit. Jing's gonna have to go away, but I think he just boots onto that barricade on top of the site. It's down to Mind Freak. Spike has been spotted. He's the one to pick it up. 2 versus 1. Tries to reposition, and he hits the headshot onto Xerxia, but no bite on this Spectre. He almost could have won that if he had maybe a stronger weapon, but Axe able to get it just in the nick of time before he did lose his life.
Axe, was he sweating? Absolutely not, despite being a breeze away from falling into the depths of Tartarus. It's like, am I shaking? Absolutely not. Am I nervous? Absolutely not. But you did say that I don't think we might see the quick approach on the side of Paper Rex this time around. I think they're going for their more shrewd and shifty playstyle. So far though, Alter Ego, they've been keeping their reads very, very intact, and the way they've been peeking is also quite tactful, respectful of what Paper Rex can do. But Noxy, no care in the world with the tour de force, even showing Benkai what the spectator lobby looks like. But Jing is quick on the trade before Noxy gets one more with a shorty. The damage has been done, and the deed could potentially still be in play. Noxy gets a third. No way he walks in with the shorty. Well, Mind Freak says no, certainly. 2v2 now, Asteroid. Divide with the operator, but Mind Freak equalizes it, but that's not the key target. They still want to get that plan down. Adrian King doesn't even have that much utility, but the flash, what can he do with a flash? Walks in, decay, the timer, slowing down. Adrian King, the health bar. Well, Mind Freak, the head. The head is all he sees, and the head is all he clicks. Beautiful, beautiful stuff to equalize.
Noxy, though, just full confidence now. Just no fear whatsoever. Just peeks every single corner, every single angle that he can. And he even got that pick up against Forsaken on the reposition. Absolutely disgusting from Noxy right then and there. And look at this. Yeah, that was just huge from Mind Freak, able to isolate a couple of those fights and win it out. And as the dust settles here, Raph, 6-6. But there was that 5 straight round interval from Alter Ego. Now, this is where it gets a little bit dicey. This is where Paper Rex are a team that can actually go ham or not. Forsaken has, I think, in terms of stats for a Fracture, has one of the lowest kill scores because of the playstyle that he does, because it supplements Jing a lot more than it supplements him. Now, that was a couple of, I think, weeks ago. Maybe he's adjusted a lot more now, but this could be something that Alter Ego uses against him, because Delby, I think, is more successful with how he finds these trades, or rather these fights, compared to Forsaken when they're both on the Neon.
Well, yeah, in terms of Paper X standards, they have been a little languid on those last few rounds, as you mentioned, right? And Delby has been turning up the heat slowly but surely. Just very, very careful of not hitting that overheat mark, not to redline whatsoever. But this is the biggest question for Fracture, right? I feel like Fracture has the most interesting half times, because sometimes teams just really go, they completely flip this the script, and potentially to the theme of Fracture may look like a completely different team by doing that. So Paper Rex, are they gonna turn up the heat yet again, or are they gonna completely do something different? Alter Ego has the same question, but it looks like they're gonna go for a bit more of a, the words of Asarai, a two-pronged approach here. But the question is, which side? What do you think? Which side would they likely go to in this opener?
It's always B that I know Paper Rex likes to play as aggressive as they can on pistols, but it seems like they are going to just have this nice little spread around the map for the moment. I think they're very much aware of, again, the quickness of how Alter Ego can also approach at these sites, so it seems like they're going to be a little bit cautious. On the contact, though, fault line setup is there. The nade as well. The TP out from Noxy, and they baited a certain amount of utility from Paper X as soon as the round started, so this is going to give Alter Ego a lot more powwow as they come in. Devi, very afraid of the contact, actually abandons his position as well as the classic, so he's going to be playing with what in hand? 4 shots on the Headhunter and the Shorty, actually still not too bad, but Alter Ego, yep, this is their round. This is looking really strong. Noxy able to hit a couple more. Mind Freak just gets down to half. Kush gets the refrag as soon as, and now it's all down to Dubai and Benkai. Benkai's been spotted out into the open. Adrian King is making sure that he can get all of the information that needs be. And this is just no round for Paper X to win. It's all down to Dubai now. And he just does not have the position. I think they know that he has a Shorty, right? Could go for the second, but yeah, just a little bit too quick on the refrag there from Delby.
Even if they did know the Shorty, and I would assume that Alter Ego would not, or rather would rather keep their members alive there, fully intact. But that is the price you have to pay. Now this time around, Paper X suffering on that really conservative buy. We only really see an upgraded pistol on the side of Forsaken and Jing. Maybe Jing could potentially jump into anyone here, or maybe play close again. I have to say, this is the most shorties we've seen in a single series. I feel like it just feels super common. Yeah, well, Delby already had an idea what Jing might do. Despite the stun up, despite whatever is being thrown in the way of Delby, he's still cutting up this site like a hot knife through butter. Xerxia tries to find a little bit of value, and as he does that, he does walk into the side fairly free. Adrian King gets taken out already. Noxy and Delby suddenly. Paper Rex on a warpath. Forsaken could potentially make this look like a movie. All odds stacked against him, and he has his trusty 6-shooter. But the crossfire is there. Kush is only waiting for the contact. No way he wins that, right? Almost barely hits a swing. But Kush, like we said, Asray, sometimes, despite the amount of star power and mechanical greatness, it's still fundamentals and team play that really shine.
There.
Very expensive though to actually have allowed that to happen, but the cheekiness at which again Paper Rex just times their pushes and the fast kills that follow soon after is incredibly good to make it expensive for Alter Ego here. As again, it was a very, very good round from Kush. Like, he was down to 20 HP, so a 180 from Forsaken might have actually given them the thrifty round if need be. Anyways, this will again force the... Is it the weaker buy? It's actually the weaker buy for Alter Ego here. Still, they push out with 3 or 4 out immediately outside of A main. The Vi's gonna be alone here, but still does have the TP. Mind Freak just waiting through his teeny tiny wall. Drenkin gets the pick as soon right after, but the Vi still holding very hardly outside of A main. Good headshot angle. Noxie hits the body for the 1 versus 1, and Benkai, where does this man lie? Right behind on A main.
Oh no. Is he gonna wait for the rendezvous? Is
could.
he gonna shiv Noxie? Noxie, don't press E. Whatever you do. Okay, well now he sees Benkai. He's like, yeah, well, maybe not. As Benkai. Maybe this is the bait. He has it. That's the first half of the play. Can he finish it? It's all about execution. Noxie's completely blind. He fires the shot. And Aserai, that's exactly what Benkai needed to do. That was masterclass. The thinking man. But there we go. A little bit of a leg day there just to get those nerves going, you know, get that sprint, get that limberness, really.
He didn't know. I was gonna say though, again, compared to any other tactical shooter, I feel like Valorant deceptively does have such a huge audio cue from footsteps in particular. Again, if you look at your minimap when you're just running, right, there's that huge circle that pops out when you're moving. Especially when you're running, and I thought that Noxie could have actually heard that, but somehow Benkai still is able to get through, at least through the positioning of Noxie, unfortunately, and able to get in up close and personal. Nice little really bolt there against Nox, but no peek will be had just yet. Alter Ego back onto the full purchase here. But it's Alter Ego. They're actually going to be just looking straight up into the A side as they start to charge right in. Delby clearing it out with the help from his fast lane. Drenkin gets 1. Isolation from him against Benkai. They can't really find the pick just yet. Aftershock just to give them a little bit more leeway to get into the site. But Alter Ego starting to get dismantled here a little bit more, Raph.
Well, I think they're the ones doing the dismantling here as Benkai tries to answer back with this defensive side on Paper X. I would say somewhat lacking. Alter Ego, though, they have been turning it up all the way to 100 out of 10. As the speed has been the thing that's been killing Paper X, they have to find some sort of stopping power here. And I guess the most obvious choice would be the Divide Benkai combo when it comes to utility, right? Mind Freak as well on that Viper. But Jing doing the best he can to make this economically unfeasible for Alter Ego, but unfortunately for Jing, there's not enough time for him to realistically do anything around the contest. Again, that rifle that they found is just the biggest bonus that they can get, but Alter Ego, man, they've hit the ground running on the second half, and it doesn't seem like they're stopping whatsoever.
Haven't stopped at all just yet, man. I don't know. I think it feels like there just is so much quickness to how Alter Ego do this again. I mentioned how that was the case for Paper Rex, but it seems like it's the overall case, right, for Fracture as a whole when you're on the attacking side. And Alter Ego is showing how, again, I mentioned this just a few rounds back, that Delby is one of those players that just finds so much success in how he approaches on the offense. And you do see that. Just everybody from Paper X gets cleared out so quickly, so purposefully here by Alter. And now Paper X, they're feeling the pressure. This is a team that, as you mentioned, has been undefeated, but maybe they have found their match, especially on a map that they have been just so dominant in, especially with Fracture.
Now that you mentioned that, I feel like the spacing on Paper X is also super considerate when it comes to Kush, right? Because 1-0 point is all it really takes. So I think they're kind of minimizing the damage or the suppressed value of that by just allowing one to get tagged up. Again, every agent has its purpose and that's his service, but once the side switches, some of the agents have priority over the others. Maybe that's what we're seeing. But maybe also the lack of variation on the side of Paper Rex. I don't think we've seen them do too much of assertiveness on the defensive side. They haven't really pushed up some other areas of the map, but look at this, as there's still so much presence and so much priority being shown towards the dish side of things. But despite this, Paper X is still miles away, and maybe we'll even see Mindfreak be left alone here. He only has a classic, so maybe he's just going to be a meaty, over-glorified Sova drone.
Lots of prep already. There it is. There's a pop. Ooh, a little bit of a boost there from Delby. Actually takes some fall damage, but he's still very close to his teammates. As soon as the phase, or the concuss fades, Michi just looks for an angle here onto Sands. Paper Rex are going to have to fight tooth and nail for this. One is hiding in the back of the site. That's Noxy with the reposition. And he gets two. Could even get a third. Repositions back. Cannot see TP out, and this is just, again, faltering so hard for Paper Rex, unfortunately. Delby gets him and his team on A main. Here's the swing from Devi, but there's 3-4 looking at the contact. This is so difficult for Devi to even just have a bit of glimmer, a bit of peekage through A main. Gets tagged, has to fight with, I think, just the Vandal, and unfortunately that's not going to be enough, and Alter Ego, again, just breezing through Fracture.
You said it, man. That gust of wind, maybe a gale at the beginning, but already a tempest tearing through this defense. And it still begs the question, what is Paper X? What do they need to adjust here? Because I feel like the most obvious thing that we've seen in these previous rounds, granted this was an eco, or at least a semi-buy, but where were the trades? Where was the immediate support from each other? Maybe they're spreading themselves a little too thin, potentially paper thin on a map like not Paper X, on Fracture. As once again, they go for that buddy system, right? Now we see the Breach and the Neon here trying to take control of A. And now we see the Raze and the Chamber on the other side of the world. But look at this. I love how compact and, I would say, turdly Alter Ego is, knowing that Paper X should have an almost full arsenal of weapons here. Granted, Forsaken's probably going to rely on that overdrive. And Jing has a showstopper to supplement whatever space that they want to retake. But time is still winding down, even though there's quite a bit of round. Now, sir, I want to hear your input on this. How do you think Paper X can manage to get an early halt onto this? Because once again, look at that. They kind of spread out still with the Nultimat. I mean, the 0 point. But look at this. Paper X, they trail it up. The defense is finally come alive. But Axe loves you, puts him back into the grave. Now, 3v1. Well, they've answered my question for me. The answer is shoot good. Ability later. We just shoot good. We shoot really, really good. And the defensive line, it stays intact.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It feels like they've been a lot more
30 seconds
reliant on what abilities they can throw to delay Alter Ego. But again, Alter Ego rush at the speed at which they can't really be picked off of, right? I mean, that would have been nice if they baited Axe's ultimate. But you know what? They secured themselves around. As I mentioned, this nice little crossfire has been set up. It is still going to be a buy for Alter Ego, but I really love the setup that they got themselves in on. But I also will say that it was very important that Paper Rex were able to sniff out where they were. Because again, that is kind of just like the difficulties of Fracture. It's always a 25% chance that they're not going to be at a position that you set up in. So if you have this 3-man approach on A main and nobody's there as Alter Ego's elsewhere, it is so difficult for Paper X, I think, to recuperate once again. That being said, the pressure is on. Alter Ego have called a timeout. There is going to be this question again of how well Paper X can read the situation or maybe get some value, even though there's only just that one player that will get pushed in. But the way that Alter Ego plays this, it's going to be very difficult.
With that being said, right, I think one of the things that Alter Ego displayed in that last round was the idea was just let the map do our job for us. Because Paper X, they have to be, or at least they're inclined to clear out as many angles so they can isolate those fights, find that KO. Once again, a big focal point in Alter Ego's performance. But this time, they choose to set up camp on the opposite side of the map. They do leave Xerxia on a, I would say, a hermetic approach, potentially soloing, maybe lurking. But Xerxia is like, I can't leave you alone, buddy. This is just too much of a perilous task. They do go back to back here. And Xerxia removing the showstopper for Jing, but Forsaken gets a trade across the board, or at least across the map. And now suddenly we're still in a bit of a shifting tide here. A warp in reality as Forsaken could find contact. Kush does find Forsaken. Beautiful eye as Aserai finds that Benkai also gets a trade. Kush, who's been blazing hot, who's been red hot, has been somewhat doused. And now Alter Ego, they still have site control, but Mind Freak, if he gets his feet planted on the site, then that's going to be the Viper's Pit, almost immediately being expended.
Now on the retake, they're able to at least gap themselves onto the side. Delby, as you can see, is so near onto the flank that if PaperX are slow at this, this is going to be absolutely horrendous for them in particular. Axe now uses the orbital strike to delay them even further. Benkai gets gobbled up by the ultimate, and Delby comes in for the swing. That is not yet halved. He needs to hit the shot, but Delby's so quick on the slide, and Alter Ego. Fracture is their game. And PaperX is just slowing down ever so slightly.
What an interesting case here, and we nearly saw a double kill there, but like you mentioned, right, it has been such a mess across the map. It's been pretty difficult to keep up. Alter Ego, though, now they look to run away, and for the first time in the series, I believe this is going to be the judge brought out by Forsaken as Alter Ego. They are somewhat making them a little more hesitant with their approach here. And I'm not entirely sure why they strayed away from having aggressive sands control on it. At the very least, they had one power position in the map that they could create a little bit of a forward operating base. But, well, there we go. Devi's like, yeah, this is exactly why. We get a shot, we get a tag, we get some value. And Delby, who's been spearheading this operation, this assault, has been broken, Aserai. He's not going to be seen anytime soon. Jing with a trade as Kush, who was nearly the star of the last round, gets the, once again, theoretical spearhead for PaperX as well.
This is going to be bad for Devi. There's one already holding on to tower, so he repositions quickly on Dice here just to get a little bit more cover right behind him. It's actually working. He got the first trade off. Noxie does get the pick in the end. There's still some value here. Forsaken has made his presence known on B main, but can't really push through that because he only does have the judge. Noxie trying to see if somebody's going to be peeking through the smoke, but he's had enough. He wants to peek by himself. Ultimate used by Kush just to stop Forsaken from sliding right in. Still gets the reposition, and look at that. Forsaken pops off for the round victory. But Alter Ego, so good on their initial contact as well to entry onto the site.
Initial contact, start strong, but finish. Well, you could say it's $1 million move with a 10-cent finish as PaperX. Now they do get that round that they needed so badly. Honestly, it was a bit of a drought on their end, and it looked incredibly... They looked incredibly famished because, well, Alter Ego, man. They've been doing Alter Ego things. By far, this is the best showing they've had in the series. And it's incredibly difficult to tell who has the upper hand when the trades do happen.
Yeah.
But no, definitely PaperX with the gun advantage. No questions about it.
Well, without the KO being on the side of PaperX, Delby can just do this. Oh, the side to fade away. Still, if he can hit that shot, that would be monstrous. But Jing comes in out of nowhere. Oh my goodness, Jing, how do you do this? Goes for the punish. The buy might have been the sacrificial lamb, but Jing was the one to pop out in the end. I summon Jing in attack position. It's only a Dren King spotted out in the open. I think Forsaken was able to actually get a glimpse of him. Now it's a 3 versus 1. One into the corner. He gets the headshot, but that's not a kill? Maybe it's a wallbang headshot. It just didn't look like that from the perspective, but PaperX started to rally back, and it all started when Devi had this operator.
Like you said, a bit of a giant tornado removing all the utility, the traps, the spells that Alter Ego could have potentially thrown out. But like you said, with Jing in attack position and that special summon effect, It's given Paper X a rousing and a rallying cry that they've been falling back onto. A bit of a point boost. The life points, Astrai, they've been somewhat dwindling on both sides. Just a few more rounds. And potentially we could see, oh no, the Exodia of the game. Undefeated. Always present.
Ref, you hear
Technical
that?
pause. What do I hear? What? 3,000? Ah! You know what? I am absolutely still such a fan of people who are so into the game, right? That for you, example, you know, you're walking onomatopoeia. You make a lot of the sounds, so much passion and potentially compassion for fellow competitors, fans in general.
Oh yeah. It's my childhood, dude. Gotta love the OGs. Actually, even until GX, I think it was pretty good. I'm referencing Yu-Gi-Oh, the anime.
I don't know. When they started racing on bikes, I was like,
that wasn't GX. That was after that.
What was that? Because GX is the synchro summons and the hero summons, and we had the Skyline, you know, the effect card or the field card.
It was the other
also,
one. Yeah, sorry.
Which one? Yeah, the one with the racing, right? I feel like that was a bit of a... Oh, and people are gonna say, oh, casters are straying away from the game.
It's
well,
technical pause.
It's a technical pause, man. We've talked about how Jing has been popping off in this later rounds. Okay, guys, here. So potentially we might see an overtime here, and we know how overtime is going to come down to the scrappiness and just the mechanical prowess of their superstar. But who really is the superstar on both these teams? Everybody has shown a capacity to explode, to be the man when they need to be. So it's really going to be an interesting series. It's kind of like Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, I will believe in the heart of the cards. I now draw Pot of Greed. Wait a minute. That's forbidden. That's Forsaken, perhaps, who's been, once again, Astrai, a standout performer.
Speaking of standout performers, gotta give it to Jing as well. Somehow this guy, this player, is able to get so much value off of just these teeny tiny bits of contact. And speaking of which, Noxy not far behind. They're being able to get the one up against his opponent there. Benkai, this is a one and done. He is just full blinded and is somehow gets through all the smokes. Unfortunately, yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. It's absolutely not. Jing though, okay, hang on. Jing is starting to reel right back up. The plant on the spike is on dice. He hits the shot. Oh my god, Jing was almost about to explode. Noxy reeling with 45 HP. That will give Alter Ego the match point. It got a little bit too dicey, a little bit too contact heavy, but still, they're able to get the win in the end.
A lot of contact, potentially Swords of Blinding Light, but a Mirror Force going in the way of Alter Ego as they repel and do such a great job of holding down the fort against Paper X, who did look like they had a bit of a rallying cry, a bit of reinvigoration, so to speak. Jing so close, yet so far on that clutch. As that's something that he has to kind of move forward from. Delphi nearly becomes a victim of bad timing. Mind Freak gets a big double. But Axlovia is on that trade with a Guardian, and that's going to help their cause to get upgraded weapons. But the Vi playing Duck Hunt takes the axe out of the air. And now we see an even more perilous journey. Because the Vi is so sharp, he even gets a third, Asarai. And where is this gusto? Where did this bravado come from? Do they just suddenly remember that, oh right, this is our map pick?
Kinda is. He wanted to get the revenge against Noxy from this kind of disrespecting his hold on A main with the operator. He's brought out the tour de force. That flash made Kush just an easy pick for the Vi. Again, it's a gap in the window, but still. Oh wow. Oh, kalma sa trash talk. And Neon. Alright, Delphi's gonna come in. Alright, we're not done just yet.
We're not done just yet. And once we hear that coveted voice line that everybody's such a fan of, it's Delphi who gets a trade. Oh my goodness, the buff, Asarai. I am so done with you, but Jing and the rest of Paper X, they explode. Now Jing still up in the sky. Adrian King and Noxy
player
still
standing.
to hold on to the crowns.
That
But
peak.
Jing crowns Adrian King with lead, ferocity, and violence as Noxy, who's clutched this exact same position, gets a bit of an upgrade. But look at that. The spike is within arm's reach, but a minute is left to be had. So really a lot of playtime here. Can he get those teleports up, those rendezvous points, those anchors set? Mind Freak. Look at Jing and Benkai. Don't worry, I got you. Don't worry. And you can see there is no disparity with what they're aiming at. And it doesn't even need the full force of Paper X to get that 1v1 out of sight, out of mind. And like I said, Asarai,
Overtime.
overtime.
Nice timing. And here we are once again to OT. Look at the just off-angle positions. Delby, he almost really had it, but it felt like, yeah, it felt like Paper X just had everything set up for the A site. Everything set up to contact. If you're gonna come out of there, there's the Rolling Thunder. If you get through the Rolling Thunder, there's a Showstopper. If you get through that, there's Mind Freak with a regular Vandal, and that's more than enough. But
pretty much with... Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, but that was just absolutely phenomenal for them. Alter Ego, coming into this round, they're gonna have to buy a naked operator for Noxy.
A naked one, but Noxy kind of disturbing the peace. Once again, showing up, finding one more with, as you mentioned, a bit of a nude operator. I would say Glass Cannon would have been an optimal choice. Doesn't really matter, Asterise. The setup is just a little too crazy. And finally, put some clothes on, man. Benkai tells Noxy, no more indecency for you. And the fault line is perfect. He isolates it. Adrian King, Breach versus Breach. The 1v1 of a lifetime, potentially the first mark of greatness for this overtime as the cards have been shuffled. Oh, indeed. Oh, no.
He probably thought that Adrian was gonna go through B main. Oof. That was kind of awkward. He was repositioning for a B main peek out as well, but just didn't expect that Adrian would just be there as soon as he plants the spike on the ground.
A bit of a dichotomy in ideas, potentially an Ignister situation, as we could see both of the same, you know, they're the same cards and all, but the ideas, the philosophy, the understanding of the game, and the reads were just not meeting in the middle. No halfway point, really. But look at the frags, Asarai. Again, we talked about the strategic value, but Jing has no frills of just dropping 30 on the head of Alter Ego. Noxy, who's been found for going with that glass cannon. What happened to Delby there? A little bit of confusion. Maybe again, a little bit of sensory overload on his end. But Paper Rex, only 3 members alive.
Oh, this is bad. Adrian's got an access to his ultimate there. The delay for Forsaken for just a teeny tiny bit, but this is a pinch, this is a sandwich. It's one onto the side. Benkai still gets some value. Doesn't know that one has gotten through on A main. Forsaken does Forsaken things. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. And Devi, he's risked the purchase on the operator. Oh no, he doesn't even have any headhunters. It's only this and just a pistol in hand. This is gonna be just absolutely impossible for him to handle. That smoke's about to dissipate, and he's gonna be out in the open for easy pickings for the rest of Alter Ego. We don't even need that. We're gonna go to game number 3 here, Raf. The fight's not over.
What a steal. Potentially a snatch steal on the side of Alter Ego as they return the favor. Paper Rex looked dominant in that first opening volley. Again, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, Asarai. And it's been a fantastic series so far. I'm pretty sure the tension and just the stakes for these teams are just slowly rising. I don't know how to describe it, really.
Well, I mean, this is the knockout stage. This is our playoffs for being able to get into Masters. The best of the best have now come out, and it seems like Alter Ego is one of those teams. Now, Game 3 is going to go underway for Icebox here. We're just going to... Oh, was there any last words you want to say, Raph, before we go on to that break?
I was just going through the stats, and I was like, wow. Numbers confuse me. No, I'm kidding. Again, I'm just so excited for the third map. And no, I don't believe I have anything else left to say, Mr. Good Shoulders Asarai.
All right, so we're just gonna give it to the panel first, and we'll let them shoulder the burden of being able to drop all of the information on that second game, as it was really a bit of a doozy, a lot to unload, a lot to unpack. Anyways, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the panel and then game number 3.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generation. Look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Where's the Vinci? Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first overtime of the knockouts. Alter Ego. Just so impressive. And they cut it close as they did in Bind. But the beauty of all of that is that we get to see them against PaperX once more, but this time around in Icebox. Back over here at VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, Likeable, Fluffy02, and Trix once again here on the panel. Fluffy, please suffice this team with the fitting adjectives, because I am beyond the moon for Alter Ego right now, especially as that game was just ongoing?
I'd have to describe this as just surprising in general. You know, we saw Paper X come in to this map, fracture their pick with a composition that looks like it's going to be very aggressive and it's going to be very comfortable for them. On the attack, they did show a lot of promise up until the 6th round, but AE, on the other hand, really got that adaptation going where they took the reverse and took the rest of the first half. But coming into the second, you know, when you're defending with a team comp like this for Paper Rex, one of the problems of being so aggressive in its own right is that you have to play that role, play to your strengths of your comp in Valorant. And I feel like they weren't able to really leverage the fact of how aggressive they could be. They were allowing AE to get onto the site and catch up in the score. And at the end of it, AE, especially with a great overtime, just ended the dream of Paper Rex's 2-0.
Definitely. Paper X's lineup, and I mentioned this when we saw the agent selection, I love Alter Ego's lineup. I feel there's a lot of mobility, there's a lot of ability to also just go into those sites. They don't have to play it a particular way, but Paper X's lineup seems to need that kind of aggression early pick, and we saw them kind of switch onto it a little late, especially when Alter Ego was already on 11 points. Paper X started being a lot more aggressive. They started getting that information early on, pinching Alter Ego on the sites, but ultimately Alter Ego with all of the refrags, with all of the positioning, I feel everyone on AE was able to perform and step up. We could see it also was very even in terms of the scoreboard. So in general, they just did a fantastic job.
I think that's something that we really have to touch up on when it comes to Alter Ego is pacing. The way they played these rounds, very smart. You know, they did not allow for Paper Rex to have like a certain conditioning, because you see them some rounds, they're doing split pushes. They're utilizing the way Fracture is designed. They go up from both of the entry points, and then some rounds they just do a full 5-man executions, push with no fear type of thing. And it's just so nice to see, Trix. This is the kind of creativeness that Alter Ego had to bring out in order to counter an unpredictable team like Paper X.
Definitely. Also, there's, you know, the addition that they were just hitting some crazy shots on Alter Ego.
True.
But we could see they weren't committing to some of the pushes. Like, there was a round somewhere later in that they just stayed and spawned for a bit, waiting to see if Paper X was going to go for that aggressive push. I'm assuming it's because of their lineup. They're expecting that aggression from them. But we could see they were just patiently waiting on the site, on their spawn, and then they decide, okay, we're gonna go hit this side. Let's wait for the smoke to come down. Let's just start pushing them there. And as Fluffy mentions, you know, that Viper pick, I feel kind of shot them in the foot. But what do you think, Fluffy?
I think, you know, on the attack, it does its job, but when you're on the defense, you know, the big disadvantage for Viper is once you have your things set up already and your gas is already out, you're kind of committed there. And with a map like Fracture, and with your only other sentinel being Chamber, I don't think it's a lot of delay, which allows the enemy team, which might not be as explosive of a lineup than yours in the hard commit, just because they have that many initiators as well to re-hit sites once they do take out the like 1 or 2 traps to slow them down. They can really just bulldoze aside, which I feel like AE did take a lot of advantage of, because one thing that they did better than Paper X in this specific map, I think, is just not just pacing but also spacing, where they had a lot of their teammates ready to go for the trade in case their initial entry dies, etc. Whereas Paper X kind of played a more solo angles, where if one of them gets taken out, it's pretty hard for the teammates to help out or at least get the trade for them. I think that led to a lot of man disadvantages and kind of pushed it towards AE's favor. So it's good that they're adapting that playstyle against Paper Rex, and if they do that one more time the next map, then, you know, that might be the end of Paper Rex's undefeated run.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I think that it was uncharacteristic for Paper X to not be as aggressive. I mean, we saw the lineup. We were expecting more aggression, especially on the defense, but that's not what they were delivering this time around, which I am questioning why that is so, but again, they were able to pull out the adjustments towards the end, but it just felt like it was a little bit too late. And again, if we're talking about patterns, this was the exact same thing that happened during buy-in. Like, they would have been able, both of these teams could have capitalized off of each other's mistakes a little bit faster had they noticed what the pattern that was recurring was actually happening, where the trend was going. And they just had to break through that. But again, Trix, a little bit too late on the timing for both of the teams.
I do think so. I felt that watching that first map, which was Bind, I was saying how both teams weren't exactly capitalizing on what lineup that they had. They were primarily focusing on that synergy of your teammates, which is fantastic and necessary on a pro team. But when you look at Alter Ego coming into this map Fracture, we could see that they were optimizing the fact that they had that double initiator that that Paper Rex was not running. They had that ability to hit the sites more. They had the ability to wait on the Viper to see what's going to happen, see where Paper Rex is pushing. And I feel like that understanding, especially on a map like Fracture where we've seen Paper Rex shine, assisted Alter Ego in terms of this is what we have, this is what we're going to do, and this is what we need to be aware of. Paper Rex, on the other hand, usually so dominating.
Yeah.
So I feel like that was their downfall. They weren't able to get that ball started to start rolling because the crossfires also, they kind of let Alter Ego go into the sights, no?
Oh my god. I don't want to even get into the topic of crossfires because Alter Ego's crossfire just very, very good. But I wonder how that's going to play out as we move on to Icebox, Fluffy. How do you think the setup is going to be for either of these teams?
I feel like for Icebox, at least for the side of Paper Rex, there's probably gonna play the normal standard agents, probably flexing onto that KO. But I do know that they also run a variation of comp. Sometimes they play Fade. They've tried that. They've tried it with Killjoy as well. Sometimes even the is it Breach? I think Chamber is what I mean for the other Sentinel. So it comes off very flexible, at least in their local VCT. Or on the other hand, I feel like AE, if they play together like how they did during this game, if they're able to shut down a lot of the solo angles that you have to hold, I think they can really take Icebox over Paper Rex, as Paper Rex is the one coming into this as a reset, where it's essentially a best of one, whereas Alter Ego does have that momentum carrying through from Fracture.
Now, you did touch up a little bit of how they're supposed to play over here, Fluffy, and it always boils down to the composition. They're like seeing the composition come into play, you can already tell what kind of play style these guys are going to be running, whether it's an aggressive one once you see an initiator or perhaps any agent that has a lot of utilities to throw at them. So we're unveiling that right now, Trix, and as we do so, any thoughts on what you're seeing so far?
We're seeing both of the teams have the Jet. I like how Paper Rex is running the Sentinel, the double Sentinel on Davai and Jing, having that Chamber and Sage. I feel there's information that can be gathered by this team, but I also find that it's kind of that hard intel, unlike Alter Ego's Sova KO, which has that ability to get information without really giving up any agents. But how about you, Fluffy?
I think for Paper Rex, this is the first time actually that I've seen them play this single initiator along with a double Sentinel. The last time that they did pick Fade, it came alongside with a KO and Neon. Probably just testing something out for, I think it was, previously for APAC. But so when you give up the additional information from having that KO, but double down on bolstering your defense, maybe it's just because when you look at a team like Paper Rex, normally they win a lot of their attack sides here on Icebox. So now that they have a bit more stopping power in the defense with a double Sentinel, it'll bolster their defense and kind of balance it out more. So maybe it's just a more, it's more like an adjustment for their current team rather than what's the best.
That's true. That's true. I can definitely see that. I feel, especially with that Sage, the ability to heal is just really helpful on a map like Icebox, where you are taking a lot of duels, sometimes risky duels, especially a Chamber that kind of wants a little more information, peeks a little too far, gets hit a bit too much, runs to the Sage for a bit of a heal.
Okay, since you already touched up on that, like trying to get those early duels and tricks, what are the tendencies of either of these teams that they should be aware of before they even get started into this game? Like, what should they, like if they're too aggressive at times, what should I do? Like anything that you see from either of these teams?
I think Paper Rex going into this definitely need to have better holds if they want to just hold the site in terms of crossfire and bait situation. Being able to be in safer positions in order to assist their teammates. And because the side of Alter Ego has that ability to flash, to molly, to really flush people out of corners, I would say Paper Rex might want to refrain from standing in corners where it might guarantee their demise.
They gotta be careful for that one. But as I say that, despite us heading over onto Icebox, it just feels getting really heated up over here. And I'm not just talking about the weather, I'm talking about the tension. This is game number 3, folks. It feels like a hard reset, but remember that game number 1 and game number 2 were this close. So keep your eyes peeled as we head on over to the box of ice that we like to call Icebox. See you guys on game number 3.
The box of ice, known as Icebox. Once again, like I would have never guessed the dimensions, the shape, or the temperature of our set map. But as we head into a map 3 Asteroid, our apex predator known as Paper X, they have to go against the multiple visages of Alter Ego, who's been answering back, who's been fighting back, and has been believing in the heart of the cards.
First of all, Apex Predator, because you know, Paper X Predator. There you go. And yeah, Alter Ego definitely has been believing in the in the heart of the cards, as you saw with that last series or that last game that we witnessed on Fracture. They were just so I think good on the attacking side, especially with Delby at the helm. Now a swap onto Icebox is gonna be a different pace. This was, I think, still going to be incredibly close because we saw how well Alter Ego just play this particular map. There is going to be that difference with the Sage. Trix was probably mentioning that again. It's really good for being able to draw back yourself after some contact, get the heal, get the res. But one thing that we haven't really been favoring as much with this particular agent is the walls. They're incredibly strong, but teams have been adjusting quite well to it that on specific rifle buys, rifle rounds, right? It's almost always been broken and doesn't really give you that safety that it did before.
Oh yeah, that is true. And again, for a lot of the teams in early defaults were, hey, let's get the Sage roll up, let's not fight for backside, and let's not fight for orange. And Noxy has a problem with people entering his garage. Cannot seem to find Jing, who's right in the spot where he got a very iconic ace with the Sheriff, if y'all still remember. And now, as we carve the path for the future, that wall, like you mentioned, may be a little questionable in terms of value, especially eating up the fragments. But gosh, finds Forsaken, and a 2v4. Never mind then, as Adrian King still tries to get that number advantage going. Paper Rex, maybe a step slower, maybe slipping on the ice. They kind of have to change the treads on their wheels, perhaps.
Well, again, this is also what I was going to mention. This is Noxy's playground. If you've seen how he's played in the past couple of games, I think the last one that they played on Icebox was against RRQ, where he was just so convincing with how he played this chamber. I think he even clutched a couple of rounds with that. I think that was the match that we casted as well. And come hell or high water, when he does have that operator in hand or the tour de force in hand, this is where teams really need to take that extra step just to know where Noxy plays. Because if they make a mistake, and I feel like the Fade might be an agent that doesn't get that clear-cut picture as an initiator, it is going to be so difficult to slow down the pace of this man.
I would always almost prefer a Sova, because potentially if they had a Sova drone there, then maybe Benkai would still be alive. But again, just the preferences as we see Kush. Maybe he heard me. It's like, look at my drone. Let's get a little bit of value off that. And a beautiful flash by Adrian King. Xerxia with the snake bite, finding the side of Paper X's neck and potentially constricting them. But really great swing here, Asteroid, but the long range game is now going to be a conservative buy actually on Paper X.
That was a force buy last round, that's why.
Oh yeah.
It just didn't feel like they actually went for the force buy because it was just so well defended by Alter Egos. You saw with this one, like, look at that setup and everything. A flawless round for them on a force buy from Paper X, just as he mentioned, forces Paper X to go for his very weak conservative buy.
Yeah, again, it is the gamble that you have to make, especially when you want to get maybe your foot in the door forcefully. Sometimes people do slam that door pretty hard. And Paper X, they are suffering the effects of that. They still try to find a little bit of staying power here, as they are going to use numbers Alter Ego will forever be in a guessing game because of the nature of the defensive side. Paper X slowly moving forward, still favoring that heavy contact. They get 410 control and backside control now, so potentially a plant might go down, but I love that that preemptive fragment doesn't really catch out anyone. Now Forsaken is trying to make a mad dash out of sight, trying to use this Marshall for a belt play. Benkai sees ahead, tries to line it up, but Adrian King, the automatic fire of the Spectre, will find Defy. And now the members, they get cut down. Where they stand yet again, Aserai. So maybe yet another round on the board for Alter Ego. Are we speaking too soon? Potentially not. As Forsaken and Mind Freak, I don't think they have enough of a response here.
No charges left.
Ooh. That's that does hurt. Well, for Paper X at least.
Well, again, weak buy for them. This was a really good setup that took a while for Alter Ego to pick up. I think there were some mistakes from Alter Ego, especially with Adjourn King trying to flash out in front of the wall of smoke that Viper did set up. But regardless of which, it was still a really good retake for them. And this is still gonna enforce their. I argue they're still in the bonus round because they still have. Yeah, look, Spectres in hand. They haven't really full purchased that entire team. In Paper X now have their second shot at another try with their own gun round. This is still going to be incredibly scary because if they make a mistake, Noxy, just again, so disgustingly proficient with how he's been playing with this chamber.
I feel like with the Fade in hand, I think it actually pushes Mind Freak a little too forward too, because they need to maximize that seize, right? Jin can throw slow, obviously, but the only offensive utility they have in terms of, I would say, combining or going for that combo, like I said, with that seize is going to be the Snake Bite. And sometimes you kind of want to save that for the post plant, but again, it's just agent interaction that we kind of love to nitpick here. As the forces of Paper X Asar, they have an idea of where they want to go, and it's A yet again. Was not all that successful with the weaker buy as we've seen, but Alter Ego on that big bonus still. They built their bank at a ridiculous rate. The interests may be a little too much for Paper X to truly hinder, but Benkai getting Adrian King like that, it's gonna start the show for them, forcing these Spectres to play a little more claustrophobic than they would like. But the double swing, beautifully timed, but Kush is on that Sova, getting that shock dart lineup on Forsaken. So maybe, just maybe, they could get this round on the board for them, but I'm not entirely sure what Alter Ego was trying to do, pushing out Maze like that. But Kush is like, you know what, I got this. Don't worry about it too much. I already found my first frag. Well, that was my last frag, apparently.
I was going to say that Paper X's setup might have actually allowed Delby with a lot more leeway as he saw him playing on screens like that. If it wasn't for Forsaken hitting that shot, he might have actually gotten a really strong angle against the rest of Paper X. Because I was going to say, the wall was good. The Viper wall from Benkai was good for separating screens from sight, and then they do have the, or from Mind Freak rather, but then in Benkai's haunt just to kind of supplement being able to clear out the sight. But there's that one little angle that Delby can play on screens that doesn't get flushed out too often, even though it's a common angle now. It might have been an angle there. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here just a teeny tiny bit. Delby, though, flushed out as he was forced to use the operator, or not really forced, but decided to go for the sniper in hand. But Forsaken's really challenging him here. Good reposition for on the back of the site, but actually plays far forward. Loving the positioning here from Delby as he gets the catch onto Benkai. That's going to be the initiator down. Now Paper X are going to have to clean up sites with literally nothing to help them get some information at the back of things. And this is the round that Alter Ego have decided to go for the double operator. So even if they do abandon A and leave Delby for that A site, if they go for B, Nox is still there.
A little more careful and a little more assurance getting Benkai on the board. Delby is half, so he doesn't have the sustainability that Paper X have bought for themselves. 3-1 is the score, so the gap not insurmountable, but Forsaken so far forward, like you mentioned, right? All the utility has split up the site, giving them just temporary clearance. But Forsaken, you can tell that he's worried of any off-kind pushes. Can he find some value? Yes, he does. Adrian King, who was pivotal in that defense, gets culled. And Forsaken, yet again, stealing the light away. And he does get an important double kill. Noxy, we have championed him so much. But he will take a bit of a peek, but that is going to be his cue to mad dash out of here.
I love Forsaken's movement, man. It is crazy. There's nobody just getting hit a shot right now, can they? It feels like they just get out-peaked, out-paced, outsped by the rest of Paper Rex. That... I mentioned how it was such a good round for Alter Ego here because it felt like they had so much that could threaten Paper Rex. But as I say that, Paper Rex just go for the good old peekaboo. And they win every single one of those. Look at that.
Yeah, and I think the panel touched on that too, where it was a little uncharacteristic of Paper Rex to somewhat hang back. And I guess this is also reinforcing the point of people, oh, there's always one right way to play the game, but then sometimes that's not your strength. Paper Rex, they look like they're going to come back to it. And with Noxy still having an operator in hand, this time a little more shiny, a little more personalized
Gucci
for him. He is on that Gucci gang. We're not sponsored by Gucci, but wouldn't it be cool if we were? Yes. Yes, it would be. I will answer that question right away, as Delby still looks to be the seeker for his team, to find whatever they're lacking here. But Forsaken looks to provide a bit of an air show, but the snake and the arrow, too much for the dinosaur. Davai! Davai, you are absolutely on time. Very punctilious, very succinct, and very, very keen on making a splash for his team, Aserai.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, what a flick from Mind Freak. 2 versus 1. Xerxia on the corner already. So I'd had to reposition away because of the snake bite from Mind Freak. But the Vi, dude, I was talking about how scary Noxy is when he plays that operator, but somehow the Vi is matching up to the up extraordinaire and is even one-upping him with all of these saving plays for the rest of Paper Rex. Ooh. Yeah. Again, it's not the size of the mouse pad. It's how you flick it.
Are you telling me that I just bought another mouse pad for no reason? Yes.
Yes,
I'm not gonna be...
Your artisan's too big, man.
It's okay. It's absolutely fine. It's my second one. It's fine. But Kush gets a second kill for himself as well. The first of the round, actually. The opener. But wait a minute. Wait a minute. The second one comes in the form of Forsaken. Benkai's like, yeah, I can double up too. Let's get one. Let's get that going. Adrian King, who's infiltrated the other side of the world. But Benkai hitting him with the Uno reverse card. Finds Noxy. And what an angle indeed, as he is on top of that tropical hut in such a frozen tundra. But the Vi yet again. And I think a lot of people forget, the Vi is actually one of the more dedicated chambers on Paper X. It's only recently that Adrian King has decided that I want to clutch this out. The Vi once again, slippery as slippery can be, using that movement, the bob and weave, but now he's going to be a little hindered. The patience is here. The Vi, can he find the head angle? No, no. The head angle reserved for Crown, fit for Adrian King.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, he built diff. He's constructed alternatively.
Perhaps assembled unorthodoxly.
Absolutely. Put the pieces with the best materials, with the best ingredients.
Then follow the instructions, but still got a superb product. As once again, we've been championing Adrian King too, and I want to go back on that point, Aserai. For Paper X, for the longest time, again, if I remember correctly, it was the Vi on that chamber, while Jing and Forsaken were running amok across the round, while they had that oh so reliable anchor. They've been experimenting with that a bit. They go back to the roots, as Forsaken will return to the soil as Adrian King once again extends his Kingdom of Steel, and maybe potentially extending it to a Kingdom of Bones.
Overheating for Forsaken. They're actually fighting the angle as he was... What's the word here? Hit by the KO blade. Benkai immediately doesn't lose any beats. Oh, that's going to actually stop him from planting the spike. It was just too much damage from the snake bite, unfortunately. They'll have to reset. The ultimate was used, but again, there is a lot of stopping power. Nightfall just to secure a little bit more. They're rushing right in. They're deafened, but they're not afraid. Delby still hitting a couple of their shots here, and they're not done just yet. One big flank coming in from a Dren King, as the rest of the members of Paper Rex are out in the open. Thankfully, Mind Freak is still alive, so the Viper Spit does give them a little bit of cover. But Noxy has played at the back. He's now on Nest. It's about to explode. Mindfreak does find him on the top of things. Does he have the angle? Absolutely not. Divide has the operator in hand. Hits one shot, but he's getting corralled here. That's the Molly. And that's going to be about it. An alter ego making Paper Rex sweat in such a chilly map like Icebox.
Yeah, potentially hyperthermia, a little bit of necrosis and gangrene on the side. Many dangers. Incredibly nasty. And maybe potentially, like you mentioned, right, an overheat on the side. We had our eyes trained on Noxy here. We thought that he could have done something in Nest. But it was enough for the rest of his team to pull it back, and I love that. That was a beautiful shot. I mean, you know, a lot of us are fans of maybe Viper. Question mark. But Forsaken, who did, once again, maybe go into the heat of battle a little unknowingly, but it's Jing with the barriers and a wall of a man as Forsaken also gets a trade. Kush! He's like, you know what? I am sick of this. I am sick of the Sova bug. Oh my goodness, what an unfortunate turn of events, but Kush brings misfortune on the other side of the world. 2v2 Asarai. Okay, 2v1. Ace? Are we gonna have an ace from Kush? Only need one more letter to complete that tag. Devi could be sweating bullets like you mentioned. And he's slowly creeping up kitchen. Is there the beast of the man that's here? He has to retrieve that spike one way or another. The patience from both these teams. And Devi at least denies the ace. 1v1 now. Winnable as all hell. But are we gonna see hell freeze over as Xerxia is gonna throw a little bit of a deterrent?
Oh, wow.
Not a little. Wow, indeed.
Oh my god,
Okay.
it got away! What a play from Divide, dude! And Axe, I think he makes the mistake of actually thinking it's gonna be the A site.
Maybe.
Oh, Raph.
Just maybe. I mean, as much as we try to grasp for air yet again, the intensity continues, but the guessing game, 18 seconds, 16, the time is winding down, and you can see the dread, the feeling of dread on both players. And only now is that Xerxia is going to be notified. Devi has that one-shot capability. Xerxia does too. But ice and water, or at least cold temperatures and water, could potentially throw a very, very big icicle on the side of the head of Devi. And how are they going shoulder to shoulder here? They have no idea where each other are. And my goodness. Oh no! Devi actually gets spotted by Xerxia. He holds it down, but does he actually see him? Devi goes for the play. No, he didn't see him! The shot doesn't land! And Devi gets taken out of contention as Xerxia is the Serpent of Icebox. A title missed out upon many, but timely. Okay, we gotta calm down. We gotta calm down, Asterai.
Oh no, Devi. I mean, he didn't know where his opponent was coming from. Oh, but he risked his position to catch off Axe. And then what transpired after that was the spike was not even in his line of sight. That is where it turns into such a weird debacle here for Devi, because again, he's just betting this on the fact that his instincts are right. And unfortunately, it didn't hit the mark in that specific round. Oh my goodness.
And
you can't fault him for trying that though too.
Absolutely. It is one of the grandest stages, and we're still hitting bigger stages, but I feel like that's salt on the wound. Devi is actually the first person to get tagged by the snake bite, and Devi's like, I get it. I get it, man. Don't worry about it. A new round, potentially new excursion to happen here. This Exodus is the name of the game for Delby and Adrian King. They tear apart Paper Rex, but Devi is so quick to build them back up alongside Jing. Have faith, have a little more time in their hands, as Kush cannot find those shots that were so handed to him, or at least spoon-fed in the previous round. The spike has been planted, and an effort has to be made here by Alter Ego to flush out the rest of Paper X. We know how the setup is going to work. Every single Paper X member is going to be training their eyes forward. And Forsaken sees the gun barrel of Noxy, even teases Kush just a little bit. And it's his duo, Jing, at least part of the Wonder duo, to finish it off, to seal it away. And, well, we have a game here, folks.
Definitely do. I honestly thought it was going to be an alter ego round because of just how quick they were able to dispense the rest of the alter ego players. And this was off of the timing wall from Mindfreak. I mean, it's very much well telegraphed to the rest of Paper Rec or for alter ego that, oh, they got the wall. They usually push with the wall. So yeah, just set me up a flash, Adren. Let me do my thing. And it's so scary for them. Forsaken is treading on such shallow waters with that play of his. But somehow Alter Ego want to match up, and they make the mistake of trying to do it, Raf. Unfortunately, that didn't work. Adrian King's been picked up, and your sighs of disappointment are music to my ears because this is just absolutely horrendous for Alter Ego. They've gotten the rounds, but Paper Rex is bringing it all back.
Those were not sighs, those were
grunts.
Not even grunts. I just feel like I was dumbfounded, really, of what the plan was there for Alter Ego, challenging quite a few long-range long-range angles with limited weaponry. Realistically, they only had Noxy to do so, but you had to put that behind them. I think that was an eco. It was, again, my memory is a little jumbled right now as we pay attention. Moving forward yet again, Alter Ego, their round lead getting cut down. A little bit of a reverse of fates as Paper X. They draw a little bit more, potentially a pot of greed, a pot of avarice, maybe a pot of dichotomy, as they still shuffle their decks, potentially see what they can find in the graveyard of strats. As Mindfree goes for the classic, let's cover the flank, but the null command, it doesn't tag up the Vi! And gosh, he is gonna be feeling a little sore after that one, but Delby's quick on the trades. Mindfreak entering the minds of both Noxy and Delby on absolutely monstrous swings. But Xerxia, who is also on that Viper, again, to hold down the fort against such explosive players. Really, really difficult. Wow, I can't believe they've...
Last round?
Well, it is the last round, but I feel like that was so anticlimactic. The Nightfall, face your fears, but only up to 10 feet. Well, okay then.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with that one movie, right? Lights Out. Or that one short film. Where...
Lights Out is pretty good.
Oh yeah, the movie was terrible. The short film was absolutely amazing. Anyways,
yeah, that's fine.
Don't you dare say it that the movie
okay,
and that's like the first half was good, but then the second half it wasn't good. Maybe it's the same thing here. Maybe the first half is gonna be good. Actually, no, it's 6-6. So I retract my statement.
No,
still very neck and neck.
But you have to convey your point, Astra, as we are taking a little bit of a trip on said belt. As Paper X and Alter Ego not really giving us a hint of who is in the lead and who is more commanding. As we see fairly identical performances across the board. Jing once again a fabled sage on this map. A Harmesis. I know I'm a healer, but I can also stop the suffering of disease, which is pretty apt for Jing. Now, going on the side of Alter Ego as well, Kush has been fantastic this series, man. I have to say, I think this is his standout performance so far.
Forsaken has, on the flip side for Paper X's ace players, has been... I don't know if it's lackluster or it's just really how Forsaken has played for Paper X. That he's supposed to be the fearless entry fragger that gets the positioning for Jing. If that's the dynamic, well, it's working pretty damn beautifully here for Paper X. Alter Ego, on the other hand, I think the prowess of both Delby and Noxy cannot be remissed at all. And Adren King just being able to perform this well has been such a huge boost for Alter Ego.
I know that Trix is a big fan of the Fate Sky, but I feel like the value of Adrian King is how intrusive his utility as a KO is, paired with his superior timing on this agent, to be honest with you. Like, you can really feel his presence in both Fracture and here, and it's been somewhat domineering for Paper X. It's a spectacular sight, but still one you have to maybe respect. As the time is winding down, Asterai, so pistol rounds can only really say one thing. It's confidence, and it's Forsaken. He has that in spades.
Yeah, especially with the Sheriff in hand. If he doesn't have that confidence, well, the Sheriff is not going to have any value whatsoever. As the rest of Alter Ego now second guess. Do we try to push for a site where the wall has been planted? Wait a little bit more. We need to break down and start to work for that A. Forsaken has yet to still get any form of contact here, but doesn't want to make any noise, although Pipes, the drop down from Pipes. Noxie's hearing everything. Kush, though, as we mentioned, it's always nice to have a Sova here in Icebox that it clears out a lot of those positionings, and it does allow Delby to break away at that trademark, making PaperX respect it just a teeny tiny bit, although the rest of Alter Ego already looking for this A site.
Oh!
Ooh.
What is the
ghost? What is the ghost but a weaker weapon, right? That's why everybody goes Frenzy in Classic now. It's still good, but at that close range, it's kind of not.
Yeah, case in point, as the Frenzy finds so much value in both sides, the Vi's like, I don't need any of those. I have my own gun. But Mind Freak, once again, spreading his wings, providing an angelic recovery for PaperX, getting that first round and potentially that first swing on the board. Now, Alter Ego, the question is, are they going to go for the same route that PaperX went? Are they going to force? Signs point to no, apparently, Asterai. Now, I want to ask you, again, obviously for PaperX, right? I feel like their attacking side is that much more impressive, but it looks like their defensive side is really coming alive for Icebox, at least for the first round.
I think that's also the reason why, even though I was, and you know, probably Chad would get the whiff of this, is a couple of shots from Noxie there, pure confidence peaks, but as I mentioned, it is very well supplemented by the double sentinel for PaperX. Every time you go on defense with double sentinel, it just really does get a lot more difficult for attackers just to pierce in through, especially when you're gonna be on the weaker buys. And again, even though Sage is kind of like your situational sentinel or at times sentinel, it's still not as strong as you think it would be on attack, but on defense, it's just something different.
No!
Forsaken is just getting all of these charges with the Blade Storm, all these shots, all these repositions, and Alter Ego is just like, what? Where's Forsaken coming from? Behind us. Yeah, the back.
A boisterous weapon. It really is a very loud and a boisterous weapon, but subterfuge. Clandestine operations. SEAL Team 6. Forsaken. In theaters, 2,700 million. I don't know. But again, very, very... I feel like that's suspicious, right? Because I feel like in situations like that, and again, you know, people will probably say, oh, casters, why do they always want to see efficiency, efficiency, efficiency? It's not that we hate innovation. It's just the meta has been so formed by the practices of the past. Like a Wild Sage swinging like that. He has no reservations, nor any regard for the health of Kosh and the rest of AE. As Forsaken has a similar idea. You know what? Let's stop this attack before it even starts. And without a Sage, without
Nox.
Oh! What are you talking about? He swings, he flicks. I don't need to see. He feels, Aserai. He feels, and he's feeling the bullets riddle him. As Alter Ego, they somewhat equalize this, but this is such an expensive endeavor for them, considering this was supposedly a bonus round.
The Vice is not hitting any shot. Unfortunately for him, he's going to lose his life here. Mind Freak has a position. Oh, he is tuckered in on this corner, but the flash from Adrian King really helps Alter Ego solidify his sight. As I mentioned, very expensive round for them. Benkai, what are you doing? Well, what he was doing was at least alerting the tension of Adrian King here, as Axe is still yet to plant the spike. Mind Freak and Benkai very low in HP. And Axe here needs to find a little bit more solace. Benkai has himself a nice little pocket, so he doesn't go into the positioning of Axe Lavia here, who backs away into the safety of default. Tries to not plant the spike, but rather look for a fight. He's right on top. Benkai spots his nice little shoulders. And yes, there it is again. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes, all exposed to Benkai.
I had to take a quick look at everything,
you know, right?
really. What a statement to be made by Aserai. But again, we were pertaining to the fact that why do they always need a Sova? And again, Sova just clears so many angles. Forsaken, you can see that he's using his Sixth Sense. Very, very timely. Adrian King occupies the space that he needed to as well. Getting that operator out of the range, the comfort zone. And there you go, Benkai. Actually just saw half the body, Aserai. Not to really, you know, be super nitpicky. But Jing, oh no! Oh no! How did they get away with this again? They did the exact same thing a few rounds ago, but this time with a few more manpower. Xerxia sends Jing to jail, and Defy and Benkai, the duo to seal the round away. And Xerxia trying to portray a little bit of leg day action here, and will go to the battle ropes, finding Benkai, but ultimately a set to failure as the reps they come in for Forsaken.
Aw, man. Never are we gonna see Brimstone again. The big old Brimstone.
The widest model in Valorant history.
Chonkiest
He is a chonky boy. Yeah, he is a chonky boy. But again, right? I think Paper Rex, their timing once again has returned to them. Alter Ego, I think Trix mentioned this. We had a little bit of a talk about this backstage. And that Alter Ego, once they get their rhythm going, it becomes so dangerous, right? And we see that so obvious in the swing. So clean, 3-3 in the favor of both teams, really. But Paper Rex, they also found their groove, and they play in a different genre. So Alter Ego, they kind of have to improvise with what they have. Adrian King with the lethality and the information gathering of Kush, alongside the present fragging power of both players, has been a driving force for Alter Ego. But now Paper Rex, they're the ones doing the adjustment. They're spacing it out a little better, setting up Benkai to get a little more value off those Prowlers and off that Haunt, and Mind Freak not necessarily being too, what is the word here? Coaxed into throwing those snake bites early.
Yeah. It's perfectly timed here again. You just see, it feels like Paper Rex have formed into this one cohesive organism. Right? If they get traded, mind. Yeah, the hive mind, the swarm. For those that have watched LDR, LD plus R season 3. What's up? Anyways, Jing, is he gonna wall himself off here? That's a little bit awkward. Yeah, that's hella awkward though. All right, talking about them being a one-cell organism, but sometimes it do not.
Yeah, again, the bacteria mentality, as a great old friend of mine would say, is that very difficult to get rid of, to be honest with you, but also at times predictable. Paper X, they go for that off time. They did it basically they went AB, but this time they went ABB with the aggression on the rope side of things. Vi has a metronome of his own, but look at this, it's still Adrian King. He's like, I want to go for freeform jazz, I don't want to adhere to bars, to scales, none of that organized play, as Delby thrives in the chaos, thrives in the careening musical notes that has been being produced by all these guns, and Nox even finds Benkai, but Mind Freak is on the trade. Again, Aserai, the impact of Adrian King is almost universal at this point.
Wall hasn't been dropped, but Delby doesn't need it to be, as he gets the shot in. This is Alter Ego starting to maybe heat up just a tad bit. So a couple more rounds before they can say to themselves that we've equalized things, but that's a good beginner. Although Paper Rex, they lean into the curb here, Raf. Double purchase on the operators for both Forsaken and Defy. Is going to be really crucial, because this is what Alter Ego did the last time in that first half, and it didn't work out so well for them, and it did put them into a very decrepit position. Now Forsaken, he's out in the open, but none of the blades connecting. He's gonna be dropping. Wall, what? He got boosted by the wall and actually repositioned still. Does he get the heal from his teammate? Oh my god, how is this happening? What? He got walled up on Jail.
Jail is but a construct. Jing is transcendent, as what may have looked like a mishap, to be honest with you, with the aggressive Blade Storm. The umbrellas on Alter Ego were made out of steel and adamantium. They survive it, they weather it a little bit. But once again, no matter how solid you are, the forces of nature, they answer back, and Jing is its conduit. Incarnated as Carnage itself. Forsaken even gets one with a classic. How does that make sense? It doesn't matter. Adrian King trying to fend off everybody. But Forsaken once again hitting them with a Raigeki, eliminating every single person on Alter Ego's side. Paper Rex back in the driver's seat.
Forsaken is a man possessed. Look at that. Oh, okay, we couldn't see the blades, because what what happened before the wall boost was he whiffed all the shots, but still somehow got into the embrace of Jing. This is what you probably call as duo confidence. Whenever you see these guys stream,
trust.
It's trust. Whenever you see these guys stream, they're always with each other. They just know how both players work without even having to say anything. That is relationship goals for you.
Why are you saying this to me? Is it because I never play with you? Is it because I never duo with you? Is that it? You
Yeah,
try to throw shade
the
my
first time
way?
you said to me, "Oh right, sorry, we should grind to Immortal." What's the next rank coming at? Ascendant.
Ascendant. Okay,
And then
no,
we're still
here's the
not grinding
thing,
to
right?
Ascendant.
It's not a red flag anymore. It's green. Green means go. And Davai, he wants to get that. He does also have a green operator in his hands, but patience and temperance is what is being displayed right now, and in spades. Delby, though, who was an absolute firecracker in the previous map, has had somewhat of a quiet performance, just relative to that, right? He's been opening up the site, he's been doing his job, but Paper Rex, they have been much more solidified.
Did that make no noise?
Enemy at the gates? Enemy at the gates? Do we have both snipers, both operators, both long-range oppressive units in the form of both chambers? They don't know where each other is, and Delby has somewhat exposed his teammates. Like, oh, I'm sorry. But here we go, the Nightfall. No sound cues whatsoever. Trust in the eyes. But Mind Freak, he gets Noxy with the assist of that decay. And Axe Lavia, like you mentioned, gets the trade out, but the Vi, he is just too sharp. The brittleness of the cold is making Alter Ego shatter just a little bit. In Kush, we want him to heat up. Everybody wants him to be the hero.
He doesn't
But now he's gonna give himself away.
Oh. He just... Oh, dude, he had one extra centimeter to flick to his bottom left, and he would have spotted Forsaken. Again, in that position, you cannot fault Kush because time was not of the essence, but I will say, man, this was terrible for Alter Ego because of the fact that that Nightfall deafens everybody that gets hit by it, right? They just could not hear where Paper Rex were, and Paper Rex, they made sure they could take advantage of that. Everybody was just rushing into positions, in off-angle positions that Alter Ego were not prepared to actually swing or try to counter against.
I was just about to say that Paper X relying on the strong backs of their default, and rightfully so, as Benkai, once again, the mastermind, has cerebral power too much to handle, and even goes for a head removal surgery, but the doctor is not in, the scalpel not as sharp, but his presence being there, it's enough to give AE pressure. Kush, again, the outstanding performer, but Benkai, one more for him. Axe Lavia has something to say, and he gets a double, but he tries to jump back. The Fader is not enough. The space taken by Forsaken, and they get stared down once again by the Abyss. Paper X don't blink. Alter Ego, they run out of masks in this competition, in this series at least, Asarai.
Absolutely.
And what a map. Oh dear.
Feels like it's back to order. Paper Rex is a team that has yet to be defeated in their own region, just the one, and in our APAC region tournament has not yet faltered whatsoever. You'd think, again, with the way that they play, that somehow they should, but it's just so different when it's Paper Rex. You know, this is a team, again, that just exudes brilliance. My goodness. Alter Ego definitely put them for a spin, and that game 2 was something so different and really amazing from Alter Ego, but it still faltered in the entirety of the series. In any case, we are gonna go for that quick little break. When we do come back, it's gonna be the panel to just discuss again how crazy of a series that really was. This is the playoffs, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Forgiveness for my snafus, nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude, sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys. And both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad habit.
Hey guys, I'm Lenny from Bleed, and we are from the SGMI region. Our expectations are definitely to qualify for Copenhagen, which is the goal for pretty much any team there, I guess. Definitely, I guess PaperX from our first seed from the SGMI region. And the star player the player to watch out for is definitely the star player, Forsaken. I guess by playing our own game and just practicing and training and giving our best performance during the event. And make sure to stay tuned to the VCT APAC Challengers Playoff Stage 2. Hope to see you guys there.
ID 是 Silver BB， 我队伍是 Griffin Esports， 我代表的赛区是台港赛区。我对自己跟队伍的期望是希望打进亚太区的8强。我觉得这次亚太区的比赛最大的劲敌是 PaperX， 因为他们在上一季的 Master 得到了第4名，世界第4，然后他们队伍中里面都是天梯的好手，所以对于我们来说是最大的劲敌，就是 Forsaken， 因为他都是天梯第1名，然后也是一个人气好高、操作好强的一个选手。我们对这次亚太区的比赛针对的训练是面对亚太区的队伍的一些激进的打法，然后我们面对问题的时候，面对危机处理的反应。你们真的要看亚太区的比赛，不然的话，我阶梯会飙死你们了。
See the promised land right over the hill line, and I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time, put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever?
Paper Rex saved from that lower bracket run. Not completely smooth sailing as Alter Ego tried to foil their plans, but impressive try nonetheless. Back over here at VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, it's the likable Fluffy02 and Trix here on the panel. Fluffy, I know you're a 5-head guy, and I'm sure that you can agree with me when I say that that game was just filled with some big brain plays.
Yeah, a lot of big brain plays, and even from the start, from the agent select, the little change that they did, bringing Jing on that stage, keeping the Benkai on that fade, really proved that when they got on that defensive side, it was just a fortress for Paper Rex, especially that didn't even slow down their attacking half on the first tryout. Swinging, I think they strung 2-3 rounds together, getting that 6-6 half, but the dominating second half really sealed the deal, if anything, for Alter Ego.
I think also, you know, Paper Rex just being able to push the opponents back and keep them on in a certain area while you have that sage wall, the slows. I felt they had more ability for that delay, while Alter Ego on the defender side, it would have been more value to their agent lineup if they had actually pushed Paper Rex so that they couldn't get the bomb planted down, because Paper Rex just having that advantage on post-plant situation.
Oh, really? We were talking about this Trix, about behind the scenes, right? That Paper Rex is so good at fishing for the information despite being the attacker, that they're able to lay out their post-plant scenario really, really well. You see them from time to time, like planting the spike and going into belt, assuming or like finding information that there's nobody gonna be on that flank, and so they're safe to play off of that post plant. And then sometimes they play on the side depending on where they think the enemy is gonna come from. If it's unconfirmed that there's somebody that's gonna flank rather, then they just don't do it. They don't risk it going back to that spawn area. And it was just really good reaction and calls coming from the side of Paper Rex.
So also running that KO, I believe it was Raph actually in the casting desk that was talking about the KO and the utility that kind of comes out from that agent. And I feel that yes, the utility is great, but we do see that some teams tend to struggle in terms of optimizing the utility on, or you know, optimizing KO's kit, especially because Paper Rex playing for that post plant so far away, it's more difficult for a KO knife or 0 point to get that kind of value.
Yeah, so let's actually talk about this in depth, because I do want to point out that the first half ended in a 6-6 scoreline. And I think that was very fitting, because when you look at the records, it shows that Alter Ego has somewhat of a comfort when it comes to defending here on Icebox, which is actually very rare, because you often see the teams here really thriving when they're attacking, which is what was happening for Paper Rex. So ending on a 6-6, I think that's good. A little bit problematic if you're on the attacking side, because again, this is a map that rewards so much aggression. So Fluffy, let's actually talk about when the side switched and how they were able to play off the other side of the spectrum.
I feel like when the side did swap, AE just had such a hard time getting into the side and winning a lot of these fights, just because Paper Rex is they really doubled down on the Sentinels, and I think with Sage especially, it gives you a lot more options for the retake, and just to plug out certain angles with the Sage wall itself, it really stops a lot of potential plays that you really don't have to watch out for. Although I was kind of concerned that they weren't be able to function as well without the Sova, because with such a vertical map like Icebox, normally the drone, specifically because of the fact that it flies, could clear a lot of these angles compared to Fade. But apparently, it's not necessarily the most important thing to be missing out, because it works out well for Paper Rex, as we see here in the highlights.
Hey, you're the lineup guy. You probably have seen these lineups come to life before, and it's just Paper Rex bringing out the good stuff. Maybe they saw one of your hosts, Fluffy. But here it is, Jing Trix as our series MVP over here. Does this come as a surprise to you? I mean,
not at all.
Look at him. Did you see his big brain plays with the Battle Sage walls he was bringing out in this map? So good.
I love the Battle Sage. I think that Sage, similar to Chamber, can definitely be played like a duelist to create that space. You know, he has had an amazing performance throughout the series. I think on Fracture as well, we could see he was really pulling on those frags and being able to line them up together. But ultimately going to map 3 on that Sage, it felt that with the Fade combination, there's more ability for Paper Rex to slow them down. So looking at their lineup, I felt they would shine more on that defender side rather than on the attacker, because it seemed just string a couple rounds on the attacker, but then really hold down the line on defender side.
And they really held down the fort. That was such a good performance on the side of Paper X, as well as Jing, of course, which is why he is our series
So
MVP.
good.
Yeah, but with Jing being on the spotlight over here, this is where we put to close the first series over here on our knockout stage. We're gonna move on to the next series, the second one. I told you guys that we'll get a taste of all of the teams that are gonna be participating in this stage, so better keep your eyes peeled. So the first up on this series is a Cinderella story in the making. They were the top 3 team from MYSG, and they started all the way from the play-ins. Fought long and hard at that, even beating a giant at the group stage, yet here they are, still unfazed. This is Bleed Esports. Fluffy, I know you weren't here during the group stage to become a panel for Bleed Esports, but I'm telling you, in case you didn't know, these guys are something else. They're really evolving every single game that they're here.
Yeah, I mean, Bleed Esports, not much room for introduction as well. This combination of Europe and South Asian styles really has been the blend that has been working out for Bleed Esports, showing not only how explosive they can be at times, but how still cold and calculated they can be. That Cinderella story that, like I mentioned earlier, seems to be continuing as they've taken out a bunch of the top pro teams here on the APAC stage, Ghetto Artists, RRQ, Team Secret, and Fancy United. And now, before the clock strikes 12, we're going to be finding out in this match if that streak is going to continue, if they're going to still be undefeated, or if they'll finally be stopped on the opposing side.
I see what you did there. Clock strikes 12, huh? Maybe because they actually acknowledge me as their mom of some sorts on Twitter. I am like the fairy godmother.
True.
Wait, Trix is laughing. I don't know if she thinks that's true or if it's silly.
I think it's both true and a little silly. Why not? I mean, Bleed Esports really, stealing some hearts of the panel just because they've been able to improve so much throughout their run so far. They've grown as individuals. They've definitely grown as a team. We can see some players shining and you can see also the support that's coming in from the back line of Bleed. So I feel they're definitely a team to watch out for, and they're definitely a team that has shown so much progress.
Oh, I definitely agree. We've seen the likes of Darian and perhaps the other members who had this tendency of over-aggressing at times, but as their series progressed, it became more disciplined, I would say, and it's just fantastic. This is always the adjustment that we talk about here on the show, that these players need to come across, need to do as they go on to the next series. And as I talk about this, Across Bleed Esports is a team that's spread its wings and has learned to fly. They're the top team of Hong Kong, Taiwan. However, their debut here in the APAC Stage 2 has put them at the risk of elimination before. A challenge they gracefully surpassed though. They're looking to overcome a new hurdle. So let's welcome Griffin Esports. With the absence of Tash here on the panel, I won't be sharing my battle cries today because I feel like I'm gonna be a lone wolf with that one. But hey, Trix, I know that you have a lot of fun talking about Griffin Esports, so go ahead.
So Griffin Esports just being, as I mentioned earlier, one of those teams that I felt had the most growth as a team in terms of being able to really adjust their play style towards APAC. We see it in their interview even, that they were saying that they wanted to respect it and to play against it, because that is something that they acknowledge. We got Feng 3 Rainy, Shufat BB, Winner, and XII. Anyway, such fantastic players. We see the amount of space that they make for each other. So you have that Shufat BB kind of going in, creating that space, not necessarily having to get picks, and everyone else just following up. Feng 3 on the other side has also been able to anchor and to position himself around the way the opponents are playing. I find that just the way that they have been as a team in terms of changing their pace, similar to Alter Ego, constantly changing their pace, being able to have those explosiveness and that aggressive play, just makes it really fantastic to watch Griffin play.
We talk about Griffin Esports, and I absolutely love the evolution. I keep saying the word evolution, but that's what it is. These guys keep growing as the days progress. They always look back, they learn from their VODs, and they bring out something new to the table every time they go into a match, and I love to see it. It's just so good, especially with Griffin Esports. I know we talked about Boom, Bleed being some of the teams that have really grown since the play-ins, but you know, when we compare Griffin Esports from their day one here in the group stage, you really see the improvement that they've done, the adjustments that they really put out for us. And I think that it's very fitting for us to actually talk about the heads-ahead over here, because there are some notable players who were kind of like a catalyst to this transformation, if you will. Let's look at the heads-ahead right now. All right then, Fluffy, I think that these are your two picks for our head-to-head, so why don't you go ahead and talk about them?
Yeah, again, like the previous series, we have the tip of the spears for both of these teams, Darien and Shufat BB, respectively, for their own teams. These guys are the ones you're going to look out for when you're going to enter the side, when you're going to take space, when you have to pull attention from the defenders to really give your team the most chance of success on the attack. And on the defense, the people that you rely on to get all the clutches, and also who you want to be able to basically hold down the fort when they can in a gunfight. What's very important though is Darien has that tendency on the side of League Esports to kind of overheat sometimes, but with his teammates like Pith, who are a bit more calculated, as well as Maxi, generally speaking, the team I feel like balances out more. And on the side of Shufat BB, he is one of the better duelists that, in my opinion, I've seen throughout this APAC stage. And if he continues this trend, maybe he'll be able the defining factor that can really change the pace for Griffin Esports.
Yeah, I love the transformation on Shufat BB. At first, we're always worried about these duelists over-aggressing and not being rewarded for it, right? And I love how Fluffy was actually able to point that out, that with the addition of Pit and Maxi to the team, it kind of balances out that whole aggression that Darien likes to put. And as I said earlier, it feels like he's a more disciplined player at this point. So they're all learning together as a team. And the same goes for Shufat BB. It's just so beautiful the way this really plays out, right, Trix?
Definitely. I feel last time we watched Bleed play, actually, we saw Maxi on the breach, and I remember Tash Money here being a bit surprised on that, like Maxi on the breach. And I was saying, like, you know, I feel like that's a brilliant call because of the way that all of these players are, the way that they balance each other out, as Fluffy is saying. And I also feel that Griffin Esports was starting to find that as well. We see that Winner as their initiator also sometimes is able to shine, is able to make more space for Shufat BB to also go in, gets the intel, gets the flashes in. So I'm interested to see how these teams are going to keep with that adjustments. If they're going to keep it in while they're facing each other, if they're going to try to pick something a little more comfortable, nothing that's outside their comfort zones. But I find that now is the time to both be comfortable, but also understanding what you need in order to win.
That's exactly what I want to point out right now, because as the group stage was ending, there became this trend wherein everybody was starting to become flexible. You'll see, for example, on the side of Team Secret, you'll see Dispenser on the initiator rather than his usual sentinel role. And that also applies to all other teams out here. So I'm excited to find out what more adjustments they can bring to the table, what more surprises they can show us. And we can begin by looking at the map vetoes over here, because maybe it's time for them to bring out those maps that they're not usually comfortable to pick in and just show us some new strats over here. What do you think, Fluffy?
I think that, well, I don't have to say much as Bind is already going to be removed by Bleed Esports, but I was going to say that I was going to be surprised if Fracture actually makes it through the first map, and I guess I will be very surprised.
Ooh.
Fracture's not a map that I think Griffin has actually played in their VCT, as well as not the best win rate for Bleed. So having that available, or maybe they're predicting something else, is going to be very interesting as we get into our first selected map from Bleed Esports, which will be Ascent, followed by the Breeze that I was very surprised to see. I think that Breeze on the side of Griffin, though, is very good. They have not lost a game yet on that map, but on the other hand, it's been a map that Bleed has always lost, so that might be a stressful map for the Bleed fans out there, as Bleed does move into banning out Icebox and again Fracture, leaving the decider map being, I believe, split.
Yes, it is going to be split. Now, I just have to point this out. I know that Bleed is probably banking on Ascent on being a kind of fragile map on the side of Griffin Esports over here, but I do have to mention, despite their rocky history in Ascent, they won against Gaming Gladiators the last time around. So I think that they're starting to learn their lesson in how to maneuver or manipulate Ascent to go into their favor. But again, Griffin with the Breeze pick doesn't come as a surprise to us, Trix.
It really does not. But as you guys mentioned, that history that Griffin has on Ascent really is very dicey. I find that yes, they did beat out Gaming Gladiators, but I do wonder if they've actually learned their faults and are really going to adjust to it coming into Bleed, because that's going to be a deciding factor. Bleed is a very strong team. They have improved so much. They have played with more discipline, with that kind of aggression. But at least going into a map like Breeze for Griffin, I find that Griffin really shines, especially on the long-range duels. They shine on that more open map. There's more space for Shufat BB to entry and to play with. So I think that it's pretty interesting map picks.
I agree with you, and I think that this is something that needs to be brought up. We've noticed this trend, especially with Hong Kong, Taiwan teams. Their aim is phenomenal. So going into a map like Breeze, it's gonna be a breeze for them. I know that the pun is intended and you guys aren't reacting, but that's fine. I do want to point out that I think that they've really done the research, because when we look at it, Fluffy, Breeze is a map that Bleed isn't quite comfortable with, or at least in my opinion, it isn't.
Yeah, they lost both their games the times that they did play it on that map for Breeze, so I'm very worried again for Bleed fans for the Breeze map. Ascent, I feel like they have a pretty good chance, but honestly, even for Bleed, it's kind of a coin flip, although recently for the APAC stage, they have been showing up more often than not. Granted, I don't think it's always the cleanest, if I'm being super honest, but I feel like if they do take map 1, it'll be a struggle for the Bleed squad to take map 2 statistically, unless they have something really practiced coming up, which I hope they do. And on the last map Split, the fact that Bleed does have the advantage, at least for the side, for starting off as defenders, I feel like that is a map that they can always bank to kind of be a bit more stable for them. But I do think that will mean that more often than not, it's going to end up being like a 3-map thing today.
So are you predicting that based off of the maps, all roads are not leading to Oasis, but rather to Bleed Esports, Fluffy?
I think it's going to be a Bleed Esports. Then I don't know where Oasis is.
Well, agreeing to disagree, I think that Griffin doing a good job, and I like to think that Griffin can pull this one through.
Mistake. Well, does it come as a surprise to you, Trix, that I'm gonna go for Bleed Esports on this one?
Of course not.
Of course not. I've already coined the term that I am like a mom to them. I don't know if the whole team agrees, but I have had some sort of confirmation over on the social media. But yeah, I'm for Bleed Esports on this one. I'm cheering for you guys, and honestly, it was very hard. It's just that I've had this whole attachment towards that team already, and I don't want to let them down by predicting otherwise. But I do have to acknowledge that Griffin Esports, such a huge improvement on their part. So lovely seeing them every single game. I've probably in been in repetition over here, Fluffy. As I keep mentioning, that their evolution, that their growth from the day one has just been spectacular. And I can't wait to see what they're going to be bringing, especially as we start over at Ascent.
I think both teams as well. These are the two teams I feel really have grown throughout this APAC Stage 2. And it's been a treat watching them. We saw the start of Bleed being a little, struggling a little, going a bit too aggressive sometimes, not entirely certain as to why they were committing certain duels that they didn't have to commit, to becoming so disciplined, being able to fall back, pull back on their aggression, and being able to change the pace on the attacker. Griffin on the other side, also being able to change their pace on the defender, being able to get more information, but having that refrag potential. So it's really like a battle of the two teams that I find have really grown throughout all of APAC.
I feel like this is like a battle of probably a Cinderella story in the making versus... is it safe to assume, at least based off of what Fluffy said from the maps earlier, I feel like Griffin Esports could be labeled as the underdog moving into this series. So that's kind of what's happening here. Maybe a Cinderella story versus an underdog story. We love both. We actually really love both. Everybody loves an underdog story, which is probably why the progress that Griffin Esports has been making is kind of more evident or more visible to our eyes, because we always see Bleed Esports as such a strong contender ever since their MYSG run. Very fascinating. But Fluffy, anything that you're looking forward to or anything specific we should look out for as we go into Ascent?
I'm really interested in what composition they're going to bring, but also more than what they're going to bring in the lineup. I think that how they're going to play their fundamentals is also going to be something I want to watch, how they move around the map and how much spacing they have as a team. Because when you have two teams like that are kind of both adaptable, that both have their strengths in the fact that, you know, they do have a bit of flexible players and they do play pretty disciplined and they have that consistent aim to back it up. I feel like when push comes to shove, it really comes down to like how good you can trade your teammates and how much you can push the advantage and who's willing to manage that risk management a lot more than another team who's the ballsier one at the end of the day.
Absolutely. The execution is there, the team play, everything just comes into a factor when we get into this game. But as we go into Ascent over here, I'm actually looking forward for a KO. I think that a lot of the defensive layouts over here, as Trix mentioned before, it's the Kryptonite to it. And as I say that, Rainy over here, Trix, is locking in that KO.
So Rainy going for that KO. I think both teams are going for a lineup they've already played before. Nothing too surprising on either side. We've seen that Griffin Esports has been able to adapt their KO and that Sova to give more of that global presence and give Shufat PP more space to roam, while Bleed Esports going with that Omen. For me, the Omen and the Breach really gives more that flash potential and the close corners, taking the duels to the opponents, and you have that Sova for that hard intel. You've got a drone, you've got the recon, and I think it's just so powerful in the map like Ascent, which I find is very default.
Right. I think that I'm also very interested in the fact that both teams are running that Killjoy over a lot of other teams. You know, they kind of default into pushing towards that chamber more often than not. But I think Killjoy, as much as you're kind of limited for the range that you can roam around just to keep your utility up, it's still very, very important to have. But that being said, though, Lexi on that Breach does pose a threat, as that means that one team's lockdown is more susceptible than the others. But on the other hand, the KO is something that can really stop a lot of the execution plans that can happen, because if you do, you know, get that suppressed from the 0 point onto the Breach or Omen, it can stop a lot of these flash or stun pushes coming out of the Esports, which I'm still kind of surprised that they're actually playing this lineup. Although we've seen them play it before, I was expecting them honestly to have the KO in their pocket, whereas they're kind of going for the more older style spacing. I guess that's what maybe they're more practiced or they're more used to. This does allow them though to play at a further range, because you can always play off the turret contact of Killjoy. You always have Reach, who has an insane range. You can play so far away, and obviously you have Sova, and you can play post plant with the lineup. So it's more adaptable, I think. But I feel like on the other hand, if Griffin does land their abilities, theirs is just superior overall.
Well, if it was able to work against Game & Gladiators, then maybe it'll work against Bleed Esports as well. But that is the question over here. Who is going to pull out more utilities? Who is going to just make everything pay off in the end. And as we go into this series, we're about to find the answers to those questions. So now I'm going to be passing you guys over to our casting desk, where they will welcome you guys with open arms and tell us the tale between Bleed Esports and Griffin Esports.
Thank you so much, Laika. I think, our panel might be a little bit biased. She is wearing red after all, but here we go. Bleed versus Griffin. And Trix, I kind of like to side with her. She's, rooting for the Griffin side. What about you, Marquis?
I'm going for Bleed. I'm kind of like a homer here. I actually think Bleed should be able to take this series. And you know what? They've been playing well, especially Darion and the gang. They have been playing really well. Griffin have also shown signs of brilliance. Although, just a bit of history, I guess. They went 0-2 against Gaming Gladiators and won against them eventually. So they've been growing throughout the tournament, and we'll see if they've grown enough to beat the big boys like Bleed. We've been talking about Bleed since the last big tournament. Bleed was kind of like the top 3, or was expected to be. So I don't think it's different this time around. I think that they're coming in strong.
They certainly should be, at least, and this is going to be their map pick after all, Ascent. I think it's something that's very comfortable for both sides, and it's something that we've been talking about for pretty much the entire day, basically. Darion versus Sufat BB. This is like something that you just have to point out for sure, because they are the duelists. They are that jet player, Instalock duelist, haha. But they are able to do so much for their team, and they put those numbers on the board. But that said, both teams operate rather differently. And here we go. Griffin starting on defense, Bleed on the attack.
Yeah, definitely differently. Darion sort of plays through the first contact all the time for Bleed, and we can see that as they go into this B side. Darion is the one facing off that first duel. They always do that. He takes a big majority of the opening duels, whether it's attack side or defense side. It's the same thing. If we look at the positioning of Sufat BB, he's actually playing middle, so he's not going to be first contact when it comes to this defensive side. He's there for the retake, he's there to rotate. But Bleed are taking it slow this time.
At the same time, I think, Marquis, that's kind of like that double-edged sword, because if Darion dies, then the rest of the team is kind of lagging behind. It makes it so much more difficult, and given the setup that they have right now, Griffin, you have to take out quite the bit of utility first before you actually commit into the site. So now that the turret's gone, Darion dashes right in, and he's looking for something, knowing that the rotations, the retakes will be coming through. Cloudburst blocks it off, and now they're going for control over CT. They're actually pushing through, and this might be a good play. It's to go through from spawn to B site instead. They have to make sure that they don't get hit from the back, though, which is why they keep looking behind. It's going to be a big firefight. Trades going back and forth. Lexi able to take down Fung, and this gives them a bit of advantage, but at what cost, Marquis? They are so low, but Maxi just gets the quick double. Oh my god, that might have just done it.
Really, from the shadows, the lurk from this Omen, living up to his hero's name, and it's really just the way it works for Maxi. It's the lurks, it's the flanks, and he finds 2 headshots with 27 HP. Absolutely amazing play, saving Bleed. Right now, all 3 of them are low though, so Select still has a very good chance of getting this if he does not get dinked in the head.
Just a single bullet, a single whisper, and they might just die. So Select has to be very careful about his approach, using the nebula. He walks through, but right into the dark cover. Oh, Pith. He springs that trap, and just like that, Bleed takes the pistol.
Maxi really embodies his agent pick. Like, he plays a lot of Omen, even on maps where you typically don't see Omen, he still sticks by it. It's very reminiscent of Bone Cold. Great recognition by Bleed here that, B's overpopulated. There's 3 defenders there right now. Let's just go through let's just go through spawn. And they did that really well. They left Maxi on the lurk. He gets the 2 headshots. That was crucial for Bleed to win that round because they were all so low.
It's just this like quick adaptation that shows the brilliance that Bleed has. And now, I mean, look at this buy as well, Marquis. Are you kidding me, Darian? He's looking to take this win and he's looking to make it fast. The Phantom being pulled out now, it's a little bit risky, but if it works, it's great. You are so devastating to the other team. There's nothing much that they can do. Of course, though, that means he doesn't have much utility, light shields. And then Griffin, they just don't have that much to work with either. So it comes down to the defensive positions, and they are kind of stacking up on the A site instead. Peeking out into A main, though, pretty soon they should be able to tell that the hit's going towards B.
Yeah, and there's a lot of trust on Darion as well. Like, we've seen them do this over and over again. Darion buys the rifle. The rest of his team are going to be there to take it if they need to. And B-side is completely compromised. They're going in. I'm not sure how long Fong can hold this with just a classic.
I don't know about this. It's kind of danger close because that's the classic that we were looking for. Straight to the face. Darren gets taken out, but thankfully the trades go right on through. And on him, we also have Lenny, who's just lurking the heck out of this middle site. Select tries to push forward, but you know, you're just going to walk straight into the Ares. A drum magazine, and you're peppered full of holes. 2-0. Perfect start for Bleed.
I like how I still use the Ares even on the attacking side. Like, typically you see that on the Sova on the B-side defense. But having the Ares on Ascent, you know, Ascent walls, they're pretty paper thin. So the Ares can be useful a lot, especially when post plan on B, boat house is completely made out of paper. The Ares just shoots through that like it's nothing.
Yeah, just chews through. It's like a knife through butter. And the thing is, if Bleed wins this round as well, you can bet this Ares might just upgrade to the big brother Odin. So Griffin, they're gonna have to make this one work. They're holding on to logs though, and the perfect off-angle setup for Fung to find a quick double. Bleed continued to push on through, but inside of that nebula, it's just gonna be so much damage sustained. That thing's not solid. It's gonna come through, and Pith, even swinging out, gets hit in the face by Winner. Now this is the time when Griffin strikes back.
Yeah, it's such a clean round from Griffin as well. Only losing one player was only Sufat BB who gets taken out there. I think that's one of the best outcomes that Griffin could have hoped for, because Bleed are definitely going to try to get as many as they can, but they only got one, and that's on the back of Fung's anchor here. Getting that triple kill, getting the instant double to start the round, it really saved them a lot of economy, and it should set the tone for the rounds moving forward.
Well, at the very least, I think the tone, like you said, has been set, and that's why we're seeing Bleed trying to go for different approaches, this time through the middle. And there's that Odin I was talking about. Thing is, though, Sufat's just waiting on the other side. He's getting a little bit curious, but that's why he needs a headshot to the face. Pith denies that information. Another player now getting a little bit curious. Rainy peeks out, gets hit with a shock dart, and has to fall back. Bleed basically has full control over the middle, but they're just being very careful about how they want to approach market.
And all the utility usage to create that much space for them. But Select evens things out with a lurk, takes down the other lurker, Maxi. Has already been eliminated. And no smokes on the side of Bleed makes it hard to get into a site.
Oh man. A little bit tricky, but they do have quite a bit of time. They could overwhelm YR Select right now. They will be able to overrun the A site, take it down, get the spike planted, and then it's just retakes game.
Oh, he didn't
so
see
it all
anyone.
comes down to him. He doesn't quite see it. He sensed it, but unfortunately loses the duel, and this is where Bleed gains control. The rest of them now retakes game 3v4. It's not going to be easy, Marquis.
Yeah, not easy at all. And Lenny, look at his gun choice. An Odin in his hands as well. So the moment they start going up that wall, they're gonna get a pepper spray of bullets from hell. And that is the Odin from hell. It's a 1-for-1 trade right now. And Lenny is still holding on to that Odin. Hasn't shown their hand yet. But Lexi is just gonna kill everyone anyway. It doesn't matter as Bleed make it out alive with 3 members alive.
I mean, you were talking about this before we started, right? And that's just how the game has been playing so far. Bleed, they have this structure. They let some of these players get the opening picks. They approach the map differently, and it really just forces Griffin to have to kind of react to them. And sometimes this causes them to react a little bit more slowly, a little bit more delayed. And when that happens, you just don't have that advantage in the retake scenario. 3v4 is just so tough, especially when the post-plant positions are set up, and all Lexi needs to do is to knock those pins down. Here it comes though, next round, and Darren, he's looking to find that entry into the B site. You're getting blocked off by smokes, but so far, still okay, because Griffin just doesn't quite have the firepower this round.
And I like what Bleed does. If you notice the way they push into the sites, they waste so much utility, but they take their time. So they're a bit more patient in that sense. Like, they're very aggressive.
Bait out the utility first.
Yes, so they know that this is an eco round for Griffin. Baiting out the utility makes the gap even bigger, especially since they have the bigger guns. They have the Odin, in fact. They're still shooting through the walls. Fung actually has a Guardian to shoot through the walls as well. But here's the Rolling Thunder to open up the site. B side is open. Darian gets the first frag, trying to clear back of site. And not finding any more though. Oh, Alexi and Pith find another one each.
And it's not that much of a problem for Bleed at all. They baited out the utility, and they know that Griffin just doesn't have that much in the bank to hold on to the site any longer. It has to take a lot of shots like those from Rainy in order to make this one work, but unfortunately he's gone, and Select is the only one left. Goes in for a peek, but look at that suppressive fire from Lenny, and then Lexi just to finish it off. Bleed, they look so practiced right now.
Yeah, and it's like you mentioned just now, they're a bit more organized in a sense. There's always a first man in. It's always Darion. Like we talked about it. He always gets either first kill or first death, but that's the way Bleed operates. Someone is always there for the trade, but more often than not, Darion actually wins the duels. So that's actually a good way of like watching Bleed. You just watch where Darion is going. They're probably going there. And then they also have a next man up kind of like structure. After Darion dies, Lexi swings out, immediately takes the mantle of watching that angle, while Pith and Lenny are like the last lines of the defense. That's why the Odin is there.
And right now, I mean, even without that, given how the rounds have been going so far, they have these ultimates to work with. The KO Suppression Blade just closes that out for a second. And Darren's just waiting. It's this perfect structured setup coming in from Bleed. The support from the teammates, baiting out the utility, the rotations across the map like we're seeing right now. Griffin, again, they are playing behind. Pith is already deep into the bottom of middle. So if anything happens, we've got so many players here just to make the trades happen. Rainy goes in for a couple more peeks, gets denied the information, and ultimately this all means that Griffin just doesn't have that active map control. They are always reacting to whatever Bleed throws at them.
I agree, they're playing very defensively right now. They even rotated 4 players onto the A site, leaving Fung defenseless. Look at the knives. This is the Darion we're looking at. This is the Darion that Bleed really is depending on getting those first kills, and the Odin on Lenny as well. This is exactly why he gets these guns, why he's using the LMGs in play, and Bleed really have their gameplay down to pat. And look at it right now. Griffin, they're not going to play for this retake. They know they have no chance. 3v5, they gotta save. They're on the back foot, and they just cannot stop Bleed right now.
Investment is just way too heavy, so they have to do it, you know, in another round perhaps. They've got the Operator, the Odin, the Vandal, plus all of them are just 1 point away from their ultimate, so might as well save that for a rainy day.
A rainy day, yes.
But
they're selecting their fights so that they could be the winner in the end. They can try. They can try, but Bleed is definitely on the upper hand right now. They definitely have the game plan. They have the reads on Griffin, and they're looking to make it them bleed a bit more.
I'm a little bit scared.
Yeah, likewise. But you know what the thing about saving is? 3 of you might have guns, but the 2 of your other teammates, because your economy was so bad, your 2 other teammates actually cannot buy. So Fung can't really get a gun. Look at this, the Blade Storm misses a few, but then he just gets it. Darion just gets those first frags. Lenny with the Odin as well. Excellent gun, excellent use of it as well. They know when and where to use it. It makes it so scary to hide behind those walls, because those walls are paper thin, and then Odin is just gonna run you through.
And that's the problem right now, but at the very least on the other side, it's again this structure coming in from Bleed as they look to execute onto sites, or at least to bait out rotations, bait out utilities, and right now the peaks that are getting baited. Darren just strikes it down. Even the operator! Oh no! What a whiff! And Darren just capitalizes it on perfectly. 2 players left and they are basically all alone cold on the site. There's not much that they can do. Paper thin, like you said, it just bangs him straight through the walls, the face, everything. Griffin are defenseless.
The only reason why Darren was able to get all those kills was under the back of Lenny's recon. Look at this. The Hunter's Fury actually detects Fung. So Darion finds him on that corner, and because he swung that, he was able to get Sufat BB. There's a detection as well onto Winner, which is why he gets that shot through the Radiant boxes. And this is all on the back of Lenny. Like, you might see him at the bottom of the scoreboard, but he finds everyone.
The assists are coming in, to say the least. But at the same time, right, Marquis, I think this is just that practice, that rehearsed structure that Bleed has. Minor things happen sometimes. They lose Maxi, the controller, but still, they've gained so much space onto site just because look at Darian's positioning. They didn't quite know that he was there. He's able to get 2, but not before the trades come in. Sufat, he is the one that's looking to make this round work for Griffin, but unfortunately, there's just way too much in his face. He has to updraft and to fly away. And little does he know, Lexi's on the other side. He's able to take out the head. Not too shabby. And he's got about, like, what, 30 seconds before? Wait, whoa. Tailwind straight out of heaven. He's looking to take them down, but they're both just waiting for him. They've got the Odin, and they just shut him down.
This game is going a little bit faster than I expected. It's already 7-1, and Bleed has been dictating the pace the whole
they're
game.
rich right now, Marquis.
Sorry?
They got, like, they maxed out 9,000.
Yeah, they're all maxed out. And you know what, like, they're not even losing many members. They had a flawless round the previous round. They lost 2 this time, but it's just too much for Griffin right now. Like, they've saved a little bit. Their economy was hurt because of that save, and they can't recover from this recession because they've not been getting any wins.
So what do you think Griffin needs to do just to stem the bleeding, as the casters would love to say?
I actually think that it actually needs Sufat BB to get a bit more active control, which is what Bleed likes to do with Darion. I think that right now, you look at this, they have no information whatsoever. And the one doing active control is Wire Select. He's the one, look at his position. He's actually picking B. And if Bleed were pushing B, he'd be dead by now. And that's what happened in A side the previous round. So I think that the duelist should be the one looking for these early aggressive fights first to get some information. But this opening frag onto Darion is going to be good. Rainy gets a second as well, and this might be just what Griffin need. But Rainy gets caught by that aftershock.
He's been playing this garden position for the longest time, Rainy. And he finally is able to take down 2 in the process. A bit of a trade, but again, damage done, value gained. Bleed, they have to be careful now, and lurking on the other side as soon as the smoke dissipates, it's going to be Sufat who comes in. At this point, Bleed, they're at a bit of a loss. They've got some positions, but they need a lot of picks in order to make this one work. So Maxi now pushing deep into spawn. Wire Select peeks and gets his head. Lenny, all the way inside of A main, they kind of knew where he was. It's the perfect setup for Griffin to turn this back 2-7, Marquis.
Yeah, Rainy getting the first 2 frags was just really a great start for them for that round, and they need that to happen because Darion has been getting away with the first bloods every single round, and that's just how Bleed operates. But once you shut him down, that's the opportunity to find another frag after that, because Darion is kind of like the sledgehammer to your defense, and once you stop that, it becomes a little bit more manageable. I wouldn't say the rest of Bleed can do it without Darion, but it just becomes a bit more manageable when Darion isn't in your sight with 3 seconds into the round, which is what he does.
It kind of breaks that formation. I know what you're talking about, but oh my god, you know what else breaks formations? It's recon vaults, especially when it distracts you from the hit that's coming through. The assault continues forward, and right now they just reposition around with the Odin winner. He's looking for the sprays, but Lexi makes the trades go through. And right now, they have some ultimates. They could just play retakes, but instead they're pushing forward. Fung, Wow, so aggressive. And Pith just did not quite expect it. We're back to a 2v2, and Maxi only has an operator. He goes in, strikes down Rainy, but doesn't have much left now. He goes in for the peaks, and one bullet, one shot through the body, center mass. That's Feng gone. Even with the ultimates deployed, it does not matter. 8-2, Bleed does not stop.
And it's exactly what we were talking about. It's always a next man up. Next man up. They always peek forward one by one. They take the fights to you. And Griffin were not prepared for that one by one. They thought they had control over that area. And then all of a sudden, Pith swings out. They do get a kill onto Pith. But then all of a sudden, Lexi peeks out. And Maxi was there for the refrag. And Maxi confident enough to take this swing onto Feng as well, who was frozen in fear. He was just standing there waiting for the angle. But Maxi got the best of him.
You gotta love this structure that Bleed has, and when they push on, when they increase that pace, it's just so difficult for Griffin to react appropriately. I mean, they thought that they could go in to contest that retake, but like you said, right, next man up, Marquis, and Maxi really was that next man with the operator as well. I mean, Bleed, this is kind of like true to real life. They're flush with cash right now. Yep. And Griffin, they've got that house too. They've got so much in store. They're calling the timeout. Hopefully they can use it to come back into the game.
Yeah, I hope they can. I hope they can find a way. It might have been too little too late as well. There's only 2 rounds left on this first half. I'm not sure how this timeout can be effective as well, because look at their buys.
Oh, they're stacking.
Feng can't get a buy, so they're stacking. Yeah, that's why they need to stack, because Feng has to pick up a gun right after. Otherwise, he'll be useless with this Sheriff, or at least less effective, especially against these big guns. But look at the Bleed. It's as you mentioned, they turn up the pace once they get that first kill. Darren immediately goes in. They're just looking for that first pick.
It's so good though. Every single round, even if Bleed isn't really positioned around the middle, they block off Rainy, they block off Sufat just because of the dark covers coming in from Maxi. And right now, Sufat, he's waiting for them to rotate forward. He knows that they've been baiting out utilities so many rounds now, but it's going to come down to this operator versus operator duel. It gets smoked off though. And this is where Maxi, he does so much for his team. They have to be careful about this though, because the one flash, Sufat peeks through, but unfortunately is not quite able to find anything. Darren's looking to press the metal to the metal. He's going in for the right click, doesn't quite connect, and they just lost control. Bleed, this is where they start to fall apart. This is where Griffin starts to come in. They push on through in towards Speedway, but that's where Select from Logs is able to strike them down one by one. No more next man. It's a flawless defense coming from Griffin.
That was completely unexpected from Bleed, because they seem to have gone different directions. Some went catwalk, some wanted to push mid. Darren wanted to go mid, but there was no one there for the trade. And the moment Maxi went in for the trade, it was a little bit too late, because actually 2 players already there.
Crossfire.
And by the time they get into B, yeah, it's just like they lost control over that. They stepped in the pedal too much, but they went in different directions. And a little bit uncharacteristic for Bleed to have lost control there, because I think they really wanted to take out Sufat BB, who was low. Someone clearly called it, he's low, and then Darren just dashes in, but immediately finds Feng instead of Sufat.
It's been working out for the previous rounds only because Sufat was alone. This time around, he had a second player to back him up. So Bleed going to adapt to this now. Instead of going back for mid, they're baiting out bits of futility. They're actually bang Feng down to 1 HP. He has to reposition. The Aftershock, the Hunter's Fury, he's dead. Oh no! And now it's easy for Bleed to push in. Unfortunately, though, they're being a little bit more careful about this because of that Cosmic Divide. Bleed, they still have time. They don't have to fully commit to this just yet, but they don't have numbers advantage. That's a problem, Marquis.
They needed to use the Hunter's Fury as well to flush Feng out, but in the process, Ashley took Maxi out as well, because Feng was able to hold that, took one down with him, took Maxi really low, and because of that, Lenny actually team kills Maxi as well.
A little bit chaotic. We find a brief moment of respite, and Bleed, they're looking to recover from this. They push through that nebula, and Griffin, they're not peeking just yet. A couple of wall bangs just to ensure that there's no one hiding inside of corners. We love that. But they still need to prevent this retake from coming through. He spots the head, but does he know that there are 2 more players on the other side of that wall? Not to mention one more possibly coming through garden. The door's been shut down. So it's going to come down to the matter of seconds. And Lenny, he's all alone, able to take out the first, but does not expect the strikes to come from behind. And just like that, Griffin turned this back 4-8. Not too bad to end off the first half.
Yeah, it's a lot more manageable, Quack. Like, right now, the 2-8 seem to have been going to the direction of 2-10. And 4-8, definitely a bit more manageable, especially on Ascent. But watching the two teams, I mean, I would say that defense on Ascent is a bit more manageable as well. Here's the Hunter's Fury with a team kill. They needed to flush out Feng there. And because of that, they actually lost too many members. And 2v4, just a little bit too difficult for the last two players off Bleed to make it work. But still, I think they're very happy with the lead that they have, 8-4 right now. And they had complete control over that first half, except for maybe the last two rounds where they probably felt a little overconfident, a little bit more just wanted to get it done with and over with. But, you know, Griffin took advantage of that. And this is why they're top 8 team still. I think they mentioned as well that Griffin are the second top 8 Hong Kong Taiwan team. And of course, you have the best players from Hong Kong and Taiwan here for sure. I mean, really showcasing what they can do.
They made it through group stages for a reason, Griffin. And you have to admire and respect what the entire team does, especially when you get to see plays coming in from Feng, from Sufat. Despite being hammered by so much utility, Feng was still able to get off at least one frag at 1 HP. And that is just, you know, nerves of steel. That said, though, this is still a very huge lead for Bleed. They've already gotten so many rounds. All they need are 5 more on the defensive side. And on Ascent, yeah, I think that is very, very doable for them, especially given the structure that they have. You can bet that there are times they will go for that active map control. And I think that's what this second half comes down to, Marquis, because if Griffin starts to default a little bit too much and Bleed starts to get their way around things, they have to react. They have to be the ones catching up to Bleed. Yep. Then that's, you know, it's just a little bit unfortunate to see that happen.
I agree, and we're gonna see Daryon pull a lot of that aggressive, active map control, especially from the middle.
Oh yeah,
be pushing forward, and if Griffin are just a bit too slow, Daryon just might find the timing to strike and decimate them from the sidelines. And we saw that on the first half. Griffin were a bit more scared. They're a bit afraid to find an active map control. They've never pushed out, really, except for maybe one round where we saw Wire Select push out and take Maxi out. But it looks like Griffin are going to take it slow this time. They're going to try to punish Daryon, but the rest of Bleed are going to peek out short, but they're going to get punished. It's going to be a 2-for-2 though right now.
Not too bad. Definitely surprised Griffin. But look at that. 2 players out of 3 down to about orange red HP. It's not the best thing in the world, so they have to be very careful right now. Griffin, they've already claimed the site, and Stufat's just playing around the dark cover. Bleed, this means that they have to be very cautious about every single position on the site. They walk through, someone just could be lurking around the corner. So that's why we see Daryon shift walking, clearing out logs, now moving in towards lane. He kind of spots the foot, but doesn't quite flick towards the head. And that is a big problem now as Wire Select's flicks comes out of B main, and then Sufat all the way from site alone. Man, it was not too bad. You could definitely see the idea they were going for, but they just weren't quite expecting Griffin to fight back that way.
Yeah, Griffin was ready to take that aggression. And I think, of course, they've done their homework, but I think Bleed was expecting to catch a bit more here. The detection on the short guys and really hurting Daryon at the very beginning of the round really made Bleed just a little bit too low. Look at this. Maxi even takes a bullet through the smoke. They're just all too low at that point. But I think Bleed, they're still gonna, look at this, 3 sheriffs on them. They're gonna try to fight back.
You can bet that that's what they're gonna do. Look at the perfect setup. Fault line, sheriff peaks. Unfortunately, not that much gained, but at the very least, this sends a message to Griffin, right? Like, do not come through B main. You're gonna have to look for a different spot. And that's why we see Griffin just hovering around middle, maybe A main. There's a bit of a gap though, because take a look at your minimap. Look at what Wire Select is doing.
Yeah, he's already creeping up to wine. He's already infiltrated that A site. But I think the rest of his teammates are a bit too far. They're gonna have to rotate, and it's gonna take a lot of time if they don't even start now.
Oh. Yeah, they're actually just headed back into B. Wireselect just lurking, and he has no idea that A is basically ripe for the taking. So this is just gonna fix up for a big old firefight. They send out utilities, both sides contesting each other. 0 point. And unfortunately, Bleed are suppressed. No more utilities means this all comes down to the gunfights, and that's where Griffin will shine. They have the firepower, and they are looking to make it happen. Sprays forward in towards stairs. One more player gone. Darren's last one left, and as soon as he peeks out, turrets, specters, it's an easy run and gun for Sufat. And there we go, 6 to 8. Griffin slowly closing in on this gap.
Yeah, winning the pistol rounds is really important, and especially coming from a 4-8 deficit, could easily have been a 4-10 if Bleed had won the pistol round, but they were so disciplined. They knew that they could catch Bleed off guard when they were the ones pushing, so Bleed got punished for that, and because of that, they're able to make it into a 2-round deficit instead, and it's more manageable for Griffin. They're buying up a little bit right now, but not really fully committing into this. We've seen some teams kind of like try to buy the 2 rifles in this 3rd round just to try to win it, but Griffin are not doing that. And Bleed, immediately 2 kills from Maxi.
The Nebula, I think it just didn't quite cover it, and also because of that first distraction, Darren was able to swing out, pick up double kills, and all of a sudden Wireselect, he's so lonely, stuck on the other side of the middle. Information and position given away, slowly making his way through into market to pizza. But of course, there are 2 players hunting him down right now. They have to be careful about this though, but that is that perfect next man setup that we were talking about from Bleed. They managed to convert this round back into win, sustaining minimal damage, only 2 players gone. It's pretty good. I think it's pretty good, Marky.
Yeah, it's pretty good, and they really recovered from the first 2 losses, and keeping the members alive and was actually very important. But you know, losing 2, I think still okay, and they did a pretty good job as well of getting those kills, like 2 on Maxi, 2 on Darren, to open things up. That was really fast and really showcasing that Bleed, even though they lost 2 rounds in a row, they're not afraid to push forward and get that active control. Look at this right now. Darian and Maxi already pushing forward for that active control. Not too aggressive though, so they know how to slow it down a little bit. They know that they can't be too over-eager. They're playing it really carefully. Darian's not just holding W. He even gets detected by the suppression blade, but that could easily just be a false flag for short.
And you gotta love how they're switching things up as well. I mean, earlier on, Darren was on B, now he's on A. Man, Griffin, they are kind of afraid to push forward. They're waiting for some kind of a peek, looking for that opening pick. But unfortunately, Darian is a little bit smarter than that, and he backs off. Griffin now still slowly biding their time, making their way forward. And if they lose a player in that process, that just does not bode well for them. They've got quite the position towards market, though. If Sufat can actually take down Pith, they might be able to convert this into something. Oh, alarm bot. Pith is still waiting. Oh, so sneaky.
The backup from Maxi as well, the paranoia allows Pith to swing forward, but Sufat BB gets the better of him. Gets the headshot. 30 seconds left for Griffin though, and this is exactly what we're seeing. Griffin are playing a little bit slow, and Bleed is able to rotate. Look at the positioning for Bleed. Actually, Lenny with a hold on to the side. Might be able to find a third, but he switches to the bow. Lexi finds a kill though. It's all down. Wireselect and Rainy 3v2 right now.
Still doable. The trade just came in time, coming in from Lexi. 2 players remain, and they have no choice but to defend from the site itself. And when that happens, you are blocked in. Darren spots the foot, and just like that, Rainy's the only one left. Whiffs the spray as well as Darian just does the widest swing, pushing all the way down lane. And that is 10-6 in favor of Bleed. They're even giving that point up to Lexi. 1 away from the Rolling Thunder. Marquis, man, Bleed's retakes. You just gotta love it.
I completely agree. That super wide peek by Darian as well. You'd think that he wouldn't be able to get that aim in time, but he just executes him anyway. Lenny with a hold here, immediately switches to his bow though, sees the kill, and he's like, oh, I'm dead. But the trade comes in anyway.
I think he thought the player was up in towards in towards boathouse. That's why he had his crosshair position. That's why he just looked forward and continued pressing W. It was until he spotted the player who was spraying at his after image. That's when he turned around.
I think he.
But that said, though,
it looks like Lenny is going to be using an Odin.
It's going to come down to this again, and
but most defenders of most Griffin players are actually just probing it a little bit. As we see, Bleed are actually going to play this aggressive position still on Wine. Darian gets the headshot onto Wire Select. Maxi is going to be there for the backup as well.
And right now, they just don't quite have the guns still. And Bleed are so much in control. They are even looking for a little bit more, thinking about using utility to gain control over the map. Not even necessary, as Maxi just peeks along with Darian. They know the final two players are inside of Garden, and just like that, all that's left is going to be Rainy once more. Sheriff headshot, he gets one, but Lexi makes the trade. And 11-6. I mean, how do you think, again, how does Griffin come back into this? Because they've tried defaults, they've tried playing it slow, but when Bleed just go in aggressive, they can't quite react on time.
Yeah, I think it's a Darian Maxi combo that just a little bit hurts too much. I think that Maxi as a support player is just feels like he's everywhere on the map. Like he's there when Pith gets pushed out of mid. He's there when Darian is pushing on A. He plays from A, but you can feel his presence everywhere. Look at this smoke as well, allowing Lenny to peek out a little bit. He's literally everywhere. Like his presence can be felt. And right now, I think for Griffin, all of the mid control is missing. They had a little bit of it when they killed Pith just now, but they've been losing the fights pushing on main and only coming from one side. And I think that it might be prudent for them to try
look at that.
Opening it up a little bit by opening mid up.
It's potentially because of Maxi's smokes as well. Look at this dark cover. It's the one way, it blocks off A short. They knew that Griffin were positioned around B. They knew that there was that Astro Nebula for a reason. And even then, the presence, the pressure from Darian can be felt. And that is why we don't see Griffin moving around too much right now. The owl drone, though, oh no, it tags someone up. They have to dodge the Hunter's Furies now. And just slightly getting out of it. They set out the lockdown. Darren's still waiting for the push to go through, though. They managed to spray through the smoke. They took Lexi down. But Darren's still waiting. Cosmic Divide goes up, and that just makes it a little bit easier for Griffin to push
30
through.
seconds left.
Yeah, and the Cosmic Divide buys a little bit of space, but still a 4v4 right now. I'd say the advantage is on Griffin's side because they're able to set up these post plants already thanks to, that Cosmic Divide. But Darian always finding the first frag, first kill, but Fung is gonna find two first, and looking good for Griffin right now as they take out the rest of Bleed. And they finally get another round on the board after losing 3 in a row.
Just almost when they let it slip to match point, they managed to turn this thing around thanks to their plays, thanks to their setups, thanks to their ultimates. I mean, they kind of knew that they were pigeonholed into this one spot, and they managed to find that opening pick through the dark cover. They managed to set up the Cosmic Divide, which gave them entry onto the site. And when it came down to it, Bleed, like you mentioned before, sometimes they get a little bit overconfident. Darren just dashing right forward. It kind of became a bit of a Hail Mary play, and Griffin were just set up perfectly to find numbers advantage through that. This time around, though, Bleed playing a little bit more defensively. We've got the smokes, but Griffin are the ones who are playing it fast as they speed down through Pizza, taking down Maxi.
And that's an important kill. Like we mentioned how his smokes and how his utility usage was so key for Bleed to find these trades, get these safe picks. But Darian is gonna find a pick of his own anyway, smokes himself out and says that, you know what, you take Maxi out, I'm gonna take revenge. 4v4 right now. Darian is the only lone defender on that A side, and Bleed know that. They've already pushed B main. They're not finding anyone, and Darian is in danger.
That's why we see Darren backing up. They know where the hit is coming. They see that mid is clear, B is clear. Yeah, there's only one place where Griffin could be, and that's why it's so important that Darren stays alive, stays safe. He can't kill win though, but he's still able to take out one. That is big value, and now the rest of them, they've already managed to push their way onto site. The Rolling Thunder comes out, doesn't quite slow or hit them, and that's where Griffin is still able to spray it out too. Oh my goodness, Fung and Winner. It's all up to Pith. He's down to 30 HP, and he has to be very careful about his approach, sets up the turret, but Fat was just waiting for him to walk into his crosshairs. 8-11, and Griffin are still in the game.
The dodge of the Rolling Thunder as well caught Lexi off guard, and they also took Lenny down as well because they thought they had the space to go in there. And even after Darren's 2 kills, making it a 3v3, Bleed had a chance to get that round back, but unfortunately the false sense of security from the Rolling Thunder, he thought they got all of them, and look at this. They actually swing in and punish that. Pith gets really low as well as he swings in, but it doesn't matter, he gets headshot anyway by that Vandal from Sufat. And as we see, it's Sufat that's keeping them back into this game. Fung as well, getting these frags, even on the attacking side. Griffin are starting to make it an even closer match than it looked like at the beginning of the game.
You really have to admire and love this high-level Valorant gameplay, Marquis. I mean, it's we talk about Sufat and Darian so much, and they are such incredibly strong fraggers, but at the same time, the rest of the squad just comes together in perfect harmony. Sometimes some players fall, but then you got players like Pith to come into trade. Sometimes it's just Rainy with his assists right now, highest out of everyone on the server, and his 0 point is actually one of the things that breaks the formation. Darren couldn't tailwind away, he couldn't find more value because of that one piece of utility, and that is a little bit of a problem. Bleed, they might have to change something up, I think. And that's why we see the timeout.
Yep, I agree, and it looks like the change that they're making is to become even more aggressive as they push out here. They push out with 4 members on B main. Darren gets taken out though. Fong takes a little bit of damage, but not enough.
Well, it allows for Pith to walk all the way up catwalk. Gets that first player, gets a Vandal. And this
Good
is
read
where...
from Griffin though. Look at them, they're going A and it's free.
Oh my god, you're right. Red carpet has been rolled out. They just walk in, make this their home. Spike planted, but then the lockdown. Their only option is to either push up towards heaven or to back up all the way. They're actually going straight to gardens to try to shoot it down. And this is where it's the perfect crossfire setup. Oh, Maxi, Lexi, Lenny as well. They find 3 frags. Last player Fung, fault lined and detained. They know they have this. They know they can stick the defuse. And that's why we see Maxi pushing up front. He knows where he is as well. Here's the footsteps. It down, and Lenny picks up that perfect headshot just for the extra ult point. Defuse as well, match point.
They fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. They knew they were going to push that lockdown, and immediately the crossfire just decimates them, Quack. It's just, they just couldn't hold up to that, and because of that, Bleed are now in match point. Great play off of that timeout as well.
You have to love the trap plays coming in from Bleed, especially when they set it up so perfectly like this. Both sides, one player was detained, but unfortunately the one that mattered most was the one for the side of Griffin, as Fun was the last one left. It was just that perfect bait like you were talking about. They let them get into the A side for free. That said though, we're going back in the next round, and again Bleed go back to old tricks, and Griffin just did not quite expect it. Darren is able to walk away free with that 1 frag.
Yeah, how many times do we have to say that? But Darren always gets free frags, and that's off the back of the detection from Lenny. That was a recon bolt giving him information for that first kill, and they dash into the side as well. Cfat takes Maxi out though, makes things even.
And that just gave them the A site, but the perfect nanostorm does chip a couple players down to low HP. Darren goes in for the peaks, but oh my goodness, why our select was just prepared for that. Comes down to a retake scenario that doesn't quite favor Bleed, hence we see them rotating back around, just looking for the saves and the exit frags.
Yeah, Bleed understand that 2v4 is difficult, and giving them this 1 round doesn't hurt so much as giving them 2 in a row, and just puts them in striking distance of sending us to overtime. So saving the guns, plus Lenny can also buy for another one of his teammates as well, should they need.
I'm a little bit worried.
Gun. I am too.
They got the economy right, but ultimates on the side of Griffin are what I'm looking at.
Yeah, ults on Griffin. They have 2. They have the Hunter Fury and the 0 point, and I think for both the initiators to use that, they might be able to eke out 1 more round at the very least to make it really close.
very, very close to say the least. They need 3 more just to push this into overtime. Let's see if they can actually do it. Bleed, they've already spent their timeout. I don't think Griffin has done it yet for the second half. And Bleed are looking to pull out all the stops. I mean, they just need 1 more round.
Yeah, just 1 more round, and it looks like they're gonna have Darion push out on this A side, but not too forward this time. Not much support from, you know, your usual Maxi or Lenny, because they're on the total opposite side of the map. But we've seen Darion hold this. He's been able to find the lurker sometimes. Like Wire Select will just run to his crosshair and Darion finds the kill. But it looks like they're going on to B this time, and they're sending all 5 members through B main.
All 5? They can't quite just push through easily. And this is because Bleed loves to do this to gain bits of map control, to resist the push just by a bit. They get the information now, and it's just a matter of time because they have to actually survive the initial onslaught. You've got Lenny, who's just hiding inside a boathouse, though. He might be suppressed, he might be flashed, but he has an Odin. Sprays out the initial recon, and all he has to do is to let it rip. Is able to take down Select. Winner makes it a trade, and then Darion is already onto site. This is where you start to feel the heat. The flash just makes it a little bit colder for 1 second, but Bleed are hot on their heels. They're waiting. They're setting up the perfect strike. And Griffin, I don't know if they can actually resist this. The flash, they dodge it, but here comes Darion, able to take out the first. Tillwin's on the site, and all of a sudden they have no idea where to look. They get overwhelmed, and Maxi finds that perfect strike onto the last player. Rainy gets taken out, and it's 13-9 for Bleed.
They land the final killing blow onto the Griffin, and that's exactly what we've been looking at this whole game. Darion pushing forward, everyone on Griffin being confused, and the rest of Bleed roll in and take everyone out. And it's worked so well for them.
So incredibly well. I mean, it's that perfect structure. We keep talking about this. We love to see some heroics coming in from players like Fung, Rainy, Sufat from Griffin, but when it comes to Bleed, everyone is so in sync. There are some moments that we start to see bits of chaos, you know, like the team kill coming in from Lenny with the Hunter Spree earlier on, but when it matters most, when Darion gets to play perfectly, play in control, he finds that opening pick, he has a little bit more control, he dashes away, and then the rest of them just follow through, and it's just a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, and Bleed are so good at that, and making Griffin work so hard for the rounds that he won. They're all still struggles anyway. It always just looked like Bleed have just been getting their way, and Griffin just have to react, and that's how the story was for this whole map 1.
It really was. That said, though, this was just a set. 13-9 might be the score now, but as we head over onto Griffin's map pick on Breeze, who knows what's going to happen then? You have to find out after this break, guys. Do not go away.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far.
Griffins, as mythical creatures as they can be, Bleed 2. Bleed Esports taking map 1, 13-8 versus Griffin Esports. I might have had that score wrong, I'm sorry. But back over here at the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 challengers, it's Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix. What a first map we've gotten over here. So much adjustment happening from both sides. And in the end though, Trix, Bleed was able to read the situation. Although they did have a bit of a struggle closing the game down, they still did so at the end.
Definitely at that end, you saw that Bleed kind of switched on to their agent lineup and knowing exactly what to do with it. They needed to play that aggression. They have the breach, you might as well. It's really... It gives you a lot of value in terms of opening up space, understanding where Griffin's going, pinching Griffin in sight, which we had seen happen more than once in this map. So I find that also on the defender side, at least for Griffin, I kind of wanted them to play a little more of that retake, you know, play a little more of that delay, but not really have to commit to the fights. We saw Fung get caught out quite a couple of times, right?
Yeah, so the thing is, I'm sure that you noticed this too, Trix, and I know that the casters were actually pointing this out. For a lot of these rounds, especially at the start, Griffin did not have the map control. They were just reacting on what Bleed was doing.
Definitely.
I feel like one of the strengths that we have to always focus on when it comes to the agent compositions, similar to the first series that kind of echoes here, is you have to play to the strengths of the agents and your plan of what you want to do. One team has that double initiator set up. They can afford to hang back, get some information, figure out what things are going to go, especially with an Astra as well, while we have a more hard committing team in the form of Bleed, and they really showed it on their first half. On their attacking half, it really showed how explosive they can be. The combination of just the overwhelming utility coming from the support of the breach, as well as their Omen flash, and even to a certain degree Omen Omen kind of going in, because in a lot of ways Omen's just like a jet that's a bit slower, sorry. And
that's true.
It's one of the things that really helped them on the first half, and on the second half they did kind of lose that identity for a while, but like Trix mentioned, they kind of got back into form as they started playing more aggressive, because even as a defending side, where normally you think, okay, we're going to respond to the attackers, with the composition that they're bringing with this breach and Omen, it really gives them the ability to play with more space and aggressively take it. So once they started doing that towards the end, they started finding success that they needed to close out the game.
Yeah, the spacing, particularly on Bleed, was also very nice. You could see if they were alone, they were rarely in places where they could get picked off, or they could easily, they were mobile agents that could move away from their location. Then on the side of Griffin, you could find that sometimes, although they have a refrag, it seems like they have that refrag coming in, they don't really wait for that refrag player to space with them. They end up picking by themselves, and it just does not end up well for them.
Yeah, so we always talk about this, you know, you need that refrag, you need that buddy system come into play. Now, I want to point out that usually I'm not a fan of teams not calling an early timeout, especially when the momentum is not in their favor. And we did see the scoreline. It was leaning towards Bleed for the longest time, especially at the first half. And then we saw Griffin call a timeout at around round 10. Now, I do feel that that's a bit late. But I do think that that was around the time that they had that eureka moment of what was going wrong, because that was it. That was when they started showing signs of life over here, getting 2 rounds in, closing the half 8-4. Now, my question though, Trix, is what was that realization that came for Griffin that they were able to get those rounds in?
That most likely Bleed is going to be playing aggressive. You have a lot of agents in terms of initiators that give you that intel, abuse it on a site so that you can take the site. Like when they had the Silver Drone, they had the 0 point, they got all the information of who was in the site. They just needed to clear out some angles, they took it. And I feel that's essentially what Griffin switched on to. And because Bleed was also switching on to the fact that they had to be a little more aggressive.
Yeah, we always know that Griffin is the type of team that does kind of struggle in situations when they're forced to adapt. Although we have seen them do it in the past, it always kind of comes at a cost where it's a little bit slow. And as you mentioned on the attack boss around 10-ish, it might be a little late for Griffin, but at the end of the day, once they did kind of go for the adjustment, they started winning rounds. But unfortunately for them, I think they just gave away too much too early for Bleed Esports, and it really helped them, or helped the side of Bleed to really just outpace them. So even though they were starting to get rounds and it was kind of going back and forth for a while, stringing rounds together on both teams, it just wasn't enough for them to hit that magical number of 13 before the opposing team. And I feel like, they did play their comp to a certain degree, but it sounds kind of basic when you're looking at it in retrospect, where you're like, oh, this comp's probably aggro and this comp is stronger at this. But when you're in a game, it's not like chess. This game really evolves on the spot. It's kind of like other traditional sports, not necessarily like chess, where one kill that can take out someone very pivotal, maybe someone who has a recon or something coming up, really changes your entire game plan. So being able to not only focus on what you are trying to do, but stop what the opponent is doing while still keeping your pieces alive is always going to be a struggle, especially in a game that has such high pace and high trading potential, especially with a team like Bleed Esports, which kind of leads me into the next map, which I believe is Breeze. I think for Breeze, where Griffin kind of had a bit less of that buddy system now, I feel like that's actually a strength that they can bring into Breeze, because if they can win a lot of these 1v1s where Bleed won't be able to trade as hard just because of how open the map is, it's going to be very strong. It's probably why Griffin has a lot of success there and Bleed doesn't.
So I'm hoping that Griffin coming into this, I felt that on their ascent, just real quick before we move on to Breeze, on their ascent, it kind of felt like they weren't getting enough map control, not enough pressure. They were very default in terms of their spread. You had like the 2 on A side, 2 on B side, 1 on mid. But if they just kind of added more pressure towards that mid control, understanding that the opponents are very aggressive, it would have given them more value. And in Breeze, similar to Ascent, that pivot on mid is so important. And we've seen Griffin take control of that, but we've also seen Bleed do the exact same thing. So this one is really going to come down to the refrags. Bleed has shown that they have very good refrag control. They have discipline in their lineup. Griffin was lacking on it on Ascent, and I'm not sure if they're going to switch on in time for Breeze.
Yeah, so Breeze is a little bit tricky. We've talked about this during the map selection, right? That we feel like this is going to go on the side of Griffin Esports because Bleed has struggled here in the past. My question, though, is based off of like what Trix mentioned, where Griffin Esports is kind of lacking. You know, when it boils down to the fundamentals, there are certain conditions that are similar from Ascent going into Breeze. So Fluffy, do we think that this is gonna go in favor of Bleed Esports based on their performance in Ascent?
I mean, just from the performance in Ascent, I feel like they're going to be able to carry a bit of momentum. But looking at it as a whole and looking at their previous records, it's not the best track record, if I'm going to be honest, for the side of Bleed Esports. Whereas on the opposite end, Griffin does have an amazing track record on this map. I feel like aside from the strengths that they have in playing a lot of those 1v1s, Bleed Esports this time around, though, I think is kind of going for a bigger adaptation, even on the lineup. As we saw in the Agent Select, they're bringing out the Cypher, where normally they play that more default chamber, which is very popular in this map. Or on the other hand, we have the standard Griffin lineup, which does have that chamber instead. So the big difference between both teams, aside from that, is also going to be the Sky. They also run that, Bleed is running Sky instead of what they normally run, which is KO. And I feel like Sky does give you a bit more options. in the sense that Kale, you know, you have that one-time big-time 0 point to figure out stuff, but you have the repetitive info gathering that you can get from Sky, as well as multiple flashes for the retake, which might prove to be very, very effective, because aside from that, you're also bringing another drone effect into play. And with Cypher, aside from Chamber, instead of Chamber, I mean, you don't have as much aggression to hold those angles with the Headhunter or the Tour de Force, but you do have a bit more sight control. So I think that this adjustment that Bleed is doing can possibly help them, as the comp that they have been running so far is one of the reasons I think that they haven't been doing so well on Breeze. So coming into this with this new, fresher looking lineup, with the momentum coming from game one, although maybe, you know, the statistics do not necessarily agree with it, the team that goes into it today, I feel like, has a very strong chance for Bleed Esports.
This is gonna be a tough one. We might even see a map 3 coming along, and I don't know if Fluffy's too happy about that, but I'm sure he is, because he missed out on a lot of the action during the group stage. But hey, I know you guys are just as excited as Fluffy as we go into map number 2, so no more dawdling around. This is map 2 on Breeze between Griffin Esports and Bleed Esports.
Well, Den Mother for Bleed, likable, is still pretty much supporting her babies, so I don't know, because this is now Griffin's map pick, and I mean, we've been talking about Darren so much. You have kind of a nickname for him, don't you, Marquis?
Yeah, nickname for their Ion.
Because of the Ion skin?
No, Ion means there in the Philippines, so it's just like saying the same thing.
There.
Yeah, there. I mean, that's what he does, right? He just goes in there because he just chooses what spot to go into, and then takes over. He just gets his way. And right now, Griffin don't seem to have the answer for that. They've gotten a few rounds, but Bleed dictated the pace for the first map. For the second map, though, that may change.
It certainly might. Like Fluffy was talking about, the track records of both teams, Bleed statistically, historically, hasn't fared as well on Breeze, but who knows, that might change, because like he was mentioning as well, Pith on Cypher is very, very interesting. You have to have a very specific plan that you're looking to enact if you pick Cypher instead of Chamber, who is a little bit more meta right now. So let's see how that actually plays out. Of course, though, because this is Griffin's map pick, interestingly enough, Bleed are starting out on the attack. They're slowly making their way towards B site.
And this is their favorite. One lone defender, Darren's gonna play with him. He's confused already. He doesn't know where to look. Using his wall, but doesn't matter. The shock dart kills him anyway, so Select gets taken down. And Bleed, they have complete control over the site now.
Again, it's just this fast-paced action of them just streaming into sight like nobody's business. The shock dart taking out the anchor. Now Pith able to take out yet another. But of course, Griffin, they are able to strike back as well. Winner finds yet another one with his headshot from the Ghost. Lexi down low HP, not quite able to do all that much, and it's all up to Maxi as he comes in all the way from B main. He's still able to take out the first one with a headshot, the second headshot, or maybe make that a third as he comes up huge with a 1v2 clutch on the pistol.
Oh, look at that. He even went up to them
it's on
and
the mental game,
disrespect him a bit more. It is just a mental game. He made his way all the way up just to do that.
We saw it a couple times so far in APAC Stage 2. This is not new to us anymore. Sometimes, like Asterai, I think, and Raph were saying, you just gotta get those squats in, right? And if sometimes your opponents, you know, they have a chip on their shoulder, they get a little bit tilted, they play a little bit worse. I don't know. That's just them playing a game. Maybe we're gonna impose some fines on them now, but whatever it is, right now, Bleed, they're not slowing down. They've got the firepower, and they are pushing up middle.
Yeah, not slowing down. One thing I want to point out before we go further into this game, Maxi really gets killed. Lexi gets a kill of his own as well. They're just decimating Griffin. They're not even taking damage just yet.
And the second round Vandal is at that. Like, come on, man. Give them a chance. There's no chance at all, though. Pith just walks up halls, able to take out Rainy. Lexi already knew where the next player was, and then Pith just continues to push forward, cut them off on the rotation. You have no more limbs. You cannot retake, even though you're just one more player. 2-0, and Bleed are not slowing down.
A gift. clean round from Bleed, and not to mention they have a Vandal and 2 Bulldogs coming into this bonus round, which means that they have a very good fighting chance against whatever Griffin might have in this buy round, because they have 3 rifles. Even though they're a bit substandard rifles, they still close the gap a little bit better than a Spectre would.
I think this is the round that we gotta keep an eye out for though, Marquis, because if Griffin are able to put their foot on the ground to say, all right, enough is enough, they just might be able to turn this around. If they don't, that's where things start to go awry, and that is why it's so important for Griffin to get this round. That is why they're playing so safe, so far behind right now.
That's the story of this series so far. Bleed getting their way, Griffin just playing defensively. They do make Darien pay a little bit though. It takes 2 bits of damage. Hit also gets a little bit of damage, but the control over the A site, they're already in.
They've got the lineups for that one spot as well, knowing that that is where Fung would reposition to. So even with all this firepower, even with the positions, they couldn't defend the site. The spike went down. Lexi comes in with a flank. Oh my goodness, the formation, it's getting broken. He picks up the Vandal as well. Streaks up to the top of bridge. Does not expect the player coming in from behind though, but this has bought time. You've got about 30 seconds and you need to go in aggressive to take down the remaining players of Bleed. But here's the thing that they don't expect. The Barry Jack coming from behind. He takes down 2. And all of a sudden, come in the trades. Sufat 1v1. And Lenny heard that tailwind. He's waiting for it. He's playing for the time. He's looking back and forth. Goes in for the flick, but Sufat crouches. But all that time has been spent and wiping that sweat off of his eyebrows, Sufat, as he knows that he's lost this round. Thanks to the double flank from Bleed.
Yeah, and that was their bonus round, so they won. They didn't expect Darion, who found those 2 crucial kills, and Lenny played that last 1v1 so well, not letting Sufat even get the chance to find him. The double kill here gets a little bit over eager with the dash. He gets found out, but it doesn't matter. Bleed has already won the round at this point.
And that is such an intentional positional play coming in from Darion as well. I mean, he was tag team duoed with Lexi, but he let Lexi go in first alone and then made use of timing to come in with that perfect double kill flank. 3-0, and Griffin are all but disrupt right now. I mean, they're trying to get info, but no, it doesn't look good, Marquis.
No, not at all. And I was wondering why Bleed banned Bind when they did pretty well. Okay, Pip.
I'm gonna keep quiet.
Yep. That wasn't great, but they find trades on the other side of the map as well. They take Darion down. So 3v3 firepower is still good for Bleed, but the numbers not great anymore. They don't check the corner. Fung also finds one. It's all down to Lenny. It's falling apart for Bleed Esports.
What on earth? They had nothing but sheriffs, but minor mistakes, long-range duels coming from Bleed, and all of a sudden they just lost all of it. He got a little bit of information, but oh man, that's just the thing about Breeze. The site's so big, and Griffin, when they come in from all different angles, you are just stuck. And here it is, 1-3, the thrifty win from Griffin.
1-3, you finally find a round, but you know what? You know what happens when Bleed seems to lose control? It's a compound of errors. Like, something happens, and if they don't get their way, they just kind of like force things and try to rush it a little bit. And that's what happened in Ascent as well. It seems like when they lose too many members at first, they just kind of break apart. But Griffin are great to take advantage of that as well. Once they get the first frag, Pip uncharacteristically missing those shots as well, losing to that sheriff, I think started damaging Bleed a bit. They're like, okay, we need to go. They're pushing A, and then all of a sudden they lose members all over the map.
And that's just so unfortunate when that happens. The thing about Bleed is that they work with this structure. When they have numbers, when they have control, that's when they flourish. When they don't, though, it's a little bit tougher, and that's just the nature of Valorant. Right now, they're going with the structure, though, and it's just the perfect setup for Darren to find the opening pick. Gets the second one, and now he's looking for even more. Tailwind gets close in on the distance. Here's the footsteps towards the top. What a flick from Sufat! Wow! Still, though, a big obstacle in front of them is this Viper's Pit. And looking at the repositioning from Lexi as well, it catches them a little bit off guard. He finds yet another one before the trades come through. a little bit of economical damage done, and Griffin are looking to find even more. The tour de force from Fung. But I don't think he can get that much because of this one Viper's Pit. He's looking to stick it on the outside, but all they really need to do is spray it down. He's still sticking it though. Pit doesn't have ammo. He's spinning around. He gets defuse, and Rainy even getting the frag. What just happened, Marquis?
I think they expected the snake bite to land on the spike, but it actually was just a bit off. And it allowed Fung to just go for the defuse, and the Viper's Pit just made it impossible for Piff to actually find anyone. And such a good opener here is, like you mentioned, when the structure works, it works really well. But towards the end, it started falling apart. Fung finds a kill through the smoke. Lexi finds a 1-for-1. And then look at his defuse. Look at the snake bite. It just misses the spike.
What the? It's just nice. Right on the edge. And it's so unfortunate because they both spent their magazine spraying through that thing, but just couldn't catch anyone. And I don't know, I mean, spinning around like that, this time up on the top of the pillars. Oh, they are able to shut down the bleed assault. That is not looking too good now. We might have to shake some salt shakers as Darian, Lexi is the last one left. They are all overwhelming him, jumping back and forth now. Who's the one dancing on the corpses?
And they're the ones dancing on the corpses now. Griffin finally find their footing. I think this is probably the closest we've seen them so far. 3-3 right now for Griffin. And they pulled all the stops here to fight this anti-eco. They don't want to give Bleed any chance of winning a flawless round. We've seen that happen on Ascent. And it looks like it's... I bet it's a Bleed timeout. Is it?
I'm not entirely sure, but that's it. I mean, it would make sense.
Take bets. Yeah, there you go.
It would make sense, and I mean, you have to think about how these mistakes are occurring. They still have that structure. They are still performing with these rehearsed strats, but I think possibly maybe just due to the map being so big, there are these tiny gaps in which Griffin are able to find frags, and right now, the one that's finding the most of them is Sufat. When he is in control, when he has his operator and he's playing on the defensive side, it's just easy for him to strike them down, Marquis.
Yeah, we were talking about Darian just now being in control. Sufat, on the other hand, we talked about him at the start of the first map. We didn't really see that much from him, but we're seeing it now in Breeze. And for Bleed, they look like they're not as comfortable on the map. Like you mentioned, they do get that control. They still have the same structure, but the post plants, that's where they're getting defeated. They get a spike down anyway, but after that, Griffin's retakes are so much better on Breeze than it was on Ascent.
Yeah, it is a problem. But that said, I do think Bleed will perform a lot better on the defensive side. Coming down to this one right now, though, Griffin, they're the ones playing defense. They're the ones with a lot of money, and they can afford to actually go in aggressive. Instead, however, they're playing it safe. They're letting Bleed make the moves, make some mistakes, and that's how they're actually finding these rounds.
Yeah, and Bleed are just not as clean as they were on Ascent, which is why Griffin have been finding ways to punish that. It's the size of the map, it's the nature of the map. That's just the difference here for Ascent. And Bleed are going to take it slow this time around.
Very slow. We've got about a minute left. And they've got control over mid. Maxi, he's basically lurking right now. If anyone pushes out of mid doors, he finds that. If Darren finds the opening pick towards B, that's where they will be headed. And right now, the only one there to stop them is pretty much going to be Rainy. The rest of them already on their way, but I don't know if it's going to be fast enough.
Yeah, not fast enough. Plus with the Viper wall there as well. The toxic screen just blocked the vision from Arches, and Darian is going to find the push. Wire select gets taken down in 3v5 right now. And look at Sufat BB. He has no intention of going to the B side.
My god, look at this arc of fire coming from Darian as well. It just blocks off Arches completely. The only way Griffin can approach this right now is either with utility or if they slowly make their way through tunnel instead. But because they are up against a mammoth task, 5 players from Bleed, they have no choice but to back off instead. Even though they have that much economy, they can afford to lose some guns. There's just no scenario in which they are winning this round. So hold on to that operator, hold on to that Vandal. They buy up for their teammates on the next. It's all good, but what a round from Bleed.
It's just not just 5 players, not just 5 guns, but 5 players with full health and armor.
Oh,
Not
you're
a
so
single
right.
one of them
Oh
took
my-
any
Pure
damage this round.
flawless.
It's a pure flawless round, and that just allows Bleed to get back here, to extend their lead a little bit more, to damage the economy for Griffin. But Griffin, look at them. They're
What?
taking out the double up. There's a judge as well that's going to be hiding, probably
What?
going to use that Viper's Pit.
Okay. So Bleed, they're gonna have to think twice about approaching that Viper's Pit. It's a big trap. Probably not safe. Double operator though, that's interesting, because if they whiff a shot, they lose one of those. That's a big problem. But if they can lock out 2 angles, that's just absolutely perfect defense. Then again, we did just see a perfect attacking round coming from Bleed earlier because of how they carefully approached and carefully dissected sites. If Darian, I think, if he's able to take down one of these operators and Bleed start to go aggressive, it's going to be tough for Griffin to catch up.
Yeah, definitely. And it's always a matter of, do you want to poke the Viper's Pit? Do you want to go around it? Or do you just want to go
They're
away
just
from
gonna
it?
go
That's-
around it.
Those are the choices. Yeah, they're going to go around it. And when you go around it, that just renders the judge a little bit useless, because once they get on that B side, that Viper's Pit doesn't provide you that cover
He's got
for
a
the
vandal
side.
now.
Oh,
there's a bait. I think he dropped it inside,
okay.
but he also has a rifle to work with. And here comes that operator. Sufat locks out the angles perfectly. Has a bit of cover coming in from Nest as well. Rainy goes in aggressive, loses his life, and all of a sudden the hit goes towards A. It's the perfect call, but the question is, will they be able to take down Fung? Will they be able to take down Winner, who's at the top of stairs? It's so tough to deal with these angles, and this cyber cage will just make it a little bit easier. Once it goes down now, it comes down to the sprays, and Lexi is the first one who takes the hit. Lenny makes it a quick trade, goes in for the stick, but no, Fung comes in from behind. It's all up to Pith, but even he can't do all that much against Sufat coming in from above. 4-4, and Griffin tied back up.
Lexi's hair was just peeking out a little bit too much there on that corner. And Griffin are starting to make this game, this series, a little bit more interesting, because you can see Bleed. They're used to dictating the pace. They're used to getting their own way. But right now, they're not getting their own way. They're getting punished for what they're doing.
It's so much distance for Bleed to cover, and I just don't think Darren can do that alone. He loses his head. The rest of the squad, they start to fall apart as well. I mean, that's just what we saw. And right now, Griffin, they're getting a little bit comfortable, a little bit confident. They walk up front and Darren strikes them down. This just became a little bit more doable as the recon goes forward as well. They know they can get the A site, but they have to be a little bit careful. Wire Select's still alive. He's still on the other side. He sprays them through the toxic screen. Sufat takes down Pith, and all that's left are 2 players coming in. Lenny's still on the aggressive. The perfect flick. The spike dropped. And now Darian just waiting. Can he do it all on his lonesome? It's so tough. He whiffs the first shot, has to rotate back around, has to be careful about what's waiting behind him. Look at the minimap. Even if Fung missed that shot, Rainy was just waiting for the perfect opportunity. Thankfully, Fung lands the shot, and here we go, 5-4.
You can see the body language from Bleed as well. As Darren died, he kind of like had that defeated look. Look at this. Like, they get the first kill, but after that, Wire Select able to hold it down, getting a second headshot through the smoke as well, and finding the lurk from Pith as well. The flick from Wire Select just making it happen.
So good.
And Bleed just fell apart. Right now, Griffin are the ones in control over this game. They're just standing their ground, and they're not letting Bleed into their house.
Not at all. I mean, this is a brick house. You're going to take a lot more than a big bad wolf to huff it down. I think what needs to be done is a strategy change, because the aggression just doesn't work anymore. You can't just rush through smokes, through flashes, even with the structure. This round, though, is more about the trades, finding and dealing as much damage as possible, getting some weapons so that you can do a little bit more, get the spike planted, extra 300 credits. Now Pith able to do just quite a bit coming in from mid doors. 3 players versus 3. But that said, Bleed are still really low. Oh my goodness.
Sufat has found Pith running these past 2 rounds, unfortunately. All down to Lenny. doesn't need to save the Sheriff, so he's gonna try to do as much damage as he can. Try to find these headshots. Has the 100 Fury as well. That's not enough in a 1v3, but the headshots might just be, if he finds another one, it might be just doable for him.
Oh my god.
Sneaks out a little bit.
Time.
Oh, he might get it. He has the lineup for it.
Player standing.
Oh!
Hunter's Fury.
No time!
Does he get it?
No time! No way!
He gets the kill! Oh my god! Lenny! The hero for Bleed! The lineups, the Hunter's Fury! They made the thrifty round work!
Lenny, the young lion, just roars forward with the Hunter's Fury, the lineups, everything came out to that moment, and you can see that smile on his face. The initial Sheriff shot was just perfect. It came down to it, and even with a thrifty win, Bleed, their strat book is deep enough that they have the perfect setups. Griffin had no idea what hit them. They've got the money though, so they're buying back up.
Buying back up. They do have these money that have built up so far, but they are not stopping. Griffin want to stop the bleeding. They want to stop Bleed.
down
They take
A.
3 down.
One enemy remaining.
Even Winner gets taken down, but his ult is still up. They can still revive him. It's all down to Cliff right now. 1v5. A little bit slow in the lurk because all his teammates are dead. What can he do?
It's not that much. They kind of know where he is as well. He has to find something as soon as that Cyber Cage drops, but that said, against the Operator, it's just that much easier for Fung to react and click away. 6-5 now as we near the end of the first half. Again, I think Bleed are going to do better on the defense, but that said, you can see the gaps in which they aren't able to convert wins on their offensive pushes. There are so many times where they just get a little bit too chaotic, and that's where Griffin is able to turn things around.
We talked about their structure. I think their structure gets stretched too thin on a map.
Literally stretched.
It's literally stretched because the gaps in between the players are just too wide, and Griffin is able to take advantage of that. They like the long range gunfights. They like the 1v1s. They like the peek. They like the holds. And look at this. Even the hold onto that A side. Actually, it's Rainy who has to operate now. Fung is not holding it up anymore.
Interestingly enough, Fung does have the Tour de Force if he wants to deploy it. Might as well, since this is the last round anyway. So it just comes down to all of these angles being locked out. Bleed has to find at least something. Some kind of an opening pick if they want to make their way onto a site.
Darren was dancing around like a ballerina on that mid, just trying to look for someone he can kill with that Blade Storm. But if he lands his first shot from the Tour de Force, Bleed won't be able to have their structure. There's no next man up when there's a slow field on the floor stopping you. So Darren has to get in here. Oh, does not take the blind shot though. Fung decides to hold his fire, teleports away, and Bleed have to go over the site now.
Oh, well, still they have a lot of guns and they're able to lock down quite a bit, but here comes Darian. 2 kills and he's got me spinning like a ballerina. 2 players left from Griffin and all of a sudden they have to play retakes. Here comes the knives still. The Blade Storm is still up and ready and Winner has no choice but to push up front. What is that sudden dash, Darian? Oh my god, Daddy chill. Maxi as well, holding the perfect angles. 2 players on the other side and they just shut down Griffin. They have no idea how to react to that. And 6-6 at the end of the first half. This is still an even game.
Yeah, it's tit for tat. Since we were at 3-3 since the pause, they've just been trading rounds left and right. And look at Darian, unfazed by anything. Dashes forward, gets the aggressive kill. Finally got taken out, but not after he's taken out 3 with his Blade Storm. And we're going to the second half. Like you mentioned, Bleed's lineup might be better on the second half. So we'll have to see if they can close that advantage.
I mean, I think that's what this Cypher setup is all about. You know, tripwires, cyber cages, you got the camera for information as well. And not to mention just, I mean, can we talk about Darian again? He's just so insane. Like, actually kind of crazy. What kind of a peak was that as he tailwinded out just to find yet another frag before losing his life?
It's the Ferrari peak of all Ferrari peaks, right? He dashed with the blades just to find that kill. It's really just shows how confident they are, even though they don't have a big lead against Griffin right now, but they know that they they know that they're the better team. They know that they can get away with these things still.
It takes guts and trust in your teammates to pull off plays like that, because he knows that he can dash out and still find a frag. He knows that even if he dies, it's okay. His teammates are there to find that trade, because he's that initial distraction to pull their crosshair off to the other side, whereas someone swings from the left. And at that point, Griffin, they're just split up. That's how Bleed are able to find so many favorable duels. It's kind of like what the panel was talking about. They have that buddy system. And I think that's just something that works out so much more on the defense. The only way that Griffin can turn this around, Marquis, is if they are able to, I don't know, maybe turn up the pace a lot more, force Bleed to play catch up, but we haven't really seen Griffin do that yet, even with Sufat at 14-5-1.
Yeah, Sufat definitely the star player right now for Griffin, really showing up. Darren, though, after a slow start, finally finding all the kills on Breeze, and now it's even. And look at the aggressive push. Like you mentioned, it's the buddy system. It's Lexi and Darren pushing out together. They're clearing out B, and like you mentioned, Griffin are the ones playing scared. And look at that, Darren finds the first kill. Sky might not have...
Oh my god.
No, does not have the heal for this, but they've already taken one. They've already done the damage. Winner has also been tagged out a little bit.
They can just chill, though. But Bleed are not slowing. Look at how aggressive Darren's being. One player gone, and they're not quite sure where Lexi is as well. And all of a sudden, Pit peeking out of elbow. Oh my god, you're losing players!
Lexi!
Double kill, one more to go. Sufat is able to shut that down for the time being. Turns it back into a 1-on-2. Sharp as ever, but he still has a tall order ahead of him. Sufat has to play it so safe. He's got the spike. He's got 40 seconds and a tailwind. And maybe a dream.
There's no omen in this game, but you can see how paranoid he is by how he's turning around so much. He has no information at all. And Bleed are playing the crossfire in the middle. Maxi made his way around. Such a smart play from Bleed to have found that.
Crazy. Like, the push is out. The number's gone. and you really just have zero information, like you were talking about, Marquis. It's just, you really have no idea where any of the Bleed players could be positioned. You think that Darren is gone around the pillar of middle for 1 second, but then Lexi comes out from the same exact spot. Like, how?
Yeah, it's really a bit overwhelming. You can see that Bleed are just overwhelming Griffin. Like, they keep playing like they're getting back into a corner, and that's exactly what's happening, because Bleed just keep pushing their advantage. Whenever they get space, you give them a little bit of space, they just take over it.
They take over the entire map, like, seriously. That's just what we saw on the mini-map. That said, though, you have to admire the heroics coming in from Sufat. He's got 14 kills, I'm pretty sure 16 right now. But he can't quite do it alone. His teammates need to come in to support him. He dashes on the side, but Lenny's just set up perfectly to shut him down. And Darren with a Marshall from the other side. It's the musket plays. He gets a quick triple. He's looking for the fourth. Not even necessary as Lexi comes in to just end the day. It's lights out. 8-6, and Bleed. I don't know how they're going to deal against this full buy, but you can bet they've got something up their sleeves.
Yeah, for sure. They're going to make it hard. It's still going to be difficult for them because, especially on Breeze, the map is so big that having rifles against SMGs is just pretty much straightforward for the rifles. But you can't count Bleed out just yet. They're going to push forward. They're going to find a way to close that gap. Like, you're not even going to have that range advantage. Oh, wait, Darion has an off.
Yeah. That's why he had the Marshall pawned it off. Here comes that glass cannon by. Armor not entirely necessary, as we've seen Griffin going for Vandal so far. They have a Phantom this time around, though, so you got to be a little bit more careful. But here comes Sufat. Lone Ranger aggressing up front towards the top of middle, slightly supported by his teammates.
Look at these two dancing.
I know. It's just such careful. What? Narrowly missing Select as well as he goes into the window. But again, so many times now, Bleed has pushed up front, and Griffin are starting to expect it. Oh my god.
There we go. That's the op reveals. They're gonna know Darion has an operator. It's a really big risk for Bleed to be doing this, and Darion will either want to get as many kills to get with his operator, but he doesn't want to lose it. And for the side of Griffin, they're gonna know, okay, Darion's on B, but you're just go A. Exactly. They're scared of Darion, and they know that they can take advantage of that A side instead.
We can see this because we have God view, but if Griffin actually overwhelmed Darion, they would have gotten the side because Darion's only one person. That's it though. Right now, Pith going for a quick peek, unfortunately gets taken out. And here comes the rest of the Griffin squad slowly streaming onto site. Maxi gone, it's all up to Lexi. And at long range, it's a little bit tougher. Darion has to be the one to find more frags now. It's a 2-on-3 scenario, and he's got the Blade Storm. Tailwind at the ready as well as he looks for a couple more, but doesn't expect Winner just right around the corner of that pyramid. And here comes Rainy along with Sufat just rounding around. And that's Griffin coming back into the game off of some capital picks.
Yeah, Darion didn't want to pop that Blade Storm because he needed it for this next round in the case that they didn't get it. It was just a little bit too difficult for him. He was either going to save the op or save the Blade Storm. And he just decides to, you know, risk the Blade Storm for the next play. A little bit risky getting an operator, but after getting a first kill, it seemed like it was going to pay off. But they still have a fighting chance for this round.
Yep, full buy is coming back in. Some light shield, but that's not the worst thing in the world. What's interesting though is Winner with his null command, and that just might be the catalyst for Griffin to possibly take down a site. I mean, no more Viper smokes. I think that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, looking for a toxic screen. Actually, Maxi hasn't really used it yet. Probably wants to use it for the retake instead.
They know.
Slowly.
Oh.
Poison's off.
They changed things up. They're playing very defensive.
The combo of the Cypher plus the Viper, the Poison Cloud plus the Tripwire, is gonna make it so difficult for them to go. And look at that. They're gonna find them, and that's exactly why they're playing Cypher here. You're gonna find that Jet. Tried to take him out. Blades miss. Lexi takes him down. But Griffin are going to find the kills. Lexi holds strong though. 3v1 right now.
Oh, he thought about the Seekers.
Last player
Confirms that the player is towards B main, and he's the last one left. They don't have to spend all that much for just one guy. Recon does confirm Lexi though, but here comes Darion, gaining full value out of the Blade Storm, gets a free weapon upgrade, and of course putting Bleed 9-7.
It's such a back and forth game, but I think that Bleed is starting to eke out that small advantage. You know, the thing about Bleed is that when they play, they don't change their style because when it works more than half the time, it's enough. It's just the first to 13. They just want to go 13 to 11. So they're just going to keep stepping on that gas as far as they can they're actually calling a timeout. So Bleed probably just want to extend this lead a bit more.
And they definitely could. If Griffin are forced against the back wall and they don't have the economy for guns, I think Bleed are going to get a lot more aggressive, and that's when they start to walk away with a huge lead. Once they have that many rounds ahead of them, it's so much more difficult for Griffin to come back into the game. I mean, this is 4 more rounds and Bleed close this one out. We are just, I don't know, several rounds away from a 2-0, and Griffin do not want to get sent to that lower bracket.
Not at all, but if they could stop Darion though, look at him right now, topping the scoreboard. We saw CFAT BB get that early lead, getting those early kills, but Darion just beast awakened within him and taking back control over this game for his team, finding all these multi-kills left and right. Well, we're looking at it right now. The economy for Bleed, not perfect either. They have 2 Bulldogs, but for the side of Griffin, they're going for a full save.
Oh, and this is where Bleed finds that lead. Full save, and if you can't do all that much, Bleed goes away 10-7. It's just heartbreaking, especially since Griffin made it so close at the end of the first half. This is that Bleed defense, and they have the perfect setups for it. Pin snapping back and forth, able to find the first one, but Fung makes it a trade, picks up the Vandal now, and all of a sudden they're going through spawn to B site. Lexi is aware of this, so it's absolutely crucial for him to hold this down, sends out the Seekers, and he's just waiting for them to peek into him. Does a little bit of damage and repositions around now. Buys a little bit more time, possibly with the Hawk, able to blind them. Repositions back and forth. He finds that head, sprays down the first, gets the second as well. Goes for the third. Lexi anchored down the B side like nobody's business. You do not get to walk through.
The hold from Lexi, the positioning, letting them in, baiting him into his lair, and he had complete control over that B side. Such great play for him, getting a first kill, isolating his 2v1, swinging out, and finding the third kill. Such great play by him. Look at how he positions here. Immediately ducks out of fire and finds the last kill. Such amazing play for Lexi, and that just might be Bleed running away with his game.
And that's just how you use the Phantom as well. That said, though, that was just an eco from Griffin, so not the worst thing in the world for Griffin. This is the one that counts, because if they lose this, they lose all hope, all sense of momentum. And look at how Darren's positioned as well. I mean, even this toxic screen gives them so much control over cave, over shop. Griffin has to be very careful about how they want to approach this. Darren in the corner, spots the crouch, but unfortunately a little bit slower. Winner is able to take out his head. This gives Griffin a little bit of breathing space, a little bit of room. But here comes the Viper's Pit. Forget whatever I just said, because they cannot breathe through that green gas.
Yeah, if they don't want to go to A, they could have to go to B again and face the demon that is Lexi that just took them down.
Oh my god, so
1v3 on that side. Yeah, just so much control for Bleed right now. And look at this, Lenny just might find Rainy! And that's the advantage going back to Bleed's side. Lenny's just looking for the upgrade as well. Looks like they're gonna go to this B side, and Bleed recognize that. They're already making their way, but look at all the traps. Lexi with a kill as well. Pith springing out like a Viper, and oh my god, Bleed are just so clean with these defense rounds. We now see why this Cypher works out so well for them.
It's an intentional choice. That's what I said. That's what Fluffy said. And it works out so good. And you just gotta love how they're making this work. I mean, even with Lenny up over to the top on the other side of Halls, it's like you said before, Marquis. Bleed, when they're in control, their presence on the map can be felt everywhere. There's no omen, but you just feel paranoid. You're always looking over your back. It's like there's a whirlwind inside of your head. And that's why Griffin right now, they have to make this round work. They have to be so careful about it. If they lose this one, it's match point. They don't have money for the next.
Yeah, and it's like you mentioned, it's just the complete control over the map. But you look at Griffin, they're trying to poke and prod, but they're doing it in such a defensive position. Like they're not pushing in. They're waiting for someone to peek out, and you could tell that Bleed are just in their heads, because Bleed, they're not moving. They're not peeking out. Oh, Lenny almost looked like a sitting doctor, but he got away. That's free information. They know where Fung is already.
Here. Well, could be a bit of a fake, though, as Fung is the only one here in Halls. Bleed has been playing rather defensively right now, so they might not know of players headed towards the B site. The one thing that's giving them that clue is just this toxic screen coming in from Select. So now sending the guiding light, and that just confirms it even further. They probably know where Griffin's headed towards right now. We see the rotations coming through. So they have no choice. Griffin just has to commit into this, and they walk straight into the crosshair, straight into the flying bullets all over the place. YR Select able to find two, but here comes the trade from Lenny. One player left, and that's Rainy able to take him out. 2v2, and all of a sudden, Bleed has to watch their backs because Fung is still behind them. Drops down from mid, though, and they can hear that. 10 seconds left, and it's the perfect shot from Darren to close this out. 12-7, match point, and Griffin has to force buy on the next.
It's like our panel mentioned, it's the information gathering from Bleed that makes them so good. They have Lexi on the sky, Lenny on that Sova. They just have so much information, and it dictates so much of their defense. And with the way Griffin are playing, they're playing so slow. They're playing like they're always playing on the back foot because of how Bleed are playing. This information is even more important because it stops the burst from coming in. That burst was so expected onto the B side. They made a 2-for-2 trade even though they were undermanned, and they were able to stop the push.
Unfortunate. I mean, you said it, Marquis. Like it's way too expected. Bleed, they got all that information, and right now, they got the guns, they got map control. Look at the middle, look at B. Griffin, their only hope is if they can take Darren down, or if they somehow get the sense to head towards B and take down Lexi instead. But that in itself is such a tall task as well, because Lexi's been anchoring down with the guiding lights and everything. Darren now goes forward, gets a third, tailwinds away. He's walking away for free with this. Updrafts all over the place, looks for the ace, and he gets that right click, knife through the body. 13-7, and Bleed closes out 2-0.
After he got that third kill, he just went all out. Like, he saw the recon bolt coming out, he didn't care, he just swung, got the third kill, popped the blade storm, got the fourth kill, closes it out with an ace. What a statement from Bleed Esports. They took control over this. Breeze was not their map, but they ran away with it anyway.
It might not have been their map initially, but I think now we're gonna have to change the narrative. We're gonna have to sing their praises, because they are absolutely correct with how much they control this space. It's theirs. It doesn't belong to anyone else. Griffin tried, but Bleed just shut that door in their faces, and ultimately you have to say that it's Darren who does it at the end of that. How perfect was that ace with the operator?
Yeah, he just closed it out. I don't think he got hit there. He just took everyone down. And you know what? Bleed, it's a deliberate choice. Breeze didn't look good on them if you're taking previous map stats, but they know what they're doing. All of this was a deliberate choice. That Cypher pick also completely deliberate, and they knew that they were just trapping Griffin into picking that map.
Just absolutely trapped. I mean, so many times we saw that. The Viper's Pit, the Cypher trip wires, Lexi with the guiding light, and of course, just again, Darren. That final play with the updrafts was just pristine. You have to love that. Somebody please clip it. That's it though. This is what we've got for now. And more games coming up next. Our panel will dissect all of this after this break. Don't go away, guys. They will be back.
Gave you all of me, had me so to see. You chose to leave my life so. I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands.
Hello, my name is Xerxia. My nickname is Monyet. I'm from Team ONIC G, and then I'm from Indonesia region. I think our expectation is quite high in this APAC Challenger Stage 2, just because what we did last time on the Indonesia Challenger Stage 2. So I think we can make it to Masters 2 this time. I think our rival team right now in this competition, I think is PPGL, just because like what they achieved last time in Masters 1. I think from the rival team, I don't have anyone to look at because this is a team game. So I think I don't have anyone to look at right now from any other team. We'll do the same thing as usual that we did. So we'll do some pod review to enemy team that we are going to play against, and then we do some maybe small preparation before the game starts. So for our fans, we will give our best at these APAC Challengers to qualify to Masters 2, so don't forget to watch us. Go ONIC!
Halo, nama gue Saibani Rahmat dari tim Boom Esports dari region Southeast Asia. Improve di Southeast Asia nanti. tim yang menurut gue rival Boom Esports itu kayaknya Xerxia, karena kita udah sering ketemu sekitar 4 kali, terus Boom itu kalah 3 kali sama Xerxia sendiri. Yang nggak sabar pengen gue ketemuin sih sebenarnya si Scary sih, karena dia termasuk player yang jago banget, pinter, sama gue pengen buktiin aja kalau Boom itu bisa menang di stage ini. Strategi Boom yang pasti kita bakal benerin kesalahan-kesalahan kita yang di Indonesia kemarin, fix mistake, kita coba buat grinding lebih banyak karena kita ngerasa kita kalah AIM kemarin. Terus kita coba main gak takut lagi, sama buat ngalahin Xerxia mungkin kita bakal belajar dari kesalahan kita kemarin pas kita lawan di stage 1 dan coba kayak nge-counter lah, jatuhnya jadi kayak ya belajar dari kesalahan dari stage kemarin. Halo buat semua sobat Boom Esports, tolong dukung Boom, sama jangan lupa nonton Boom di VCT Playoff di stage ini.
It's a battle of adjusting on the fly over here, and Bleed Esports making sure that the mythical creature was not able to fly. Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, Likeable, Fluffy02, and Trix once again. And we just witnessed the Cinderella story of Bleed Esports come into a little bit more of a fruition. Trix, I know you have a lot to say about Darian and his flashy ways to end this series. So go ahead and get it started.
I mean, what an ending, right? He's just getting that ace on them. But honestly, the way Darian was repositioning, the way he would get information, get out from there, the way everyone on Bleed was supporting, just going to show how much Bleed have grown and why they're here. They're playing so much more coordinated, so much more disciplined too. We saw them on that mid take. We see them when they're trying to take the sites. They're clearing out their corners, getting all the information they need. Having Pit on that Cypher also with the ability to put pressure on other sides of the map.
You know what I was yelling as this game was progressing, Fluffy? Please take mid control. Do it, guys. We were talking about this on the panel, and we need you guys to do it right now. And I think that Bleed Esports was the one to pick up off this earlier in the game.
Yeah, I think Bleed Esports not only picked up on that, but also picked up on that habit which they should have had on the earlier map, where they basically have to be more proactive most of the time, and it really shows how much they can adaptively take space safely, as well as win a lot of their opening duels. We've mentioned it in our head-to-head, and it really comes into fruition here how Darian really is the opening big bang player of the team. But with support, as you mentioned, from Lexi as well as Fifth, he really does shine even more in this game for Breeze, which is great for Bleed fans out there. As we mentioned previously, it's not statistically the best map for Bleed, but they've shown the improvement tournament. They've shown the adaptation, the composition changes and everything, and it really does wonders for this game.
Griffin, honestly, trying to switch on. We saw them during that first half. You saw Shufat Baby getting on that operator, trying to hold down the mid control. And, you know, he wasn't being too aggressive with it. He would pull back. That's what I wanted to see on both teams, actually. That mid control is so crucial. And if Griffin wanted to give it up, they did exactly what they needed to do. Just play on those choke points, angles they have to go through. But Bleed, on the other hand, having that Sky also gives them that mobility to flash to the corners, get more information, help each other trade out. And the Cypher always holding down their sights.
I mean, when you put it that way, you know, Bleed Esports, a team that's really good at gathering information. Trix, what do you think the other team should have done in order to deny that information from being released?
I think against a team that's getting a lot of information, having the Cypher, Sky, and the Sova, it's best for you to give false information. So bait it out. The fact that they're using the Sky Trailblazer, you know, let it see you, let it and then break it so that they think that there are more players there. Because what I noticed is that Bleed also switched on to the fact that Griffin, when you see one player, usually you see the others. And that kind of went to the disadvantage of Griffin. But honestly, Bleed picking up on that was fantastic.
Oh, I absolutely agree. And there it is again, Fluffy, that magnificent ace that Darian was able to close the round with. Now, I do want to mention that, you know, we already talked about these notable players, but it's no secret that this guy just stood out above the rest, Fluffy.
Yeah, I mean, we've already said it also, I think, behind the scenes before we got onto the panel, that this guy really closes out games. It's not the first time also that he ended a series with an ace like that, but it comes to show that when the pressure is high, he is the cook in the kitchen that we really have to look for. He's the master chef that really does create the best meal for Bleed Esports, and it looks like they'll be eating great tonight as they do finally get that game on breeze. And more than that, they continue their undefeated record here, just like their friends Paper Rex in the playoffs or knockouts for this VCT APAC.
You know what? If they're going to be celebrating tonight, I hope that they invite their mother, aka me, apparently. It has been accepted. I've been accepted. It has been confirmed. Now, anyway, Bleed Esports, what a dominating performance. Like I said earlier, I was really banking on them to kind of do that mid control, to kind of get control of halls as well. And they actually delivered. And it was just so good seeing that from this team. And hopefully moving forward on the side of Griffin Esports, they learn to adjust on that. Now, Trix, I think that this is something that we need to discuss, you know, pacing. I think that it's important to not only have specific pacing per round, but to also to be able to adjust the pacing when we go into mid-round. So how do you think that Griffin Esports should have done that adjustment?
I think it all comes down to having a larger repertoire in terms of strategies and understanding the limitations of your teammates as well as their playstyle. I feel a lot of teams when they start off, they don't really acknowledge the fact that every single player has their own playstyle, like Darion. And we've seen his development as well as his teams, but in being able to coordinate with one another, being able to enable each other. And with Griffin, we could see that in the mid rounds, they started to struggle. Their go-to default was bunch together, go together, and that's essentially what was their downfall there.
It really was. So pacing is going to be an adjustment that the next series will have to face with. So first off for this one is a super fast lightning speed. This is the name of the game for this first team in the series. They never fail to bring out that gameplay that continues to wow all of us. Enemies better watch out because when they come across these guys, with a blink of an eye, they could get you right away. So with that in mind, the pacing is something important, especially with a team like ONIC G.
And there you have it. We have ONIC G. ONIC G, a team that has continued their streak of wins all the way back from VCT ID Stage 2 Challengers. They haven't lost a single game since then. And now that we're in APAC S2, it's going to be, it looks like at least the momentum that they have will carry on to the next series. Of course, we have a lot of their amazing players that you already see here on screen. But I'd like to mention also how flexible these players are. NC Slasher, Severin, and as well as Shiro have all played different roles in their own right, either Sentinel, Controller, or they even play that Initiator. Multiple Initiators, actually. They have access to the Fade, the KO on 2 to 3 players, and of course, Monyet always being an amazing duelist, going for that lightning fast gameplay, even bringing up that Neon against Gaming Gladiators the last time we saw them. So I think that this team has always shown their strengths and their ability to really explode on site, but having access just to have that competent players in your roster that can flex can also give your team a lot more options, that moving on to a grand tournament like this for APAC gives your team a lot more space to not only improve but to change up your strategy. You know, even though they're known maybe for one aspect of gameplay, it doesn't limit their options. It could allow them to play slow at times. It makes them very formidable in a lot of senses, and it's very hard to read. So hopefully in this series that shows the most, as this will be their opening game for the knockout stages.
So there are going to be rounds that we see them full speed ahead and sometimes a little bit slower depending on how they're planning to adjust against the opponent, which is explosive and captivating as well. They're another Cinderella story in the making, and this is team number 3 of one of the powerhouses of Indonesia as well. They've gone past the play-ins, braved through the group stage, and they're still here, and there's no stopping them, or so it seems. Let's see how the story of Boom Esports unfolds.
Boom Esports coming in from Indonesia, also playing their Indonesian counterpart. I find that the lineup that we have with Berserk, Blaze King, Flipshitter, Frostmite, and Tebatol has been formidable. We have that kind of entry potential, but also the anchor potential with Flipshitter, just the ability to also clutch out rounds from all of these players being able to step up. I think the best thing about Boom Esports, having watched them from the start, is really their execution on the sites. I have stated that their five-man execution tends to be extremely overwhelming for the opponents, and the crossfires that they hold afterwards. But when they're on the back foot, when they have like a player picked off, we did notice that sometimes they seemed a little bit lost, but they were able to kind of bounce back from that. So I'm looking forward to see what they're going to bring up today, because last we saw them, they seem to be on very good shape.
Yeah, so I've been talking a lot about pacing, especially with this series, because as you mentioned, BME likes to switch it up. Sometimes they'll do the 5-man execution, and then they'll condition the other team to think that way, that, oh my god, these guys just keep pushing 5-man at a time. And then you're gonna adjust to that, and then all of a sudden, they do a split push, which you're not expecting. And that's how good this team is when it comes to conditioning their opponents. But needless to say, they're also explosive, so it's just finding the right balance or getting a good read of the opponent of what they're gonna do next. But, you know, between ONIC G and Boom Esports over here, that's gonna be very hard adjustments coming from both of these teams, right? Now, we are gonna be moving over to our head-to-head, and I'm very excited to talk about this, Fluffy, because you already touched it up. ONIC G is filled with a lot of flexible players, and Frostmind and Severin, no exception to being a flexible role on their teams.
Yeah, I mean, both of these players, both of these teams are very flexible. Severin, in his own right, has played the Initiator as well as the Controller role in the past, and his counterpart, Frostmind, is one of the best players on his team, also playing that Initiator role. He played the KO on Fracture once, and I feel like, generally speaking, they have a similar agent pool and play style. And funnily enough, I feel like their teams, in their own respect, also have a similar playstyle where they have that ability to just pause after a big explosion. So for me, the reason why I want to highlight these two players is how stable they are and how they can allow their team to move around them, how much space they can provide just by playing their own life, but also having those moments that they really shine in their own and really can explode in themselves, taking out a couple people along with them.
I think what I really love about both ONIC G and Boom Esports, whenever I think about, head-to-heads or player highlights, granted, yes, we've seen Elmi Moore pop off, we've seen Flipshooter, Monyet, and Berserks especially, but I find that all of the players on both teams are so good. And I can't really
Yeah.
pinpoint a particular player that I'm just like, I love to watch this player because of all of them as a unit, Boom Esports or ONIC G, have just proven to be so solid.
Yeah, we've talked about this in the past, and that is the beauty of both of these teams, wherein a player doesn't necessarily have to stand out because it's the way they play together that makes them stand out together as a team. But hey, we're gonna be moving over to the map. Vito's over here, and I'm really excited to find out what we're gonna be seeing, especially on the band side. I feel like Boom Esports having a little bit of trouble on binds, so ONIC is actually taking that out of the equation already, Fluffy.
Yeah, very surprising that they're the ones who are going to take it out of the equation, considering what you previously mentioned about the statistics for Boom on that map. But maybe ONIC has something else in mind, as Boom is given a free map for them to ban. At least in APAC, at least, they've had difficulty in Breeze as well on Ascent, and looks like Breeze is going to be their choice to remove from the map pool. It's a map that doesn't really favor, I think, their playstyle, and going into something like ONIC, hopefully they can go for something a bit more balanced. And speaking of which, a balanced map in itself is Ascent. Not the best track record for Boom Esports, if I might add, but just because a little fun fact that I think Trix mentioned earlier, these two teams do come from that Indonesian scene, so they are very familiar with each other. They've played in the VCT Indonesia playoffs before. I think they played both Fracture and Breeze, and in both of those maps, at least historically, ONIC was the one who did take it so far. So if those two maps come out, it might be detrimental for BME, but it does, times have changed. A lot of teams have adapted, and Boom Esports does have a very strong run coming into APAC, so we shall see.
Can I just say that I wanted to see Fracture. I love Monyet on Fracture. Tricks. I'm kind of heartbroken, but come on, Ascent and Split, those are something to look forward to, as well as Icebox.
I'm a little surprised on both teams, I suppose. I find that they thrive on execution maps, but maybe they're in on it. They know each other. They're both teams from Indonesia. They feel that they don't exactly want to be overwhelmed on those sites with those heavy executions, whether it's Fracture or Haven. But of course, we have Icebox, at least a larger map. We have seen Boom Esports struggle a little on Split, particularly against Order. So I am wondering if they kind of revisited that. They're reorganizing themselves on how they're going to approach this map, because it did seem that with such tight angles, it's a little more difficult for a team like Boom to start to open up that space for themselves, especially if a team is just denying and controlling it.
Yeah, I think that Boom Esports, though, on the Icebox map has a very good track record. They've won 3 out of 3 games for them so far, and on that map. And I think that's one of the strengths that they have going into that. I'm more interested, actually, to looking at the Split game, as Split, we all know, is defender-sided. Boom basically picking this and giving that side to ONIC does show a bit more confidence and game plan that they have, thinking that, oh, we have a better attack plan. Because statistically speaking, when you look at BME's stats, they actually still gain more rounds or win more rounds on the defensive half. So it's going to be very interesting to see. And I think another thing I wanted to point out about their team is that on the side of ONIC, when we look at it, I'm very surprised about this entire map selection because it's not necessarily the maps that they are the strongest in. It's just the maps that they don't want the other team to play. So maybe that's a strat, because the one advantage that ONIC does have over Boom is they have more recent information, as Boom has played since the start. So they have a lot more games, a lot more VODs available rather than ONIC, where they can keep a bit more things to secret,
How just want to say that I love seeing Split being pulled out. I know you guys hear me rave about Bind a lot, but recently my favorite map has been shifting towards Split, and the reason why is because these teams keep breaking the statistics over here. I mean, Boom Esports was kind of undefeated in Split throughout their run up until they went up against Order, and it's just so beautiful to see, like, wow, for a single map that they've always dominated in, and it just goes the other way around. It's just really refreshing to see. I'm not saying that I love seeing it. I just love seeing the creativity, though. I love it when they go above and beyond to surprise all of us. Now, anyway, with that being said, maybe there are surprises in Order. However, here on the panel, it's no surprise that predictions are a must, and it is as dreadful as it can be for us. But Trick, since you already had the reaction over there, why don't you go first?
Well, I think that Boom Esports can close it out, and I'm always hoping that they improve on themselves because they are coming in from the play-ins.
Okay, interesting. And that's kind of how I felt about Bleed Esports over here. You have that certain attachment maybe on Boom. I see you, Trix. I see you. But if you are going to go for Boom, I'm not going to go for Boom this time. I do think that, like I said earlier, I love seeing Monyet on that Neon. Maybe he'll pull it out in the other maps. So I'm going to side with ONIC over here. I do think that they're a very explosive team.
Yeah.
And I'm just so excited to see it. But what about you, Fluffy?
I'm always a fan of top teams that don't just look like it's their Cinderella story all the time. ONIC has that background where it really shows how consistent they are. So for me, consistency above anything else is always important. You see that in every top team, PaperX, etc.
Yeah.
So for me, I think that ONIC is going to win this. Just, I don't know, gut feeling, I guess. So that's going to be my prediction.
Wow, gut feeling. I wonder what it is in Fluffy's gut that tells him that ONIC G is gonna win this. But we'll have to wait and see what's gonna go out. Like, at the end of the day, it's ONIC and Boom who's gonna prove either of the panelists over here wrong. And I'm excited to see who's gonna be the better predictor for the day. So far, what is our scoreline? Did we got the first game right? We all predicted.
I only have one.
Right. Okay, so far so good on my end. And hopefully, as we move into the third series of the day, I get more points out of it. But anyway, going back to the map selection over here, the first map is going to be Ascent. Fluffy, any expectations in terms of composition?
I feel like, at least for the side of ONIC, they generally do have a very consistent lineup for a lot of their agents. They always play the Jet, KO, Astra, as well as Chamber, so I'll be surprised if they do change that. The only thing that they have changed so far is their main initiator for info gathering. Sometimes they play the Fade, which I'm always a big fan of. I think it creates a lot of pressure in a lot of cool situations, but there's always the traditional and old reliable Sova, which you can always rely on.
I wonder what they're gonna bring out today. Both of these teams have had, I would say, like, decent success on Ascent, and it's looking like a lot of similar picks over here. Is this a mirror matchup?
lineup.
Oh, I know you have notes on this, Trix. I know you want to talk about having mirror lineups.
I completely forgot that I told you that earlier. But yes, mirror lineups I find to be the teams that really understand their agents and understand the utility that comes in from the agents, and with the combinations and just what they can do and how they can bully the opponents, how to control the map. I feel it really shines. So as Fluffy pointed out earlier, consistency is very much key here, and ONIC has been quite consistent. Boom Esports coming in with that mirror lineup, I'm not sure if they're going to be as comfortable and as able to deny information and force ONIC to play a certain way or condition them, because both teams very unpredictable and very malleable in terms of strategy.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest determining factor for me in a mirror like this where you both have a KO is whose KO 0 point gets the most value. Because a lot of the suppress ability gives you that 8 seconds, and even if you have the ultimate for that null command, even more time to act without the opponent really being able to react to you. So on one hand, maybe it's the person who strikes first and throws their knife first that gets the momentum earlier if they get the right targets. But also, it could be the other hand where when someone's going for the exec, if you land a great KO knife, it can disrupt them a lot and destroy a lot of their plans. So out of all the agents, although you can say the same for most agents, it's really for me KO that will make the biggest impact for how different the KO diff will actually be.
So you're telling me that the pressure is on, especially for Blaze King and Severin over here. Huh. Well, they better bring out the good stuff over here and make sure that their daggers are on point and are locked on the target. Because we are going to be going to our map number 1, Ascent, in a series between Boom Esports and ONIC G.
Local scene in the region, a civil war in the knockouts. Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the battle for the Indonesian crown. Welcome back to the knockouts, day number 1. Dax here with Black and Blue, and we got ONIC G versus Boom Esports, a matchup you may have seen if you have been following the Indonesian challenger scene. But my oh my here, Black and Blue, how the tables and really the perspectives have shifted for these two squads.
Definitely so. It used to be Dax here, where it was Boom who were constantly that #1 team from Indonesia, right? And ONIC trying to catch up to the pace that they've set within their own local qualifiers. But as you said, the tables have turned here right now, and for ONIC to be in that spot where they're the #1 seed and looking like the best team in Indonesia, I think it's about damn time that it's finally kind of shifted out to turn out this way.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's finally time for ONIC G, for all the months that they have prepared for, the stage that they have skipped, to get to the form that many have expected. Long time coming has been the point of ONIC G, and really at the very end of the APAC runs, the last stage we're going to be getting this year, it's the perfect time to do so. On the flip side though, the kings of Indonesia, Boom Esports, they have slipped away from their throne, and they had to climb their way back here, Black and Blue, from the play-ins to the group stage to the knockouts. But in all honesty, I have seen it to be a blessing in disguise for Boom Esports, because they have found their form, their potency, and their consistency bit by bit. Every single time would see them in another unique matchup.
Definitely so, but this one is not going to be as unique as the others may have been, because these two teams, they've gone at each other's throats time and time on over. Yeah. And it has been ONIC for the most part winning it out, especially officially. But here we go, round number 1 to start things off. ONIC, quick hasty entry here towards the A side. Nothing much Boom can do to stop that, as the only real defender here is going to be Flip Jadur. Realizes that there's a better way to play, and they go for the retake instead. But look how spread out the roaming and lurking positions of ONIC really are here towards mid.
Yeah, they want to get a bit of that map control. Active action here from ONIC to start things off. And you mentioned it, ONIC, they won their previous outing against Boom in the group stage of the Indonesian Challengers. Now then, NC Slasher creeping on forward. Boom might be playing a little too much into their hands, and NC Slasher, there you go, collecting to get 2. Monyet on the board as well, and ONIC G already finding the frags that they need. It seems like Boom had an inkling, an idea of where ONIC would have come from, but at the same time, they've forgone Dad Cubby, and now they're headed towards the site itself. Defuse though from Pebatol, right under the notice of ONIC G so far. Severin though checking and collecting, placing the only one left, and it's gonna be too difficult to handle. Local counterparts and familiar faces abound, but it's ONIC G with the pistol win to start things off.
And this is typically what we've been seeing from ONIC lately here, at least in this APAC Stage 2. They've been quite proficient at winning these opening pistol rounds, and really when you get that really going for yourselves, the momentum is something that is undeniably difficult to stop, especially for the Hedgehogs that ONIC are. We saw their Boom kind of have a notion, as you said, towards mid, but as soon as we saw the rendezvous come in there on ONIC's side, on their chamber from Elmi Moore, they didn't realize that, hey, there could be another. And NC Slasher, well, he found a way to cut through here the defense and get him on the flank.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Boom didn't actually go for the assault as quickly as possible. But speaking of the assault, Monyet yet again, biggest bane of any defense's existence. It's Monyet saying monkey see, monkey do. And one more time, Monyet will come for you. NC Slash will keep an eye out on the CT angle. Tebotol, a great backstab there to get the takedown onto Monyet, pushing through the smoke. But beyond that, the gun advantage is absolutely apparent. And ONIC pace yet again made to get another round.
Totally. Quick round here for ONIC to win. As Boom, no real defense was put up by them. Almost perfectly, I guess, undeniable how great Monyet is on those entries where he's so much times so potent, and even when he isn't the top frag here of the team, what he really does so well is take space, and that's what ONIC have been quite good at utilizing over and over throughout this APAC stage.
Yeah, it's been so proficient and absolutely apparent against that Gaiman Gladiators matchup. Every single time GG would have tried to play a setup towards the site itself, Monyet was already in their faces. But the suppress is potent right now. And Boom Esports, they have the rifles to go for the whole Tebotol, though. Watching at least and finding Severin anyway. Just decided to go to pre-fire through the smoke. Blaze King actually getting taken down on Monyet. And the great hold so far from Boom. They lined up for him, and Blaze King absolutely scorching. 3 for the KO. Flawless defense from Boom.
They couldn't even get within a foot of that site, right? Not even half a step in the door before it shut on them. As Boom, okay, good conversion on the anti-bonus. Flawless on that one. No real mistakes, and as they filter themselves into the funnel, they were taken down. Look at that, Monyet not even able to land his Cloudburst dash in. As they line up, that's Blaze King knocking them down. Boom Esports, quite a good response, but now that ONIC have guns on them, let's see how they play this one on out. We know that their kind of default holds has been something they're quite known for as well. They're not a team that just goes bum rushing heavy. They like to pick and prod, gather information before they really commit, and it seems like the information they've gathered here is gonna dissuade them, rather persuade them to go towards that B side. But Frostmine, he finds the opening pick, quick trade out on Elmi more, but can they find even more?
The rendezvous psych out again happening, and now Flipster, they're able to collect one more takedown for the Boom fold. They still don't know Berserks is there, and there you have it. Severin does get a takedown. Quick little refrag from Berserks. And truly, just magicians here on the side of Boom Esports, Black and Blue. Every single time we see that rendezvous, it's actually there to bait out the peak for one of his own teammates.
They've been utilizing a part of the game that most not might even recognize, and that's a mental aspect of it, how you can really play with expectations. And Tebotol, we expect him to do big in those type of rounds, a double to end it, and boom, they tie things up, Dax.
Wait, these guys, they apparently took a quick little lesson magic for a while before getting here, and while now we're tied on up, I like the fact that Boom has learned a bit of their lesson from previous outings. They have gone back to Berserks on that jet. Philip Schroeder is just basically having the tournament run of his APAC career right now, and seeing Boom back in this form proves yet again that the Indonesian scene, not one to be trifled with.
It's definitely, as we've talked about, one of the scenes that I personally think is the top in terms of putting out really APAC quality teams, top 8 quality teams, as we like to say. Other sub-regions here, yeah, Philippines, MYSG, Thailand, yes, they've had teams that gone to Masters, but the sheer amount of top quality, top 8 level teams here at APAC that Indonesia puts out, it's something just short of a spectacle, really. As Blaze King spamming through the smoke, he finds a free frag going his way.
I mean, I agree with you. How many Indonesian teams we have here again? 3? Okay.
3 for 3.
Yeah,
Perfect.
3 for 3. There are powerhouses from the other regions that you've mentioned, but yeah, I think the whole thing for Indonesia now is, can they actually get one of their squads to cross that extra step, basically, to get into that world stage and show how potent this sub-region is from APAC. But to start things off now, ONIC playing a little bit of that slow game. Elmi Moore ready with the Headhunter yet again as they're on an eco stake. But let's not forget, headshot machine of Indonesia. This guy has been absolutely potent at hitting those heads. The Aldron, though, perfect scout right now, and will force the side of ONIC out. So slower pace game here for ONIC as they just want to get the punish as much as possible. But Flipster, there are great patience in the middle here.
The real evident, I guess, scenario that you see Indonesia be so proficient at are those community tournaments before and between the seasons where typically Indonesian teams win against other APAC teams. But here comes the execute Dax. NC does get that one, but without much weapons or utility in their favor, I don't think this is lasting long. That is it. Boom, they shut down the push here of ONIC, and it's all on NC who's gonna try and find more, but I don't think anything's gonna come. Yeah, Blaze King finds him, and that's a quick round here for ONIC.
I mean, it's just such a strong community. Seeing this matchup already in round number 1 has to raise some eyebrows at the very least for many of the community here. But beyond that, Boom Esports right now showing how potent they can be on the hold, and exactly that. As we're in a bit of a pause, this is what we've seen from Boom. It was absolute struggles in the play-ins, but now coming into the knockouts themselves, the roster have found what just sticks, what just works. Players like Blaze King, Tebatol, and Berserks right now, for example, having their heydays and running with it. And let's not forget, they're just so potent with that chamber. This is the best Boom can offer. And ONIC, in the meantime, we have seen them absolutely dominate their group. But what can they do against players and a team perhaps that knows them really well?
That's really a big thing that a lot of, I guess, viewers might not recognize, and just there's a reason why for some teams there's always that one team that might be the kryptonite of theirs in their local scene, and it's typically that team that knows them the best. Either they've played against them in the past, or they are used to be even teammates in some of these cases. And for ONIC G and Boom Esports, these guys have been going at it for a while, right? But especially Boom, to be so well known even before Valorant, there's always going to be that extra eyelid out for what they're doing, and it's the reason why I think last stage I was really gunning for Boom to win it all, honestly, and be the champions here and represent APAC in the Masters, but it never came for them. That chance opportunity has never really fallen for an Indonesian team, but this time around, Flip Jitter popping off, and same with Onyx, Monyet, and the rest of these both squads, that's looking ever more real. As Flip Jitter doesn't connect a shot.
Yeah, shot doesn't get the connection, suppression is there instead, and a lot of, well, ways for ONIC to actually get on in towards the site, and exactly that. And nary a defensive hold from Boom. They just absolutely respect the space created there by the KO. This time though, already NC Sasha trying to set things up with the Cosmic Divide with Bloodshed. They're getting a great start on the Minyet there in the first place. Held though, being held. LV trying to go for the wall bangs, but the presence detected there by Blaze King. And speaking of, the null command now to play. Crossing lines into play. Parallelism here, courtesy of the side of Boom, but LV on the board. Berserk's finding that trade. NC Slasher is there, and it's ONIC right now coming up underneath actually. Blaze King though, they're all about the pulses here. Frostmind searching for a target. Now he's all alone with the spike, taps it down, tries to bait out Shiro. Odin though in hand, trying to get the wall bangs on. Time is running on out, and Frostmind, his brains will get blown to bits there as ONIC is able to clutch it out. 3-3 now in the scoreline, and just the space there made by ONIC, giving them a great foothold towards the site.
Exceptional play here coming from ONIC in that post plant. Can be quite difficult to shut down that defuse with the Cosmic Divide thrown up in their face, but ONIC, they do it quite well. Dax, this is looking like a very good run so far for both sides, but these attacking rounds of ONIC have been looking quite proficient too.
Well, ONIC now, can they go for more though, as they had to invest a lot of money and a lot of utilities there to actually get that round. Tour de Force now brought out to start things off. Elmimore vying for that mid control, and it's the perfect chance because, oh, that could have been it versus Flip Shitter, but this gives an angle for Flip Shitter to actually rush on it to get that takedown. Head out there, out to the back, Monyet trying to avoid using the Tailwind, and he does get that kill as much as possible, the updraft rather. And speaking now of the abilities, Tailwind is back online as Monyet actually gets the connection towards Frostmind there instead. It's 4v2 after everything is said and done. Boom! They went for the adventure towards the middle, and instead, they do come out with bruises abound. Tebatol trying to get the backstab on, but perfect timing from Elmimore to rendezvous away. And ONIC given a chance now to get that spike down over at Sabrosa. Oh, it's not gonna happen for Tebatol. Couldn't surprise Elmimore whatsoever. And that aggression from Boom blowing up in their faces.
Not able to handle the explosion that ONIC, I guess, put out here on the B site, and with that, Blaze King, he takes a good cue to try and live to fight another day, and that he shall. With Boom Esports here, you look at the last times that these teams have matched up, and they never really get more than one series in a row against them, aside from that one moment, but then again, it was in a community tournament. So, for the most part, this pattern from Boom Esports has been going 1-for-1, and if that is going to continue, then maybe, superstitions aside, Boom, they could take this series, but not without putting up a better fight, because ONIC, they're looking very, very is terrifying really on these attacking sides of theirs, because for a team like this to perform this well on an attacking side with a defender side map here on Ascent, that's something that has to be taken seriously by Boom.
Wait, the foresight though of ONIC just immense coming into that round. The fact that you had Elmimore keep an eye out in the middle with that tour de force gave them just that extra bit of intel that would have provided Boom many of those kills instead. Just because that they got Shiro who's busy with the Owl drone. Oh my berserks though! Never mind the intel. It's all about the reflex. And Elmimore, he tried to go for the jump peek, but as soon as he went for the leap, his soul left his body. Stellar shot though from Boom to start things off, interrupting my point. But now, no interruptions. ONIC trying to vie for that intel this time. Yet again in the mid contest for 6. Keeping an eye out. We do see though that NC Slasher has the spike in hand. And while the flashes are coming, just because of that first frag there, Black and Blue, Boom has slowed down the pace of this round.
Completely. Pulls the wind out of the sails here of ONIC and looking for another way to get themselves going. Now, they still have Monyet to create that space, but Elmimore really provides his team with a substantial amount of firepower that they really try and bank around to be able to win these type of rounds where they're put at the stalemate. But now they lose him. How do they address this? They have here Severine crawling towards that A main, making some noise, hopefully to pull the defense. And that it does, because they're already on the A site and will keep them there on this Boom squad, leaving this B site ripe for the taking. But that trademark could be to their demise. ONIC, you're running out of time here, and you're playing a very dangerous game when you let the clock run this slow.
Yeah, one last chance here for ONIC, basically. And keep an eye out on Frostmind as he's looking to lock things down, anchoring down this B site perhaps. Seems like, though, it's a retake instead, the possibility here for the side of Boom.
10 seconds left.
And they have to hunt the Fury for cover anyway, if that will be the case. So they do let ONIC towards the site, but at the same time, there's the Hunter's Fury already. Gets a connection onto Anti-Slasher, and the confirmation is there through. Even Severine couldn't thread the needle whatsoever. Frostmind just suing that connection. And as it stands, it's just 2 left here for the side of ONIC. Band of Brothers trying to go for the hold. Shiro though over the speedway with the Odin still in hand. Trying to spray it down, but suddenly flips it there. Peeks out from B main. And that's job done. Great connections there with the arrows. And it's Boom tying things up yet again.
Dominant round for a response here coming from Boom. Flawless. A near picture of perfection they've shown. And that's been the case for these past few rounds that they've won at the very least on the defensive side. But if you get even a single round here on it to bring it 7-5 at the very least at the end of the half, it's not going to be a bad half for them at all. But their economy is not going to agree for the meantime. Great Hunter's Fury here from Frostmind. Ice cold he was to connect 2 there, and damage a 3rd was huge here and just made things much easier for Boom to retake the site. And while, you know, losing a player wouldn't have hurt, it doesn't matter because they're able to build up economy from that. And now ONIC, if they lose this round, their economy is going to be in shambles.
Yeah, Boom is playing a safer game compared to what ONIC's trying to do right now, and it has actually worked out in their favor. Being conservative with the space, but being active with the ultimates. Very effective right now for the Boom fold. But speaking of effectivity, Shiro there finding for Xerx. Nice hold up from Frostmind on site until he gets felled by NC Slasher. And now the foothold that Boom had towards B will go to the wayside, but there's a chance here for Flipster there. Scopes in, Shiro goes down, B main. No possibility to get on through. They have to invest the smoke right now, and Elmimore is right behind the Nebula there. But Severine, speaking of right behind, just breaking the spine of Blazking along the way. Tebatol with the trade does force Elmimore out as he tries to peek through the smoke there. And Tebatol's just watching, waiting, seeing if he's coming his way. Still though, they don't know he's actually here on B main. Now they know Elmimore with a frag, but Tebatol turns on around to get that takedown. That could have been it there for ONIC, but it's Boom, just barely an inch away from demise, who gets the job done.
You can see them there searching for where exactly Elmimore was, not realizing that his rendezvous brought him back all the way towards B main. With that, he found the off timing. Unfortunately for his sake, could not secure the kill on the Tebatol, who's having himself a field game here. An orb away from his ultimate once more when he just used it like, what, 3 rounds ago. It's already pretty good, especially for an Astra. And Severine, not able to find more, but it was a pretty good read here, coming from the attacking side of ONIC to commit that Hunter's Fury to the boathouse, to the back of the site, and they got a pick off of it, but unfortunately for them, not able to secure the round with that lead.
It has been a game of rendezvous, though, man. This is one of the first few games I've seen the rendezvous just be used for mind games immensely by both sides at the same time. We've seen it from Flipster there with the peaks. We've seen it from Elmi more with the angles, and now we go for more. But unfortunately for ONIC, their momentum is grinding to a halt as they're on an eco state. They do have the Cosmic Divide, so if they can find a way to force themselves towards this A site, there is a chance to close that distance. But look at the heavy stack here from Boom. 3 already. Crossfire is set. Flipster feeling ever so confident to play the Generator 2. And ONIC, they're just looking for the timing of when to strike. A game of Psych Out, perhaps. But a game of stars now being set up here by NC Slasher. Here comes ONIC trying to go for the execution, and that's on in from Moniette. But there's so much distance right now for Boom, and they're happy to play the angles. As I say that though, ONIC finding 2, opening now made. They have decided to just bust it down, but Tempotol and Frostmind trying to still fill in the gaps. NC Slasher finding Berserks along the way, allows them to go for the rotation, and ONIC actually getting quite a chunk of damage versus Boom so far.
Yeah, and Boom here, the last 2, Tempotol and Frostmind, had no real idea that the rotation was coming in as that Cosmic Divide masked the footsteps of them really scurrying away to the B side and trying to do things on the opposing side. So, ONIC here, they have a post-plant hold, they have control of that CT, but the lane is going to be a big problem when it comes down to holding it. It is not as, I guess, hyper as an off angle as you might expect, and with mere sheriffs, how this connect? NC Slasher, he does though. The Tempotol brings it down to a 1v1. Astro fight as of the moment, he's got his star to place, but NC Slasher, if he can find his timing, but he doesn't, as Tempotol wins another 1v1.
A nice try there from NC Slasher. He was trying to anticipate the stick, or at least the other Astro coming in from the spike itself, but Tempotol taking a little bit of a victory crouches, and of course, a slightly wider swing, or push rather, to surprise the opposition. It got dicey though, and this is the powerhouse of ONIC in action, Black and Blue. They're so strong with the sheriffs, they're so precise, and it does feel like ONIC can slay you where you stand if you're not ready for it.
The Hedgehogs are definitely fierce in fighting, and it's Boom Esports who are finding that out firsthand. Not that they didn't already know, but good rounds converted here. Good eco, all things considered, from ONIC Esports, and ONIC G rather. If they can take another round, then this is already going to be a good half, as I've said, but look at all the utility here stopping them. They play to give up this B side of theirs, and with Elmi Moore finding that pick, things are looking much more doable and really palatable here for this ONIC half.
Yeah, it's pretty tasty actually for ONIC. They use that null command to make the space that they need. Boom though, heavy stack coming in from B main. Severine, he needs to break these chains that bind them, but Flipster yet again turning things around for the side of Boom. Now things are relatively equal. Tempotol! Oh, that could have been perfect, but a double peek absolutely quoted from ONIC. Nice coordination so far here from the attacking side. Berserks though, making that operator count. But it's looking absolutely dicey here for the side of Boom. Frostmind trying to go for the jump peek. Here comes Elmi Moore and beats the opposition at their own game. Elmi Moore looking to win more here for the side of ONIC. Frostmind right now, the only one left. Brains still scattered all over the floor. And it's Moniette who gets that final takedown. ONIC, one of their biggest strengths here is just that coordination. Pitch perfect on the push.
I'm surprised Tempotol wasn't able to get that kill onto at least NC Slasher when they're pushing that smoke towards the defender-sided spawn, but doesn't matter. In the end, the post-plant here, impeccable coming from ONIC, and with the filter that they have naturally set upon this B main and exit, it's going to be so much more difficult for Boom to make their way out of it, especially with having an op here in the retake, and that just generally makes a retake much more difficult when Berserks has that op. They rely on his initiating power and his space making, and even though he gets a pick with the op, it's really hard to push that angle, especially when someone's holding towards a lane, as we saw there. So ONIC G, good half already for them, but if they can secure another, then this is going to be even better.
I think for both sides, really, they're Jet players, they're duelists right now. They have some of the hottest guns in this side of Indonesia, but at the same time, it's about the space that they can create for both sides of the attack and the defense. Berserks, now with the op trying to watch out for the speedway, he might get, though, overcome by Moniette if he dashes towards the shed. And we see that time and time again for ONIC. It's about creating that space to establish a foothold towards the site itself. But it's not as decided yet here for ONIC. They're trying to see who's defending towards that A site. They already get the intel that Blaze King is right here in the cubby, and they have decided to congregate their forces towards B instead. Still though, Tebotol, he can be a force to be reckoned with, even with the Cosmic Divide from afar. Blaze King now throwing out his own knife. At least trying to see if this can be that A take. Bladestorm though, out and about. Elmi Moore winning out in that patient game and just waiting for Blaze King to peek in the first place. But Berserk's now having the back, feeling the presence of ONIC so far. Time though ticking, and ONIC needs to execute. Shiro finally flips it there. Here comes Spaghetti, flying high! But Berserk's now will ground him to the site itself. Berserk's try to stay. But the Cosmic Divide protecting them from his sight lines. And look who's coming Berserk's way. Tebotol though trying to go for a ballet. He gets one. Berserk's now with a third. The shorty's out and about. And here comes Berserk's looking for the bronze. Can he actually get it? Shiro though on the opposite end tries to go for the shots. The blades do not get the connection because of Shiro's sheer force of will. Tied up now at the end of the half.
That came so close, and part of me believed the heroics here from Berserk. He was gonna rip and tear to take the round, but it doesn't come. 3 for him, and the 4th would have certainly sealed the deal here. But ONIC, their attack on this B site, the way that they sieged this and infiltrated without Boom really being able to do much, was really so spectacular. It came down to some heroics from Berserks in the end, and the fact that he stayed alive for so long, that backside gave them the real only fighting chance in the round. But with Boom Esports now on the attacking side, I'm curious to see how exactly their aggressiveness when it comes to the initiation will come into play. We saw there that ONIC, as we've talked about earlier, they really like to pick and prod and gather information before they commit onto a site. With them finding out Blaze King was playing towards a site, they realized, hey, if that 0 point connects on either our Tour de Force or the Blades on Monyet, that's going to be a real problem. So they go towards the other side, and rightfully so. It helps them take the round, although it came down pretty close, yes, but barring some heroics that could have happened, then it should have been a much more convincing round in ONIC's favor. But they secure this 6-6, and now they have a good chance of closing this out in the defensive side decks.
I mean, it's part of the ONIC process. If you get that intel, you can be absolutely secure about going for a hard hit towards the site. It's been part of how they take the objectives as much as possible, especially with Monyet leading the charge. But what I found a little funny was, even though there was that Cosmic Divide play, because they decided to hug that small little line, they kind of walked into the shorty of Berserks there, and that allowed him to net one more kill than that could have been expected. But case in point, just stay away from the operator. Assessment really absolutely important for ONIC on their attacking side. And I wonder now how they're going to go for the defense. Because what I've seen so far is, while there are pop-off points from players like Elmi Moore and whatnot, it hasn't really been going down to the heroics. There have been great ways that both Boom and ONIC have found to basically suppress those heroics from happening and make sure no one pops off immensely just to carry this game.
A lot of real damage mitigation.
Yeah, exactly. They're tempering it here for both of them, truth be told.
Watering down what could otherwise be something too touchy to the taste, and it might just destroy their tolerances. Berserks, they definitely have no real qualms of pushing this mid-position Dax. The pizza here they're taking, but Market, it's right for them, but this B site, it's going to be heavily held here by the ONIC side.
Yeah, feast or famine, and they just want to feast on the corpses of ONIC so far. Dash on in, but Severin already alongside Elimor and Shiro. Perfect hold so far here for the side of ONIC. Boom, trying to fight one back with the last 2 remaining members, but Shiro finds Tebotol. He's still on Speedway. A foothold absolutely established here by the side of ONIC. Their flag will just flutter along, and Frostmind, he is being toyed with here. 2 angles make that even 3, and he backs on away, but effectively ONIC found the opening that Boom was coming from. They were able to plug that gap as soon as possible with bullets, and they can call it a round for theirs to take.
Well, it's a good defensive round here for ONIC to take. This pistol, once again, something that we said a while ago, so proficient that they win this. They are one of the highest win rate teams when it comes to winning these pistols in this stage of APAC. And if you want to talk about APAC stages, Boom Esports, the last time they met up against ONIC and played on Ascent, that was last stage, they won it in quite a hefty fashion, actually. 13-7, but this doesn't seem to be more of that, unless from now on forward, Boom are going to win every single round.
Don't jinx it there, my friend. Don't call the number before it's there, ready for order. Still, ONIC, they have been as potent as you said in the pistol round. These guys are just so quick at the connections and the crossfires, and that's really one of the strongest strengths ONIC has in the first place. The way that they're able to coordinate, the way that they're able to set up funnels together, it's been part of the package here for ONIC, and a big reason why they're the #1 seed coming out of Indonesia in the first place.
It's a curious thing to say because I really thought that it would have been Boom in that place, as has been typically for a while, but ONIC, they're also that team that has always looked like a challenger. And Flipjitter, he challenges the angle and finds a quick pick on the Shiro, giving them a real chance! A double here for Flipjitter.
He threw down the gauntlet real quick and found 2 heads along the way. Spectres, though, still potent. Fragment comes out!
Oh, no.
The timing for Severine! Heartbreak by the numbers as Boom! They just decide to go in anyway. Monieto trying to find the angle. Does he see the opposition coming his way? Berserks, though, spotted out by the Speedway. No chance now to get on the way, but Tebotol, he's still there in the corner. And a perfect perch here so far for the Astra. NC Slasher, though. The timing again! What is going on with the utility usage here? As NC Slasher will hack and slash his way towards the site and take the round. Great eco, though, for Boom because of just that small opening made by Flipjitter.
Very much so, and because of that, ONIC, they're not going to be able to have a real true bonus in this upcoming round number 15, the 3rd round of the half. NC Slasher, what is it with Astros today and clutching these rounds out in this specific matchup? Flipjitter, so potent, he really gave them a great chance to win this round, and by all means, it could have been theirs. Look at that fragment bounce off the head.
It even bounced off his head just to add insult to injury, man. You get triple peak while you're busy throwing out your nade, and then it just hits someone's head, so it doesn't stop any kind of push. Like,
Yeah.
how could that happen? Truth be told, series of unfortunate events for ONIC, because one more was them spotting Berserks right by the Speedway. So he does, Monyet doesn't check the corner because of the Jet's presence there instead. So Boom Esports, they got a lot out of that round. And they're looking to go for more as they have the rifles here.
Bit of a heartbreaker though, as that would have been quite a swell round to win. For the meantime, ONIC, they hold on to a 2-round lead. Will that continue on with mere Spectre, Stingers, and some pistols? I don't know. I'm not going to wager on it, but Boom, they should have this round in the bag. This star, though, is going to be a problem. They're playing this contact, and NC Slasher is in a good position to find one, but he's giving himself up. Gravity well and smoke as well, so he can back off safely to a different position.
And ONIC, their arsenal is just not as good as you'd expect because of the losses in the last round. They're playing this like a bonus, and every kill can matter for them in the long run. But NC Slasher just walking on away. And speaking of the runs, a bit of a marathon here, courtesy of Boom, as they decide to go for that B side instead. Flipjitter, though, he opened things up before. Does he have the key to this lock to do it yet again? Elmimore backing away in time as the peaks did come. Severine, though, danger close, throwing caution to the wind, finding Flipjitter along the way. Looks for a second. Frostbind, though, still alive despite the shock darts. And Boom Esports now navigating towards the side. Shiro, though, can't get connection for Zerx. Flame protection. NC Slasher, a nice lurk in the middle, but beyond that, Boom able to set things up on site now in a 3v2 scenario. Monyet, can he actually find the angles? Problem for Boom, they're all stuck here. They're gonna have to play the close engagement instead. This can work out in favor of ONIC, actually. Phantom and the Stinger in hand, just running in close with reckless abandon. Very potent here for the side of ONIC, if ever. But Berserks watching the staircase. If ever someone does come there, look at the hold here from the side of Boom, trying to set up a bit of a crossfire. And in essence, ONIC, they can give up this round just to go for the exits, force Boom to stay in their lane. It might be the case actually here, Black and Blue.
Looking to hurt the economy, I think. Yes, the crossfire being held here is going to be a big problem, especially with the Stinger. They're all very low, and a quick cleanup at the end. ONIC realizing there's really just not this battle, not this round to play, but the entire engagement that they're in can be won out in the end if they play that economy game. So they hurt the bank here of Boom Esports. Their wallet gonna have another hole that they weren't expecting, and they have 1 round to buy. After that, if they lose this round, they're gonna be in another eco stage. So
yeah,
greatly played out here by ONIC.
I like this from ONIC because this is just macro economics basically at work. The macro game from ONIC is what they're vying for. They can lose the battle, but now they have won the economic war. They scrounge some rifles from the opposition. They have an overwhelming advantage in terms of what they're holding right now. And boom, they have one chance to make these frenzies work. And there you go. It's just ballistic here from the side of Boom. Berserks now. Weapon X looking to go for the push. Berserks looking for another one perhaps. Zero though holding inside the boat house, but the run and gun finally stopped by Shiro. Only gets 2 though, as Blaze King will show him another one in this run. But Monyet holding on to the CT side. Fragment for the stall, and Boom Esports, they've reached their destination to make it to the site itself. They have some rifles in hand and might as well, right, just decide to go in as much as possible. Throw caution to that win. And speaking of the wins, the change now coming in from Monyet. Gets the first, looking for a second here against Tebatol, right behind the shed. And down he goes. Cloudburst still getting thrown on that 2v1 situation. Where is Everine? He's coming on through, but he doesn't need any help. This Monyet doesn't. 3 for him. And by his entry, the retake, an absolute possibility that grows for ONIC.
Man, just completely going ape there Monyet was in the 3v3 retake. He found everything, and the way he addressed every single angle was so impressive, really. You saw him hard clear that Log's position where he's able to find the Sova here on Boom Esports' side, and then making sure not to overpeak, not to just get caught in his own hype and swing towards Tebatol here on the lane position, making sure to jiggle it first and find that information, and then he bides his time, readjusts perfectly on Severine, rather on Blaze King in the end, and quite proficient stuff we're seeing from one of the most potent duelists really we're seeing emerge in this stage.
Yeah, Monyet has just become above and beyond one of the best duelists this side of APAC, and ONIC happy to have him on that roster. Boom though. Oh, they get scanned, and Monyet, look at him go! He still wants to go for more! He went bananas last time around. Can he do it yet again? Fragment now gonna get thrown to reset the pace. That's one thing I like really about the fragment usage of this game, but Elmimore, I like that even better! Will find the frag on Berserks, backs on out, uses that as bait to allow Severin to peek through the middle, and here we go again, the disappearing act, this time working in favor of ONIC.
Some magic tricks here that ONIC have got in their favor. And that operator in the hands of Elmimore, so deadly. And if he can't get that early information that it's there in the first place, he's going to connect those shots. So does Flipjitter though. Speak about Chambers, he opens things up here towards short, but the spike is working its way towards B. But the fact that he got that kill is going to help this plant because it pulls that defense towards the A site, as that's where they're going to be really wary of. And so, boom, they're playing this contact towards the B site, and they can really find the kill because ONIC have no real information on what's happening. Star placed down, a deep star towards that spawn. That's going to keep them guessing still. But Shiro, he finds himself being taken down by Tebatol, and boom, they have a real chance of winning this round, Dex.
Yeah, with that star, it just becomes difficult for basically the help to come from the side of ONIC. In case in point, just a perfect angle being read by Tebatol. We've seen this many a time. Show that presence towards one side, just bring out the defenses there, and then go for the other. And truly, the bait and switch being an absolute strength here for these teams. Boom Esports the one to employ it so far. So Presto getting the connection onto the Sova. Now they have an inkling that Boom is just stabilized on the site itself, and they decide to connect with the Cosmic Divide and the Null Command instead. But Tebatol already putting up the wall before he gets hit, and Flipjitter hitting the shots. 3 already for Flipjitter. Wow. Make that a 4. Truly the monster here of Boom. The Alpha Wolf is ready to howl, and it's 8-9 now. Boom again, not letting ONIC get away from their grasp.
Incredible round there from Flipjitter. We saw him, we were talking about a while ago that this pick that he finds towards the A site was huge, and I realize now that Tebatol, with him placing that smoke, it also conditions Shiro here, the Sova, coming from ONIC, to play that exact angle that Tebatol can expect. And that great conditioning that they've set is a really big thing that Boom are playing off of. And as we said, you know, with that pick being found by Flipjitter towards short on Monyet, pulling that defense away from the B side, it was honestly the most crucial kill we saw in that round. But Flipjitter, he gets things going once again here in round 18.
He gets a sniff of blood, and he's just going for more, absolutely ferocious and hungry. Flipjitter now following the Aldrone, but look at him go, no fear whatsoever. And Blaze King, how do you even find that there alongside Berserks? They felt the blades were coming their way, resonating with those waves. And Boom Esports doing quick work of the defense here so far, but there's no one who can stop this mad lad. Flipjitter already tempting fate again and again. But how many times do we see it from him? This has just become really a tournament run to remember for Flipjitter. We've always known his potency back in the NXL, if I remember correctly, days way back in that race, but especially after perhaps a little bit of the banter from the previous series that they've had. An angry and absolutely accurate Flipjitter is here to control this game so far.
Flipjitter, you know, when he joined this Boom Esports squad, he wasn't stepping into some easy shoes. He had to fill in the place that the Durn King had. We talked about that many times on Over last year. And for him to fit in like a well-fitted glove, but more importantly, just excel at his position, it is quite impressive. Very reminiscent, I think, to how Xerxia have kind of swapped out duelists many times on Over, but still look so potent, and it speaks to the level of adaptability and flexibility that Boom Esports and, in general, the Indonesian side, the Indonesian region as a whole, have flexed throughout these APAC stages.
No, I'd say it's honestly something in APAC that has become more of an occurrence with the top teams as we're in a timeout. It's just finding that missing piece. We talk about, you know, Boom, and Flipster hopping on in alongside Berserks. You look at ONIC, if I remember correctly, right? El Mimor and NC Slasher, one of those two. And they have just made sure that this ONIC roster has gotten even better. And then you look across the pond. You mentioned Xerxia already with all the duelists that they've had. You look at Paper Rex, where you put in Jing and he just does all the work with the squad. It really has been that example. And one more, perhaps Team Secret adding in Wits, just to amplify your roster, just to make them even better. And it just goes to show, with the time now these guys have basically played with each other, this is the best form that they're having here. And what a banger of a series we've had between Boom and ONIC. Not disappointing, but oh, that could have been early aggression from ONIC. Boom, though, showing their hand. Now the peak will come. NC Slasher over off the main. Monyet is there too, and he's just playing with fire here, and he will get singed to the crisp by Berserks. Hottest Fury the call. A nice leap there by Berserks to get on the way in time. Whoa. But Shiro! Oh my! His lightning strike absolutely through. A child of Zeus, perhaps, after that takedown. And what could have been fast action slowed to a crawl after 2 gets smited towards a main.
But the timing here, Severine, he finds Flipjitter waiting there in the mid position. They say lightning never strikes twice, but it did just now for Shiro. Huge damage he did to like 3 players on Boom, then takes down the other 2. Big plays here coming in from the stove of ONIC, and utilizing that, not really a blind ult, but it was one without a tag, and they knew that perfect information where exactly ONIC, rather Boom, were stacked up. And initially, the hold there of Boom Esports, rather of ONIC, towards A long, where they had kind of NC Slasher and Monyet trying to dip into that fight, it wasn't really working out for them, but Shiro, he bails him out with one hell of a Hunter's Fury. He's got more of a job to do here towards this grass position, but they're trapped. A pincer, really. They swing. The shot still connects and Rendezvous out to safety for Elmi Moore. And Blaze King, there's no way he's going to light this one afire. As ONIC, they continue with their lead, 10-9.
You can't just do that against Elmi Moore. He'll be willing to hold that down. Doesn't care about the scan. That's the confidence of a man who knows he's going to hit that shot. But as you mentioned, if ONIC's first plan doesn't work, they have that backup. They have that Hunter's Fury that is just so strong in a funnel formation on a map like this. And that's why the Sova can still be a mainstay on Ascent. So potent in a straight line. It just gets the connection. And what could have been an absolutely messy round for both sides, ONIC finding order there.
It would have certainly been disastrous here for ONIC in that round, especially so late here, basically the third act of this map number 1, but guns still bound for Boom. This will allow them to buy up one more round right after this, no matter what happens, but let's see exactly how things turn out. Flipjitter, they send him a lot, like to try and lurk and find an opening, but it does go unsupported at times, and it can lead to these situations where he could get picked off without a refrag. Fortunately for him, he spots Monyet out though and has a proper timing and angle. Doesn't matter, he can rendezvous back out to safety. Dips into the fight, safe back out, and now they have the man advantage stacks to utilize.
Mate, you mentioned the risk, but from the way Flipjitter has been playing, it is just rewarded over and over and over again. Look at him double dip though. Can he get another takedown? Yes, he does! What is going on? This fondue is only for him at this point. And Flipjitter just defining where to engage and where to die. NC Slash now tried to hold the same angle Monyet did a while ago, but he doesn't want to suffer the same kind of fate. Flipjitter has opened up A site immensely for Boom, and look at him go for more. NC Slash though and Elmi Moore do trade it back. Finally, we do get the punish here to the side of ONIC. 3v3 situation. This does force Boom's hand to stick it here, but Elmi Moore will stick it to a Blaze King. Drop on down, get that takedown! And what was that, Elmi Moore? What did I just witness? An action star in the making as ONIC gets the round.
From the high ground to the low, ONIC in a 3v5. They catapulted things off after that pick from Elmi Moore and NC Slasher shutting them down. And after them, it was Boom put into a tough spot, having to hold on merely to the generator here. That was so crucial, and Flipjader, the efforts that he put in early in the round quickly nullified here as Berserks and Frostmind fell down one apiece to really the quick draw and spectacular aim. Elmi Moore has got to shine here.
We call him the headshot machine. Is he the John Wick of Indonesia by this point? This
Pretty
is just
much.
crazy. How do you have the confidence to drop down with a headhunter like that? And okay, I understand the kill towards the spike, but the other one right behind him? How do you even do such wonders there, Elmi Moore? Yet again, I wonder why. I know why his name is Elmi Moore, but change it to WB Moore again. Because this guy just wins. Man, it's crazy.
All they do is win, 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 no matter what.
No matter what. You bring out the bars yet again, my little musician, but no gigs here. As ONIC now trying to go for the hold. Elmi Moore, look at how confident he is because of his previous round. Does rendezvous away after the flash drive. And now Boom Esports able to close that gate and move towards the boathouse instead. But Elmi Moore just doesn't miss whatsoever. Flipside, they're now going to go on down. Berserk starting to go around, feeling the pressure from afar. Shiro, though, that's what the Odin's all about. Not just the walls, but also the Radiant. Getting that takedown. Frostbite finding one, finding two even. Shiro did catch Blaze King along the way, and the damage has been done by the boathouse defense. All it needs to do now for ONIC is to pick up their spines and pick up the pieces from where the rest of the team has left off. Frostbite, though, and Tempothal tried to play a game of base, but there is just no stopping NC Slasher. He read that like a book. Unfortunately, though, it didn't turn the page. Frostbite does get through, but Munyet is there by the speedway and hastily through. This is it. Map point for ONIC.
Frostmind on pace there for a potential ace clutch moment, but it doesn't come as ONIC makes sure to stifle that attempt before it even gets really going. What a backside kind of combo that they've got here. An Odin plus a operator. Might have just been the perfect, really, I guess, response to what could have happened there coming in from the Boom's attack. The fact that they have so much wallbang capability as well as long range and close range firepower in a position really that has to be flushed out, otherwise you can't get a plant. That was really a good call here coming from ONIC, and these kind of traps that they're setting up throughout this defensive side, it's been working for them ever since even the pistol round that we saw.
I mean, I just give a thumbs up to Shiro. You don't see that Odin used like that too often, and you just don't see Elmi Moore lose any of those duels. 2 for Elmi Moore, the perfect flash into 3. Severin will get the takedown, and ONIC, they are the first seed for a reason, and they're looking to be the first ones here to get the map in this civil war. ONIC takes ascent 13-9.
Decisive end to that. A confidence showing here coming from ONIC, and they're on path to taking this series potentially 2-0. One of the first times we're going to see these two teams take 2 consecutive series against each other, potentially. ONIC showing them who's boss and who is the real king of Indonesia here, being the #1 seed.
Their destiny will not be denied here, my friend. This is their time, and they know it. The best thing to do, though, to prove it to the rest of the world is to beat those who have been on top before. And Boom Esports, they get felled there after they just get overrun by the antics and I'd say really the power positions of ONIC, but it just all fell apart for Boom as soon as we saw that generator retake, right?
Yeah.
The drop down with the headhunter, that is just the stuff of legends. Call Hollywood because Elmi Moore is waiting. Now then though, we do have to go for a bit of a break after all of that action. Panel gonna be breaking things down, and when we return, it's still ONIC versus Boom. That's Super Black and Blue. You guys are tuning into the Knockouts. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
first game for this series, feeling like it could go on forever with both of these teams just on this solid, absolute tug of war. Here we are once again on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix still here on the panel. And I gotta say that every round, all I could hear was just brrrr with the Odins coming out, Fluffy. What is with these teams pulling out the Odins?
I mean, in a map like Haven, where almost everything is certified wall bangable, you know, everything can happen. A free kill is always a free kill, especially when you're on that Sova and you have the information to get an accurate wall bang. But as we look at the game in general, ending 13-9, we see ONIC going for that rubber band trade of rounds, starting off very strong, but Boom, with a quick adaptation, does take it back. Back again to ONIC, and back to Boom, and back to ONIC. Just a great back and forth between it for the first half. Although at the end of it, ONIC does find some momentum on the second half and dominates that, closing out the game.
I think ONIC really excelled in terms of that crossfire, especially on the other defender side. Boom Esports a bit lacking after they get that plant down. They get the spike down. Their post-plant situation is not as coordinated as ONIC's. There are times where we see that they don't have the refrag set up, they don't have the trade system going. Granted, a lot of those rounds were when they were on an eco, but sometimes it's better safe than sorry.
You know, going into this game as we started, I saw that Boom Esports was actually not very aggressive. And we always talk about being proactive, especially on Ascent, right? But I think they were banking on the fact that ONIC is just incredibly aggressive. So they're very careful not to get picked too early. So they kind of went on the defensive side. They were very careful, I would say. And it worked in their favor, which is probably why, as you see here, rounds 3 to 5, we're just on their side over here. But there were certain rounds where ONIC was kind of pushing for more. They were overly aggressive, and it actually played in their favor because they would catch Boom Esports off guard from time to time. And I think that that's very cool. And I think that Trix, this is what we were talking about when we were talking about the pacing of the game.
Yes, that pacing is very important, but what about you, Fluffy? What do you think?
I think that Leica is right in saying that ONIC really pushed the boundaries, and sometimes maybe they didn't play as safe as they could be, but they were very much rewarded as they were able to get a lot of these timings, get a lot of the enemy Boom Esports off guard for the most part, especially Elmi Moore, as we see him as the match MVP, really doing work on that chamber. He got like the most kills on both attack and defense, and overall that's how he got the MVP. But he really shined as he landed the important shots, even getting that operator into double headhunter kills, stopping a lot of the plants and attempts come from Boom Esports, which is a team that we normally know as that death ball team to make a lot of these plays, but it just seemed that it worked out in ONIC's favor because of their, I guess, willingness to risk sometimes, and hopefully for them, and thankfully it did pay off.
Both teams, honestly, just playing on both sides risky. Like the way that they were peeking the angles, the fights that they chose to take. I loved seeing that aggression on ONIC's side, especially when it came to their defender trying to get a little more space, a little more information. I remember that one round they also would like push inside B main, they would push in mid. And I think that aside from maybe them losing out their fights on A short against Flips Jitter, they were doing a solid job in terms of getting information and taking a little more risk so that they could push Boom into certain areas.
I really feel that this game could have gone either way, and that just goes to show how amazing both of these teams here. But oh my god, look at that clip, Fluffy. I was caught off guard with Elmi Moore over here. That was insane. As Dax said it earlier, he was like an action star in this game.
True, that's one of the things that I mentioned earlier, where if you know, it's all risk management at the end of the day, and it's kind of ambitious at times, but when it works out, it really does pay off. Imagine a situation when that happened, when he goes to jump down from heaven, but he doesn't get that kill. It leaves his teammate alone and gonna have to clutch in from a very difficult spot. But just the amount of confidence that the team has shown has really pushed through, and it allows them to open a lot of these gaps in Boom Esports' plan that they can really exploit, which converts a lot of their rounds on the opening pick.
I think
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Go ahead,
sorry.
Trix.
I just wanted to add, you know, in terms of risk management, we mentioned before in this panel that sometimes you need to make a play happen, and you have to be understanding of what kind of play you can make and how to make it. And I feel like ONIC G really showing us that today. They showed us that yes, they can make plays happen no matter what their agents are. They know how to position, know how to manage it, know how to calculate in their heads when their teammates are coming in, what space they have.
Mm-hmm. I do think that this is something that we need to point out. The absolute confidence to be able to pull that off is just something else. Because if it failed, then it could have been like a facepalm moment for the rest of us. But because he was able to pull it off with absolute confidence, absolute style, nobody's gonna get mad. He was rewarded for the risk that he took, and it just really paid off. And overall, I think that this is one of the things that gave ONIC the upper hand as we stormed through this series. But hey, this is just map number 1. Again, this is Ascent. And we're going through all of the motions over here. Coming up next is gonna be Split. So Fluffy, Split, we're gonna be saying goodbye to this map in just a couple of days. But what do you think is gonna be the win condition for either of these teams as we move on to this map?
Well, I think if you're Boom Esports, you're very confident because one, it's your map pick. And although you're giving the defensive probably side to the opponents, you have a very strong track record on it. During their own VCT, they haven't lost a single time, but here on the APAC stage, it's a bit more of a 50-50 situation. But overall, relying on that comfort and knowing that you can take this map, especially a team that you've practiced and played against, just like ONIC in your own recent VCT, I feel like the winning condition for them is if they're able to execute the game plan that they have prepared on the map, and if they can really stop the stacking of rounds coming out from ONIC.
Interesting. So is it safe to assume that from time to time, Trix, we'll be witnessing a lot of these fights outside of the site, like especially if we see a little bit more of aggression on the side of the defenders over here?
I do think that the fights primarily won't be on site. I feel like it would be on those choke angles, especially on B main, on A main, but primarily we've seen throughout all of Boom's history on Split, they like to get that mid control. And I feel a team that understands that will be able to contest it and be able to push Boom back, because I find when Boom gets that mid control, that's exactly where they shine, because they can pivot any side that they want and they're able to force the duels to the opponents. And we see that they also have this tendency to overwhelm. But ONIC G being the smart team with really good crossfires is, I'm thinking that ONIC G can definitely handle that and definitely deal with it, because now since Boom has played it so often, there are so many ways to review and adjust and play accordingly, understanding where the flaws in their plays are.
Not to mention that during their last series with Order really showed absolute dominance, 13-1 in that game. And if you were on the side of ONIC, that's already a lot of information that you can learn on the side of Order, right? But for Boom Esports, there's a lot of adjustment that they need to do. But here we are. As I said earlier, we're gonna be off to Split, Fluffy. Off the bat, any compositions you're looking to see from these guys?
I hope that one, if not both of the teams bring out the Neon. It's something that they've comfortably played on Split, and alongside the Breach, it always has the potential to always explode. And as I say that, we can see that over here for Boom Esports, they are gonna be going with that Neon. I was kind of hoping to see it also for ONIC, but they are going for the more classic Raze. Obviously a very strong map for her. A lot of chokes here on Split can really be leveraged by having such explosive utility that can come out from a pick like that. But aside from that, the Omen versus Astro debate is always omnipresent. One has that global presence and the other one just has that fear factor when you can hit that big Omen flash, as well as create a lot of confusion when you use your ultimate. One thing I think that's a bit like underlooked, if that's a word, from the Omen ultimate is the fact that it blocks a lot of the mini-map. Although, communication is one thing with the players, it also stops them a bit. And, it can make you hesitate a bit because you're not sure immediately where they are.
I think ONIC G also running that lineup, I do worry a little that they might not get as much value from having that Raze, because there's not really anything for the Raze to pair with aside from maybe a concuss if it hits. So I'm just a little concerned about that, but I am interested to see how ONIC G pulls this off, because we do know and have seen that a Cypher, especially on Split, can be brutal.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you about that, Trix. I know you have your opinions on the Cypher versus the Chamber in terms of holding down a site, and we've seen how effective Cypher is, especially on Split, right? So the question is, how should Boom Esports go against this Cypher, and how should they decide what to do once they discover that, hey, Cypher is holding down this side? Should they rotate? Should they take out the utilities? What's next?
I feel like one of the things that Cypher does bring specifically in this matchup is the fact that with Neon on the opposing side, it's one of the best counters for that agent because you can't just freely slide in and do all the shenanigans you want to do with that, as well as the relay bolt with the support of Breach. And there's not a lot of good ways to take out Cypher utility aside from that suppress, which still is kind of an RNG thing if it does land the 0 point. So Cypher, I think it's an overall good pick compared to having something like Chamber, which Neon can dash through, so maybe it's a good adaptation on their part.
It really will be a good adaptation, but that's something that's up to the players over here. This is it, guys. Game number 2 coming up on your screens in just a bit. So don't go anywhere. The game is just about to begin.
In a tale of two locals, it's ONIC who has come out ahead, but now we go into the city where Boom can call its home. Problem is though, ONIC as feisty, and we have it yet again, the matchup between ONIC G versus Boom Esports. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The knockouts, the upper bracket still going on. Dax here with black and blue, but truth be told, ONIC looking to be quite a well-oiled machine, don't you think? It's like they run this planet or something.
Definitely. A planet of the apes almost there coming from Monyet, because while he might be at the bottom of the scoreboard after Ascent, he still provided so much value to this team that really the backline here, especially Elmi Moore, that second guy in, sometimes on the flank, was able to really capitalize on, and it was a big factor on why this team won. So guys, just because you're a duelist doesn't mean you have to be at the top of the scoreboard, as we saw there. The space making we saw from either Jet, especially on Monyet's side for ONIC, was crucial. The absolute pinpoint. He was basically that human recon dart to get them within the sight.
So how many pulses is a human recon dart, huh? How does it just go boing, boing,
as many hertz as his monitor can see.
Ooh, then the better monitor, the better it's gonna be. But what we're looking here from Boom Esports is a better performance compared to the last time they were here around on Split. Used to be the Kings of Split way back when in 2021. A matchup against Order, breaking that hold. But at the same time, that should be lessons learned, right? Not to get in an overwhelming score like that. They bring out yet again the neon-based composition, which is quite a complete contrast to what many other teams play, and it's really interesting to see how they're gonna utilize all that utilities now with ONIC G back on something comfy. The Rays also here from Monyet.
And this split map of theirs so far in this past half of a year has been really perfect for ONIC. Have yet to lose a single map, and they also picked this map as their third and final one versus Boom the last time around. It never got to that as the 2-0 started, but this mid position trying to be fought over. Heavy presence being shown by Boom, not the same amount of presence being shown by ONIC, but there's still a considerable amount can really utilizing the utility to fend them off for the meantime. But yet, he's got that, well, Boom bot just to keep him at bay when they do push, but let's see what exactly they can find from it. Is on the anti-flank here, Flip Jitter, he gets found.
Yeah, nice push there from Severin to start things off. What we said about Boom last time around here was they needed that time and space to construct the conflict and the setup they want to in the first place. But at the same time now, they're rushing in towards the site, losing out on the potential to rotate. As soon as I thought they actually would drop on down, they're going for that tower control instead. So still, it's all about those utilities getting value. And a spray on down here, courtesy of Blaze King, but Shiro finds Berserk already. NC Slasher swinging on in, low surprise though by the numbers by the staircase itself. And Boom Esports finally getting the frag that they need. But beyond that though, all the kills are just piling in favor of ONIC. Where do Tebatal and Frostmine even go by this point? They're lost in this concrete jungle. Tebatal rushing on around. The problem here for the side of Boom is Severin can hear them coming, getting ready from the rafters. Lets one through, but can't get the second. 8 seconds left. Someone needs to commit. ONIC now deciding it's all about the retake. But this can be quick work if they find the targets in the first place. Monyet, though, checking out who may be there in the corner. Drop one down from Severin. Still gets a takedown alongside Elmi Moore. And the cleanup, while it was delayed, it finally gets there. First point goes to ONIC.
It was a losing situation, yes, but they really shot themselves in the foot there, Boom, I think, by having that post-plant hold, with Devotal playing in a very committed and open position. Like, it can catch one or two off guard, but at that point, there's no real chance for him to back on to safety, no real reason to have any more hopes for winning this round. At that point, all you're looking for when you have a hold like that is basically get the kills, and these type of standard things that we've come to expect and seen really from the conditioning that Boom have. We see like Blaze King there on the top of Heaven. When he's smoked off, they're gonna pop a flash through with that KO and then see what reactions they get out of ONIC. But ONIC, they don't really budge, and this is something we've been seeing during Ascent as well, where he'd use that exact same flash within a smoke to see what reactions there are on the defensive side. But ONIC, they know how to buy their time, and they know how to utilize the tools they have in hand, and they don't get surprised too much by when they do that here, coming from Boom.
Yeah, perfect point there, Black and Blue, because they just don't flinch. They are not scared of what may come, and Elmi Moore, not afraid whatsoever, flips it there after the helping hand there with the fault line as well. Monieto dropping on down, ceding that space towards Heaven, just doesn't want to get overrun, which Boom exactly was looking for. And really some smart decisions here so far from ONIC, just assessing again where the opposition may come from. Elmi Moore now, he's on guard duty, and in defense, he knows there are some rats trying to scurry on through. Boom, can they actually get the frag here? That might be the question in hand. Tebotaldo spotted, trying to cross the line, and Elmi Moore, he finds 3 even there. Severine though with the final few takedowns, and ONIC again locking down the towers here. It's quarantine time, and Boom isn't just allowed to get inside.
Loving it more and more. Elmi Moore, he's so potent on this Sentinel role that we see him quite often in, and he has been really the biggest firepower factor that ONIC have put up against Boom here in this series so far. The last time around when these two teams did play off, we saw Flip Jitter being the big case of why Boom were even in the game and why they were able to win a few maps in that series. But once again, the last 2 times these teams have faced against each other, it was ONIC winning 2-0, and then Boom right before that winning 2-0 as well. But early contact being made here towards A main is going to be stifled. Perfect paranoia to stop the momentum that Boom want to build up.
And remember, last time around in their local scene, Elmi Moore was just above and beyond the rest of the competition on the frag department over the 2 maps. Watching that series, though, one thing that really stuck to me there, Black and Blue, was the fact that ONIC was just so much more willing to push the envelope and to push the limits of what they can actually get away with. And it has been a similar case there on Ascent. Times that they're going to get scanned, they're going to get hit by utilities, they still hold it down. And they know when to back off. They know how much they can get away with. And it really goes to show for ONIC, they have pushed the limits of their roster to an absolute T. And it still can be moved even further. These hurdles, they can be crossed more and more by ONIC the more they improve.
Are they hurdles or a mere hump on the road? We're going to have to find out. It's ONIC who have a real good chance of stifling this push. For Xerx, we've seen him do okay here when he does pull out the Neon, but let's see if it's going to be the absolute answer that they need. He gets a kill on a Severine through the smoke. And the hold here from ONIC, not really putting up that great of a fight, but still 1v2. He gets found though, and in the end, Boom Esports. Somewhat costly of a round, but they get it in the end.
Yeah, the scoreboard just lights up as soon as the fast lane is there, but in a series of trades, it's Boom who has that foothold and comes out ahead of that. And that's the beauty of really this Neon in the first place. We have seen the fast lane become so valuable in maps where you can kind of utilize the Viper wall, but you don't want to play the Viper as a controller. Instead, bring out the Neon and get the cover that your team needs.
And when they have that Neon, it just gives so much gap closing ability that really the only answer to that would be a raise, which, to be fair, ONIC do have as well. But we have seen teams like PaperX try and combo those 2 agents together for very good reason. In this case, not going to be that exact idea. Boom Esports here trying to take control of that Heaven position, but mostly unsupported for the meantime. It's only Berserk on that task, which is going to be a difficult one for him to pull off all alone. So as they're playing this default, they have to reassess if this is something they really want to commit to, and the answer seems to be no.
It's not a combo this time, man. It's a contest because you got the Raze on one side, you got the Neon on the other. And speaking of sides now, Boom have decided to go towards that B site instead. They felt the danger, courtesy of ONIC's setup. They already had an inkling that Elmi Moore was there by the tower. And especially with the breach there in position, could have been some great combinations there from ONIC to stop the Boom push as soon as possible. But those are just possibilities. Now we go back to reality. And B-sites looking to be the place for the action. Fast lane though to start things off alongside the fault line. So much space made being here by Boom. But a great stall there. Courtesy of one yet. NC Slasher, where did he come from? And right in front of Blaze King. Frostman able to get the trade. It still allows Boom Esports to actually get the site that they need. Rolling Thunder now to play even. But Elmi Moore just does not lose and has no fear whatsoever. He drops on down to get the 2 takedowns. He's looking for more. This is his site lockdown. And here we go yet again. The contest is there. Severine with a backstab before Elmi Moore is is even gunned down. And ONIC, how many times have we seen Elmimore just become the anchor and the captain of this ship at the same time? Holds it down, steers it right. And well, it's ONIC now with quite the scoreline here.
You see Dax there where a majority of the kills came in from ONIC. It was this exact position that NC Slasher is holding. This close pillar short angle that we do see commonly blocked off by a Sage, but because there is no Sage in either composition, this angle is going to be a lot more potent, and I'd like to see for Boom Esports actively fight for control of that, since they especially have Severin here with a Sky. We see lots of teams run a play where they throw that guiding light towards the direct right side, towards maybe Hell, and flash that out to control the short side of the pillar. And if Boom Esports realize that that could be an opening they could utilize, then they can throw this defense for a loop.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you, because they went for that Rolling Thunder towards the tower, but they just completely ignored the side where that Rolling Thunder didn't get the connection, and just a free drop into Hell. Seems like Elmimore are able to reap those souls, but now we get back in the action. Yet again, Boom in their game plan being stifled by ONIC. This is gonna be even better now from Elmimore. Got the tag on, going for the spray on down to a lot of numbers. He still gets one anyway. Shiro is there for the assistance even. No trades needed, because ONIC is still alive and standing. This forces Boom to stop in their stations. Shiro will get the takedown alongside Severin. Tepathol did just go for the swing against the Rafters, but beyond that, the crossfire is just too intense and too immense, courtesy of ONIC. Blaze King now the only one left, only with the Frenzy. But I was saying something at the start of this round, and while NC Slasher tries to end it, Blaze King will get the takedown. But Black and Blue, you saw that, right? We had Berserks rush in towards the B tower, gravity well there to try and get the catch on even, courtesy of Tebatol. But since ONIC just wasn't there, Boom Esports had to abandon their plan immediately.
Completely, and with the eco state here on Boom, there's no real chance to tear down a crossfire like that, barring some great utility placement. Maybe if they throw out a relay bolt plus a stun towards that backside and the Rafters, but that's a hard read to make. And in those defensive setups, ONIC have been looking like one of the best teams in the entirety of APAC this stage, who pull off those defensive setups and trap plays that they're really trying to gun for the opposing side to fall into. You see them give up space actively to really lull the opposing side into what is quite honestly a too good to be true situation. Look, Heaven, it's open, but when they step in, that's where they take him down.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? They scare off Boom from B side just from the lack of presence, and then they make them stop in their tracks because of the presence of Elmimore and the rest of the ONIC Corporation. It's just crazy to think that many a kill box is just made by ONIC right now. And I kind of have to say the similar problems that we saw from Boom versus Order last time around on Split, it's rearing its ugly head. They are unable to really get the tempo that they need. They feel like that despite the utilities that they have here aren't enough to secure themselves towards the site, and it just feels a bit more hesitant, if that's the proper term right now, for Boom when they're over-assessing the situation when they could have just found the contact and the angles instead.
Definitely so, and I'm curious that they switch on to this composition, Dax, because while it did work against Cerberus, and we saw it falter against Order, obviously, in such a hefty fashion, 13-1, a lot of their more, honestly, convincing rounds and matches that they have played here on Split were with a very different comp, and that was a comp that was very similar to what ONIC bring here to the table. For them to have that double controller that we saw was, I think, a really big point for them, but it's not what they're running this time around, and I do feel like it's been something that would have benefited their comp more when we see them have that kind of Raze, Sky plus Omen and Viper comp. That's where I think Boom looked the best here on Split, but that's not the option they go for this time around, and they could pay heavy prices for it.
You know what I see right now from this composition? When it works well. If it doesn't work, it does not work whatsoever. And literally, the scorelines have said so far. Flash, though, is the play. Seekers are there. And in the blinding lights, it's Blaze King and Berserks who get the eyesight on. Seems like now, it's pretty clear here for the side of Boom. They're able to impose, and they're able to win it out. It got scrappy. And I feel like for ONIC, that's not what they want to happen in the first place. Round goes to Boom.
Well, that's a case of happening exactly the way you said it would, Dax, right? As advertised. When it works out really well. But how many rounds can you actually have that go like that? That you just push the pace from the get-go, from the start of the round, from when the whistle blows, and you end it real swiftly as well before you even hit the minute mark. That is a round that is really an outlier over everything. And Neon, she kind of fills the same I guess, duelist role that Raze might be, but Raze a bit more proficient on the close range, with Neon being a bit more suited for slightly larger maps where that gap closing of hers can be even more utilized. But they're taking this heaven control here with merely Berserks and Flipster to take that task up. They do have a potential pincer here from that vent if they can take it. Seemingly looking at how it's not really occupied, but they walk on through, playing contact in Severin. He was none the wiser in the push.
Yeah, that's a big opening, and look at the fast lane creativity from top to bottom. Monyet, though, contesting, flicking, almost even getting Flipster there. Drop him down, Flipster already in position to get a third one. And Boom Esports, sheer force of will is the answer. And yet again, the early contact giving them the connection. For ONIC now, their defense falls apart if they just don't have that right setup. And case in point, they got that tower take here for Boom, and that was all they needed to effectively win the round.
Yeah, subverting expectations here of ONIC. As we've established earlier in this match, where Boom, in those situations where maybe they're smoked out and have kind of played contact where they're simply walking, not making noise, cutting that audio, they typically would like to initiate first with maybe a relay bolt or a flash just to see if the defense will shoot back, if they'll flinch. But this time, not really anything. They play that contact, they walk on through, and they find the proper perfect timing, which had a bit of luck on it, but great game sense as well to get Severin out. And once that piece of the puzzle was taken down, Boom, they simply had no way of being stopped when they rushed the A site. But speaking of rushes, seems like mid, look at this, considerable presence being shown by ONIC here on their eco towards mid.
No, I'm liking what Boom is doing even more so because they show their hand too frequently with the utilities. Might as well just go for the 50-50 and look to get that victory anyway. Speaking of the push though, Severin! How did you get away with that one? Was not ready whatsoever for Flipster there. Missing the mark, uncharacteristic from the chamber, but not Frostmind. He's able to clean up the mess his teammate makes there. 4v4 scenario though. The regroup is clear here from Boom. They do just want to watch out for that rifle, but Shiro might be able to take advantage of this. If Tempotol and Frostmind are busy juggling all around, Shiro even gets a takedown. Frostmind will trade it out, but these losses from the side of Boom, a little surprising given the situation so far.
They can pile up in the long run. Fortunately for Boom, they've got the economy to work with, but Berserk's finding that kill might have just stifled this potential eco round to be won by ONIC. Gives them the advantage without really a proper rifle in the hands of these ONIC players. Monyet, a mere showstopper, and his sheriff to work with. NC Slasher on the flank retrieves a rifle. He might actually go Monyet here towards A main and retrieve another, but let's see, if they can get the pick here, they have a real chance, especially with a showstopper being online. Nade on out, but Monyet, he's found. They go 1 for 1 though, they trade post Marty. And let's see, no real chance here. Yeah, that's it. Berserks, I mean, perfect flash, perfect combo. Quick round for Boom, but costly in the end.
Yeah, they even used that null command since things were wonky, and that could have been honestly a null command round to just to push on in. Still, a little surprising. Boom taking a few losses there. ONIC showing that they are willing to be ambitious as well. And let's not forget that they can be precise too, but in the end, this is what the powers of Boom may be. This is why they have such a utility-based composition. So many stuns, so many flashes, and so many ways to manipulate the battles, if ever.
And to have that flexibility of giving really different ways of manipulating things is a big point for them. But now Berserks, he's trying to make that early push here. The defense of ONIC not ready, but this judge is going to be big. He spams through and finds a double here, Dax! Severin holding on true. He's still in hell, and that's where he sends him.
Mate, that's the biggest counter of all of these walls. Just decide to peek it with the judge. Danger close. Dyname Severin. And how many times really decapitating the opposition. Buckshot so potent. Monyet even better with the fireworks fiesta. And then see slashing that paranoia throw and forcing Tempotol to drop on down. The spike though did get planted towards B side. A big distraction now. The kerfuffle has ended. And you do get back to the thick of things. Mito on this bone. Tempotol now able to get that takedown over NC Slasher. He's looking for more, but Severin is just feeling the heat. Flips it there. Ready with the flag. The Seekers though will expose his position. Monyet, can he get some reinforcements here? Patience to flush him out. And at the same time, someone needs to go for the defuse duty. Monyet though, ultimate bodyguard will get broken by Flipster. 1 more to contest. It's Elmimore there to get that takedown, and ONIC, they will win the round. That got very, very dicey, to say the least there, Black and Blue. Yeah. But in the end, ONIC found control.
That was a 5v2 that Boom Esports almost won. If Elmimore was a second or two later on that peak to get the trade, then who knows? He might have been able to defuse, rather stop the defuse from happening in the first place here, Boom Esports. And Severin, man, for him to come on that flank, luckily, he stays alive just long enough as Flipster doesn't connect to allow Boom, rather ONIC, to readjust and reposition for that defuse. But yes, So close there, Flipjitter was to clutching that round out. Bit too close for comfort on ONIC side.
Mate, screw your walls. I have the judge. That's exactly what Severin said there. And in the end, getting the Seekers at the right time. Just perfect chances there from Mother Nature. Perfect chances by Severin made here for the side of ONIC. Speaking though of critters though, the Trailblazer now scouting on the round. Boom. Showing a lot of presence towards the ramps. This can't be the 8-take that they're looking for. But yet again, look at how ready ONIC is in the first thing. So only Thunder is to play, and a great angle by Flipjitter! The one partition where he's not gonna get connected whatsoever by the quake of the earth! And Boom Esports, they find the opening that they need now to go for the relocation. But NC Slasher, Judge yet again being a big botter. Templeton ready with the trade. And one more time, Boom Esports pulling the rug under the sheets and pulling a rotate right under the noses of ONIC. All left now to Almi Moore, but this should be Boom's to take here by this point.
Yeah, even with the Rolling Thunder is committed towards the A site, Heaven, they go towards B, realizing it's open, and man, Flipjitter finding the one spot that the floor wasn't lava.
He just
there.
read it. It's crazy that he just knew exactly where to stand. It feels like, okay guys, this is a Rolling Thunder play. I know if they're in vents, this is the part where he puts it down first and foremost, so it's not gonna connect here. It's just crazy sometimes, but these guys know Black and Blue, and Elmi Moore, he will fight for his life. It's a 1v3 situation. We might get a treat here for Elmi Moore on the exits, and Boom, you gotta be a little bit careful. If he decides to go for that B side, perhaps there might be time, but the exits. Elmi Moore wants to go for another one. Exit stage right, bring it now to the next act. Elmi Moore, though, looking all around, and
no way.
Templeton loses. No way. Elmi Moore, this is criminal. Luckily, he gets caught there in the end by Frostmind. The sirens, they were ringing as hard as can be for Boom, but they do tie it up at the end of the day.
Would have been smooth for him to steal those kills in the end, but hey, hats off to him still. Let's tip that, definitely.
I mean, wait. You are witty. Now he has the way to take off his hat. Because of those kills, he has the neural theft. I see.
Yes, very much so. A cowboy is only as honorable as his fancy hat. And in this case, well, I'm pretty sure that there's going to be some way Elmi Moore is going to find this to find real good value out of this ult that he's built up there in the post-round situation, especially with ONIC being on this eco. If they are able to get a pick off here and utilize that neural theft, then they're going to have all the information they need to potentially steal a 6th round here in the defensive side.
And speaking of steals, Boom Esports has stolen a bit of his momentum now. Tying things up on the map like Split. Already a good sign here for Boom. But Elmi Moore's just watching these two. CCTV at the ready! And the distraction into the isolation! Elmi Moore getting away with his business one more time. And 2 go down after being absolutely distracted by the shimmer of the camera there. NC Slasher now holding close, classic in hand of all things. But he feels like it can get the job done. He's still there, Frostmind! Almost able to just give him a bit of a high five. But the bullets will do to get that takedown. Nice angle here for Templeton, checking out the alleyway. And he does get the free kill there. But Moniette, again, Monkey C, Monkey 2. Here he comes one more time for you. 2 in his hand, looking for a 3rd, doesn't get it. Placing though all alone into the corner. And Elmi Moore is there to wrap this one up for ONIC. What a round though from ONIC G. Just immense playmaking from individuals leading to quite a unexpected victory.
I don't know, I expected attacks. No, I'm kidding.
Okay,
I mean,
sure.
I mean, it did go down the way that we said. The conditions here that ONIC have is if they get that kill in a position that they can pull the neural theft out, they have a real chance of taking it back, and that's exactly what they did. With the information given and the paranoia connecting, they had more than enough time to get here on the retake. Elmi Moore finding 2 huge kills with a mere Guardian, just secured everything in the end, and that neural theft once again, gathering information, allowed Moniette to even get in this position in the first place, knowing that no one was playing for that anti-flank, at least no one was playing within B main in that moment, and Boom Esports, still, a good half already for them, no matter what happens here, but they're definitely going to want that 6th.
Yeah, screw it though. They say it's time for the ultimates, and Berserk's just trying to get on through to the other side. Getting bothered though, I believe that was the trip bar, but Templeton and Frostmind clean up nicely instead. Here comes Elmi Moore coming in close, but Berserk's is ready for him this time and gives him a fistful of lead. Templeton holding the Rams. Quick round yet again, looking to go in favor of Boom Esports, but NC Slasher with a backstab now, and the Paranoia Prime towards the Hell angle to make that 3v1 scenario now. It's all on site here for the side of Boom. They make it even easier with the Rolling Thunder. Nice escape using the Shrouded Step at least to get on the way. and can still TP on back, but time is ticking and Boom has all the control in the world. NC Slasher tried to make it look nice. Unfortunately for him, it's pretty dicey instead. Aftershock is the play. Berserk's inside the smoke and Blaze King is there to swing it till he hits it. Tied up now, 6-6, and after everything is said and done, a great recovery for Boom Esports. And it's honestly a good sign for them moving into the second half.
That's good momentum they built up here near the latter half of this opening half here, Dax, where earlier on, ONIC, their defense just seemed a lot more impenetrable, but now, barring a few rounds there in the latter stages of it, it's Boom who have been looking quite confident in prying that open, but we're back to a reset. 6-6, equilibrium, and we're looking now at how the defense of Boom is going to work out, because they do have okay trap setups as well, the same way ONIC would, but ONIC a bit more proficient in that. I do think, though, that Boom, when it comes to their attacking side, that's where they look a bit more, I guess, impressive. And if they can replicate that success with how great they are at reinitiating, I think that's going to work out here. So the game plan, in my opinion, of what Boom should do is, I guess, really initiate, retreat, then retaliate after. They have to go and dip back into the fight after they've made that active control and contact early on in the round.
I mean, they have the space and the speed to do so with. You look at their attacking and retreating options. First and foremost, Chamber and Neon, zip in, zip out, and just take a picture with it. On the flip side, Frostmine, Tebatal, covering or enabling utilities. And I'm focusing on alongside you with the Boom defense. It's because we haven't really seen it tested as of yet. It's all been attacking sides here for Boom versus Servers versus Order, and they have been so one-sided for either the opponent or for themselves that we haven't really seen a proper glimpse of how this composition is able to hold down these sites in the first place. On the other hand, though, for ONIC, I think it's a bit more clear-cut and a bit more standardized. The way they play, the way that they're going to be playing that entry should be similar to what we've seen in all the other maps so far.
Well, with the past two series of Boom Esports here on Split, the past two outings of Split ending 13-1 and 13-2, and both of them also being on kind of like the attacking side of Boom, that just, basically never gave us any real, I guess, information how to play this. And if that's the case, then so do ONIC. They might not have exactly knowledge on what Boom Esports can do when it comes to their setups, aside from looking at their previous matches, but that's not going to remain as functionally true as more recent results might suggest. So Boom Esports, their defensive setup here, seemingly focused on mid-control. You can see all the pings coming, but ONIC, I think they're going to try and contest this early. Once they find the contact, though, they're going to fall back.
Is that how you set up on the defense? Instead of putting utilities, you just ping it?
Just ping it, yeah. It's like,
so the more pings you do at the start, the stronger that defense is going to be.
Isn't that how people play MOBAs?
True.
Ping,
And
ping,
anything
ping.
with the ping system. Ping, 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 ping. Because here. Watch out for this angle. And, well, we're watching now. Monyet zip on by. And as per usual, this guy can just go through the jungles, whether it's concrete or whatever kind of material, and be the one who's making haste. But Blaze King now wasting the opposition. Monyet will go on down. Severin though with the drop down, trying to chance Blaze King, but he has the angle yet again. There is a slow field though. Now, NC Slasher will net that kill. Flips it there. Finding NC Slasher in response. A great hold here so far from Boom Esports thanks to Blaze King. And NC Slasher, can he actually go for more flips to there rather? Trying to get on the way as Elmi Moore contested him heftily. Still, Boom have the numbers, they have the angle towards the screens, and they do know Elmi Moore is so low on HP. A single bullet will get that takedown. Shiro trying to contest the tide, but this is just a force of nature that they cannot handle. It's Boom with the pistol win.
Great round here for Boom, and really from Blaze King to shut that down, gets him going early, and he's a player that we typically see on the more initiating roles here in Boom, like we'd see him in a Sova a lot, but I've always held a high opinion that I do think he is the best player here in Boom, and he's really showing that this series, but you're going to need a bit more to secure this map. You saw something there from ONIC where they try and do a similar play to what actually Boom were doing a while ago, where they send Flip Jitter solo into heaven and the rest of them try and pincer through vents, but the big difference is that when ONIC did this time, they didn't wait for that vents to control to come to them before they had Monyet push into heaven. Typically, Flip Jitter would wait for the rest of the team to have top mid control and vent control before pushing. But Elmi more, he gets a great shot here in the flip.
Yeah, that's too greedy from Flipster there. Luckily, Blaze King is there for the trade. But because of that first casualty, now A side's wide open. Here we go again. Blaze King gonna get tested, but his throne is just as ironclad as he is until NC Slasher finds his head through those ropes anyway. Now, speaking of him, goes on through towards the site itself. Frostmind cannot get the catch on. And just because of the over-eagerness of Boom Esports, ONIC ready to get the punish instead. Now then, Spike is planted. Tebotal looking to regroup alongside Frostmind. It's NC Slasher though trying to get in the middle. This might surprise Tebotal. He's not looking right in front of him. And it's the perfect angle here for NC Slasher to play the smoke itself. Shiro though already getting the attention. Tebotal though turning on around to get that takedown. Shiro able to make the trade work. And Shiro with a second. Can't transfer to a third. Tebotal now versus Severine. And here he comes. But the defuse is looking to get halfway. But there's just no getting there in the first place. A thrifty win by ONIC. A single stumble leading. So complete collapse here.
Yeah, funneling themselves there into the elbow, and the perfect wrench thrown in here by Frostmind, and that single fall line, you could even hear me in the background. Look at this stun coming, because that was going to connect on all three players, and it stifles a push that they otherwise could have used to overwhelm him. So the eco round here from ONIC, quite proficient, always so capable and potent in these rounds, and that, because of that exact factor, they convert here the eco, and it's Boom now who are flipped on their tails.
Yeah, just so much value there from ONIC. And if they can keep this up, I think it answers the question of quantity over quality. ONIC has been more on the qualitative side. Boom has a lot of utilities to work with, but it's up to them to make that space and make that time to get them all working in the first place. We've seen, though, the middle B, the point of contention for many of these teams. They want to use that as an opportunity to move to either sites, and ONIC right now playing it relatively safe because they have the rifles.
Well, rifles in hand, it should be a round that they're going to convert. Great movement here by Monyet to bail out of a sticky situation.
He's just so good
that
at
was
that.
exceptional, dude. That was moving backwards too, with him strafing in the air.
It's crazy, man. Apparently, you give this monkey a jetpack and he can just have that joyride.
Yeah.
Thing is, though, Monyet, what impresses me the most about him as a duelist is just how smooth his movement is. I would dare say that he has some of the best movement here in APAC. In terms of raise, I think perhaps maybe Jing can be one of the few players that can match his kind of pace. But speaking of the pace, now Shiro does initiate that contact as the rest of Boom did follow suit. In the end, it's a rifle now being picked up here by the defense, and the action spilling over in quite a interesting fashion. ONIC, though, able to haul that spike away towards B side, so at least that's the win condition now for ONIC to play things out. Elmi Moore, though, bit of a last stand here. Berserk's able to shoot down this hero, and Severine, he's pushing over to the alleyway. Even post-plant locations here for the side of ONIC, trying to get the surprise over onto these corners to contest. And it's Blaze King now, able to get on away in time to stay alive. Boom does have an inkling of where ONIC's coming from. NC Slasher, though, does get felled by Frostmind after Monyet gets Berserks. And it can be a drop-down location here for the side of Boom. It's all about hugging the pillar here for the side of ONIC. They want to hold close. They want to stick together. But a little bit of some detachment there. And Frostmind is able to decapitate Severine anyway. 2v1 scenario. Monyet the only one left. And what is going on with this game? It's all about the thrifties. It's all about stealing these rounds away. But Monyet able to save face and catch out Frostmind in the act. Blaze King to the corner. Time is bought. And time right now running out of bullets. Running out of HP. But someone has run out of time, and his name is Blaze King. ONIC will clutch it in the end, but what is going on with these past few rounds here, Black and Blue? It's getting so down to the wire.
That was so close, but I do think in that 2v1, Boom could have played out earlier, rather better even. They had 2 flashes still in the Blaze King, but where did they really come? They never really came out, and by the time they had an idea to use it, it was too late. Monyet had the round clutched in, and we talked about how his movement was really impressive earlier on in the mid position, but it wasn't even the craziest raise movement at all. It just simply how effortlessly comes to him is a big sign that he's really comfortable playing this, and we see it in these type of rounds where they just bomb rush onto the side. The Bucky is gonna not confirm it. Yes, he can find the fall, but no, he gets baited into it.
He wanted it.
Find him.
He was so hungry for that Bucky kill, it just doesn't really pan out in the end. Berserk's fleet footwork to get on the way, and it was one of the weirdest fast lanes I've ever seen. It's just really to cover him up onto the corner. But mayhaps he wanted to throw it right to his opposite, just for a way to get the hell out of there. But it's perfect for Severine. Sees the heads.
No way.
Berserks, how do you even do that? I'm taken aback by that shot, but beyond that, Boom Esports, they have the numbers now. ONIC, they tried their mightiest to make it work towards the tower, but they see it here. All those who wanted keys to condos, they couldn't get the real estate mogul in time. Then again, though, with the mid control we have seen vied for heftily in this game, this allows avenues for the rotation, and ONIC now taking their way through to A streets, if ever that can be the case. Elmimore, Shiro, trying to check the ramps as much as possible, not really giving up too much noise as of yet. And can they actually surprise Flipsider here? But he's getting ready, gets the spot, and just so quick from Flipsider. You are evicted, you are not allowed to stay on site whatsoever. And it's Elmimore versus Flipsider, truly the matchup to watch out for here. 10 seconds left, and on the inside, it's Flipsider who gets the better shot out. We are tied up again, 8-8. This series just keeps on giving.
Seems like it's Christmas in July. Just how much high-quality moments we're getting from this. Oh, it is June. It's almost July. I'm a bit too ahead of myself. Maybe because of just the hijinks that we just saw there. Certainly, Berserks, he's got the Guardian Angel working out for him and looking out for him here today in this matchup, because he should have gone down initially there to the Bucky of Monyet, but then he still finds himself finding a kill with that low HP state, and I don't know how Boom do it, but they get these rounds going their way. ONIC, mid-control once again, trying to be forced up, but this time without as much haste as we saw earlier on, realizing and recognizing that, hey, we play the best on our attacking side when we really pick and prod and chip away at the defense instead of trying to blow it wide open.
No, this series just proves the average quality of the top seeds of Indonesia in general. First seed versus third seed this close really has... I dare say it. I feel like Indonesia is technically the gatekeeper. I think I said it last time, actually. They're technically the gatekeeper of APAC, right? To be the one to make it from the region, you have to beat these kinds of squadrons. And, well, they want to push the envelope a little bit more. They want to push what they have accomplished so far. And they do want to make it to the world stage, whether ONIC or Boom. But in the end, a bit of the action towards the ramps itself. Hold there with the two of the force, but in the end, it's ONIC who comes out ahead and does get the sight. Boom might just be calling for the save here, actually.
Might be a smart decision, Dax. They're not going to have great economy when they lose this round, and it's a 3v4. Frostmind, little does he know, Severine just walked by him behind the shadows.
I mean, we've seen this happen many a time, actually, in this map. One thing I remember, actually, is when we saw Boom push into Ramen. It was funny enough for ONIC that their rotation worked out because the spike went through spawn. So they narrowly missed it. If Boom actually found that target, what could have been in that round? But hey, besides not being able to meet each other in these streets, it's still ONIC meeting another point in their favor. I think now... Well,
reminds me of those Scooby-Doo Halls of Illusion where they pass through one door, then come out the other and just barely find the timing to... Yes, we definitely are.
Yeah. I always found those the best parts of any Scooby-Doo show. It's just like, why are they all running through all these doors?
Yeah.
How did they not see each other?
How do they have so many doors in one hall?
And that's true. How are they all connected? How does the house even work that way, actually?
Well, how is Boom making this one such a great game when early on...
Because they got good?
Because they got good.
Right now,
I mean, they
got
always been
so
good.
No, I mean, okay. I was very honest about my assessment from Boom at the start. I was like, why are they in the play-ins? And it felt like this was the weakest Boom has ever been. But yet again, trial by fire. Sometimes it's so helpful for you to get back your form. And case in point, it's been from week 1 to week 3. Boom is here to contest even the first seed of their own nation. But ONIC, of course, powerhouse looking to be meeting their destiny. Elmimore versus Flipsider, the real duel right now. The Blaze King to kick things off. Here goes Monyet, though, and how many times does he get away with that kind of advanced action? Berserks holds it close. NC Slasher, well, he is completely ignored with the paranoia. Tebotol holds the line, standing tall and proud for the Boom banner. And at the end of the day, it's Boom who is able to hold things down immensely.
Well, a hold here towards that B main garage. I thought ONIC were going to take it, but no. Even with a pincer, Boom able to fend them off on multiple angles. Elmimore can't get any much more done. 9-9, Boom successfully secure the round, and this lead, it hasn't gone over, what, like 2 rounds at all. The disparity we've seen from these two teams from the get-go, like maybe 3 at most, but that was a one-and-done case.
You just can't pull away. The only time we've seen this series become a bit more one-sided was right after that immense clutch from Elmimore on Ascent, because I believe that was like, what, 8-9, 9-9? And then it became 13-9. These two teams do not let each other go. And when one team is able to make a play work with a single element, the other squad is able to do so as well. We've seen it from the rendezvous from the first map. We've seen it now with how they're counteracting things like the Rolling Thunder, just the perfect spot to hold, to stay, and whatever you may throw at them, there's just that rich understanding by both ONIC and Boom on how effective it can be. This is just amazing here from basically both sides of the Civil War, and I'm just impressed really by how much work these guys have put in, not just in playing the game, but understanding even just these small little details that may honestly have been forgotten by some, but can prove to be useful in combat itself.
Well, the devil is in the details, and
true.
This matchup that we're seeing, it's really a divine kind of matchup we're seeing between the two real kings that have been fighting over that crown. It's been mostly in Boom's head and in their hands, but it's ONIC right now who have taken the throne for themselves. A showstopper here could be big coming in for ONIC. If they can find a pick, that's an ultimate that they can utilize to turn the tides in their favor and maybe have a 3v5 advantage, but let's see exactly how this will turn out. They're spreading things out here to hopefully spread as well the defense thinner from Boom Esports, and they're making that contact towards A main to try and pull the rotation that side, but Boom, they have a good read on the situation. They're holding still on the B heaven site, and this is a great way for them to shut down any intent that ONIC might have.
Yeah, this might be too close though. This is a dry feed here from the side of Boom. Berserk still going for the conflict, and Severine will get the takedown. One yet a nice straight towards Sebathol. Showstopper's there, but Blaze King, he gets the no command in time. The silence to suppress, and quite deafening here from Blaze King in this audience. He's not done though, shutting down whatever ONIC may throw at him. And the timing is absolutely perfect from Boom Esports. Do you see? There was no fear whatsoever from Blaze King, the heart of a lion, and the courage to boot, shutting down the ONIC ambition as soon as they take those steps.
As I like to say, Dax, hesitation is defeat. And for Monyet to hesitate to pop his showstopper, realizing that, wait, Blaze King's a bit too close. I might get myself taken down if I pop this right now. Well, he goes down without finding any much more in that case, and Boom Esports, they had to realize that if this showstopper comes out, I'm popping this, and that they do. Elmimore trying to make early contact, which is what you're supposed to do in this situation. But Blaze King being very low could be that point of contention. Low HP, but Blaze King still gets it, even though they kind of line up. And Shiro, all is on him with a mere classic. This one is done and dusted, I think, Dex.
Look, they lined up because they were avoiding the utility, and it's just crazy to think these guys, again, a Congo line that is just so in sync right now. Single bullet could have killed Blaze King, but he just does not miss right now a beat whatsoever. Boom Esports will take the lead, and quite an intriguing round to begin with. I'm gonna say it outright. I was a little scared for Boom because they didn't have the setup towards tower. They only had the numbers. It was a dry peek towards the male, but the no command to end it all. And the shutdown from Blaze King will be just absolutely stuff of legends for his kingdom.
Oh man, and after that one yet, he thought that, oh, I just lost my chance, but maybe I can make it back up. But no, Blaze King way too on point, setting this map ablaze, and the team really to get them the fiery closeout that they're looking for to extend this map into a third. Here comes the flash out, the overdrive as well coming out here from the Boom Esports side, and Berserk, he can capitalize on this, but the gravity was going to be a great thing to send them back from Ramen and regain control of the situation.
Yeah, they were prepared for it. They felt the overdrive coming their way. But Blaze King, he wants to go for more. He's feeling it after the last round. Monyet had the great angle for him. And it does force the KO to back on the way, especially with the Seekers now following in pursuit. A chance though for ONIC to actually mobilize towards that B site. They do know though that Heaven is an angle that they can be hit from. They throw out a bit of that utility towards there in the first place, but it isn't as secure as they would like. And the early aggression now going back to a rotation instead.
Slowing things down here. Boom. They lose that pick to Berserks early on, and just resets the pace here of the entire round. But with 45 seconds left, the A site is under attack. It's under siege. The only player here is going to be Flipjader, but he can rendezvous out after finding a clean pick, and that he does. Goes for a second. He finds that second kill. The Blaze King follows up. Hands of Monyet and Severine shaking here, anxious in the gasp that they've had to take with 30 seconds left and the spike way out of control. This is looking like a boom round, Dex.
Yeah, they were just absolutely anchored towards the site, Monyet and Severine. If it's time for heroics, it has to be now. But time is not on their side whatsoever. Severine, though, ambition now through the main angle. Will they just go for the regroup? Seems like that's the case. But already, the 0 point to scare them off. The aftershock, the extra bit of celebration here from the side of Boom. And they will be able to lock down the round as soon as they spotted out ONIC coming their way. This is... Will we get a repeat of what just happened on Ascent?
We might.
The other team only gets 9 and then the other squad able to run away with it. Boom! Trying to return the favor.
It's looking very real, Dax. This could be a 4-round closeout here coming from Boom Esports to get this map in the bag and extend us to the third and final decider. But the fact that they had a star here in the first place, that shut Monyet, rather that shut Berserk's down on his push. He wanted to go Berserk, but really his rage stifled before it even gets going.
Yeah, I mean, it was supposed to go for the catch here for the side of Boom. Yeah. But since ONIC read it, they backed on the way. They made sure that they had that space, and Berserk's was basically stopped by his own teammate's utility because he couldn't go on through to the other side with relative safety. But then again, safety is off now. We get to the next round. And ONIC, will we get more standardized push from them moving forward? It has been their bread and butter all throughout the series. And Flipster, they're almost getting the kill, yet only with 5 HP. They do have an inkling that he's here by screens. The Boombot though trying to go for the coverage. And it does force Flipster to show his position and his hand. Now then, Tower being contested here by Severine. Sight is taken here by the side of ONIC. 5v5 rating. We haven't seen that much in a while. But Blaze King, all hail King Blaze the Wise. Can he actually use his smarts yet again to actually get these takedowns? Berserk's instead leading the charge. The Knight here with Chivalry and with Lethality to boot. Super Berserk's Frostbite getting on the board as well. Monyet holding down all the way in the back of Sight. Trying to lock down the screens as much as possible, but Berserk's cannot be stopped. And just give him some land and some titles because he deserves it. 12-9. And Die Virtue is a win here for Boom.
That was a risky idea you saw there come in from Elmi Moore and Severine to hold the ramps like that. Now, it's not a bad idea, but the thing is, you need that active information gathering to know when to pop that flash in the first place. Because if not, then simply the defensive side, they can crawl up on you, and that's exactly what Boom did. They play that contact, they simply cut the noise, and the timing, it doesn't work out here for Berserk, Snow, Elmi Moore, who both had their flashes out. Sorry, Severine, who didn't have his utility ready to fend them off, and for Boom Esports, they're really playing this quite well, cutting that noise to keep on it guessing, who relies so much on pre-info to be able to act upon the situation.
They have these ideas, but it's Boom right now getting a step ahead of them by taking that extra step forward. And it's one thing I'm liking here a lot from Boom as we're in a bit of a pause right now, because that was their biggest problem last time around against ONIC. One of their biggest problems against Order when they actually faced off against the Aussie squad there and then was that hesitation and that lack of willingness to actually push on forward without utilities, costing them the timings to win out the battles. And we saw it there at the start of this game. Boom waiting for the opportunity, trying to set up the right locations to do so for it, but ONIC would just get in their faces and call their bluff as soon as possible. When Boom decided to actually push it forward, it made such a big difference, and now they're on map point.
And from the get-go, when we saw Blaze King play that contact and subvert their expectations and not give away their hand with their utility, then Boom, they look so proficient, and ONIC, they're not able to get the reads. I would have maybe liked to say a bit more active kind of positioning there and really playmaking from ONIC. Throw that pop flash out early just to confirm someone's even looking that way in general, and then you know what to do from that point. But because they cut the noise, they put the shroud here that they can't see through upon themselves, and it's Boom Esports who utilize that stealth, who utilize that lack of information that ONIC weren't able to gather against them heftily. And in a key like this, a game like this, it is information that is key. And this is the lock that Boom Esports, they place upon ONIC.
And Intel wins wars. It's not just being able to shoot down the competition. It's also being able to know where they're coming from in the first place. And here we have it now. Potential points for the side of Boom to force a game number 3.
Wow.
And Berserks, the timing is just perfect. He gets enshrouded by the smoke and he's able to get that takedown. Temple Berserks just making it as clean as possible. Broom have brought in the bang for this buck. We go to a game number 3. We go the distance. And we get to enjoy this series even more so. We called it! The 4-round streak there at the end. You can only get 9 if you're on the losing side. And it's victory here for Boom Esports.
13-9. 13-9. For map number 1 and 2, as Boom take the second one. We're going to be split upon really the scoreline here. 1-1 on either side. Map number 3 going to be the final ground for who can claim that title of the best team in Indonesia. It's a title these two teams have fought over many times again and again, and for Boom, they are still on path to continuing the pattern and really still having their crown. It's been ONIC who's been wearing it for the meantime, but they could have been just keeping it warm here if Boom are able to take this map number 3.
Actually, quick correction, I think it was 5 in a row there in the end, but whatever the case, it just goes to show that someone is able to pull away at the end. They just neck and neck with the competition, but when they run out of steam on one side, when they are red, they are forgotten and left in the dust. Now though, as Split has settled, who will actually take the series in this battle for Indonesia? Will it be Boom? Will it be ONIC? Well, we'll find out after this break. The panel will break down everything that happened there on Splits. We'll see you guys in just a bit here. Dax with Black and Blue. This is VCT APAC.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then they straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder.
Wow, the Battle of Supremacy from the Indonesia battle is a battle that rewarded the entire APAC region. What a game to behold from these two teams. It's just super fortunate for us to be able to witness this as the panel. You know, we get to dissect that game and we are just so lucky. Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix, by the way, here on the panel, and I was right. Split is just filled with so much surprises. My newfound appreciation for this map is just satisfied by that match. Now, Trix, Boom Esports, just once again, ticking all the boxes that you look for in a team. Am I right?
Definitely. I feel that Boom Esports learned from their mistakes in the last match that they played on Split. However, it did seem that they were a little bit slower than I would have liked for them to kind of switch on. We saw that ONIC was giving a lot of space mid, and all of us watching Boom Esports play know that they like to get that aggression early on, and eventually Boom started to realize we're not getting enough value from this mid push. Like, we're using Astra Stars, we're using the utility here, but nothing's going on. So they finally started pressuring that A main. They started pressuring mid without using too much utility there, and able to pinch ONIC on the defender side while they were taking the sites.
Yeah, I remember that, specifically that one round wherein Boom Esports was on, and you could just see Berserks over here just pushing with no fear. He was going straight into heaven, and then he stops. And I don't know what happened, what the thought process was behind that round, but they moved back and they kind of reevaluated and went to A instead. But I think Fluffy has a deeper understanding of what's been going on Boom Esports.
Yeah, I was gonna add actually for the side of ONIC to add on to what Trix was mentioning about that mid control thing. They did find their groove towards the end of the first half, and obviously it continued to a good end for Boom Esports for the second. But on the hands of ONIC, I feel like one reason why they were so confident in stopping that mid push was just the fact that the presence of Cypher can allow them to have that autonomous sight, and it really, unless he is disrupted, it really gives them a lot more map control than I think Boom was expecting. So it's a good adaptation from ONIC, but unfortunately, as a whole, it wasn't enough for them to secure this map.
I mean, we're already on the topic of Cypher over here. Elmi more, just something else. But again, Blaze King on the other hand, my god. Trix, I actually touched this up on you earlier. What was that fantastic round wherein the timing was just perfect from Blaze King? He had just absolutely shut down that showstopper. What happened?
For me, I personally think that he actually popped that ultimate not just to possibly stop that showstopper, but if by chance he was down, like he went down, a teammate could get the trade and res him up. But rather than that, it just ended up being that perfect timing, taking that showstopper. Both agents needed to pull out their guns, so there was that delay, and then essentially Blaze King just having the upper hand there. But what I love about watching these teams, right, even if they're low health, whether it's 5 or 10, it's on that red number, they still play as if they're at full health and armor.
There we go. This
It's
is the
amazing.
exact moment. Look at that. That was perfect. My goodness. And we're already on the topic of utility over here as we saw that clip over there, right? I did notice that during the first half of the game, there were a lot of times wherein BME threw out their utility, but they weren't rewarded. But towards the second half, I feel like they were becoming more wiser or when it comes to their utility. I don't know if it's because they kind of favor more where they're on the defender over here. But what do you think, Fluffy?
I think that you're right in the fact that they are the defenders. They have a bit more leeway to react instead of just trying to be too proactive and wasting utility, they can just react to things, and that gives them a lot more advantage if they can do it correctly. But on the other hand, I feel like this being their map pick, they also must have had a lot of practice because they looked pretty confident into giving the defensive side on the first half to their opponents, where normally, you know, this is one of those maps where the defense usually is able to stack a lot of rounds, but they were able to do just enough on the first half to stop them, ending it at a clean 6-6. And then when they got to their own defensive half, they were able to show the mastery of their map pick and really push ONIC out of this map.
And adding on to that, you know, we mentioned on this panel a lot that we like to see these teams that are adjusting and adapting to the way the opponents play, and we could definitely see that with ONIC and Boom, whether it's the first map or this map that we just watched. And it's a matter of there were things that the opponents are punishing, whether ONIC or Boom side, and the next map, the next round after that, you would see them adjust to it. They would play around it, and that's how they were starting to force each other into these situations. But ultimately, the upper hand going to Boom, I feel, was also because their defender setup was just fantastic. They had that chamber put up on different places, being able to reposition with a KO nearby to help him.
Oh yeah, definitely. And comparing it to the first map, you know, I mentioned earlier that all I could hear was brrr with the Odins, right? But this time it was a shotgun. I could hear shotguns from time to time being pulled out. And I don't know what it is about these teams, but that is the type of adjustment they've been pulling out, and from time to time, it actually worked. And I guess that's like one of the most annoying things that you have to face off, especially on Split, being faced yet again with another judge. And I am so lucky that I don't have to be the one that goes through that. But hey, I know that you love these tricks, but let's talk about Monyet and his movement god capabilities over here. Every single time, this guy just takes my breath away.
I loved the way Monyet played. There was one particular round I saw on the attacker side where he actually blast packed but faced backwards. And this was brilliant because they had that sky flash early on. They were going for that early pick. And in order for him to not get blinded by his teammate's flash, he went in backwards and turned around and shot Berserks with his shotgun, but ultimately Berserks being able to get out of it because Neon's movement speed is just incredible.
And these players just so well coordinated. And even though, you know, we talk about like flashing for your duelists and whatnot, the duelists also adjust to how you're gonna put on the flash in the site, which is in his case moving backwards. So that was very creative, and I wish to see more from these guys. Now, Fluffy, we are gonna be moving over to Icebox. We have talked a lot about this map over time, and going into this map with just this intense pressure and intense tension between these two. What do we expect from these guys, especially in terms of composition?
At least composition-wise, we've seen Boom Esports play a lot of different ones. They've tried that double controller back in their Indonesia challengers, but now that we're in APAC, they found a lot of success. In fact, they haven't actually lost playing the double sentinel, even triple sentinel variation of this, running both the chamber, the killjoy, as well as the sage, not with a duelist mindset instead of having an actual space creator. And I see that that's what we're going to be seeing on the board, where on the other hand, we see ONIC go for the more standard of the two lineups. They're choosing not to have an anti-flank, which is very interesting. So it's going to be a more committed push from them, a more take side approach. But they do have a lot of good post plant in the form of 3 utilities that do indirect damage from 3 different agents, as well as that stage slow to contest and control a bit of the map that they would have otherwise with an anti-flank.
Actually, not sure if I've seen ONIC G pull this lineup out yet, or at least recently. So I feel there's a lot of potential here, as Fluffy has already called. But on the side of Boom Esports, this is a lineup we've seen. We were skeptical first time we saw it because, you know, running without that duelist is a little difficult in terms of making space. But we've seen that regardless of who goes down on Boom Esports, they're able to adjust, and I love to see that. I'm excited to see the value that we're going to get out of ONIC G's KO, though.
Oh, I have to agree. I mean, facing against a triple sentinel, and then you have a KO on the other side, that's bound to be interesting. But you have to agree that Boom Esports' defense layout potential over here is pretty high. And we always talk about how aggression is really rewarded on Icebox. But what happens when you're faced off with a team that is as solid on the defense as this one? You've got the Killjoy with the setups, the Sage with the walls and the slows, the Chambers with his own slows, and as well as his repositioning. A lot can go on. You know, we talk about Viper, very staple when it comes to this map, but the rest of the lineup, rest of composition, always creative. But I like seeing this. You know, a lot of teams have been kind of pulling out these compositions wherein they don't necessarily pull out the duelists anymore. And I do think that it's refreshing, but I have to say that it's very interesting that it's always pulled out on Icebox. So That is something that we will have to wait and see as game number 3 commences for these two teams. This is the battle of supremacy between these Indonesian teams, so make sure that you guys stay tuned. It's gonna be ONIC G versus Boom Esports.
The Battle of the Archipelago rages on, and the final site of conflict will be Icebox. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Dax here with Black and Blue, and this is it. 1-1 scoreline. No more life points remaining here for either side to give on up because, well, whoever takes this will move on to the next partition of the upper bracket. ONIC G versus Boom Esports. An incredible show from both sides so far. But at the end of the day, we look at the compositions that we have here, Black and Blue, and while we see Boom yet again bring back that no duelist comp, some changes here for ONIC. They have that duelist, yes, but also they're playing the KO this time around.
Yeah, and they're not really bringing in a true Sentinel on their side here for ONIC GDAX, and that just kind of signs to me that for Boom Esports, they have really good flanking potential where in Boom, they got the Killjoy, they got the Chamber, so a lot of those flanks will be covered, but not the same will be said once again for ONIC as the only player that they have as a Sentinel is Sage, but she's not really a true Sentinel, you know what I mean, right? So for them to end things off here, it's going to be a cold tundra to really secure this series in a very hotly contested game.
I'm just absolutely excited already to get into the action, and we've seen the series go absolutely neck and neck. These guys are just both on this marathon right now, and while there have been some sprints away by ONIC and Boom in the first and second maps respectively, it has just been absolutely neck and neck. The checkered flag is waiting for them, but only one can get this gold medal. And here we go now. It's ONIC to start things on the defense. We got Boom Esports on the attacking side. And it really might boil down to perhaps how Moniette is feeling on that jet today. We've seen many a game on him, especially in our previous APAC runs, especially in Icebox, that he can take command of the battle by using those altitudes in their favor. But if he is caught by Boom many a times, then that is going to be one weapon that ONIC cannot utilize.
Well, lots of weapons here for Boom, though, to utilize as they're going once again with this no duelist composition, which we've seen them in the past pull off to great effect. The last two times we saw them versus Oasis and Made in Thailand, they were running this exact same composition to, once again, great results, but attacking side here, Boom, and this is a problem, Dax, exactly. No trademark, no tripwire, nothing for them to really know that Kitchen has been taken, and Berserks, he makes that contact and finds Shiro. The follow-up, though, here from Moniette, able to get the trade immediately, and he backs off safely as well.
Yeah, no Sentinel means that there is a problem through the kitchen. NC Slasher finding Blaze King though, and here comes Boom Esports, but they're walking into the site, but someone yet, and I'll be more. It's a bundle here to remember, and it's fun and joy here for ONIC to win out the round. Pistol goes their way, and despite the lack of Sentinel, it's no problem for ONIC apparently.
That still somehow is brought back by ONIC, okay, but that's what they have to do, Dax, to be able to win this map. The fact that they don't have a Sentinel, they're going to need lots of active information gathering, and the control that they're going to seize are going to have to be ones where they're going to have multiple angles to cut off, because simply put, on a map here like Icebox, there aren't much forward positions on the anchor points that you're going to be able to cut off a lot of the flanks, and for a map like Icebox, we saw that in many of the local qualifiers for many of these sub-regions here in SCA, the teams that had kind of no duelist compositions and focused more on Chamber being that sole Sentinel, and when that switch up, really the patch came that it brought it down to a single trademark, we saw a lot of teams struggle with defending the anti-flanks who, when it came to just, you know, utilizing one Chamber as a Sentinel. So for Boom to put in this Killjoy, I think it could be a big point for them moving forward, but they are on the attacking side here. Let's see how they turn this one out.
Yeah, previous assumptions couldn't be made anymore, and now Elmi Moore assuming that he can get that takedown. Severine though, fragment, luckily he wasn't being spotted there by Frostmind, and ONIC able to clean out house nicely. They use that gun advantage to an absolute T, and Berserk's the only one left here as the rest of the roster have already been felled. But you mentioned it, without that extra bit of intel, it has to be absolutely active here for ONIC. They need to be the ones looking for that intel themselves, and it can be costly if they are caught out by Boom. But for now, rifles are out for the attacking side.
It's a very old-fashioned way of doing things, but
do it yourself?
Yeah, basically.
So you're telling me when it's you who have to do it yourself, That's old-fashioned for you.
Yeah.
But if it's your little drones, your
If it's your bots,
newfangled technology, back in my day, we would
kids and
peek
your
it.
Gizmos and gadget mobiles. But yeah, you know, even though ONIC are converting these rounds, I see symptoms of a problem that could blow up in their face. Wherein both times in those rounds, they were surprised twice over to really find out, oh wait, Boom are already this close, and that's a problem that's going to happen over and over. Once again, without those true sentinels that they've got. So ONIC, they win those opening 2 rounds, but if they don't get a somewhat decent defensive half here, then they could bode problems further on.
Look, they're saying no problem right now, and it's their job to make sure that stays the same. If it doesn't become a problem, then no issue whatsoever. But for Xerxia, is quite the issue there. When yet already getting felled immediately in the far distance. But Elmi Moore comes in close from the cubby. Swings in 2, get 2. Blaze King actually getting a target, but the problem for Elmi Moore is there is just no escape whatsoever. And Tebotol is able to flush him out. One more challenger though, perhaps. Thy name is Shiro. But boom, they're not going to be pushing this one too much. They back one way. A chance to rotate even towards that A site. What is the angle Severine holding right now? Can he actually get the connection of anyone through the middle? Oh, he gets spotted and is fended off by the side of Boom. A clear space now to move towards their A site, and I guess the problem now looking to actually rear its head here sooner or later.
Well, that was a good initial hold here by ONIC to close that gap. Fight up close with the Spectres and SMGs that they've got to equalize things up. But Severine, great catch out there. Fragment to try and deny the plant, but it doesn't really come in as the spike will get planted down. Shiro trying to help out here from the screens. They have a good post-plant position now. Boom is not exactly planted for them, but Shiro, they got a big task to do, Dex. I'm not too sure if they're up for it.
Yeah, they tap it at the very least to try and bait things out. Snakebite is thrown. Here we go with the Nanoswarm as well, but Shiro with the takedown onto Tebotol. Flip shooter now the only one left. Goes after Severine first. He was low on the HP. Shiro now swinging on in. Coming closer and closer. And can this be bonus time here for the side of ONIC? It's looking to be a possibility. Has the time, had the distance to close, and will be able to take the round. Man, okay, sure, they don't have the Sentinel for that intel, but if they hold close anyway, if they're willing to contest this close in the first place, then it can be them winning these rounds despite the lack of intel.
Yeah, they fall into the readied aim here of ONIC, who are prepared to fend them off. Once again, the old-fashioned way, that slow orb just being crucial for Elmi Moore to utilize, and basically acts like a soft stun almost here on the players for the Boom Esports squad. And that post-plant hold not planted for them, even though they got nano swarms to try and confirm it. The time just didn't work out for them in the end, and boom, they struggle here on the attacking side. Their comp might suggest the opposite, to be better on the defense, but have to play with what they've got in this attacking side of theirs. This is not something they can idly just forget about.
And just a bit of a stat here real quick. I believe for this stage, both sides have only dropped Icebox once over the past month, and really goes to show that there is that potency here for both ONIC and Boom. But Boom now getting up close and personal yet again. ONIC, can they actually stave this off in the first place? Fragment now getting thrown alongside the snakebite towards default. It stops the initial plant. Well, to kick things off. Still though, ONIC now rotating accordingly. Bit of a lurk actually here from Tebotol in the middle, but a great angle from the Raptors. Elmi, where's Shiro on one yet? Oh, that's just quick and clean here. Efficient from ONIC. They light up the scoreboard with their names. And with Blaze King the only one left by his lonesome, that just doesn't seem like a round that Boom can take.
You know, Dex, to add on to that stat that you talked about, in the past half a year, Boom Esports, the few times that they have lost to a team here in Icebox have been either against Alter Ego or twice over ONIC, which is not good a statistic for Boom Esports to be in, but...
Just to slide in real quick to your thought, I think that's been the whole issue of Boom in the first place. The reason why they're the 3rd seed is because they haven't really gotten success versus Alter Ego and ONIC this time around. And perhaps it's just that showing up yet again if things keep up this way, because ONIC is looking absolutely commanding on the defense.
That is certainly a good case to be in here. Their decree is something that Boom Esports have yet to be able to dispel. Their local scene has been a lot better showing from ONIC. Now they're continuing that here into the top 8 of APAC. The Viper's Pit onto the back of the site. We don't see this often. A lot of times this is kind of like a post plant for the attackers, but no, this time around, instead of having that Viper's Pit forward into the choke point of A main and pipes itself, they pop it all the way back to make the plant itself a lot more difficult. But Boom, they don't have to commit to this. They got mid left to work with, and if they can fall back, then that could be good for them. But You're kind of being trapped already here on the A site.
They're looking to force that hand, and I honestly understand what Elmimore is trying to do. We've seen from Boom in the past 4 rounds get this close anyway to the site. Might as well anticipate it and try to tell Boom, sure, go ahead. Get inside this green mist. We're waiting for you to plant that default. Boom, though. Will they actually call this bluff? They tried to plant the wall towards the left-hand side and put the spike there, but Elmimore has the angle anyway. There's a takedown already. Severin on board. 2-for-2 trade as the null command is still pulsing at the very least, so ONIC can still utilize that KO ultimate as much as possible. No backstab though. It's all about that close contact. NC Slash now resurrecting his teammate back to life, bringing the KO back into the field, and it does give the advantage back here to the side of ONIC. They do have the operator for the retake. Flips it there now with the Nanostorm being thrown on out. Creative plant here from the side of Boom, but someone needs to push as soon as possible. Turret though being placed. Here comes the suppression, and here comes the presence being attacked right behind them. The Blaze King mowing them all down, and all hail the king in the corner. It's Boom who will take the round.
Man, hail to the king once more. Blaze King setting them on fire in the round to finally get the round here for Boom, and that came down to quite a small margin. I was really surprised that Severin was able to get res up there without a single player from ONIC going down, especially since that maze control was in the hands of Boom. They could have spammed through, but nothing really connects in the end. Blaze King here, getting them started, energetic in it, finish and end here from the generators. And Flipjader, he helped out as well. But you can see there, the manpower kind of, even though they had the man count, it was divided because you can see that ONIC, they were shifting and swapping both NC Slasher and Moniette to having to watch towards mid-duty because they don't have that, once more again, Sentinel to make sure their flanks are covered.
Yeah, mate, a bit of a broken record, but truth be told, I completely agree with you. It seems like for ONIC, it has to be absolutely as direct as possible, and it can blow up in their faces with angles that they don't anticipate. So busy with the maze, Blaze King just tucked away neatly, and it was just easy pickings for Boom Esports in the first place. I do have to commend though, you don't see a plant like that often. You don't see a team force it anyway despite the Viper spits. And just some great creativity there from Boom in the round. Can they continue that on though? They can start things off now with that Hunter's Fury. Trying to find the targets, but really can't find the markers there in the first place. Boom though, ambition towards the B side even. Flips to there. Now on the lurk, NC Slasher is right across him if ever. A bit of a long-range game, whoever can get the sight line, but it's just an anchor point now for the side of Boom to rotate accordingly. Half a minute remaining. Coming into this pre-plant situation, and they do set up the Viper Spits to show their hand and try to set things up even better with the wall. There's the duel, but Shiro can't just get the aim in time. Blaze King was waiting. Yet again, trailblazing here for the side of Boom. Elmimore wants to challenge alongside his teammate. Severin, though, gonna be right beside him. Elmimore will get the takedown in the 2v1 advantage, and Moniette now seeing the turret right across the yellow crate here. The swing, though, is there. Flips to there with the takedown. Double swing is the name of the game here for the side of Boom, and they have the numbers to use it anyway. Severin, though, coming in closer. Field was pressed to get 4, and here comes Flipshooter, and here he goes again. Severin, though, will shut him down, but that's not gonna be enough whatsoever for ONIC. Boom, they set up the station, and they set up the round for their taking.
Great hold there by Boom, but it should have been ONIC trying to force the issue towards yellow. The fact that they only really sent one player there, and after he went down, the rest kind of filtered through and individually peeked it, was really the wrong way to go about things, because when you pop that Viper Spit for that specific plant there in the default spot towards the B side, a lot of the big problems of that Viper Spit is that typically it would garner free control to that yellow position for the retaking at defensive squad, but it never really came for ONIC. They weren't able to take that full yellow control to wrap around the Viper Spit, and because of that hold, ONIC, they secure the round. The res this time though online, but NC Slasher, the battle sage, he gets out of it scot-free as well.
Hero Rifle, res is ready. ONIC have a lot of elements right now that can go in their favor, and one of them is the Hunter Fury being released. Flipshooter, he was just dead! Why is he dead yet again? Perfect tag onto 2 even. Absolute value here from the ultimate so far. And let's not forget, Moniette did pop the blade, so he is ready to slice and dice the action here. Tebathol, though, I think he can still tank one more blade because of the extra 4 HP as it stands. ONIC now trying to find the angle. NC Slasher over onto the right-hand side, It seems like ONIC, they're just trying to prevent this default as much as possible, but flank though is coming. ONIC looking very confident as Boom is looking stuck here so far. Still though, shots do come. There we have the wall already to protect them, but Severin, he knows the bounces with the fragment, and he's at it yet again. Does it get the pulse? Yes, it does! Alley-oop, and it's a slam dunk here for Severin. Wall is broken. Frostmine now absolutely in a panic. Shiro, Severin with the takedowns. Frostmine now the only one left with 40 HP. But here comes the rest of the roster. 3v1. Luckily, the heal is there. The rifle is still in hand. But Gaia, this is his vengeance. The rifle and Frostmine himself. But Severin, though, right behind him. And what a steal by ONIC. Who needs guns when you have ultimates?
Incredible round from ONIC, and just the sheer willingness for NC Slasher to push towards A main, the sole rifle player, to get that res early on. They didn't even have to burn it in the round. And Shiro here in a perfect position to capitalize off that indirect information and where exactly they were. And that is what ONIC have to do here. Perfect fragment as well, coming from Severin on ONIC's side. A bit too high, but it connects to drop him down low. And in the end, what a perfect hold that ONIC have shown here to just stifle the full gun round from Boom.
No, I like that. I like that fragment more than it being on the ground, truth be told. Because you don't expect it to hit
connect,
you.
yeah.
Then you realize it's a sphere that just hugs you at its bottom, basically. So big points, apparently, for Severin. Maybe in another lifetime, he'd be part of the NBA rather than the VCT. I'm learning a lot of fragment lineups, truth be told, in this series so far. And yet again, it just goes back to the point there, Black and Blue, that for both ONIC and Boom, they're able to squeeze out so much out of ultimates and utilities that it can win them rounds. And case in point there for ONIC.
If this were a fruit, then ONIC, they're getting 2 smoothies out of 1. Really getting like extra value, extra juice.
What an analogy! I'll buy you Jamba Juice after this game, don't worry.
Thank you very much. Channeling my inner Asteroid for the round, but I mean, ONIC, they really just are getting more than you'd expect, more than meets the eye here right now. And Flipjitter, oh, he's taking lots of early damage in that spam from Severin. He walks through, finds his way into an opening without really much passive information gathered from ONIC here, and there's 2 ways to gather that. And this time, Flipjitter, he makes things better with his own hands. A lockdown to just, I guess, pull the defense here of ONIC towards that B site. It could work out well. The kill, though, still found by Flipjitter. That is huge, Dex.
Work out well is an understatement. That is just amazing here for Flipjitter. Now it pulls the defenses, and it's only going to be 2 here left on the A side. LB Moore trying to set up the crossfire here alongside NC Slasher. NC Slasher forced to drop one down, but LB Moore just doesn't miss. For Xerxia, he had the angle. He had the inkling to actually peek there, but Tempatol finding NB Moore without his gun. And that's where he looks a little more powerless than usual. All this happens though, NC Slash now with the resurrection, but look who's waiting right up top. Flipjitter, can he get the 5? Can he get the 5? 5 HP to his name. Around. I don't know if it's an ace or not, but I know it's a Penta coming his way if ever. Severin, though, he tries to fight against his fellow robot turrets, and it's Blaze King there to swing with it and get that takedown. In the end, Boom, they pulled those defenses, they played with their setup, and at the very end, they got the spike down as easily as could be.
Dax, I'm going to sound like a broken record, hitting it time and time on over.
Yes.
But you know what the problem is here, right?
I wonder. Yes, please enlighten me.
It was that lack of real, I guess, passive information gathering. Now, there's 2 ways to gather info, actively and passively. And a lot of times, that passive information gathered could be coming from a Sentinel, but once again, they don't have one. And that left the opening here that Boom just pried wide open.
No, and I like what Boom is doing. They're advancing still despite the losses because they know that if ONIC is busy with the utilities to try and slow them down, there's nothing really set up in the first place. So it still coincides with your point as per usual. They don't have really that initial advantage that they can get on the defensive because of that lack of their role in the first place. And it allows Boom to get away with things without being traded whatsoever.
Wow!
But... okay, Monyet, I see you. Incredible.
Wow.
To say the least. How do you get away with a shot and a dash and still stay out alive? Granted, he was tagged on down. Now gonna get healed on up at the very least, but it really goes to show amazing wonders can happen from a hot hand like Monyet. Still, we're not done. We have the wall, and they flirt it onto the corner here for the spike. Berserk's finding Ellie more, though. Yellow control absolutely essential here for the side of Boom. And it does feel like for ONIC, they're a bit stuck here right now, waiting for an opportunity to come. They do have the null commando, and there you have it already. Opportunity, looking to favor the bold here. Fragment in the ways. There's a slow field even. Templeton and Shiro getting the trade. Severine right now trying to swing it back. Berserk is just so bolted right now. As he slasher from above, a true tower here, able to impose his wheel. It's all up to the Sages here. Frostbite versus NC Shaster. Rounding the corner, it's Frostbite who wins it out. This is his turf, and he will clutch it for Boom. Boom coming back here, man. We have seen them go for this before. Can they do it again?
That was still a pretty good mixed buy situation there for ONIC, because you're able to bring it down to the 1v1. I do think, though, with a bit better timing, things would have worked out for them. Right? They throw this slow orb plus fragment combo towards yellow, which should signal here to the ONIC defensive side to hard swing that yellow position. Maybe throw something in the face here of B-Long to cut off that natural angle it gives you from that B-Long spot we saw. But could have been there, so close to doing it. ONIC, though, still, they get a decent kind of mixed by round. It's Boom who are crawling back and have a real chance, but with this Viper's Pit pop towards B main, I think that's going to heavily dissuade Boom from initially starting there, but they could continue on here towards the A side. Well, ONIC, they've got a bunch of defenders waiting.
They just need the numbers to hold it. But speaking of the numbers, since ONIC has been getting some great kills despite Boom taking these rounds, Boom hasn't really been able to build up the economy. So one tip of the scale, one round that goes in favor of ONIC, it can allow them now to snowball out of control in terms of the scoreline itself. Elmi Moore, though, judge in hand. Shiro catching all the attention, and look at Elmi Moore go. Doesn't care whatsoever. No fear yet again in his eyes. And one more time, it's Boom suffering because of the hubris of ONIC. Berserk, he's just stuck there. Severine will lob it over yet again in 4-3. He does get that takedown with a fragment. Blazing, though, all alone now in the 1v2 situation. Still has to navigate through this maze. It's Labyrinthon here, and there we have it. Those who were able to run the maze before, who controlled it, know where to go. Severine finds a takedown, and it's ONIC now taking the round back.
Finally here, slowing down Boom Esports. ONIC, they were really close to winning some of these rounds time and time on over, but with this setup that they had to shut it down, it just works out in the end. You saw Elmi Moore, he was geared for that B-long take, and a lot of times what's going to happen with those under-tube orange pushes is when there's a Viper's Pit there towards B-long, it's going to be encircled and it is effectively shut down because, well, they won't be able to control B-long. They don't necessarily need it in that cases. A team like Boom, they're going to fight for Kitchen, but it never comes. And due to the great play that we saw ONIC really flex there, it shuts down just an orthodox moment that maybe they weren't expecting, but they know how to handle.
And hasn't that been the name of the game? How to handle your opposition 101. It's like ONIC. They're trying to write that book. Boom, the same case. And whoever can publish it first will be the one to be the best seller. Now we sell the lockdown. And is it actually true here from the side of Boom? The congregation is there. They make that space just to get towards that B site. And they also have the tour de force here from Berserks. He's lacking the money to really put that gun up. Hunter's Fury, though, to call Frostbite. He got tagged. And already the Boom plan is just broken here. By the side of ONIC, Shiro has been absolutely on point with these lightning strikes from afar so far. Can he continue on now with the frag itself? They do get the plat on here for the side of Boom. ONIC waiting for the opportunity. The Aldron, though, to scout things out. Berserks, even the high ground still. And it will be the Nanoswarm to throw it off yet again for the stall. But whoever can actually navigate through the wall, it can give ONIC a chance here to establish that foothold. NC Slasher now with a takedown. Elmi Moore using that as a point to actually push on in. Templeton finds Severine, though. And here comes ONIC now rushing on forward. But Flipshitter holding things steadfast. Blaze King now the only one left. And he still has one more shot here. ONIC is forced to avoid it. 2v1 scenario, though. Someone playing bodyguard as time is ticking. NC Slasher, he needs to protect his teammate as soon as possible. Buying time, buying space, and buying the headshot there in the end. Cash money here for NC Slasher as ONIC will take the round.
Like a well-trained boxer, Dax, weaving left and right, and he connects a knockout punch in the end. A swift one. Accuracy, better than speed in this case. Boom Esports, who knows if that Hunter's Fury, the final one, could have connected on Shiro. Maybe Blaze King would have been able to do something about it, but it's Shiro who has been absolutely stellar with his Hunter's Fury. A bow, a firearm in hand, it doesn't matter. Always so potent on the hunt.
And the timing from ONIC was just perfect. They had, I believe, Elmi more close to the wall, but he didn't push until they got the attention with that first frag. And from that point on, it again, the dam that Boom tried to build, absolutely bursting and giving ONIC the time to actually get that round. So some great stuff here for both squads, but ONIC able to inch on ahead and prevent what we've seen so far in the series from happening yet again. No more 6-6 scoreline. Boom. If they want to make it 7-5. It has to be this round. They have a resurrection, but not the best arsenal whatsoever here, Black and Blue. And they're moving towards that A site to try and force the issue. Severin, though, towards the top side. Berserk, stellar shots, and just backs on away after that pickoff. Boom Esports, they can play this slow kind of game. They do want to make it work.
And look once more, Tebatal lurking here towards mid. That snake in the grass. Certainly not going to be caught out just in time. As still, Shiro! The hair on the back of his neck, it stands up. He finds Tebatal and NC Slasher. He gets that kill on Flip Jitter. They've got an extra life here to use on Frostmine's res, but nobody really in a position for them to get back up safely. So they're going to have to go towards this B site and look what they can work with. Great wall pre-placed here by NC Slasher to make the lives of Boom much more difficult.
Yeah, it's a big barricade, and this effectively makes it even harder to get that resurrection on. Boom has to take so much time just to get the space that they need, and that's why they're vying for the middle right now. But Severin, he's getting ready, doesn't hit the shots though, Blaze King. Better there on the trigger finger. 3v3 scenario now. And Boom Esports, they still have a chance to make this work, but Shiro, he just does not miss, whether it's the Hunter's Fury or the gun. Absolutely on point here so far. Monyet now navigating on through. Cloudburst gonna get thrown on over. Still has the updraft here to utilize if he wants to get that space. But here comes NC Slasher now, and the rest of ONIC will follow suit. One more round and one more show. That's ONIC to go, 8-4.
Very decisive round for them, and I'd even wager that their attacking side should bode better based on the composition that they bring to the table here, Dax. And for them to have such a commanding half already, decisive at the very least, is a pretty good sign moving forward here for ONIC, who have gotten the better of Boom Esports twice over in the past, on Icebox specifically. And let's see now, this defensive side of Boom, this is a side that I do think their composition would bode better for, but the proof has to be made in the pudding. They have to do it still and really prove that it can be done with what they've got. It's ONIC who have been subverting our expectations here and utilizing instead their strengths over having to worry about their weaknesses.
Look, despite the fact that Boom can come close, it doesn't really matter too much to ONIC in the end. They're happy to play that contest. They're happy to just frag out like crazy. And even though, again, Monyet not really having the best fragging game, he's still making that space. He's still causing that attention. And who's able to pick up the pieces? I see players like Elmimore, who can come in close, Severin, NC Slasher, and Shiro again, consistent from both afar and up close and personal. It's been such a ride here for ONIC that all they need is that first pin to drop your Black and Blue, and that's enough for them to go in and go against Boom.
That's certainly just the fuse that they're banking on, right? Once that pin is dropped, once the frag is out and the pineapple has been mashed, well, ONIC, they know to take this straight home. Boom Esports, they are looking for retribution, a team that has really been bested over and over in their local scene now in this stage at the very least, and it's going to be very painful watching somebody else sit in your seat.
Well, we know for a fact though that Boom Esports, they want to get back to the top, and it's been quite a journey so far. But in the end, this is the one weakness that they've had here right before we even got into APAC. Struggles versus ONIC, struggles versus Alter Ego. And will it happen yet again for history to repeat itself this stage? Well, we'll find out soon. Elvin Moore, though, he's been so consistently stellar, to say the least. He's top fragged the first map. He's top fragged that second map for the side of ONIC. And he's looking to do so again, just to add even more kills under his belts. Can ONIC finish the job off? Or will Boom have the rally of the century to get back into the thick of things? We're back, though, with the second half, and immediately ONIC, as soon as the green light is there, we go with Monyet taking that high ground up top. The true Boom Esports respecting already the position here of ONIC. Frostmine tried to contest it, but as they scramble on around, they find NC Slasher at the very least, but they do give up that A side to allow the side of Severine to put that spike down. ONIC though, not planting as of yet. They want to get the pick off as soon as possible, and boom, just resetting for the time being.
Look at this mid link though from Monyet. He's gonna get found by Flipjitter. Wise to what his decisions were. 3v5, this retake from Boom could work out, considering the man count that isn't there, and they don't even have space to put that spike down. You can see Boom waiting for that opportunity. As soon as they hear that ping of the spike trying to be planted, they're going to hit this real hard, especially with Tepatol on the flank. He's going to bite them. They don't have the anti-venom to shut him down. Tepatol finding two. He could find the third here. He gets a dink on the Severine, but that's it. They bring him down. ONIC not able to hold off as Boom. A great defensive round here to start off the pistol.
Yeah, they just get that hold. They were able to find NC Slasher coming into the middle, and the rotations there just to keep each other alive. I think that's a big reason why Boom right now has become that well-oiled machine, is they make sure that they can keep the contest going by keeping their members afloat. And then you add in the flank here from Boom Esports. You really didn't see that too much from ONIC rather, on the defense last time around in the first half. So perhaps that can be an angle that Boom can use for opportunity.
Opportunities taken are opportunities not given away. That one could have been taken here by Berserks. Doesn't connect. Frostmind is ready and prepared, and this is what their comp gives them. They got really 3 Sentinels to play with, and a lot of stopping power on this defense for Boom to just halt any sort of aggression that ONIC have. But if their 0 point can find the proper timing and connect to the right players, then they can open the site wide up. Severine gets that kill here on Berserks, which is huge for them, Dax, and they have a real chance of taking this eco.
Yeah, they take that 410 high ground at the very least to get the angles on, but they do know they can't overstay their welcome. Severine, though, welcoming one more to the fold. Frostmine will go down. It flips to Jer, using a Spectre at least to trade it back. This will force ONIC to back on away just a little bit. They can't overstay their welcome because of that extra firepower Boom has in the first place. But they don't need to actually go for the full rotation. They can't go towards that B site. But if we see Elmimore here get a pick off, or they just go for the double back, it's still a chance to make this A take work if ever.
30
Shiro
seconds left.
holding now alongside Elmimore. Boom though, the discipline is true and they're not flinching whatsoever. I like though how Tebotol is advancing right now. If they do come in from the green boxes of B, then he will be the first one to know. Nanoswarm even for extra bit of stall. Blaze King ready with the Aldrone, but can already hear the steps coming his way. 10 seconds left. Should be able to get the plant down, but the intel will come in favor of Boom here at the very least. But Blaze King out in the open apparently. NC Slasher will get that takedown. Big pick up from him. Tepatol though from behind yet again. Elmimore, stellar shot as per usual. And the Sculpture now versus the world. Can he keep this table right side up though? ONIC already tried to mess up this dinner time. And the feast here for Flipjitter, it's awaiting him, but unfortunately now it's 3 people looking at him. He does get one, but Shiro is there for the trade. ONIC, gee, where did they get this again? How do they get away with these kind of rounds?
Well, Boom. Small mistakes there, which have major implications at the end. We saw a bit of desynchronization there, really, between that kind of crossfire hold that Blaze King and Flipjitter had, where Flipjitter, he was being pushed back, but Blaze King, he was moving forward, and that allowed ONIC to be able to isolate him, and somehow, with a mere classic, take him down as well here, NC Slasher did. So, for a team like Boom, uncharacteristic mistakes that really give up a round, and for ONIC, they had one opportunity to really get that plant off because of how low the time was. By the time they were on the site, it was like, what, 10, 12 seconds max? But they still get things down, and they get the round going for their sake. Initially here, man, Berserk's trying to find a kill with a headhunter, but he's gonna get patched up. Still though, ONIC, they're in a really good position to close out this map soon, Dax.
Yeah, we've seen these slip-ups happen before from Boom, and another example has to be in that last map of Split, the overextension leading to their demise. Seems like for Boom, just have to be very careful now on how they actually hold things down. Ineffective with the flank. Blazing though, finding NC Slasher, preventing that default flank. And Monyet has to back on away, but Severine still a shot from afar. He's a watchtower here for the side of ONIC. Using that second floor at the very least. Able to hatch these eggs over at the nest and give ONIC a chance to actually get the hell out of there. So great rotation so far from ONIC. They're getting even more map control actively here from Elmimore. And a perfect chance to get a backstab onto 2 or 3. Really depends though who's coming his way. Flipster, they're completely surprised now by the Viper waiting in the ice. Truly, this snake absolutely quite a salute itself. And there you go. He got the clue, found that takedown, and he's continuing on. The movement here from ONIC, absolutely world class. And case in point, now Boom just left the Blaze King in the corner.
If you can maybe isolate the fights and land incredible shots as well, then Blaze King has a chance, but I don't think so. This round is done. As great as he is, just the simple man advantage, the time, and the fact he's not even going for it is going to secure ONIC the 10th round in the final map of this series. 2 more to that match point, and we're really close to closing the door here on Boom. As really, these eco rounds from Boom haven't been looking convincing just yet, at least in this specific one. ONIC, very proficient play we're seeing from them, knowing to buy their time, and even with the weapons advantage, they don't barrel into the A site, knowing that they can just merely take him down, but really respecting still the defensive prowess that Boom could apply here on Icebox. But potentially here, one of the final few gun rounds that Boom could put out if they don't take this round 16.
Yeah, absolutely must win by this point. They lose this, perhaps they can get away with some of the streak bonuses that they can get in the first place. But I don't think that's gonna suit their fancy. You'd like to see Boom with that full arsenal, and they're unable to really build things up the way that they were basically prevented a while ago. And ONIC, they've been an absolute tear. Elmimore, look at the creds that he has here right now. It's one thing to win the rounds, but it's another to do it in a more convincing fashion. And from ONIC stealing that second round away and then going along with this ride, it has been a lot more fruitful for them, to say the least.
That was a lot of utility decks thrown there towards A main to control that A main position, and I think it was trying to be a read against what Boom were going to do. They know that Boom, okay, 5-10, they might go and try and go for kind of a risk here towards A main since they've shown that capacity and tendency to do so. Oh, Severine, that lets him know he's there. But that's exactly what it kind of was. To shut it down, you saw the snake bite plus that orb combo that maybe could have slowed down the pace of maybe a pushing Berserks. It doesn't come in this case, but it's good anticipation here that we're seeing from ONIC to realize that that can be a scenario that could be turned against him. So here for the rest of the ONIC push, as they're going to look to commit towards this A site. If they can control the backside here, especially looking at how far back they've forced Boom Esports out of it, then they have a real good chance of taking this round.
I mean, they turn off the utilities, but at the same time, they still can't really push as convincingly as they want to. Blaze King now going to be peeking it out. Moniette right down below, and Frostbite does get on the board first and foremost. 4v4, though, as of everything done. Everyone's just dropping down. It's sight by some Moniette so far. Flipshit, they're trying to find the angle here, but Moniette finally going to get stopped by Flipshit there. The spike, though, hasn't been planted yet. Next position here to try and put it down. Severine, though, 30 HP. Berserks does get the takedown, and Elmimore will just stick it to try and win it. 1v1 situation, though. Berserks versus Elmimore, and here we go yet again. Precision, absolutely essential, and Berserks will find the head of Elmimore instead. Boom Esports, it got dicey, but they get the round after everything is said and done.
Well, he switched out to a 6 shooter, but the higher caliber that Berserks has got in his hands wins out in the end. They'll live on to fight another day, and it's a crucial gun round for Boom Esports to win, but dare I say, it wasn't quite convincing, and small micro slip-ups here, like they just waterfall into the waiting hands of Moniette. It's really not a favorable position to try and fight that, but I guess they had no real chance. Although, I would argue that they could have waited for that wall on screens to go down, so that simply Moniette wouldn't have an easy time waiting there on the back site. The timing doesn't work out, but the frags do in the end. As ONIC, they've got another gun round to utilize here, and if Boom take this, Dax, then this could easily be 8-10 with the eco after.
I mean, to be fair to Boom, though, they did a good job to stay away from that null command and put themselves in position for the retake. One more thing, Flipsuder saw his 2 teammates die, dropping down, and he was like, nope, I'm not gonna have a part of that. Played that Rafters instead to slay Moniette, and the rest allowed Boom to retake that site. But you mentioned it, right? This can actually cascade into bad news bears here for ONIC. Boom is able to take this one in a relatively convincing fashion. Berserks, though, got the frag a while ago. Can he do so yet again? Moniette now absolutely shut down here by Berserks. And a good start for Boom so far. Snapping on the way, though, trying to take a more stable position as ONIC has already put their hands on this B side. Viper Spit is the call. Elmimore, though, trying to navigate on through. Tagged on down, though, while everything is happening. And while the animation's a little bit wonky, the lockdown is there, though. And he's now trying to get a backstab on. A great push from Elmimore, backstabbing even a second Frostbite now to make the trade work. And that will deflate the Viper Spit. The cover is gone. And Frostbite and Blaze King will take advantage of that fight. Over ambition perhaps here for the side of ONIC. And at the same time, they still have some fight in them. And here we have it, backstab courtesy of Severine. Perfect angle versus Tebathol to trade things up as he slashers. Bring it down! And we'll just be able to make Frostmine and Blaze King his prey instead. Well played in the end of ONIC. Got dicey when the Viper Spit went down, but they held things together and played the angles to perfection.
What an adjustment there and control on that transfer from NC Slasher. We saw that here, Elmi Moore, he had to go for this, and it really was a good play, but in the end, it did get shut down. You saw Flipjitter trying to push where Shiro was, seeing he's at the cusp of this Vipers, but if he can push out and maybe kill that Sova, then the retake could have been better, but in the end, he stays alive just long enough to have Severine come on the flank, shut down Tebathol on it, and boom. Tough position for them to be in here. Dax have barely enough to scrape up maybe kind of a buy, but they go for the eco instead, and it's the right decision to make here.
And in hindsight, they took the bait there of Elmi Moore. He went for the 2, he got slain, and since the Viper Spit was gone, Boom had that assumption that they could actually push, and a perfect flank from the middle just to end it all on a high note. So absolutely well choreographed here by ONIC. Truly, the cogs in this machine are so well oiled and so in sync so far, and that teamwork, that synchronicity, has really brought them to the greatness, not just in the Indonesian scene, but also in APAC as a whole. They are stuck though now. They must commit towards this A site, because right there in behind, there are 2 awaiting. Tebathol though, a little too overeager, will get taken on down. Berserk's now making the trade work, the tour de force, a big sign to just push on forward. Flips to third though, has no fear, decides to contest as close as possible. Fourth in position here for Severine, jumping on down as he slashes. They're absolutely on fire after the last round, and they even get the res to boot. All left now to Berserk though, has the high ground advantage, and he's ready to show him his true power. Does ONIC even try though to contest? They have the angles to go for the close holds, even the rendezvous now and the trademark just to get a bit of that intel. But Berserk's, he has to go for this show. Slow Orb though, making his life even more difficult, wading through the waters while ONIC is just awaiting his presence. Not even peeking whatsoever. This is the discipline right now from ONIC G, but Boom Esports, they'll get a third before Severine has Berserk's teleportation marker. Match point for ONIC G.
The rendezvous anchor brings him back to jail, and he's gonna need a pass to get out of that one. Boom here, struggling in their second half, when I thought this was gonna be the half that should benefit them a bit more, but no, they get the opening pistol round, but that's all they really find here, and the momentum has just been really cauterized and stifled by ONIC time and time on over. Even when they push forward, just not much are able to do with it. Seemingly a lack of firepower in these situations, and that Jet plus the KO combo that ONIC are running here right now, too oppressive really for Boom Esports to try and stop. The operator coming here for Berserk could be their final hope to try and get a lucky stick, but it's a tall hill for them to climb, Dex, to say the very least.
And just the members of ONIC stepping up when they need to the most. They're the ones who already put their flag down right at the summit. And besides, of course, the amazing antics of Elmi Moore, I have to give props to NC Slasher this half. We saw Shiro step up in the first half. The stage has just been absolutely on point with the shots and staying alive for so long here for the side of ONIC. And really just goes to show that in terms of that coordination, it's Moniet going in when the time is right. They don't need to rush things. They can hold on back if ever. And just when to know to push and pull, that has allowed ONIC G to be in this position right now.
It's a spot that, and a moment that they're definitely going to want to consider here as Boom Esports looking to go a bit aggressive here towards mid. The first time we really see them do this against the anticipation of ONIC. They push out, recon bolt, have Berserks lead that charge, but it's more of a crawl here. Not really getting too overeager about it, holding off the possible rotation from A, but they did make a bunch of noise doing that, which lets Elmi Moore know to hold on. He finds a second here. They're lining up for him like bowling pins. Berserks gets a trade, but can he find even more? No, it's one and done. Things crumbling here at the seams for Boom Esports as ONIC. They're on pace to close out the game right here, right now, this round.
Early contest leading to their demise, and even one more for the show. All hail King Kong Monietz, and he is just able to slay from that top position. Flipjitter though, the only one left. Problem is, suppresses there, hops on around. In a 4v1 slate, it's looking a little bit too much impossible. Destiny arrives. Die name is ONIC G. First seed for a reason. And they're the ones who move forward over Boom Esports. They take the series 2-1. And Icebox looking more convincing than the previous outings here. Congratulations to ONIC. They win the Civil War this time around.
They continue to hold that flag up high and wear that crown over their fallen comrades here. Whatever holes we might have suspected to come out here for ONIC in their ship, they plug it all up, and it didn't even seem like there were much holes over and over, aside from that opening half. When it came to the second half, though, the defense, that is where the composition really would benefit the playstyle that they have in this map, and that's what I was expecting when we got to that second half, for them, their comp to work out even better, and that they did. So for ONIC G here, they continue the fight, and they're moving on further in this upper bracket to cement themselves as the Indonesian team to look out for.
I mean, this is what ONIC has been working for. We keep telling the story. Ever since Stage 3 last year, this was what they have been working for. The hard work absolutely bearing fruits. And now we see ONIC in prime position to lead the Indonesian fold, especially over the old guard that is Boom Esports. Still a chance, though, really, for Boom to continue on. And here in the knockouts, it's double elimination, 2 chances, and then you're out there. We'll see who's going to be meeting them into the upper bracket next time around, because we still have one more series after this. For now, though, we'll be taking a break, and when we return, panel, we'll be breaking everything down. Daxter, Black and Blue, see you guys in a bit for more of VCT APAC.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
สวัสดีครับ สแกรี่จากทีมเซอร์เซียครับ ความคาดหวังก็หวังว่าเราจะได้เข้ารอบไปแข่งที่ประเทศเดนมาร์กครับ ก็มีทีมเปเปอร์เล็กครับ เพราะว่าคะแนนเขานำเราอยู่ครับ เราต้องทำคะแนนตามเขาไม่มีจับตามองใครเป็นพิเศษครับ จับตามองทั้งทีมเลยครับก็ไม่มีอะไรมากครับ ลงไปเล่นให้เต็มที่ เล่นให้สนุกครับฝากถึงแฟนๆฝากแฟนๆเชียร์เซอร์เซียในรอบนี้ด้วยนะครับ รอบ APAC Challenger ละก็พวกผมจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ ปีที่แล้วพวกผมพลาดสเตจ 2 ไป ปีนี้ก็หวังว่าพวกเราจะทำได้ครับ
Hi, this is Dubstep from Team Secret representing the Philippines. My expectations towards the APAC VCT is we want to take this thing and we want to win the whole thing, because this is our one and only chance in qualifying for the VCT champions this year. I guess our rival competition would be PaperX and Xerxia, because they are also the top APAC teams from the last tournament so far. I think the player to look out for is Forsaken from Team PaperX. He is one of the explosive players in the APAC region, and I believe he's one of the people I enjoy playing against with, and I hope I can play him like in the playoffs, maybe in the finals or in the semifinals. He's one of the few players that makes me enjoy competing in this region. To overcome all the challenges, we will do our best and we will keep the pace and do what we excel the most. We train hard, we train harder. Even if we win, we train even harder. So we won't be backing down on any of these challenges on the upcoming APAC stage. A quick shout outs to all of the fans, the supporters that have been supporting us since day one, and I hope you guys can support us also on the upcoming VCT APAC playoffs in Stage 2, and see you guys there. Again, this is Dubsub from Team Secret, representing the Philippines. Watch us on VCT APAC Challengers Playoff Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys there.
Test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over great beats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to who you assure. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh.
ONIC G with a GG versus Boom Esports. They continue the fight over at the upper bracket while Boom Esports continues to live off of their Cinderella story as they move over to the lower bracket. Now here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, the competition is just so brutal, but we love it. And by we, I mean Likeable, Fluffy, and Tricks on your panel. Now, Fluffy, we talked about how impactful compositions truly are. And for this match, I feel like the win condition for Boom Esports was to kill the KO, they win the game. That was basically it.
Yeah, I mean, they had a very good idea, right? They won't play the duelist, they'll double down on their defense, they'll rely on a lot of this utility-based ways to delay and push people off the very narrow sides here on Icebox. But with the existence of KO on the other side, on ONIC, it really was the wrench that really opened up a lot of their defenses. The suppress itself already gives them enough space and enough time to make the moves they have to do to go into post plant, to go either for those lineups or for crossfires. But aside from that, you know, another solution that ONIC really had was a good fundamental understanding of what their win condition was, which is to avoid this utility. A lot of the times you'll see them attack the site, but not fully commit. They'll stop and pause and think, okay, we'll just wait the util out, and then commit after when the defense is a bit weaker. Or sometimes they even just go for trading people, as obviously you can't use your utility if you're taken out of the round. So very good fundamental understanding from a great team like ONIC, and it seems like that has been pushing through their undefeated dream up until this point.
Yeah, we definitely saw ONIC there on that, you know, just on that map. They were able to slow down their own pace. As Fluffy was just saying there, we'd see them that they're going to push to a site. They try to bait out the utility from Boom Esports, because some people out there probably wondering, Boom Esports had the triple sentinel, you know, that it should have been a little easier for them on the defender side, except ONIC getting that value that Fluffy likes to talk about on that KO, being able to get that 0 point in, flush them out. They're baiting the utilities without over-committing to pushing to the site, aware of the angles, aware that they don't actually have somebody marking the flank. So that actually helped ONIC a lot, where they were able to reposition, and this awareness as a team on what angles they're open to was just fantastic.
Yes, I absolutely agree. Now, talking about the flank potential over here, we did kind of touch up on this, or at least the casters did, and they were talking about how there was such high potential for the side of BME to do some lurking over here, but I don't think that it was properly utilized, or at least when it came to the retake as well, it felt like Boom Esports had a lot of these like 1v1 situations that were being forced. I mean, Trix, we talked about this. We prefer the whole crossfire setup.
Yes.
We prefer these guys swinging off of each other, right?
I feel that it's possible that Boom Esports was forced outside of their comfort zone, especially because ONIC was able to get all of this value from the agents that they selected. So Boom, for example, not having the utilities that they wanted to have on those retakes, or being able to clear the corners that they wanted, or the timing of clearing those corners even, kind of pushed Boom players to separate a little more. And what ended up happening is that they would get into these 1v1s and into these fights that you're speaking of, where they don't exactly have a crossfire or a refrag alongside them. And then on the defender side, similar setup where they're pushed away from each other, and then their crossfire kind of falls apart.
It really does. Now, Fluffy, we're gonna be seeing the series MVP in just a little bit, and I don't think that this comes as a surprise to you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Moore has done so much this entire series, back even on Split and Ascent, but more on here in Icebox. The ability for him to read his opponents and get a lot of these opening picks really, I think, is a reason why, regardless of what agent he's playing, he always is on the top of the leaderboard. Here on Viper especially, I remember one round where they were waiting out, I think he was waiting outside the attacker spawn down the left side of the ramp, holding a kind of ratty angle, that way getting the unexpected picks from a couple of members of Boom. So doing something like that, playing a bit more unexpected and playing around the timings of your opponents, is just something that it seems like he has the greatest potential to, and then so consistent of how he does it as well over the entire series. So it's super deserved, I think, that he gets the MVP.
Oh yeah, super deserved. And I remember also this one round where this guy just pops up with a judge. I don't even know what to think about this team. Honestly, I do think that the use of utility, especially on the side of ONIC, was very colorful. I mean, I remember the casters just talking about how many lineups with the fragments they were able to see just by watching them on the attacker side over there, and I loved it. But what about you, Fluffy?
I think that it still all boils down to just, even before the match starts, the recognition and ability of ONIC to really realize how they need to play to win the game with the agents that they have, the tools that they have, is what really changed the look of ONIC in this game compared to the rest of the games for the other series, where they're a bit more unsure, and sometimes they look like they adapted a little close. But this one, it's like before they even got into the server, they already had a plan that they stuck to, which worked out for them. On the other side, though, Boom Esports, it doesn't mean that just because they have a KO means that it's like a GG for you at that point.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways that they could have played around it. They could have gone for more flanks because they didn't have that anti-flank like you guys mentioned. But unfortunately for them, they just have that habit of adapting kind of slow, and it was a little too late for this specific series, and ONIC did take it overall just because they had that head start.
Yeah, I actually wanted to touch up on this. You know, you ever look at a round, an eco round specifically, wherein the defenders push so far ahead, and you think to yourself, this should have been the aggression that they showed during their buy round. And that was very unfortunate on the side of Boom Esports, that they kind of figured that out really late into the game. But hey, that's just how it is. Sometimes you learn a little bit later, and it kind of punishes you in the end. But enough about ONIC and Boom Esports over here. We're going to be moving over to the final series of the day. So allow me to introduce the first team that's stepping up in this last series. They are Thailand's Last Hope. Nothing to worry about for their fans though, because given their track record of making it to Masters 1, most of all, their recent performances proving that they are a formidable foe over here, I don't think that's a cause for worry. They may be their last hope, but hey, they have a lot to bring to the table. So let's get to know them once again. Here they are, Xerxia Esports. Xerxia Esports, where do we even begin? Every time these guys go into a game, it's just so fantastic to watch, Trix. And above everything, I feel like you're one of the people who enjoys watching them the most.
I do. I know I'm always excited when I watch Xerxia, but when, comparing them to somebody like Paper Rex, which is very much chaotic, kind of like a storm, Xerxia is like that eye of the storm. It's very calm, it's very collected, but chaos is right around them. And, we've got Cruz, Foxy, Scary, Surf, and Sushi Boys. I find that all of these players, just the way that they play off of each other, the way that they have their crossfires, the way that they do executions, changing the pace of the map. I just feel like watching them play Valorant, it's kind of like they show me everything that's great about the game. It's what I enjoy playing. I like to play with the utilities. They really pull that out in their gameplay. They are optimizing their utilities usually for each other in order to get that information, get that space, and it's one of the reasons why I'm always so excited to watch them play.
It just goes to show how well experienced this team really is and how prepared they always go into every series that they face off with. But speaking of, they're going up against the Philippines' last hope this time. So it's Thailand's last hope versus Philippines' last hope over here, despite, the last series being Indonesia versus Indonesia. Now, they have had quite of a rocky past. They made it to Champions 2021, so all eyes were them afterwards. But they failed to qualify during APAC 1, and when that happened, a lot of holes were opened for this team. This time around, though, it seems like all of that is already patched up, and they're here to show the world that they really are back. So here they are, Team Secret. Fluffy, it's PH's last hope. I know I'm not alone on this one when I say that I'm really rooting for this team.
Yeah, same here. Team Secret, PH's last hope, led by the Tondo King himself. Borkum Dispenser, Dubstep, Jesse Vash, Wits, and Jeremy have really proven the change of pace that they've had throughout the entire year. As you mentioned earlier, this team kind of struggled during Stage 1 and Stage 1 of APAC, but coming into Stage 2, I remember Jesse Vash mentioning during the PH Challenger Series that they were not going in thinking they were champions, but coming in as challengers. But they did come out of it at the end of it as the champions for the PH, and moving on, it looks like they're in that same champion form that they had in 2021 that got them all the way to Iceland. So Team Secret right now, they don't have a perfect record. They have lost one game to Bleed, but so far so good for them, because after that, I think it gave them the motivation they need to really take out FW Esports as well as Fancy United. This team has always had the discipline from all the FPS experience they've had put together. Probably the most experienced team we have here in the PH, as well as that firepower and young blood coming in from additions like Wits as well as Jeremy. So this team has a very flexible roster. They've always had the spirit of the Filipino people with them as well, and hopefully they do make it. Personally, as a PH broadcast talent myself, it's hard to not root for them. So I hope that Team Secret really pulls out all the secrets for this one.
Oh yeah, I absolutely feel you on that one, Fluffy. Honestly, as much as I love Team Secret, I also understand where Trix is coming from over here, because I've seen Xerxia Esports play it out. And I've seen all of the individual players from both of these teams battle it out on the stage. And there are a few people here that we'd like to give a special mention for. So let's go ahead over to our head-to-head to find out who they are. I don't think it comes as a surprise when we talk about the controllers being the stars of the show today. Borkum versus Scary, Trix. These guys are just amazing players. I mean, Scary, truly scary, and Borkum, he just knows what time it is.
Yes, Borkum does know what time it is. And Scary, on the other hand, being a player that some other players have also mentioned, it's one of the ones they're looking out for, because Scary's ability to play around his utility, to play with his teammates, but also get those picks with that amazing aim is one of the reasons why Xerxia is able to create that chaos.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to add as well is for both of these players, I noticed that out of all the controllers we have who, there are some that are a bit more passive, there are some that really focus on their utility, but these two specifically have a lot of aim that they have and a lot of ways that they play around their utility, like Trix mentioned, to get a lot of timing picks. Borkum, of course, known for his Borkum time, always getting in those pesky angles and being able to really disrupt the enemy. But Scary, on the other hand, can do the same thing. It reflects even in their stats. They have a higher KDA than you'd see with most controllers. They really are the clutch factor when push comes to shove, and hopefully they will really shine this series.
Oh, I hope so too. These guys are what Tash would say, smooth smoke criminals, rather, right? That's what she calls them, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And it makes total sense. I've seen Borkum just push through a smoke carrying a Spectre and taking out 2 opponents very, very easily. It's effortless for him, and that is why he was known for the for the Borkum time title, rather. But overall, these two teams, just something else. It makes me really curious as to what maps are going to be shown, which we'll head on over in just a bit. But before we do so, Fluffy, I think that you have something to say about these two.
Yeah, I also noticed that there are 4 teams out of the 8 that we have right now that are undefeated. And I wonder if this is the series that one of them will actually go out of that running of being undefeated, as Xerxia has always had that strong record. But compared to the other series, Team Secret, I think, has a chance for them to kind of break that mold that we have today where everyone just keeps going undefeated. So we'll see at the end of it, but hopefully after the map vetoes, we'll find out on what battlefield they'll be fighting on.
Well, with that, Fluffy, I think we're just about ready to get into our map vetoes. We're panning out. We're panning out over here. All right, then. From what we know from both of these teams, you guys, what maps are we supposed to see? Let's start with you, Trix.
Well, I know that we're not supposed to see Fracture because both teams generally do not like to play that map. I will be surprised if it goes through. I am hoping to see Xerxia on Ascent again. I felt like I really enjoyed watching that, and Team Secret does have 100 so far. They have a really good run on Ascent. It seems that it's one of those maps that they just seem to thrive on, possibly in terms of just getting that information, being able to play with one another. On side of Xerxia, though, I feel that I'm not surprised Team Secret banned Icebox because that is one of the maps that Xerxia does quite well on. And Breeze, however, maybe Xerxia might pick, but I'm not actually too sure.
Very interesting. Well, so far, Fracture is open, Tricks. What if by some miracle we actually see that? But hey, Fluffy, we get Haven instead. And this is actually a map that I've seen Xerxia pull the fade on. So maybe they will pick it today. Maybe it's the Sova. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of variety that can come out of this map. Haven also for Team Secret, not surprised that they're picking that one. It's one of their stronger maps in general that they've played throughout not just this stage, but also every VCT so far, that they've always been kind of known for here in the local scene. And Breeze coming out for Xerxia as well is another map that for their opponents is actually pretty decent, but for Xerxia I know is also very strong. So I wonder how this is going to play into it, as that does leave, again, Fracture still open for the next series of bans, or maybe even a decider.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Never mind.
It's finally settled down. Now, for Breeze over here, I know that Xerxia has won against RRQ on this map, an absolute dominance once again. But for Team Secret, they haven't pulled this out here on APAC too. So I'm wondering if they have something as like a surprise to pull out of their sleeves as they enter into Breeze. But anyway, in this map, we always talk about that controlling that mid area. And I really hope that both of these teams just go out and utilize that mid. You know, that's what we love to see, Tricks. That's what we always hope to see when we go into Breeze.
We do love seeing that control and Breeze, that pivotal area on mid. But I also just want to point out, Team Secret does pick Haven. And I'll always like to say this. Xerxia picks attack to start, actually, which means throughout all of these maps, up to Decider, Team Secret will start on the defense. And I find that's telling of how confident Xerxia is on their ability to take those sites and take control of the pace of the map.
We've actually touched up on this topic in the past, you know. It's very important for either of the teams to really bank on whatever side they start off of. And just get as many rounds as possible, because by the second half, you still need that extra room for adjustment, right? There's room for error when you switch the sides, because you kind of need to get a good read of how the opponent is either going to attack or defend once the side swap, right, Fluffy?
Yeah, another good advantage a team can always have is that they're always guaranteed to play 12 rounds in whatever half they start in. So if you have the ability to choose which map, you're guaranteed to comfortably play around that. And the rest on the swap, you know, that one's up to you. But at least you have that little, I guess, breath of fresh air or freedom to execute your plans, especially if it's a map that you practice that half on. So it's always a good advantage. I would argue it's actually a better advantage to get the side rather than the actual map.
Yeah, I get that. And for the side of Xerxia Esports picking attack, I think that that's actually very wise. I mean, going back to that logic wherein if you get the most points in, you know, you just have that advantage overall, even when you switch sides, right? That definitely does not mean that, you know, it's over, because as you would always say, Trix, it's not over till it's over. However, for Haven, I do feel like the attackers have the advantage here. I mean, usually the setups here on Haven, the defense is kind of spread thin, if I would say so myself. But with that said, you know, that's going to be a tricky situation for either of these teams, because at the end of the day, they still get to attack either way. But with that, I think that it's fitting for us to actually go and start the predictions already, as much as we hate it, because it just has to be done. We have to get it over with. So why don't you start? I don't want to start this one. This is hard. Well, actually, no. You know what? I'm going to start. Never mind. Because I already know who I'm predicting for. And that's Team Secret. No surprise there.
No surprise
I have yet to predict against a Filipino team. And I'm not about to start now that we have our last hope in the running. So, Fluffy, I feel like you're on board with me, but I'm not too sure.
I feel like Xerxia is just such a strong team that they really have all the tools and all the repertoire to really take out Team Secret. But I'm going to have to go with my heart here and vote for the Philippines as well, as it is their last hope and it is mine for my region. So Team Secret for me would be my unbiased choice.
And Trix?
I would say that I love watching Xerxia play. And
I know.
I do enjoy watching Team Secret. I do feel like they have grown. But I think Xerxia just has what it takes, and they have such a polished way of playing Valorant, and I feel that Xerxia can pull through.
No, I totally get where you're going with this, because we've seen the consistency on the side of Xerxia Esports, which is something that we hope to see on the side of Team Secret. I mean, I can't blame you, because when they did set foot on the APAC stage, when we first saw them, I think against Bleed Esports, if I'm not mistaken, it was kind of rocky for them, but we're glad to see that the adjustments came into play. At the end of the day, Fluffy, I mean, I think that you'd agree with me on this one. It's always about, you know, regardless of where they start off, whether it's a rocky start or not so rocky start, it always boils down to the adjustments or the adaptability that these teams are just willing to make, right?
Right. It's about how adaptable you are. It's about how you stick the landing more than how you start. And it's about which team can really soar the highest. And for us, I think it's pretty confirmed that Leica with the Team Secret, me with Team Secret, and Trix going with Xerxia is going to be very interesting, because I think this is going to be one of the most exciting and explosive matches that we're going to have today.
They've all been pretty explosive. I mean, a lot of these maps have reached map number 3. And I think that it's just a Fluffy thing, because last time you were here, Fluffy, it was always a 2-1. And you're back again. What do you mean you're bad? We're happy to see all the maps come to life over here. I mean, if we go over to Haven, Breeze, and to Ascent, I'm not going to be mad. No.
True, but maybe the fans of the other teams, you know, who are like, oh, we got the first map, it's over. And then like, oops, I guess not.
Oh my god. Going up against Xerxia Esports, though. Team Secret, they're in for a challenge over here. I say that about every single team, but you know, because this is a homegrown team. This is from our home court. So I'm really cheering for them, but I do think that Xerxia Esports is such a high mountain to climb. And you know, Trix, if they're anything like how they were during the group stage, then I'm gonna be worried. I really am.
I find that Xerxia has been quite consistent with the way that they're performing, and that's one of the reasons why I love watching them. I think that, yeah, they're going to be one of those difficult teams that Team Secret starting off on the knockout stage against Xerxia. It's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, I also want to mention that, this might sound very basic, but I feel like the biggest win condition for either team, just because of how disciplined and how strong they are as a whole, will be whoever can really land their shots today. Whoever can get that opening pick really opens up a lot of options for their team, especially with something as practiced as both of these teams. They're also flexible in their own right, but at the end of the day, it's just, the agents, the rifles, and their ability to land those important shots that really do matter. And I think that's going to be the most impactful factor over anything.
I'm sorry that I was laughing, Fluffy, but as you mentioned that they had to land their shots, I couldn't help but remember how the second series went today, especially on Breeze, where I feel like a lot of the players actually had too much coffee, because at certain times, I don't wanna mention anything bad about it, but it was just funny sometimes, how relatable it is when they kind of miss their shots too, because like that's me too. That happens to the best of us. If that can happen to them, it can also happen to us. So somewhat relatable, but hopefully for this series, especially on a map that is so heavily reliant on aim as we go later into Breeze, that is not going to be the case for them. But yes, as I say that, we're going to be heading over later on onto the Agent Select. But before we do so, Fluffy, any expectations on the compositions that we get to see on Haven?
For Haven specifically, we've seen Team Secret run a couple in the local VCT here in the PH, but on Challengers, APAC, they've only played the one, which is the Astra Breach, Jet, KJ, and Sova, I believe. And I think it's a composition that's always stable. There's nothing wrong with it. You always have that global presence and the security of your flanks, having that Killjoy turret, especially with a lot of these long angles. The turret has just so much information. And one of the things Team Secret was really known for, even back in 2021, was setting up a really good play in Garage, playing off the contact of their turret with the Astra Star. So it's something that they're also comfortable with, that they have been playing for a long time. So I think, especially if they're running their main 5 for this composition, it's going to be a very solid Haven game for them as long as they stick to their plan.
Oh yeah, I absolutely agree there. But Tricks, last time we saw Dispenser bring out the KO rather, and I think that we were very pleased. I mean, it's an adjustment on his part, but it was a great adjustment. It really paid off for Team Secret in that game.
I think I love the kind of space and the kind of support that Dispenser brings, and Dubstep also being on that KO. Sometimes you can see that they're a little more flexible with the roles, they're willing to adjust. I find that's also very important. It's one of those things, however, in Team Secret, when they run the Haven, usually it's Dubstep on the KO. It feels a little off timing here and there, so I'm hoping that coming into it, as I hope every time, that they're going to start hitting that timing, especially to enable Wits on that Jet to get more space for the team. Xerxia, on the other hand, running the Breach with the Breach and the Astra and the Sova. I love watching Xerxia with this kind of lineup. I feel that it can be explosive with that global control to really allow Surf to open up the sights and take it.
So I'm looking at this composition, and the main difference that we see here, Fluffy, is the KO versus the Breach. So what does this say as we go into this matchup?
I mean, with the Breach, you can make a lot more confident plays, as, if you do land the stun, regardless if you land the stun. If you land it, you know that you have the advantage on the fight, a very big advantage, if I might add. And if you miss, then the angle is clear. So you always have that confident peak that you can always have with the Breach. Where KO, on the other hand, it's less a guarantee when you do come off the swing, but it does provide your team a bit more information, as well as the super invaluable form for the KO knife. Although I have to mention that one big advantage that Breach does bring was it kind of shifts the balance of the Sentinel players, as both Killjoys will have their lockdown available, but regardless of both teams having the Sova, the addition of having that Aftershock can really ruin a lot of these retake plans or attacking plans if they plan to use the lockdown in these situations.
God, these compositions, when they come into play, it's always so amazing. When we look at them on paper, it's like, okay, they locked in this initiator, they locked in that. But when you actually see the gameplay, the impact that is brought about by these agents, and the way these players actually utilize them and play off of each other, it's just amazing to witness everything come into full play. And that is how the cookie crumbles over here on APAC. And I just can't get enough. Now, I do want to remind our audience that this isn't exactly a do or die match, but remember, whoever wins in the series that we've witnessed throughout the day are the people that aren't put at the face of elimination. They aren't put at that risk, and they continue to live on in the upper bracket. So it's better to stay on top. I always say it's not the best idea of, you know, just putting yourself at risk. You are, especially for both of these teams, you are your country's last hope. You're the last representatives from where you come from. Everybody's looking up to you. Everybody's cheering you on. I'm sure that there is a lot of pressure behind that, but at the same time, we just expect the best of the best from you guys. So make sure you guys stay up on top over here. I hear Taylor whispering on my ear over here, saying that I should not pressure these guys, but it's there. It's always high pressure here on APAC. It always is, right, Trix?
I mean, always going to be high pressure whenever you're in a situation, whenever you're in a tournament where it's about representing, especially the APAC region, there's going to be that kind of pressure there. And I feel like in this matchup, in this Haven map, that win condition is really going to be, first of all, who doesn't crumble under the pressure, and second of all, who's going to be able to make that space. I know that I like the KO and Sova in terms of getting that information. I feel the retake potential there is great, especially because they're starting on the defender side. But I also wonder how they've evolved to come and be able to get more space for their duelist on the side of Team Secret. While Xerxia, on the other hand, playing a lineup that we know we've been comfortable with, and we know that they're able to force that kind of space in and that kind of chaos on the site and just get the frags that they need in order to win those rounds.
Yeah, I mean, aside from that, I think that one thing that can alleviate the pressure for them, regardless if it's do or die or not, is just the fact that out of all the teams, I feel like these are the two most experienced teams, or at least top 4 experienced teams that we have here in APAC. It's Team Secret, especially for here, you know, for the locals here, we know that they've always been in the FPS scene, and they made it all the way to the highest tier of Valorant back in Iceland, where Xerxia has done similar things as well, and they're a team that I feel like they've been in this situation before, and they can always rely on the fact that their teammates have been in this situation before, that they have that fallback and experience that really is, I think, calming, especially in these high-pressure times.
This game, kind of making me feel some type of way, you know? Kind of nervous, even though I'm not the one that's representing the country. Again, Taro's probably laughing at me, saying, Laika, enough with the pressure over here. But I can't help it. I look up to these guys, both of them. And again, it's not a do or die match. I mean, whatever the outcome is for this series, we still get to see a bit of them, but I don't like the idea that either of these guys are going to be put at risk at the end of the day, because I have to agree with Trix. Xerxia Esports just so good, and I love seeing them, and I just don't want to... This is so hard. This is just so hard to watch.
It's difficult because we're at that point where we're watching teams that are doing so well. You can see that they practice, you can see that they have that drive, the passion, the innovation, the creativity. So it's always hard to also decide and watch teams that you really root for and support possibly not make it through, because everyone is so good. We're at the APAC Knockout stage. It has to be good, and everyone is really stepping up to the plate, proving why they need to be here.
Yeah, and for those who are watching right now, I know that you guys feel like Trix has such a heartfelt message over here, and that's because both Trix and Fluffy have had competitive backgrounds over here. Yeah, it's been a wild journey for them, so that is also why there's such big brain players or big brain analysts here on the panel, right? Their expertise have gotten them this far, and I always love hearing their input. Every single day I get to learn from these guys. And Fluffy, you know, I know you just got back, my guy, but I'm always happy to have you here on the panel.
Thank you
I really
so
am.
much.
I hope that during your break, you were able to have some really good bread, Fluffy, because I know you love bread.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Laika. I did get a lot of rest, though, that's for sure. And one of the things that I got rested up for and caught up and watched, partied a lot of the Valorant is just because there's so much that I'm excited for this week. You know, the best of the best is something we always say and we always talk about, but it gets smaller and smaller. The groups of teams that can be, you know, the top tier that will represent eventually our region against other regions in the world. You know, you really have to be at the very tippy top, and these few deciding days will really make the mark for the future of a lot of FPS here on Valorant, specifically for Southeast Asia.
It really will. And with that, guys, our panelists over here have shared their insights. They've shared their heartfelt emotions for both of these teams. And with that, I think we're just about ready to get started with the game. Guys, I hope you guys are ready. We're not going to be too heartbroken just yet because, again, this is not a do or die match, but we're here to enjoy this absolute spectacular show over here between Xerxia Esports and Team Secret.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. I feel like, Komodo, we keep getting all of these really exciting series sort of falling on our plate somehow, but we're back again in the playoffs. It's series number 4 for the evening, of course, and it's going to be a bit of a banger, I would say. You know, going up Xerxia up against Team Secret, the battle of titans between two strong regions, and I think as the desk was saying, the last sort of heroes from their regions left in the competition. But irrespective, I'm Konki, this is Komodo. Thank you again to the desk for such a great job as per usual. And Komodo, we're going into a banger.
Yes, indeed we are. Of course, we've had the pleasure so far already to see one of the teams throughout this tournament that made it into Masters last time, and now we get to see the other one in Xerxia going up against Team Secret that, you know, I would say have had a bit of an up and down run so far in performances in terms of, you know, the matches, individual and that as well. You got to remember there was an experiment, a new thing that they've thrown in the mix so far in this tourney. It didn't really work successfully, so I feel like we're going to be going back to a little bit more known territory for them in this series, but regardless, you know, they're number one, going up against another team that's number one from their respective country, their region, and this series is going to be one that has a lot more weight on its shoulders than maybe people out there realize.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, Xerxia especially, you know, they're coming off the back of only really losing to PaperX and then Liquid and Optic at Masters, which I think is a very, very big statement. But I suppose, you know, on the sort of back of Team Secret as well, they're also in a similar boat, you know, really not sort of feeling that pressure. We can kind of throw that series out the door, I think, of what we had a few days ago, where you mentioned, obviously, there was a couple of experiments. We got to see the Yoru come in, which, look, was fun to witness for sure, but, you know, not really sort of going exactly as it was planned, I suppose. But now we've got a really important matchup coming in, right? You know, you're sort of mentioning that there's going to be some pressure around some other legs of, you know, LCQ and that kind of thing. So I think it's just a really big competition in its own right, and a matchup that's been hyped up as one of the best of the competition so far.
Well, I was going to be touching upon it potentially during a timeout later in the series, but it does look like we have just a little bit more time before we get into this one, so I may as well go ahead and touch upon it now. I do first want to preface Sleepy Studios out there in your community, thank you for helping me get through this little bit of information. It was a struggle for me to wrap my head around, and I'm going to try my best to explain it to all you watching. So, essentially, if we have Team Secret bowing out in the first round, as well as Alter Ego, it means that Global Esports are getting the LCQ spot instead. If Team Secret or Alter Ego get at least one win, top bracket or bottom bracket, it means they will knock GE out of contention, but then it'll be a battle between those two teams themselves. So historically, you know, all of the events leading up to it so far, this is one that, you know, GE, it's not in their hands to see if they still have a circuit run this year.
Crazy. How it all leads up, all sort of falls into the unexpected areas, but irrespective, the time is now. It's going to be Haven, it's going to be Team Secret versus Xerxia, Philippines and Thailand, the heroes of each respective region. And of course, you know, the Filipinos on the desk, very much giving it all to Xerxia. Trix loves to go for the sidearm, you know, throwing in a little bit of a Xerxia prediction here, which I do love to see. But of course, it is going to be that usual sort of march. Give a bit of a spot towards C. Pressure now falls onto Borkum. And they're actually going to be straight into there. The Nebula will be dropped. Scary, though, able to take that control. And looks like they are going to have site control in the 3-on-4 to start.
Oh, plant going down as well. This will be pretty big for them to hold on down, especially if Sushi Boys is able to find the one onto Wits in the garage, but that's not going to be happening right now. It's a double tag as well in toward it, rather a double team, but Foxes says absolutely no to that. And the flank for Dubstep has already been seen as well. 3 alive for Xerxia as they pick up the pistol.
Yeah, very clean start there from Foxy. Really nicely done with the Frenzy. Very clean opening here, as is per usual. Haven continues to sort of bear its fangs as the El Clasico attackers-sided map. You know, 3 sites, very challenging to kind of spread thin on the defender's side and try and take all that early control. So we're going to have to see, obviously, how the Team Secret side do choose to play this defense and if they can kind of get, you know, a foot forward here so far. But early on, you know, Xerxia picks up that pistol. Is going to be the Bulldogs coming out. Foxy just still holding on to that Ghost, so whether or not the damage is going to be dealt with the distance. But for now, Team Secret taking it a little bit of a back seat with only Dubstep investing into the Sheriff.
Yeah, a bit of just the spread out at the moment. The real pressure is going to be on Borkum, though, at the C site at the moment, trying to buy a lot of time with the utility right now. And also kind of wondering if Jesse Vash is going to be pushing up through towards A. He does have his teammate in Wits as well, but with only a shorty, they're really waiting for Xerxia to kind of be baited in, come in towards their location at the moment. And for the ill timing of Wits' retreat, does look like Xerxia should be able to overwhelm Jesse Vash here with their little creep up. Still a lot of time to play with on the clock as well, and no real budging either from Team Secret as the dart does go out. And it's actually going to be Jesse Vash good for 1, but there is that trade, and rotations now for Team Secret.
Yeah, necessary opening though. You know, some information gathered from Scary there, still holding onto the garage doors. You know, I think one of the sort of commentary bits that I wanted to make is how many, even at the, you know, highest sort of level of Valorant, we're still seeing so many of these classic / sheriff / shorty / frenzy rounds come through. But inside the cloudburst, Wits, he's ready. No. Narrowly misses out that shot. Could have been a crucial one there. You know, the damage has been dealt on the Sushi Boy. Dubstep also taking a little bit earlier. It means he is rather low, and it's going to be a tough one for them to walk in through heaven. So it should be nice and easy here for Xerxia. 4 alive, a great result for them. So they can go into the bonus nice and comfortable. And obviously Foxy, he has been able to pick up that Spectre. So the only sort of ill-equipped member of the team does at least have a weapon going into this next round.
Yeah, well, last time this composition was run for Xerxia on this map as well, you know, it was against Rex Regan Keon. A 13-4 scoreline is something that you'll be absolutely happy with coming forward as well, and some great performances being put up in that specific match. So we're kind of looking for the consistency again, really, of Surf and Scary. I think those two have been the real big standouts so far of this tournament for Xerxia, and for a long time as well. So we're kind of waiting to see what that's going to look like coming in towards this series, and a big, you know, potential for Team Secret if they can eliminate them. Might look to make them a bit weaker, force out those timeouts and stuff. But as you do mention, it is going to be that bonus round we're seeing right now. And already, Xerxia, the courtyard control, looking to pincer in towards the garage for a bit of a C split right now. I do like the fact that Dispenser is over here at C as well. You got the Killjoy set up, and there's the first frag going his way. Not the second, though.
Yeah. Good control, good bit of positioning. Is the defense going to be able to be held, though, by Borkum at the back side? Dubstep also here. Cruz, though, Foxy, they're going to be able to do it very quickly. That is insane from Xerxia. I was going to sort of make some comment on Wits. He's got the rotation coming in, but the alarm bot's already there. So whether or not he's going to actually be able to destroy that one before it spots him, it's unlikely. He hasn't quite moved into the vision yet. But as they do move down long, realistically, all Wits can kind of do here is just play that, you know, sort of exit position and try to take some of these rifles away. But that was a disgustingly strong round, rather, to come out from Xerxia off the back of not much, right? It was just a slow walk through garden into the garage. There was no real spot towards long for the extra information. Team Secret kind of left the door open and then got a little bit surprised when there was an unwanted guest.
Yeah, the welcome mat really at the front doorstep, wasn't it? Xerxia, they're able to just find the quick trade on towards Dispenser, and Borkum couldn't really get anything happening either. A great little overwhelming on the C site from the attackers here, which means that the bonus going their way actually sets themselves up really nicely. You know, we've seen a lot of aggressive teams and aggressive natured style plays throughout this tournament so far on a map like Haven. You know, still has the argument that it is more lent towards the attackers than any other map because of the you know, VCT. There's 3 maps, right? So really big things to come through from them already in these first 3 rounds, looking pretty clean. And I mean, unless we see a Thrifty here, right? Unless we see this round kind of picked up from Team Secret, it's going to be on that next gun round. If they drop that, you know, when Xerxia will have the proper big guns, it might be really difficult for them to get started on this defensive side after Xerxia gets so much of a lead. We're already looking at just some great control, duels being won individually from Xerxia. It feels like they're just trying to 100% everything here, Conky.
Yeah, they're just going as a unit, like it's super clean. You know, they're allowing sort of Team Secret to very much play into their hand. I was going to say Team Secret this round, they seem to be much happier to go a bit more aggressive. Good fragment out from Dubstep, but unfortunately doesn't quite do the damage needed. Another great flash drive too, but Sushi Boys was there, and you know, even so, if it was Sushi Boys to go down, there was 2 more to trade. So Dispenser is going to go for that long rotate in, and just quickly, like, one of the things that I did want to make reference to, right, is, you know, I've got a long history sort of from the Counter-Strike background a few years back, and Thailand was always kind of that, like, second strongest region, you know, mainly behind China, and they always seem to put in some really, really big results. And looking at this roster, whilst I've managed to catch a few of the Xerxia games in the past, I haven't actually had a chance to cast them. So the players that I've sort of kept my eye on is, you know, very much Surf and Scary, how much damage they're able to do, especially Scary playing the smokes. You know, very happy on that Viper and on the Astra. Still one of the few players that actually does lean into the Astra. You know, obviously we're seeing much more Brimstone, much more Omen. So a very exciting player, and hoping to see some really big things from them tonight as well.
No, absolutely. I think for me, I just want to see the best that these teams have to offer, because if we're getting the best of that, that means this is going to be an absolute banger of a series. And Xerxia, they are already trying to find us that with the ultimates now available, and the A side play looking to happen. An immediate rotation now starting to come over as well, but this is where Xerxia want to try and get on in Surf. Sushi Boys, the names absolutely lighting up the kill feed right now, looking for the plans. Do you just have to consider going for a save already for Team Secret? They've got no control of the site. As the Nebula does fade, Borkum, he needs a frag relatively soon. You will have Jesse Vash with a dart available in just a little bit. But again, you know, how do you break back in towards this site right now?
So tough. Not really even given an inch, and they've just left it completely. Borkum stuck inside heaven. You know, it's a little bit awkward here. There's all eyes on him. And he's going to be, yeah, absolutely marched out of that position. Does manage a level of a rotate out now. Might be able to afford himself the save, which is really, again, all they can do at this point in time. You know, Wits hasn't had a chance to activate that operator as of yet. It seems like every single place that Xerxia has gone has actually been in a complete avoidance of Wits so far as well.
Yeah.
But, yeah, look, Xerxia hasn't done anything flashy. It's just straight up the basics. They've been able to put themselves in fantastic trade positions and just kind of line themselves up to take that control of the sites with no real argument from Team Secret. And Team Secret kind of have tried to throw a little bit of aggression straight off the bat of the round, but maybe it's a bit too quick because Xerxia have just been ready for it time and time again.
Yeah.
They get a pick, they walk on in, and it's just clean and concise Valorant.
Mm-hmm. And here's a timeout coming through, presumably from Team Secret, as, you know, 0-5 scoreline with 4 kills across the board is not something that you know you're going to be happy with yourselves, right? You have to be getting something into this. And as you mentioned, yeah, Foxy 8-0 on the Sova. Not a kit that you generally see as flashy as that, but hey, damage is being done and frags are being found. You like to see that. But one of the big things right now, right? 3 guns saved from the previous round from Team Secret. They will have another challenge in this round. Technically, if there was another orb or a kill from Wits, he'd be 1 off the Bladestorm. Could be that A-long push. We've already seen them kind of lean over there with Wits and Jesse Vash to see what they can do with that A site, the sort of standard Sova and Jet play. Bladestorm would be pretty good in a round like this, right? You get 3 guns up and the Bladestorm. You're looking like you've got somewhat of a workable defense, but that's not going to be plausible. So they really have to have a discussion on not only here how to get back into this round specifically, but then the subsequent rounds afterwards, because there's no impact to the economy of Xerxia. Like, they're happy as rain right now.
Yeah, well, what I was going to touch on, you know, and it's very much a conversation that continues to happen on a map like Haven, is it kind of plagues that position of having to take early aggression as a defender, but also not wanting to overstep your boundaries too quickly either. That always seems to be a problem that we do see occur. This time, 3 members over towards the A position. Wits is actually going to fall away as well, so does get caught out early, information gathered, and they do start to early on fall away. Surf is kind of stuck here, and that's at least going to be an early advantage here for Wits. Very, very well needed, and still 3 members of Team Secret here, but all of Xerxia is also not too far behind.
That's going to be the reconnaissance availability from Xerxia gone. You know, you look at that recon dart at the beginning of the round, it got the ping on through, and Xerxia, you know, I guess they might not have expected Team Secret to stick around, but a lot of utility was dumped. And now they're in this 1-1-3 split up. A gap in mid. That's going to be assisted by the Killjoy util on that B site, but it is the patience from Xerxia at the moment. They're hoping for a bit more aggression from Team Secret as the 0 point goes out. Doesn't really get anything. So as far as Team Secret are concerned, they need extra info. There's the recon dart. 40 seconds is still enough to be okay at the A site to hold these 3 players down because you've got that, you know, autonomy of your Astra still on the C side. This is going to be kind of the biggest pressure that Xerxia have felt so far this round, this game rather.
Yeah. Just patience, waiting for a mistake. It hasn't quite happened just yet, but there's a Rolling Thunder. Somehow Wits, the saving grace, though, does manage to at least get his second in the round now. That's that lockdown that does finally get engaged, but look at the fear. They've immediately tried to run away, and, you know, whilst Wits has managed to get his way into sort of defender side of spawn, it's a rough position. There's just no confidence here. You know, he gets 2 picks, and now he's even detained. There's no way sort of back in here. Borkum has an opportunity, but he's doing it completely solo. This is not a Team Secret that looks like they're ready to take on Xerxia in any way, shape, or form. And Xerxia, you can just see how fearful they kind of look at this point in time. That's more what we need to see. Borkum's given himself a bit more of an opportunity, but there's Cruz, gets the frag. And now Wits is very much on the back foot here, has to get out, there's no time. And Xerxia have picked up 6, and again, without doing anything insane. Wits gets the opening pick, he even gets a second on the defense. It's a great Rolling Thunder from Cruz, but like, it's a 3v5, they fight back.
That insane mention there is actually something that I want to touch upon as well, right? Because they're settled down around the A site, made sure that Team Secret had to go and do something. It revealed who is still playing. It reveals who's still playing at the A site, right? The 0 point gives away that KO's there. The Recon Bolt gives away that Sova's there. And then it's really nice Killjoy utility actually to come out as well from the side of Xerxia. Sushi Boys, I got to give you massive credit. The lockdown, the Nano Swarm to buy time on the retreat for your team to actually just get in towards the site and lock it down. And then that last Nano Swarm as well to completely just make sure that Wits on the operator, 40 HP, can't go in for any more challenges. So Xerxia, that team synergy in that round was absolutely paramount to their success from a position of behind. 6-0, you've got enough rounds on this attacker side. Now you're looking for more with the scrappy hot potato purchase that Team Secret have. It's a party mix of weaponry.
Yep. Definitely a moment where that dynamic, that mental game, really, really crucial for Team Secret right now. And if we don't see a change of that, you know, somewhat rapidly, you know, I mean, sure, this is the opening map, but it's Team Secret's pick. Next around the corner will be Breeze. Very, very strong map for Xerxia. Wits already utilizing a couple of those blades as well, so it's looking a little bit awkward to the start, but this is much better, at least going a bit further forward. Does choose to fall away in the end. You know, Jesse Vash did actually take the operator for a short time, but now with only 1 blade, as you mentioned, it is going to go back into the hands. And, you know, Xerxia, if they've got the information, they know exactly where the operator is, and now they can just move straight on in. Look at Surf, already up into position. Borkum's going to go down, and that site taken immediately. Dispenser not in a position to fight back. Wits also coming in for the rotation with Jesse Vash, but they are still a little bit of a distance away. Jesse Vash, some forward thinking, maybe an opportunity now here. Komodo, as Wits does get another 2 versus 3 dubstep, not too far away from joining, but that Owl Drone will force him away, and it's just not enough.
Yeah.
Scary, he's on the flank. I didn't even see it.
Yep, 1 kill away from his null command as well. No 0 point. It could have been a recipe to get back into this round. The plant isn't even really wanted. 3 versus 1. Overwhelm him. Don't give him a chance to recover a weaponry. You know, that operator could have been big for something like that. But yeah, that flank really accessible, helpful for Xerxia on the retake. But I just got to say, the space that Surf was able to find in toward this C site in combination with Borkum's well-timed utility, and then that recon dart as well, right? No matter which position of the map it seems Xerxia are going at the moment, they've already got the perfect utility to break and enter, and Team Secret are just caught sleeping. Like, this is just really great Valorant on the attacker side played out by Xerxia, and at the moment, Team Secret don't have an answer. Is this the first time we finally see something though? A lot of ultimates on the board.
Yeah, no, I think it's a perfect summary, Komodo, just sort of saying it's not really Team Secret making any big mistakes. It's just Xerxia very much in charge and demand, but this is the opportunity for something to happen. Dubstep does manage to get one here. And as that Cosmic Divide obviously is down, it will fade shortly. Wits in a good working position. Surf now getting information. Jesse Vash not going to be ready for that at all. Very heavy lean into position right now. Dispenser does get a trade. But look how far away they are. Look how split they are. You know, Dispenser is in position, but Wits can't do anything. Spotted out. That's done. The lockdown does at least get some effect in, but Wits is just not in a position to retake at all. 1 versus 3. Cruz looking the wrong way. Might spot the opposition, but no. Sushi Boys is already locked into the cubby. Surf's got the position in Link. And that's just done and dusted again. You know, perfect Valorant from Xerxia. And I guess this is the difference maker, right? You know, 2nd seed in the previous stage of the composition. big performance over at Masters as well, you know, showing that Asia definitely has what it takes to take the EMEA, to take the NA. And this is, I guess, what sort of performance we need to be seeing in these playoffs if Xerxia are hoping to do that again in the next stage of Masters, if they can make it.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, this is for those that might be thinking, you know, bias casters, all that sort of stuff. No, Xerxia are putting in a performance right now that is an entertaining show. It's a masterclass of how this map should essentially be played, realizing your team utility, team positioning, and gaps in your opponent's defenses right now. The to and fro's that Xerxia have been able to do to kind of put Team Secret where they want them is just really, really well placed right now. And finally, Xerxia are going to contend with the Killjoy setup over at the C site. But again, Surf is already into the site with the assistance of Borkum's utility just to make sure that all of the areas can be cleared on through. And with the plant going down, it's 5 versus 5. You do have Cosmic Divide and Null Command, though, for Team Secret. So this is going to be a potentially interesting retake.
Surf's been looking for the barrel round after round, and he keeps getting it at this point in time. All of that control has been taken. Great Rolling Thunder to go in towards Defender Spawn as well. Dispenser at least does get one back, and now there is a slight advantage. Cruz, Borkum, certainly getting some work done here. Sushi Boys, that's a little bit rough there, but Surf does manage to save the day to a degree. However, Borkum in position. Look at this lurk around on towards the site. Sushi Boys 1v2. Is it enough? Is it going to be enough? No, the Nano Swarm is down, though. There's not going to be enough time. They've got it. It is going to be that defusal to come in from Borkum. And finally, as you mentioned, we do have an opportunity here for Team Secret, but it was off the back of a big individual performance from Borkum. It was Spectre to start. No, yeah. Stinger, rather. And a couple of frags on that. Picked up of a Vandal and a clutch in the 1v1.
Yeah, a little bit of chaos in that retake, to be honest, from Team Secret. You know, a lot of challenges, I feel like, from Xerxia. Maybe a bit of an overcommitment. Cruz threw out the Rolling Thunder, where I thought there'd be a little bit of reset of time, but a well-placed fragment from Dubstep kind of forces out the awkward position of Surf, and a little bit of crumbling. You saw a bit of a whiff in the magazine of the Vandal as well. There was a secondary one on the floor, but you got to remember, there's so much nuggets of information in these players' minds time and time again that sometimes that stuff, it can't happen, and it doesn't happen. But irrespective, a new round here. Xerxia again heat over towards the C site, and they want to turn it up even hotter.
Back-sided map. Will it still keep kicking that way for Xerxia? Once again, site taken almost for free. Looking to peek in. Surf, he's quick. My word, straight through the nebula and into the spawn. He does connect. Wit's also having a look, but Scary's in position. The two members we talk about, the double S, Komodo, they just continue to put in this work. Foxy does narrowly overlook the member in Garage there of Borkum, but still they are just backs up against the wall. 3 versus 5. What ultimates do we have? The Cosmic Divide, sure, the Null Command is there, but do they even want to execute it right now? Cruz is going to drop Borkum. So the two members, they are spotted out there, but I think they're just going to rotate straight out of there. Komodo, look at Scary. He's in position, does the damage, doesn't quite manage to take him, but you know, still again, it's Team Secret not looking confident, not looking synergized, trying to get back into this position. They've just been retaking time after time and getting pinched off. It looks like Xerxia have done more than their homework.
Yeah. And the problem now as well, even if Team Secret realize how to counter the sheer aggressive force that Xerxia are throwing at them, we've got 2 rounds left in this half, and it's a little bit too little too late. How much can you take over to your own attacker's side? It needs to, frankly, be a real flawless attacker's side at the moment if this continues the way it is right now from Xerxia that we need Team Secret to do in the next half. And also, just to note, correct me if I'm wrong, please, we haven't seen the Null Command or the Cosmic Divide from Team Secret yet. Dubstep and Borkum have held them for quite a while.
Yeah, obviously we did have Scaries a couple of times, I do believe, when they were getting those site takes in, but you might be exactly right. Yeah, it's been a real awkward opportunity, and that's where I sort of make mention to that confidence, you know, not really looking to take the fight and teammates not putting in each other into, you know, positions to trade. And once again, we see it. You know, Wits goes for the opening, but it's basically completely solo. It feels like Jesse Vash was at least there to kind of throw something in, but Xerxia picks up on it, take the advantage. They're already locked in, and you know, Jesse Vash, you can just see he wants to try and find this fight. He wants to try and do something else, and then Borkum's left on an island over towards C. Xerxia have all the map control.
Yeah, this is something that they've done spectacularly well. When they've got an advantage and there's a bit of a gap, They pause. They let Team Secret have to figure out what's happening, and they bait out that utility to figure out where the Secret members are playing. We do have that big old flank from Borkum that you mentioned, and that reveal. This is the setup that Team Secret have to win over at this A-long position right now. The flash drive goes in. It's Trade Central, though, working out for Team Secret. Extra info and the spike, and you know what that is as well? It's a split map right now for everybody. You've got flanks
look at
everywhere.
Sushi Boys.
Sushi Boys is going to get the timing potentially. He should hear Borkum. This will be a big fight to win. 30 seconds.
Heard him. Yeah, look at that turn. Look at the lock-in. So realistically, it's about trying to find each other and, hold each other's hands for the rest of the round. Jesse Vash has dived into that nebula. Scary looking to peek on out, but it's going to be the punishment. Now, Borkum's stuck inside heaven, but they have to make their way on towards this A site, Komodo. There is no time to go anywhere else, so it's a good utilization of their nebula. But it's going to have to be that drop out of heaven. He's waiting in the corner. Does drop. He's on his head. Oh, my word. Jesus Christ, Goomba stomping out of heaven. But anyway, it is going to be Sushi Boys to clutch it again. Xerxia, double digits. In an opening half, and Komodo, you don't often see that in Valorant, especially not at this level. And I have a soft spot, right? One of the most exciting games I've ever commentated was of the old, some of these Team Secret boys. And to see this right now for players that have played together in various titles for quite some time, despite, some obviously development of the roster, they just do not look like they're in each other's pockets. They do not look confident, and Xerxia's in their heads.
Absolutely. Right now. I want to see Dubstep and Borkum at least be able to use these ultimates in this round right now. But that Goomba Stomp reference that you mentioned, I kind of feel like we need the one-up mushroom right now for Team Secret.
Man,
we need a resurrection back in towards this one. Maybe even, what's the grow shroom?
The star
the big
or
old massive
the
giant
flame
one.
flower
Yeah,
or
something like that. Anyways, first frag goes the way of Xerxia yet again. Are we going to see, them fall back on what they know? Settle down a little bit right now. Great shot from Dubstep, though, to dispatch of Cruz. And 4 versus 4. Bit of a standstill. We may see Xerxia fall and hide. But again, Sushi Boys, scary. They've got access to their ultimates too. And they could be tide turning right now.
It's that early trade once more. Wits tries to make a play, goes down, is traded. Dubstep taken low now again. It's always that sort of weakened position because, as you mentioned, look at Surf where he is. He's been taken low. Dispenser's at least managed to take down Sushi Boys. So to be Killjoy Diff in this round, probably the really strong part, the first time we've seen it here for Team Secret, given their positions around the rest of the map. Once again, it is going to be that spike on an island, but somehow Surf's done it. They didn't have the information, didn't know where he was, and now he's already got so much further control. The rest of the Team Secret members are going to be on their back foot, but luckily Borkum does get one back. Now finally, in an awkward position, Jesse Vash is going to hear Scary. Should be around here for Team Secret. No, Scary's punished. And look at Surf's control. He has the information that the A site's open, Komodo. And it's going to have to be a 2-on-2 retake again for Team Secret.
Scary had the spike in the mid window for so long. I thought it was going to be a problem to get towards the side at the moment, but the plan starts to go down. The gravity well's going to make it a little bit more open, and the Cosmic Divide, does it come through now? Because you mentioned Surf, 14 HP, already 1 frag from this deficit scenario to bring it on to the equalization.
Scary's
and
hurt
there's
him.
the star on toward it. Surf's timing could be impeccable right now. Down goes Borkum, and it's onto Dispenser. Turret in the nebula to clear it on out, but that reveals his position on this creep, and the time is not working out for him. And that's just the bail. That's the rotation from Surf. He knows if this duel is won by Scary, that's it, and that's all that's needed. 11-1 is the halftime scoreline, and Xerxia, they have just had a masterclass on Haven Tack.
I have to stress to everyone watching along at home how impressive this attacker side was from Xerxia. It was disgustingly synergized. Everyone is clean, calm, collected. Communications are clearly going super well. And they've just got trust and faith in each other. It's the most clinical way of playing it, right? One of the things about Valorant still being, in its infancy is that there's going to be teams around that don't really kind of, move as a unit and have that confidence in each other to, fire off that utility when necessary, have each other's backs, be able to sort of push and take control of these rotates. But again, the way that Haven is structured, there is so much of that room, and quite often it does kind of force the defenders to try and take that control themselves. And what Xerxia have done just to absolute perfection is they've been happy to move not only solo, but when necessary in those duos, in those trios, to take that further real estate of the map before Team Secret is even able to, and knowing exactly where they're going to try and find those choke points early. Like, the amount of times Wits was punished in that opener, or at least traded, I think it was almost every single round of that previous half.
Yeah. Now this is just looking really good for Xerxia. And I'm looking at the kills from them as well, right? 12, 11s, 10s. You know, it's nothing totally extravagant for a half of 12 rounds. But you want to know the thing is, it's so evenly spread that everybody on this Xerxia side is doing what they need to find success in this map right now. And that's what you want. Your team dynamic is something that can propel you so far. And that's exactly what Xerxia are showing right now. So I think if I'm to steer something back over towards Team Secret, of course, you can all probably surmise that it needs to start here in this pistol round, because if it doesn't, it probably will be the map over. But we just need to really see a mirror come out from Team Secret. We need to see them play exactly like Xerxia did. And then you're sort of considering, all right, what will the counter be? Because Xerxia's reads, positioning, like everything that they did in that half, Conky, I can't like say a better way to do it, really. They've just done that.
Nah, super clean. Very important series, as we mentioned, right? Xerxia needing to make a statement. Team Secret, obviously, you know, a very, very strong team in this entire competition. Definitely players would have been, you know, putting them quite up there. And other spectators and that kind of thing. You know, I'm sure the desk obviously feels the same way. Their own region, kind of wanting to see them succeed here, but it just hasn't quite happened yet. But this time around, look at the difference. Look at the change. 4 members, Xerxia, all the way over towards A. They've kind of put all their eggs in this one basket. And I guess that is a quite, you know, usual approach. Waiting to see if an A or a C will be taken straight off the pistol. The only interesting thing here right now is that Wits is up tucked into cubby. Spike win the hands of Jesse Vash. So they are going to be taking that C site split. And I guess it is the correct gamble here. Incorrect for Xerxia. But the only thing is they are at least going to be in a position where they can do a very, very large retake. And Sushi Boys, if he doesn't get one here, it is going to be a tough one for them. But they're yet to take him down. Look at this attack again, Komodo. They're so split. Luckily, we do see Wits find it, but just there was no confidence in each other to get there together. And now it's going to be a big retake. Can Xerxia do it?
Yeah, what does it look like? No stars for Scary either, so it's going to be, or rather one, so that could be utilized quite nicely to get back into this, but time for Team Secret to figure out how they play defense as well. They do have dubstep and Dispenser, sorry, playing from behind, playing Overlook. And now the frags, they start to come on through as well. But Xerxia, this retake is looking pretty darn good, isn't it? Couple of kills from Cruz, rather. And now the 2 versus 2. A tap on toward the defuse, the fragment to get them off that. But the return shocked out as well. It's going to get the miss on out. No more utility from the 0 point. And on toward that defuse again. A great shot from Dispenser. He needs to hold this one on true. But the half defuse isn't going to protect Fox to try and get that one down. Foxy taken down. Dispenser for 3. And that is the ultimate pistol round that Team Secret needed to get this started.
I'm going to give a credit to Team Secret there for playing a much more impressive post plan for what they did on the aggression there. It was just lucky that Wits was actually able to find Sushi Boys in that position because, again, you know, I don't like to criticize these kind of things, but it's just a very, very stark difference between these two teams in this map so far. It's been very easy to watch how well Xerxia have played under that team fundamental and how Team Secret have been much more hesitant, and whether or not that's in each other or in themselves. But hey, you know, we'll sort of digress, right? It's not an elimination. It is just that opening series in these playoffs for all these teams. And there's Borkum walking straight down, not going to be punished by Scary. Cruz, good damage, a little bit concerning though. And this is where we kind of, you know, stumble upon a bit more, Komodo, saying how some of these, you know, second rounds can be a bit dicey with the pistols coming in. But irrespective, it is going to be 3 alive. They are going to be able to take the site in full. Now they just need to lock out Cruz and Surf and make sure they do not carve up this round on the retake.
Pretty much. Any more damage from Xerxia means the bonus round in the next is going to look a little bit more awkward for Team Secret. So, Surf, I think the damage in the pass mark is finding one more frag right now, as it is going to be Team Secret, you know, setting up, making sure he can't get back into water. They know where he is. Big old dink down to 12. And will he rotate to look for an exit frag of a different location? I feel like that's exactly what is going to be happening right now. Maybe he's able to find Borkum, who's waltzing down mid right now, but a bit of an off position at the moment, isn't it? The knife pulled out, and that's the 3rd in the round for Borkum, which means going into the 3rd round, it is the quote bonus for Team Secret. And, you know, another important one, right? Because they've got a little small glimmer of padding right now. The fact that Xerxia haven't found that 12th round. But if they do, then it has to be flaws from there on out.
It's always the sort of thing where you can say, look, they've got one more round in the back pocket. They don't, really. I sort of feel like the first time that we do see Xerxia pull up a round here, they are going to close it. That's sort of just the way I've got in my back of my mind. You know, sure, even if they do lose out on the bonus here, Team Secret, they do have that extra round to play against. They are going to have the full buy. but it's not going to be a super comfortable position. It's kind of, again, that mental game where at least if, you know, they sort of find themselves 6, 7, 8 rounds, then they do lose over to Xerxia, give them that 12, at least there's some momentum behind them where they've got that mental game going. But there's Wit solo straight in towards Link, and Cruz is going to be able to punish him early. So it's an early disadvantage, 4v5, Team Secret on the back foot once more. The only good thing is here, they have called out, they have started to reposition, and Xerxia are playing a bit more of a passive route towards this A site. We are seeing some movement back in from Foxy, but Dubstep already does try to take that duel. There we go. That's what they need here. Taken down, relatively low, no heals available, but now at least that is going to be the space towards the site. It's going to have to be a retake here for Xerxia.
Yeah, and you got a little bit of a flank happening from Sushi Boys as well, but it does look like Dubstep on 10 HP wants to be the protector of that one and the rest of his team to lock down the side of A right now, because this is a big map on the line for them right now. Jesse Vash and Dubstep able to find one apiece. Trades from Scary, however, and now it does look like his namesake in this round for Team Secret. An inch out from Cruz, but he gets taken down from Borkum, and now Scary from the heaven. There's that one. He needs the 4th, but it's not going to happen as Borkum will hold on. One alive for Team Secret. But that is the bonus going their way.
Much better. Team Secret looking a little bit more well-oiled in these last few rounds, and I'm all for it right now. You know, it would be a very, very disappointing result if we did kind of see, you know, Xerxia walk in and steamroll. I mean, they'll absolutely be happy for it. Again, talking about, you know, what is around the corner for this. We do know that there's 2 spots in towards that Masters competition. Where it will be, we get to see, but that's what these players are fighting for, right? Obviously, with the way that the Asian demographic is split up, obviously we've got Korea, we've got Japan in their own sort of areas, and APAC kind of all thrown together in a big pot of soup. But what these teams want to do is fight against those other regions and really show themselves, and especially what we saw in the previous Masters, you know, top 4 being what, Paper X, Zeta, Loud, and then of course Optic. Like, what a split up of teams, and really sort of proving how strong all corners of the globe are. And that's exactly what Xerxia want to do again. They had an impressive start, you know, managing to actually take down Optic, but unfortunately not going quite as far as they did want. They want to do it again. They want to make the rest of the APAC region bleed. And to do it, they have to, you know, kind of roll over Team Secret quickly. So Team Secret have got an entry back in. They're doing it. They're making it work so far. And I am hoping they continue to put the pressure down.
And bleed isn't around the corner for these guys either. It'll be ONIC G, the winner that has to fight in the next series. So a little bit later potentially if you're reading the script. But the script of this round should be for Team Secret, right? They've got the guns. They're playing the lesser weaponry of Xerxia. However, there's been a stall around this A site at the moment. And within the nebula, Foxy is looking to get a little bit dire with this one, a little bit dirty with it. No assistance, no flash points to come out at the moment from Cruz, but he's going to be here to start things off, and now it should just be the roll in for Team Secret in towards the A site, and the roll call, all the names, Xerxia, they were here, but now they have escaped. They are dead.
Look at the complete change of dynamic there. I was going to say, like, this is the kind of business as usual round that we like to break down. How Team Secret just waited, they didn't throw themselves into the hands of the pistols, and ultimately they were able to find themselves in a position where they just moved into side as a unit, right? It was in the end Xerxia that kind of walked into their crosshairs a little bit. Very forward thinking, obviously there from Foxy inside the nebula, trying to sort of make something happen, but Team Secret were very, very composed, and if we saw some of that a little bit earlier, and I guess that's where, again, you know, Haven does plague so many different teams in the way it's played, and I guess definitely still sort of leans into the infancy of Valorant and how much that we will see this map change over time with new agents, with how it's played, with, you know, potential more maps, vetoes, other agent picks bans, whatever the future of Valorant sort of does hold. But right now, at least we are seeing Team Secret lean into that attacker's sided position. 5 alive, huge. Exactly what their economy needs. And it means that they will have a chance at breathing if they are potentially having to look down the barrel of an overtime fight.
Yep, I'm definitely getting the vibes for Team Secret of what Xerxia were doing on their attacker's side, but I still feel like it was a little bit more potent and punchy to come through from Xerxia, so I still want to kind of, you know, give them that it is a bit of a rocky defensive start, but on the flip side for Team Secret, it's a great start onto this attacker's side, and they need to keep going with this one because we're getting into that ultimate territory again, right? Cosmic Divide and Rolling Thunder now available from Xerxia. It can bail them out of some tricky situations, and the start of this round is going to be really, really big to see who can get the advantage. A early little ultimate being thrown on through courtesy of Jesse Vash. The Hunter's Fury, though, missing a couple of the shots, which does ultimately actually end in Sushi Boy being taken down to 2 HP, I believe, unless it was a spam through the doors that we missed in Garage. But regardless, you'll have to play a bit of different attack, wait for his utility a little bit later on in the round. As for Team Secret, around the courtyard, looking to see what they can do with the garage.
Yeah, my eyes were going to be, I was sort of looking over towards Surf. Now that he's got the operator, he does do the usual sort of jet play and taking that very aggressive lean down A long, able to isolate the position. But off the information that they've gathered, they've already been able to rotate completely, only just leaving one member in Foxy down in the sewers, and now it's going to be at least 4 members to defend this position. Now we can really start to fire up. Here we go, Surf, 1, Sushi Boys 2, and Scary with a 4th. My God, so quick here. Jesse Bash all alone. And an absolute lockout. The first time we see Xerxia with a really sort of solid buy, I guess, in full with that operator in play. No chance at all for Team Secret. And all it was is that gentle lean, that tiny bit of information towards A, allows the rotate, and the complete and utter decimation on the C site take.
Yeah, the Hunter's Fury would have been pretty big to find that frag on towards Sushi Boys. There could be no stall from his utility and no thought process that they could be waltzing in. But I gotta say, you know, the C site heads up from Xerxia to get that rotation, as you did mention, from the pushes earlier on. And a flawless finish as well. Not utilizing those ultimates means that they have that in this round. You're even 1 away from that lockdown for Sushi Boys if they do require it to kind of, you know, finish out the map here. So a lot of possibilities for Xerxia to end it. But again, you know, there's that round of cushioning gone for Team Secret. This has to be 7 in a row from them to push it into OT. Otherwise, they're 1 map down in the series, looking into Breeze next, which is Xerxia's map pick. So if you think about it, could be quite, you know, rough for them in that regard. But some great ball positioning from Team Secret. Already through the garage, a little bit of a peek in toward the C link as well. And they're starting to figure out
the same
where
rotation, bro.
Xerxia
Same rotation.
are playing. Exactly right.
Same rotation, just straight in. At least, I guess, off the back of it, as you mentioned, like Team Secret aren't pushing just yet, but with the position of the spike, it still kind of gives me that narrative that they do want to end C. I guess the only thing is that they've waited long enough that the rotation has started to at least occur from Foxy. And I love that placement of the lockdown from Dispenser. Might give some potential tell about where they might be looking to go. But they're still waiting for it. And I think the thing that I love about Xerxia is they're just still giving it that time. They've still got 2 members here to lock it down. It is going to be Sushi Boys, who is the focus that we have to see. And how are we going to see Scary fight this fight as well? Great Rolling Thunder pushing them down. But here's Scary Komodo opening up with 1. Quickly traded by Wiz, and there we have it. Borkham to find Sushi Boys. Dubstep with another. Okay, now I'm a Team Secret believer here, as they are looking to lock down 6. The rotation is there, but it is going to be Dispenser punch
from Surf. But the 1-on-4, as you mentioned, how is he going to be able to navigate these individual duels? Your Xerxia, this is a bit of a rough round for Team Secret. A bit of a Hail Mary thrown their way potentially. I did notice as well that Cruz Rolling Thunder actually hit Sushi Boys in front of the logs. So real rough for the team play. Being, you know, kind of eliminating Sushi Boys from being able to lock down the left side of the site around that logs. But regardless, it's happened. This round is looking to be Team Secrets. Holding onto the operator for Surf is going to be, you know, a big weapon you can access in the next round if he holds onto it. I mean, he does have the Blade Storm, so you could technically see someone else utilize the operator for a hopeful first pick. But yeah, Team Secret, you know, resetting themselves. It's one of those things, you lose the site in the previous round, you're going to go there again. For this round, Team Secret did. And they actually, you know, flipped it on the other side, and the 50% went their way.
Maybe lulling Xerxia into a false sense of security there. I was very quick on to, you know, watching that rotation and seeing how quickly it was able to come in. And again, just off that tiny little bit of information, right? Set the jet up outside A long, see exactly where the focus kind of gets sent for Team Secret. But I do like the positioning of Dispenser. He was able to drop that lockdown in, kind of keep Xerxia at least in place of where they were. And that kind of gave the extra little bit of space. You know, there was only 2 members. I did like the positioning, but then a second that Rolling Thunder did come out, it didn't quite do what was exactly necessary. And that coming out from Cruz, I think it actually knocked up Sushi Boys, which made it really awkward. So a little bit unfortunate there. And I guess that's why Xerxia has called this timeout to try and work through the next couple of rounds. Because sure, even though it does look like it still should be a, you know, quote-unquote confirmed victory for Xerxia, the more rounds that Team Secret keep just chipping away at slowly means that they might have some momentum that they can take into Breeze. And quite commonly, again, in Valorant, we see teams take each other's map picks all the time. And, you know, I guess it's a great confidence booster for Team Secret right now. So I'm really liking that we are seeing some better things come out from them. And where will Surf play into this next round? That's what I'm going to be keeping my eyes on.
And Surf is actually a wise member to mention right now, because I was doing a little bit of research earlier on who are the kind of players performing that may not have been expected to have the performances that they are so far. And Surf was the one for Xerxia for me, but it was Dubstep over for Team Secret, who's really been putting in the numbers and the information gathering, everything you would want from kind of your KOS kind of player. And right now, it's not really happening overly. It's more Surf finding a lot of the impact in rotations, in picks. He's just found the opening one on this round, and that is onto Dispenser. So it's not the most hurtful thing for Team Secret, but that one might be. Dubstep's down, the null command. They can revive him, but it's going to be pretty hard.
Yeah, it's very, very awkward right now. Witz has actually been tagged up very low too. That's a fantastic shot of the Hunter's Fury there. Res does occur, but Borkum being taken down in the process. Now Dubstep really low, Witz in the same boat. So where do they go? It just feels like they automatically felt this pressure. You know, the second Surf got that pick through the garage area. Now they can just sort of mince them down. Like, look at it, watching straight towards Link. Already that control being taken by Scary. He's already all the way down into their spawn. And now Surf picks up a third in the round. Could be on for the ace here. You would absolutely love to see it. There's the lean. There's another. He actually gets the shot. Connects strong. But it is going to be Cruz to find that final frag of the round. And we do see Xerxia lock it out strong, 13-6. And I just want to say, Komodo, one thing that I absolutely adore about a game like this is seeing it where, you know, all the time we're used to seeing these Jets, these Chambers put up big numbers, but seeing the top fraggers come out from both a Breach and an Astra in the current meta is just absolutely spectacular. So big props to Xerxia. They've had a really, really strong start, and as we can see from the player cams, they just seem to be pretty content with that result.
You got to remember, at the end of the day, everyone has access to the same weaponry, essentially, and you can get the frag. It doesn't matter which kit you're kind of playing on, which agent that you're electing, and it is a team game, right? And we just saw a lot more team workability come through from Xerxia in that one. Their attacker's side has got to be some of the best attacking that I've ever seen on Haven. 11-1, really not clean in a lot, close in a lot of those rounds, actually, as well. Team Secret backed into a corner. They were able to fight back a little bit, wrestle a little bit of a tug, but at the end of the day, on that map, 13-6 is a pretty devastating scoreline being thrown in towards Team Secret space. So they've got a little bit of work to do in the interim before Breeze.
Yeah, absolutely. It was, you know, not an overly flashy game, as you mentioned. It was just kind of really, really solid fundamentals and almost a little bit robotic, that it got a bit scary there from Xerxia. So great to see that we did see a little bit more life towards Team Secret in the end. Can they carry that through to Breeze, or is it going to be a very, very quick lockout to end this first day of playoffs? We'll let the desk break it down and give you a rest from our ears, but we will see you back very, very soon.
Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Chest and sheet.
Xerxia Esports getting that opening map over there, leaving Team Secret to really reevaluate their approach, especially on the defense on Haven. Now, I'm getting too ahead of myself over here, so allow me to welcome you guys back over here at VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. It's still with Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix. Now, Trix, you talk highly about Xerxia over here, and for very good reason. Their attack over there, my god, it just felt flawless at certain rounds, if I say so myself, Trix.
Yes, I believe one of the casters actually called it clinical, and I love that. I love calling. I think I'm gonna take that from them. Thank you. Xerxia just being able to open up on their attacker side. As I mentioned, one round in particular that really stuck out to me, they lost the spike on A main, but we saw that one of the players entered B, and they were able to break the utility of the Killjoy. They walked into B site, and there were actually two players. It was a Jet and a Sova. They picked off the Sova, but the Jet was still lurking in A link. And although everyone else went down, the Astra picked up the spike, I think got one of the players in A long, and then was waiting for Jet to move. I like the fact that they wait for each other even on separate sides of the map. They know how they want to end up pinching the opponents, know what kind of information they have, what advantage they may be able to play with. And I feel like that really showed their team play, their teamwork. And helped assist the fact that they shine.
Yeah, so that's the thing. That's the thing that I noticed in terms of like contrast between these two teams. You never really see the players from Xerxia Esports alone. But on the other end, Fluffy, I think that this is the heartbreaking part when it comes to Team Secret. You often see these players come alone, especially Wits at certain times. And I think that this is something that they should really reevaluate as they go into a map, especially like Haven, or any map for that matter, where refrags are just so important to the game.
I feel like it's always safer to always have that buddy system and to always have that insurance that if you do go down, you get the trade. But I also kind of understand that how Team Secret was trying to go in for it, because as they were down so much, especially after the first half, I think they really had to start playing a bit more, how do you say this? A bit more unpredictable, but unfortunately that risk management didn't go their way. They were trying to do a little more hero plays every now and then, instead of showing the more disciplined Team Secret that we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
Xerxia, on the other hand, showed the opposite, where, as Trix mentioned, they had the discipline to really bunker down whenever things started getting rough, and they had the knowledge to know where they wanted to end. They had a very clear game plan between all of them of how they wanted that picturesque ending of every single round, and how they wanted to even enter the site on the attacking half, which was so dominant for them for this Haven map. It really showed that not only were they prepared, but I think Team Secret was a bit surprised to see how quickly the aggression can turn on and off for Xerxia and how well they do it together as a team. I think it's one of the major differences that we've seen.
Yes, definitely. I also find, adding to what Fluffy mentioned, there are some tells. A lot of players and a lot of teams have things that we call tells that you can kind of understand and know where they're going to hit, where they're going to end up at. And it just seemed that, especially with dubstep on the KO and some of the utilities that a lot of them were using, like even the alarm bot on B site, it seemed that Xerxia also knew if their alarm bot was on B site, nobody was watching it. If dubstep they're gonna peek right after it. So you had that one round where everyone was hiding from the flash. The moment the flash popped, 3 players from Xerxia peeked.
Yeah, it just goes to show how well-researched Xerxia Esports was, because the way Dispenser does his layouts as a Killjoy, that's something that we've kind of observed even in the previous games that they've had. And I also want to point out that, you know, Xerxia's attack is just so good. It's just so calculated, so confident at the same time. I honestly did not see anything that was too flashy, but again, as we mentioned in the past, Fluffy, it's the refrag potential that these guys always bring to the table.
Yeah, it's nothing super flashy, but always is rock solid when it comes to Xerxia. Beautiful Valorant in its own right. Xerxia always has that ability to really, I guess, be that kind of team that not only knows its goals, but also is the type of team that has, I think, a really good coaching staff behind it, or at least good support, because it seems like they have a lot of inbuilt protocols that they must have had on time. For example, that example that was brought up a while ago, when the flash pops, what do we do? Instead of having to think, it seems like they have that practice maneuver already in the books that says, okay, when this certain thing happens, this is our reaction. And I think that's something that a lot of pro teams try to build in and drill into their teams. And Xerxia really shows how consistent they can be with the amount of practice they can have. And it shows an almost flawless first half and that dominating second half as well. Really, you know, there was a lot of flashes of brilliance and life from Team Secret, but it was a little too late for them at the end of it. And Xerxia, with that just such a big lead, really just took over the game at that point.
Yeah, so this was actually the point that I was making earlier. The more points you get into the first half will really matter as we move on to the swap, right? And Xerxia Esports just getting that 11-1 in the first half was just something. Like, they were able to have this room for error, this room for adjustment as we went on to the second half. So despite Team Secret finally getting their footing, especially on the attackers, it was just not enough time for them to fully get that momentum building and get the points that they needed in order to shut Xerxia Esports down. But again, as I say this though, Team Secret did have a lot of things that they actually did right, especially on the attacker, right? I mean, we have to mention that they were able to take site, they were able to have their own crossfires going, and they were able to win some of the rounds and kind of build off of that momentum. But like I said, you guys, Fluffy, it just didn't work out in the end.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little too late for Team Secret. But one thing that I did want to mention is how Team Secret, I guess what their takeaway, the biggest takeaway that they can get from this game is the fact that I think Trix mentioned it a bit way earlier before the game even started, that they'll be playing this exact same sides for the rest of the series. So knowing how Xerxia has their attack patterns going down, knowing the habits that they've done that help them succeed, I feel like bringing that knowledge into the next game, especially, you know, now that the pressure is on, but with such a reliable team that Team Secret has with all the experience between them, they can really use that to more fuel themselves to really try to make the best of the next coming maps, because they're going to have to go for the reverse sweep here in order to remain as PH's last hope.
And I think on the flip side with Xerxia, just playing beautiful Valorant, guys. I love it. I love to see it. It's exactly what I look for when I'm looking at them. And I just find that on their defender side, you know, coming into the next map, Breeze, I hope they do show that same discipline that they show on their attacker to kind of pull back and be able to just say, okay, let's slow down the pace because they're going to expect us to overwhelm them. We saw that Xerxia is so good at overwhelming Team Secret, but hopefully they're not going to keep doing the same strategy. And we do know, and they have shown us that they have a large arsenal in terms of what they can do on a map.
Oh yeah, but I have to point this out that the first map that we actually witnessed, which was Haven, was a Team Secret pick. So moving over here to Breeze, things aren't looking too bright on the side of Team Secret. And Fluffy, with a lineup that we just saw over here, I'm a little bit worried, but what do you think?
I think that Team Secret is already making adjustments. For the players alone, they're already bringing in Jeremy in replacement for Dispenser for this one, bringing him on that chamber, maybe providing a bit more reliability in aim as well as how used to he is on playing on this map. I think it's the more practice version of Team Secret, but it is a very open map, and as Trix pointed out to us earlier backstage, an open map does provide a lot of opportunities for a team like Xerxia to really surgically go through a team, whereas if it was maybe a smaller map, the enemy, or in this case Team Secret, could have set up a bit closer crossfires and set up a lot of those more trades that we like to see here on the panel to play safe. But that being said though, coming into the agent select, we do have the agents locked in. One side bringing in that KO, always very important. The suppress will always have that intrinsic value. But on the other hand,
Yeah.
instead of KO, we're going to bring in this Sky as well. Sova giving a lot more information for the side of Team Secret, as well as that constant pinging of information using either the Trailblazer or the Guiding Lights.
And I think Xerxia pulling up that triple initiator, I love it. I know that they're not running a duelist, but hey, they've got Chamber, which is kind of a duelist in its own rights. But that triple initiator with so much information, that's at KO, the Sky, and the Sova, just being able to clear out the sites, flash deep or close, and just getting every single corner that they need cleared. So I'm hoping to see a clinical approach as well, again, for this map.
Clinical approach. I love that you're using that now. Well, our Australian casters over here are saying you're welcome, Tricks. So feel free to just keep using that word. But hey, with the agent selection out of the way, it is time to go into map number 2. A little bit rocky on the start of Team Secret over here. But again, this is a match between the Philippines' last hope versus Thailand's last hope. Folks, once again, we welcome here to the stage Team Secret versus Xerxia Esports.
Well, talking about stealing each other's phrases, Fluffy, I'm going to take one from you, mate, because an open map, Breeze, are you kidding me? Yes, it's got so much space on it, but you are exactly right. Of course, it is one where really this one kind of goes up in the air. As we sort of mentioned, Valorant very much being a match where even though it's your pick, it doesn't guarantee you the selection, right? There's going to be the teams counter-stratting you, really getting prepared for it, and I think this one should be really, really solid.
Well, speaking about counter-stratting, let's go with the team who's just not pick, right? Team Secret, they're running in with a composition that they've used a bunch of times before, 6 in fact, and of those 6, the only one time they dropped it was actually in their regional grand final, right? Where they lost it to Oasis, but they won the other 3 matches in that series, and it was a 13-10 that they ended up losing in fashion there. So, you know, they've tried this comp, they've got a pretty good success rate on it, but for Xerxia, this is again that kind of new comp that first made its appearance against Rex Regum Keon the other day. 13-11, they just scraped on by, but the big thing for me is now that this agent lineup has been kind of tested for them, it might give them a little bit of good, you know, what weaknesses were discovered and everything, because this new lineup actually changed the roles and agents for Cruz, Foxy, and Sushi Boys. They all kind of changed it on through between the KO and the Jet, everyone kind of mixing and matching over. So, bit of a different look, but regardless, Xerxia, they're 1-0 up in this series right now. They want to try and win this 2-0 to stay in this upper bracket area, and I get a feeling that this is going to be a different map that we just saw on number 1 of Haven.
Yeah, absolutely hope so. The only thing that I'm sort of excited for is this KO, how impactful it can be. But of course, time will tell. Both agent lineups very, very strong. Excited to see the chamber, how it will lean in, becoming very crucial, sort of taking over that Cypher on a map like Breeze. But it is just that mid control for Xerxia. Walking in nice and slow. Great opening from Wits. Does engage the guiding light into elbow, but he's going to be punished by Cruz. So that is the space kind of created somewhat, but Jesse Vash at least able to reposition around at the corner of the site to kind of hold for as long as possible.
Well, Jeremy,
he's
coming in toward this game as a substitute for Team Secret, and that is a stellar shot to be able to fade away from as well. Sink him the 3-pointer. You love to see that, but what I was going to make mention of is Scary's down for Xerxia. Now, Borkum takes out Surf, and it's being a little bit more difficult to try and break in towards this A site at the moment. The spike in the hands of Sushi Boy is going to start to make its retreat. That's seen as Jeremy gets taken out, and it's all onto Foxy to see if he can get in towards this B site right now. Jesse Bash tucking in toward the corner, but will it be cleared? It won't. Right into the crosshair. Now Sushi Boy's his little lurk as well from the same position. A dart on through is going to double bounce, but Jesse Bash doesn't care. He takes off his head, and it's a pistol to Team Secret.
How good's that? A fantastic start from Team Secret. 3 alive, looking much more well-oiled there. Very happy to play their positions confidently. You know, that wasn't really sort of a setup for any additional control. It was just kind of holding some nice lines and taking advantage of that early mid aggression. And great shot there from Jeremy. We did see the previous series that we commentated, Komodo, where Xerxia, Team Secret were playing. We did see that swap in, and Jeremy, you know, moving straight in. I think it was Icebox picking up the fade. He was very impressive, you know, sort of doing some heavy lifting for Team Secret in a map that they were struggling to kind of fight that fight. So hoping to see some strong things out of him as well. But a pistol round picked up, secured. very good opening bit of momentum for them to hopefully drive off at least, kind of the dregs of the rounds they got back on Haven.
So something small that I've just noticed. It's Cruz that's picked up the orb in A shop. So I do wonder if they're trying to steer a narrative of having a null command early available to really pose a threat to Team Secret to get started on this attacker-sided rounds. And it's not a bad ultimate to get all things considered, you know? If you're removing Team Secret's abilities and you're comfortable facing duels and winning individually on aim, it can be pretty damn powerful. But we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case for them, because just in this little eco pistol round, they're seeing what damage they can do. A good shot out from Surf, but these trades coming through from Jeremy on this Marshall is looking pretty potent. Xerxia now seeing what he can do, and it's just pretty, you know, I would say easy, but now there's a little bit of damage being done in return. You can never be quite, convinced that Xerxia don't have something back in toward a round, but there it is. It's done. 2-0 to Team Secret, and now it's the guns time for Xerxia.
Yep, 3 alive. Not exactly a awful bonus round to be going into with the 2 Spectres and the Marshall. Definitely those long lines to be played with the snipers. Obviously, we're going to see the operators come in later alongside the Tour de Force. Coupler as well, you know, also having dubstep on that jet. Whereas, obviously, over the other side, Xerxia, no duelist. Will it kind of be their play? To find out. Trademark dropped. Lineup set. Happy to start to make their way over towards A. It does appear that Xerxia early on are trying to very much take advantage of early tube control. But this time around, they're just going to be moving through shop, and it's only going to be scary.
Well, you've got to feast your eyes on what Dubstep has in his weapons right now. The big old boomstick. The operator is here to play. But will he be invited to actually do so? Yes, indeed. Taking down Cruz, but a trade with Borkum being taken out means there's no real retake utility to get some little vision protection, rather, for Team Secret. But maybe Conky, they don't even need it. Jeremy, Jesse Vash getting everything that they need. And Scary, you're going to 1 versus 4 with the protection of your own utility, but you've walked into Dubstep's crosshair, and that kind of felt like Xerxia had, you know, all bark, no bite in that round.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Jeremy with a couple of nutty shots there, you know, taking advantage of the Headhunter and obviously the Marshal. Now he's picked up a Vandal for his troubles. That's 3 Vandals recovered, backing up the operator. So it's a super solid start on the bonus here. Really just establishing a good position to be in. Now they just need to be cautious into this next one. Exactly right. Utility to perfection, playing around each other's ability. And, you know, Dubstep just getting the closer as well. So clinical as we can go into that one.
Maybe it is the null command that Cruz wants to remove the abilities of Team Secret if we're seeing all of those, you know, pieces of util actually be pretty powerful.
Hey, we saw it from an earlier series. What was it? Split? Nullifying the Raze utility. Just able to turn around the round completely. Yeah, showstopper denied. The satchel's punished. Yeah. Like, it's just such an important item, and, you know, why every time I sort of see it engaged, it does kind of excite me, but, you know, it can be punished, it can be turned around, especially if it's not utilized correctly, and now, just with the equipment that they do have, it is a lesser buy, of course, not investing fully. This is the important round for Team Secret to kind of engage. It stacks up their economy nicely. Making sure they keep 5 alive will really sort of set them up for the rest of this half. And I guess a massive confidence booster for them because, you know, we'd be so disappointed. You know, Fluffy, the guy that keeps on coming in, giving us these 3 mappers. We need another one. We want to close out the day strong.
Poison's off.
Alrighty. So what are things looking like from Xerxia from here on out? That orb in shop isn't going to be gathered. They want the element of surprise as the Trailblazer is going to be sent in from Wits. And the 0 point is actually going to be hitting old mate Jeremy. So no dodge out here, but maybe not needed. Wow, what a spray. Wits finds one in the mix as well. And I mean, it is just the pistols to come through from Xerxia. But again, it doesn't really feel like they have any weight in this round. Jeremy is the super sub to come on through. The super soldier for Team Secret right now. 4-0. Guns again for Xerxia.
Mate, we've all been there in matchmaking. Eco frags are only a confidence booster. You love to see it. Bit of a rogue bullet. There was the jitter to the right there from Jeremy to collect that second. And then happy to move around. It was nice and clean at the very, very least. And that's what we talk about, right? Not even so much for the 4K. It's 5 alive. It's Jeremy now 10-0. Obviously, he does have the Tour de Force available if needed. But they're just going to keep on moving around with the weapons they've got. Leaning up towards max cash, which I think is the big kind of statement moment, right? 4-0, excellent start. There is going to be a timeout called here from what we can see. Do believe it would be on the side of Xerxia. It absolutely is. And now it's on them to really kind of unfold what has been happening in these opening rounds. But they've done it at the right time. It's early. They haven't run away too far here, Team Secret, and Breeze isn't an attacker-sided map at all. There is the space to kind of get some momentum behind you, but it is definitely that kind of extra space for the defenders to really lock out the attackers.
So I guess one of the small little nitpicks that I'll kind of alert everyone to right now at a round such as this, Xerxia have guns again to come through, and the available ultimates right now are going to be Cruz on the Null Command. Now, that orb that I mentioned in the previous round is actually pretty paramount right now, because if that orb was gathered by someone like Sushi Boy Surf or Scary, they'd be one away from getting their ultimate available right now. And that would just mean shop control to get that orb, and you've got access to something to protect yourselves on a site plant like Scary's ultimate, to get some potent damage in the round like Surf or like Sushi Boy. So just that little small thing might have a massive impact coming in toward this new round.
You are powerless. A very heavy lean here from Team Secret. The defenses should be ready. Great utilization of Null Command, but immediately denied. Jeremy does get another, but will they go for that resurrection? Not quite, not yet. Guiding Light, that's a bit of a punishment there, but it's actually the defense. Dubstep, a third in the round for Team Secret here, looking clean with it. Pulling out the buck is the shorty as well, but doesn't quite make it happen. It is going to be Cruz in that 1 versus 4 and Borkum to close. Jeez, the round happened so quickly, it kind of made me lose it there a little bit, but 3 great shots from Dubstep, dropping down obviously inside that Null Command before the frag was found. And Team Secret, again, just complete lockout there. There was nothing really that Xerxia kind of had there to show us that there was a convincing take. I mean, Borkum almost got baited there a little bit by the extra shots. The Guiding Light did almost punish them back, but not enough. You know, the team dynamic was there and the synergy enough to kind of keep them out.
That's a position utilized now as well from Dubstep that he can't quite do again, right? It's such a brilliant spot actually on top of the pyramid. You can overlook everything. The wall doesn't really blind you or whatsoever, but now that it's been utilized, there needs to be something different. And this is the difference. Straight in toward the shop, taking down Surf. What a flick, and a Hunter's Fury to boot as well. A bit of extra damage coming on through. But the thing that I wanted to mention in the previous round is it was a very narrow approach from Xerxia as well. Kind of one-dimensional to push through that single choke point, lambs to the slaughter-esque, and they immediately got, you know, just taken on out. So big up for Team Secret for that. But right now, off the get-go, immediately again, they've set themselves up in a very, very well situation. Surf is gone. Sushi Boys and Cruz are hurt. They're bleeding. How do you get back into this round if you're Xerxia? 5-0 down, a minute to play with, and you're feeling like nothing is really going your way at the moment.
Super tough one to be fighting up against. I think, you know, it's almost kind of like a repeat of what we saw in the opening half from Xerxia. Obviously different sides, sure, but like the way that Team Secret are acting is they're completely locking out and they're sort of luring Xerxia in to try and find these fights. And I mean, look, Dubstep is popping off. I'll give him that as well. He's almost found 4. Right click. Clearly the punishment there, right? Left click would have got it, but it doesn't matter because Jeremy and Borkum are going to lock the rest of the teammates out completely. Dubstep the only one to go down. 4 alive again. Team Secret moving up towards that max cash. We've already got Dubstep there. We did have Borkum Wits as well. Like everyone is absolutely cashed up to the gills here for Team Secret. And Xerxia, again, there hasn't really been a round where we've kind of gone, okay, here we go.
Yeah, a little bit like that, but I think this is the resurgence that we want to be seeing from Team Secret in toward this as well. You know, we want to make sure that they've got the firepower, the oomph factor to get back in towards this series, and really, you know, showcase why they finished up as the #1 seed, I guess, why they are still here fighting for contention to get into that Masters spot. But yeah, we need to see a little bit more from Xerxia. This series is you know, kind of been a one-sided affair on both maps at the moment to each other's respective team. But in the fresh new round, it's Dubstep again. He is a thorn in the side of Xerxia right now with these opening frags. That's 3 rounds in a row that he's just found it with the operator now. And for Foxy, that's going to be the death again. Still the donut in this game. But a return from Xerxia, that's not bad.
I was going to say, you know, I do like so far the versatility of the Jet. This time playing over towards B. Now obviously is starting to make a bit of a rotation back. Our drone comes out of cave, so they should have a little bit of information to work off the back of that now. Jeremy tapping away. The toxic screen will keep them at bay. Now the Viper's pit found, but Borkum, here we go. Like a Viper in the night, does get 2. And inside that pit, Scary, he has to try and find this peak. He's actually recovered the spike, so it's not going to be too bad. But again, look at that crosshair placement here, Komodo. Maybe even a rogue bullet to come on in. No, Jeremy's going to be the one to do it. And it can now all be on to Surf. He did find 1, but it's Borkum 3. Baring their fangs here, Team Secret. And Xerxia just have nothing in it so far. It's 7-0, and again, I keep doubling down on this position where I'm feeling overly critical, but it's just, right? You know, there has just been no moment so far, which is just a complete and utter crazy juxtaposition to what we saw on Haven. You know, there was a moment where I was sort of thinking it was going to be a 13-1 with the way that the game actually did unfold, but now here, you know, we're seeing a 7-0 start, and this is again the map pick of Xerxia. So Valorant doing Valorant things, teams winning their opposing map picks out to the start, but the game's not done. The series is not over. Well and truly, it's still got so much more life left in it, and I'm all here for it.
Yeah, it's a pretty exquisite half so far from Team Secret, but I guess, you know, if I'm to use the same word that I used a little bit earlier, clinical is what we're seeing from Team Secret this time. We'll put that towards their name instead of Xerxia's, and on this defensive side, they're really putting a statement on their opponent's map pick, showcasing that they can still play this one right now. And again, more frags coming their way. This is a gun round from Xerxia again, and Team Secret are making them look like they're playing with knives and forks right now. It's not the right utility, it's not the right weaponry for the task.
I think that was just a spray of the teammate by accident as well, unless they were trying to take down. Oh no, the recon bolt hit him. That would make much more sense in my brain. But yeah, you could just see they're panicking. They're scrappy here a little bit, Xerxia, and it's just like, again, exactly what teams they were doing to Team Secret in the previous map. But they just need that one round, that kind of, you know, swing round to at least give themselves a little bit of momentum back into it. It's still there, still certainly a possibility, but the way Dubstep is going, he's just peeking different extremities of the map time and time again and not being punished on the trade. And I think, you know, Jeremy's doing the exact same thing, utilizing the rendezvous to kind of get in, get out. And I guess that's the punishing sort of factor, right? The T-sided chamber, whether it be Bind, whether it be Breeze, it can be very challenging to play. And Dubstep gets another Borkum in the cubby, getting another frag, and that's going to be the spike drop. Surf so far away from home. Clearly, the swell ain't there on Breeze today. It's flat outside. As we do look at the distance.
Maybe I read the script again because the knives were out for Xerxia, and I did just make mention to, you know, the wrong tools for the trade, right? You can't bring a knife to a gunfight, unfortunately, and Team Secret, their guns are looking a little bit stronger at the moment compared to Xerxia's, and I don't know, they already used their pause, so they can't rely on something like that. Coming in with another purchase right now with all these light shields, they still do have the element of all their other abilities and a couple of ultimates as well, but for right now, I mean, how more argumentative can we be against the fact that Team Secret are playing a well-structured, well-oiled defensive side right now?
Here's something quicker. That's exactly what we're sort of looking for right now. Seeker's utilized. Our drone goes out. Dubstep spotted. Has to go for the pot shot now. Up the top. Dubstep looking to rotate back. Jesse Vash gets it, but Jeremy already taken. Wit's now opening up. He's had a quiet one, but it's because they haven't gone B. And now into the side. 3 versus 3. Cruz does at least manage to equalize. Sushi Boys tapping away towards the back of sight, but now they can get back. Settle in. Dubstep tries to punish that, but the guiding light's a little bit too far forward. Dubstep gets another. This is pure insanity right now. Bullying at this point in time. Foxes does give himself an opportunity, but it's got to be over. And up the top, hang on a second, Komodo. Never mind. I'll cool down. I just saw a moment there, all right? It was almost happening for Foxy, but it's going to be Witsol reliable. You know, this time back on the sky. He hasn't had to really do anything just yet, but he's happy with that. He's going to be able to be the all-reliable for his team as Team Secret lock in 9. I will make one more quick touching point because this is the last time I can kind of remember. Okay. I always try to lean back to similarities in series that I've commentated over the years, right? And the only one that I can think even is this one-sided in a map is back, I think it was like Stage 2 last year, VOT, Wildcard versus Order, and it was in the final map on Split. It was almost a 13-0, and I think it was a 12-0 half, that's why. But that's what this is kind of scrapping up to be right now.
I'll do you one better, and it's using a team in this series right now. I mentioned it to you a little bit earlier.
Yeah, you did,
The 0-13 that Team Secret got smacked against by Gambit on this very map.
Yeah, of course.
Breeze
definitely has that like capacity, right, to be a stomp map. We're seeing it now.
Yeah, well, here we go again. In toward the A site. Borkum good for one onto Surf. We saw Dubstep elevated on that pyramid yet again, but no dice rolled toward his number, and a plant finally for Xerxia, but the protection needs to come through. It's starting to happen potentially. Sushi Boys, the Dart, could get the finisher, but Foxy, they've overlooked his position, and it is coming up. Xerxia right now. The Seekers reveal Witz's location, but in mid, he will win out that duel. 2 versus 2, and a bit of angle clearing starting to come through from Jeremy. Scary is still up, so that wall is looking to be the protector, and the bailout actually coming through. Sushi Boys, is he going to be ripping the Hunter's Fury? Might not be needed with the late coming of the post plant, but there's a half
No time, is there?
A dart to the cave as well. It's already through, and I think they can't get onto it because is there a smoke on it? I'm not 100% sure, but you talk about the time, the decay is coming through, and it is going to be the Snake's Bite. The poison cloud was there. Finally, Conky, Xerxia, get around.
See what we did there, chat? We actually cursed it, so we had a game on our hands. Exactly what I'm looking for. Looking at my hands right now, it has have the word game on it. Thank God. So happy that we've got Xerxia on the board now, because it's exactly what we needed, right? A couple more rounds, and all of a sudden, this map itself actually may show some competition. If we do at least see maybe Xerxia with 3 and a pistol, they can really move forward. But, you know, there's a lot of more work to do. It's double operators out for Dubstep and Jeremy. But, yeah, no, I think that's just going to be water off a duck's back here for Team Secret. You know, they're not really feeling the Fury just yet. It was a close and concise retake, and it was all the stops as well. Pulling out that Hunter's Fury, pulling out the Snakebite and the post plant to lock them out.
2 operators is going to be a little bit weird and tricky for Xerxia to potentially predict, but they've heard Dubsteps over at the mid doors, and it's going to be Surf to find the actual first frag of this round. Jesse Vash being taken on it down, but Jeremy on a pretty sneaky line overlooking the tunnel, and it'll be big for them to be able to bring it back and, you know, get another frag on the return. But Xerxia, we know when they have player advantages. We saw it over on the first map of Haven. They like to settle down. They like to go silent. They're leaving their little lurk at the moment over towards the bottom of mid in Surf, and they're trying to poise up for a B pop. However, Jeremy on the line, he's actually missed a shot.
Yeah. Very, very rough, but I'm loving this position from Wits right now. He has lurked completely into the back end. Is he going to be able to find anything as this spike does get planted? No, absolutely not, Fox. Foxy's got a 6th sense, and that's exactly what they need here. It is going to be a 2 versus 5, and I'm just realizing how scrappy the cash has been dwindled away. Looks like they put all their investments into the wrong crypto at this point in time, because Dubstep's the last alive, and he does manage to at least find Foxy. But Xerxia, they're going to have a strong buy into the next, irrespective of this. They've still got to be careful, still got to be cautious, not losing as many members
Always
here.
making some moves.
Giving it to Dubstep, exactly. This is where the iron could potentially go down. Cruzy. Oh, bit rough there, but it's okay. He gets the job done, and that's 2 for Xerxia. Now, do or die. Last round. Make it happen. Bring that momentum behind you, Xerxia, and throw yourself into the pit.
Well, at least the autopilot wasn't on there for Cruz down the lane. He was able to find the frag in the end. Fox, finally, you know, he had a real silent first start, right? But when he got in the attempt of the 1 versus 3, the first 2 kills to get the kills back onto all the boards, get him started, he's going to be popping off a little bit with kills here and there. For Xerxia, you know, another well-placed round that they need. They need to kind of make this a 9-3 scoreline in my mind right now. And you're looking at a little bit of a weaker buy from Team Secret. No access to an operator. Jeremy, no tour de force. Maybe he doesn't even need it. Okay, I'm just going to be quiet.
So quick. And now, off the back of the null command, are they going to keep on kicking? Looks like they're going to give it their best try. Jesse Vash is going to be punished. Dubstep, though, does manage to drop down the KO. And Jeremy is also there for his 2nd in the round. The power is certainly there. The resurrection available for Cruzy. But sure, it's going to be a lot more that they need to do. Dubstep's just going to make quick work of it. And he's certainly headbanging here in this position. Surf has to do absolutely everything right now. There's going to be obviously that KO dropped, and Wits is just going to absolutely clothesline him. Team Secret, keep it back, keep it competitive, 10-2. And it's all onto this pistol right now. Team Secret find it. We've got an immediate 3rd map, I sort of feel like. But if Xerxia at least gets something, they can kind of show us here that there's maybe some drive for them to do exactly what we did see Team Secret do in this opening half. But also, just to quickly touch on Komodo, I can't believe it. You know, 1 map, we've got a surf meme and a car meme in. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say hopefully he or Surf can ride the wave, but Wits is going to be pulling him off his board. Unfortunately, he had a ripple, and it didn't work out. But I got to say, 10-2 half, if you cover the names and show me the scoreline again after knowing what we saw in the first map, I would say, all right, Xerxia doing it again, you know? No, this is Team Secret just completely turning the scoreline upside down to their favor and making it really promising for us to get the final map in Ascent. And one of the biggest things right now that the desk was, you know, kind of touching upon in the break between the maps as well, Conky, is space right now you know, you need to give yourself padding. You need to get yourself as much rounds on the first half to make the second half easier. And if you're dropping all those rounds, right, you don't have elements of mistakes to kind of creep on through and allow to have happen to make recovery on, right? Because if there's really any mistakes right now from Xerxia, it's 2 rounds away from OT only being their successor to try and close out this map. And then, you know, you're looking at Ascent, which, I mean, is another beast entirely, which we could potentially touch upon a little bit later. But again, you know, I doubt that they expected to see themselves in this situation after seeing map number 1. For Team Secret, they have done a phenomenal job on the first half. And really, I just don't want to see complacency come out from them. But at the same point, if we see such a devastating half come through from Xerxia, I think I'll still be okay.
Ascent should be really, really hot if it is. That's the main thing, right?
Yeah,
should
absolutely.
be a big, big juke, you know, 2 one-sided openings. And then to go into that closure there, into that third map, which is really where I guess the pressure does start to apply. But, you know, it doesn't seem like either of these teams are really feeling too much pressure at this point in time. Again, it's that opening series, but it is at the, you know, at the crux of the competition, right? You know, into the playoffs, into that really, really prime opportunity to take yourselves forward and, you know, get the kind of tough battles out the way. You know, any team that has to be fought up against from here is scary, right? You know, we think about the Titan in Paper X and how confident they were looking earlier today against their opponent in Alter Ego. And obviously, you know, Xerxia, a former Masters competitor. But then again, you know, you sort of did allude to earlier, Team Secret, a former Challengers, or Champions rather, competitor.
Yeah. Oh, again, it's the Chamber finding a bit of a big opener, but this time it is Surf instead of Jeremy, who had an absolutely brilliant first half for, you know, being brought in as a substitute for this map right now. But for Team Secret, they're going right in towards the B site. We didn't really see a B site attempt from Xerxia on their attacker side until way later in the half, so immediately a bit of a switch up for Team Secret, and now it switches to protect this spike.
Some time to sort of set the dust, I guess, here. Get them into the retake positions. Dubstep pushes forward. There's one. The line up, almost making it sort of workable there, but it's scary to get a couple for himself. And now all left onto Jeremy. 6 bullets in that chamber. How many headshots does he have available? Watching the line. There's one. There's a second. Here we go, Komodo. 2 more bullets, mate. Is it enough? Only just 8 points of HP for Scary. He's run out, but now he has to go straight through the decay. They're both going to be low. How long does he stick it? It's going to be Jeremy who sticks up and says, hey, g'day. What is up? And that is Team Secret finding 11. Xerxia, you tried your best, but unfortunately, Jeremy, he's here. And he's meaning business.
That Headhunter doesn't necessarily need to hit the head to be so potent. It's devastating to come through in that pistol round. The 1 versus 3 from him, so chonky to just come out through with that Headhunter, get the quick damage. Of course, you know, there's no real reset when you're shooting that pistol. You just see damage is on through. 4 shots to get 2 kills, and in the end, through the smoke, he just protrudes on out, gets the click. Could have done it with the right click of how low they were, but regardless, pistol to Team Secret. And I think we start to shift the narrative here, potentially. The force is in from Xerxia to see if they can have an attempt in this round. And again, you know, immediately straight in towards one of the sites right now. It's going to be the A site this time. The space that they're already finding, the toxic screen. He's waiting for this one. He's waiting for the push. They're going to kiss. They're going to hug. They're going to give a firm handshake. It's Dubstep though. And actually, everyone kind of getting a piece of the pie right now. Sushi Boys for a couple of shots means we're 3 versus 3 in this retake.
Yeah, very firm on the handshake from both sides, it would appear. Both teams wanting to get the deal done, the bag secured. Who will it be? Depending on who applies the most pressure here on this retake. Great defense there from Wits, so whittling away slowly. It's going to be okay. It is going to be Team Secret. 3k for Wits. Happy to sort of get a couple of eco frags in the back pocket there, but they're important frags at that, right? Losing 2 members in the opening, certainly a little bit dicey, but Team Secret, now they lock up with map point here, Komodo, and that's just kind of crazy to be thinking about how one-sided it was in the previous map of Haven. We're now seeing the exact same thing, and I think, you know, the analyst desk absolutely summed it up perfectly in saying how open this map, let alone the series, was, and we're getting to see exactly that right now.
You got to remember as well, the pistol round secured in both halves, as well as the secondary round, means that's 4 out of 12 that Team Secret have really been able to kind of waltz on through as well. And it got a little bit scrappy in those rounds, but regardless, it's looking pretty good for them. And, you know, you talk about the space being provided, what Xerxia was able to do over on Haven, they weren't able to close it immediately. It's looking like Team Secret are going to be able to. The difference between, you know, something like an 11 to 1 half that the pistol goes the other way to a 12 to 2, and the pistol goes the way of the team that was in the lead. So for right now, the team in the lead is Team Secret. Of course, everyone can figure that out. They've got a player advantage right now, and they are looking to close this map.
Absolutely, and if they close it out with a bonus of this caliber, it's going to be upsetting if you're Xerxia. At least we do have the Poison Cloud down to allow some solace for now. Surf, though, on the flank, Scary, also managing to pick up one as well here. They've locked him in, certainly trapped, but who cares? Jeremy, he's got the Headhunter. It's got to be nice and easy for him. Here's some info. Oh, Surf, it's a little bit shaky, but he does get it. Now there's the info. Given back, Guiding Light utilized, but it's not exactly needed. It's just a deterrent at this point in time. 3 versus 2 here. They do rotate back towards B. It has definitely been their solace position so far, but how's Scary going to go? Moving back in. That's going to be the big time rush here. Borkum did spot back, but will it be enough?
Well, he's going to be getting the wraparound right now. I thought that maybe Witz is going to get the heal out onto Jesse Vash, but the timing is absolutely paramount right now. The first one, maybe the second as well, but Borkum to get the trade. Now, the information is up. 15 seconds, but look where Sushi Boys is coming from CT. And Borkum's going to be spotting that one. He can get the plant behind the single bricked box. But that recon dart out is going to get the ping. There's the first one, and the shot's out of the Guardian. They're going to work from Sushi Boys as well. A lifeline thrown to Xerxia. But that rope, Mitch, that's being reeled in very quick by Team Secret. They've so many rounds that Xerxia still need to fight.
9 back-to-back-to-back. Not a single mistake being allowed to be made. That's a daunting task ahead. And I guess it's just, yeah, again, that narrative of Xerxia experiencing exactly what they did to Team Secret. And I'm all for it. I'm all for this story to end it up on Ascent after a, one-sided affair. And again, on both teams' opposing map picks too. Surf, sort of showing the shake that is definitely there. Scary, great timing. Borkum actually did look back towards the elbow as well, but just wasn't quite on the money with the timing. But look at this buy, Komodo. It's got to be the Guardian picked up, a Spectre. It ain't great. Yeah, Team Secret are in a fantastic position, and the tour de force is here. Certainly a little bit weaker on that offense, but, the way the Team Secret have been going, they are looking to close this right here, right now.
And they're trying to work with the space as well. Mid is vastly open, and they can exactly do this. Get that sniper on, get that control down, and capitalize on the fact that they probably have better long-distance weaponry. There's a Spectre for Foxy, so maybe that's going to be able to do, something in close quarters. But the Viper's Pit, I feel that's where the eggs are in the basket right now. That's what Nick Protector for this B site. Sushi Boys is able to find one, the trade out from Witz, which means Scary's Pit is down.
Pit's down.
Look at the space on the B side. There's nobody home right now. And whilst the Shock Dart can do some damage on towards Witz, you can't quite get the heals. You can't heal yourself as the Sky. Foxy to take out Jeremy. It's 3 versus 3. This is still kind of workable for Xerxia. Don't count them out here.
Yeah, interesting round so far, just given the positioning of the Xerxia members. They had to go all the way into the extremities of the map to try and find this control, and they've got it, but still quite a split offense here. We do have now the Chamber coming in at quite a distance on this flank. Info gathered, weapons swapped, and Sushi Boys does drop down Jesse Vash. So Dubstep, Witz. Dubstep, how impressive has he been so far, but he gets spotted. That's a great shoulder there from Foxy. Can Witz do it? He's low, 13 points of HP. He's going for the scope. I have noticed this a few times from him, but yeah, he's so far away. You can just be watching the cross here. Sushi Boys timing. Done. Round is finished. And Xerxia continue to fight the good fight.
Yeah, another one over their way, but we talk about economy, right? Xerxia went in with a couple of guns that were on the lesser variety. So right now on the back of that win, what is the purchase looking like? They don't have access to the tour de force for Surf. They can push the A shop to get that, and they can give over the other Vandal as well for, anyone that might be down on the light shields. They can potentially push for that. There is the counter from Team Secret if they also go that way. So yeah, it's kind of one of these things where it's like the possibilities, but what does Xerxia really want to try and do here? For the flip side, over on Team Secret, they've got, a lot of rounds to still play with, to go with these kind of hot potato buys, these little juggles, and the blades are going to be brought out.
This is the ego round.
Well,
this is the ego round they can play into. They've got to be confident to do it. Like, look at the positioning of Dubstep already. Straight up onto the other side of the tube. That is going to be the Hunter's Fury popped, and now they can start to strike, but he's punished. Dubstep taken down. That's a very, very impactful member to be losing so early into the round with some forward thinking. Witz punishing? No, not quite. It is going to now be the Seekers. As a result of that, the doors are opened as well, and that spike will be planted, Komodo, here in this 4-on-4.
Well, the retake already coming through for Xerxia, and Sushi Boys is going to start us off with the Hunter's Fury, starting to get an angle on where players are positioned. A bit of a lopped out shock dart as well from Jesse Bash does mean that they're starting to figure out where players are. Borkum, a dispatch on towards Scary, and the 3 versus 3. The pit is going to be brought on through, and that is going to have to be the element to keep Team Secret here on this site. Flashes out as well, getting blind, being the deterrent. Cruz, Sushi Boys, how do you get back into this one? That's a good one on towards Wits, but you really need to be taking out Borkum right now. That pit is going to be absolutely crucial for the success. And Jesse Bash to Cruz, this game is done. It's 13-4 over towards Team Secret, which means, folks, we're getting a set in this series.
Absolute insanity there. The amount of cleanliness that we got to see from Team Secret was beautiful. They looked so much more confident as a team, and it's almost strange to kind of feel that we had a map picked into Haven, and you've got to be confident on Haven to have that kind of selection, right? And for them to not really lean into it strong, it did give me some sort of position where I was like, maybe it's going to be a 2-0, but nope, they come out really, really firing here. They're clearly in it to win it, and Xerxia didn't have an answer for them in that map.
Man, I gotta say, I gotta give big props up to Jeremy. He came in as a sub the other day, and we were noticing some really big things from him, and he's delivered again coming on towards this map. The amount of opening frags, everything that was coming on through. Mate, they were in Cloud9 right now.
Speaking of Cloud, he's here. Hey guys, how you going? Did you like that one? I hope you're ready for a third map, buddy, but certainly going to be at this point in time, as are we. So we're going to throw over to that break, chat in again with the desk, who I'm going to be sure they're happy to be seeing Team Secret pick up that one. And what does the tent hold for us? We'll find out shortly, and see you back soon after that.
Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
Flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She knows just cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go.
sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, open no one in the chart. I've already.
Is it opposite day? How is it that the map picks go in the favor of their opponent, and not even just in the favor, it's kind of like a landslide for both of these teams. Something fishy is going on over here on this series. But again, that was Team Secret getting a 13 to, what was the score? Was it
13-4.
13-4. There we go. Over at Breeze. And the current scoreline for this series is 1-1. So, you know, we're gonna take this as a reset as they go to game number 3. Kind of like a best of 1 game over here. And Fluffy, you were right. This was an open map. And it opened doors for Team Secret.
I was actually kind of expecting them to have a hard time because similar to Haven, it's the amount of trades that you can have, you know, is not the best for Team Secret, but it didn't matter because Dubstep and Jeremy really stepped up to the plate and really took command of this game. They won majority of their duels, and put simply, I feel like that's the defining factor that really pushed a lot of their strategy and disrupted the plans of Xerxia, who's you know, very practiced and all that. But if you start taking out members left and right and getting a lot of these opening picks, even with the operator on Dubstep, it really creates so much space and opportunity for Team Secret to get that commanding first half.
Yeah, it's
I
just
also
something
think
else. Yeah,
that Xerxia, especially on that attacker side, I felt that they weren't really putting enough pressure or also pairing their utilities. You always see like the drone come out on its own, or you see that there's a Sky Flash on their own. You see a KO out in their Lonesome and A main sometimes, or a Chamber, and I felt that that was also one of the things that kind of shot them in the foot there.
I kind of like the idea behind Xerxia's lineup, though. Running that triple initiator composition allows you to really creep up the Viper wall, because when you have that Viper wall up, for example, on the A side, you don't necessarily need a duelist like Jet to take space just because the wall has so much pressure on its own. So running multiple initiators can be to their benefit, but it seemed like that ability to not quickly grasp space if it's not a set play, or when they get interrupted by a dry peek or something from Dubstep, Jeremy, and the like Borkum, I feel like it just really set them back, because without that ability to quickly take space in that specific scenario, it really put them on the back foot with planning what to do, because the moment they run out of utilities, the moment they slow down a bit and they don't have that ready trade available, they can't really explode as hard as you can if you had a Jet with knives, for example. So I think that's one of the defining differences between the compositions, at least at that level.
I was definitely hoping to see a lot more of those executions coming in from Xerxia, but I think honestly Jeremy just doing such a fantastic job alongside Dubstep being able to hit almost all of their shots. The fact that they were able to control that map and they're able to get those picks early on, removing a lot of the initiators from the side of Xerxia, giving them that space that they need in order to take those rounds.
Yeah, so I'm looking at my notes right now, and it basically says, Jeremy, aim, crispy. I mean, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. My God. It was really that at the end of the day. Like, Fluffy, as you mentioned earlier, I mean, we talked about the retake potential. We talked about taking space as much as possible. But I think that at the end of the day, what was really outstanding was that, again, Jeremy and Dubsteps taking position, taking these picks, taking these opening picks, and just giving that man advantage every single round for their team to be able to fully retake a site, to be able to do those post-plant scenarios, or rather post-plant retakes rather.
Right. I feel like another difference too, just by not having that duelist in their pocket, is the fact that unlike the previous map Haven, alongside the breach really had so much oppression that they were able to explode on sites, which they kind of can't do as efficiently without kind of getting a chance that someone's gonna make a hero play and get some picks off them. So that slowed down composition, I feel like, kind of hurt them in the long run, although there are ways that they could have played around it.
Yeah, you know what? One thing that I realized, we talked about this during the previous panel, right? Wherein we would have loved to see Team Secret try to fish for more information as they were pushing through the site, which is something that Xerxia should have done this time around, especially, again, on a map as open as Breeze. Yes. There are so many angles, there are so many things that could potentially happen, but Was that the term, right, Trix? Dry peaking that was involved over here, and it wasn't working onto their favor, especially, again, having players like Jeremy and Dubstep with just this phenomenal aim being brought out. And again, I just have to point out, Jeremy is so awake. I'm so glad that they did that adjustment and put him in the site, because it was such a treat to see him hit all of his shots on the chamber, all of those headhunters, and even running out of bullets with the headhunters. His classic just comes into play, and he makes sure that every single bullet is worth it. It's just so good.
Jeremy really was so clean. But as you pointed out earlier, Xerxia really did very well in terms of Haven and on getting that space. And I feel that they were a little stingy with their utility coming into Breeze. I felt they had this idea of what they wanted to do. They had an idea of where they were going to throw their utilities. But at the end of the day, when they don't flash the corners just to peek, give themselves a little bit of an edge in exchange for giving their position, they end up losing those duels because they're just peeking on their own and somebody else is just marking the angle.
We're going to be moving on to Ascent. And surprisingly, I don't know what's going on with this series. I mentioned it earlier, like, this feels like an opposite day. It also feels like a complete contrast day because, the mistakes that we saw from the first map were kind of done again over at the second map, which is something that we don't like seeing. We talk about the best of the best over here. I'm sorry if people will hate at me for being a little bit too critical, but yeah, I expect more from these teams. These are the last hope of their country, so I really want them to bring their A game on. So as we move over here to Ascent, I want them to have this whole mental reset and reevaluate just what's going on. What are we doing wrong? Because Ascent, Fluffy, we've said this time and time again, this is a map that really is banking off of the fundamentals that we love to know here on Valorant.
Yeah, fundamentals is one thing, but adaptation at its finest at this level is also another. And Team Secret is not afraid to do that. They had a very interesting Icebox comp last week, and they are, although they haven't brought it out in APAC, they do have that Yoru in their pocket. But it looks like they're going for something more stable here, running back Dispenser into the composition, bringing him on that KO. Dubstep now on the chamber as Witz is now the Jet. Dubstep, as we saw previously, did so phenomenally on that Jet, but with Witz stepping in as that main entry, Dubstep's job now is to be that holding operator that really does a lot of things. I noticed that when he does play this, especially on the attack, Dubstep normally has a pre-trap already, not trap, but the rendezvous already set up. That way it doesn't make noise, and what he does is lurk very well and try to get a pick. So I feel like it's going to be a combination of how much information they can get and how much picks this chamber as well as Jet can really accomplish before Team Secret starts to roll in this map.
I'm hoping that Xerxia on the triple initiator rather, again in Ascent, they have performed well on it before, and I hope they continue on that performance, enabling themselves to get the site, really getting the information, being able to peek off of the utility and get those refrags. We have seen Team Secret's lineup before. It has gone very well, and I think that having Dispenser, especially on that KO, is just really good to see. We can see all the team play coming in, and the utility is using to enable Wits to get those picks early on.
This might just be a me thing, but if we're talking about triple initiators, I find that when you run KO, Fade, as well as Sova together, you have so much information to deal with, but in combat, you're only having that one flash and the prowlers to work with to get that angle advantage. Maybe, yeah, it's great if you can use a lot of the scans, but I think personally I would have preferred a different set of initiators, maybe fit in a Sky or Breach in there instead of either the Fade or Sova, since you already have that full reveal in the form of the Haunt to the Recon Ball. But other than that, if they can really leverage the information they're getting, I think their comp could work really, really great, because it's a lot of low risk for them. But on the other hand, if they get shut down, if like in the previous game they aren't able to use their utility correctly, I feel like the comp overall will be very detrimental for Xerxia if they play like how they use their util, as Trix mentioned, back on Breeze.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that in the back of Trix's mind, they should have picked the Sky over here.
She knows.
Yeah, I know. And I absolutely see why Trix is a huge fan of the Sky. I also saw Witz's performance over there on Breeze rather, and I really enjoyed the utility usage that he had over here. And hopefully, on the side of Xerxia Esports, they become a little bit wiser in terms of their utility and be really get to see Game 3 come to life. And with that said, guys, we're moving on to Ascent over here. Once again, for the final series of the day, game number 3 between Team Secret and Xerxia Esports.
Well, Komodo, my friend, we certainly asked for a belter of a series to close out the opening day of playoffs for the APAC VCT, and that is exactly what we've had so far. It's 1-1, and now we go into Ascent.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, I'm going to be bringing it into stat time right now. So for you watching from wherever you are that don't like the stats, I'm sorry. I'm giving to them anyway. Now, in toward this one, we have seen these teams use these compositions before. Worked out a little bit better for one of them over the other, however. Both teams ended up picking their wins. But for Xerxia, it was that game against Alter Ego, which went 16-14, a round of OT. And of course, it was, Surf and Dubstep from both teams. The players that I highlighted earlier on, the players that we've seen have really good performances throughout this tourney so far, they topped in those respective games as well. And on the flip side for Team Secret, they deployed this composition against Fancy United, where they also got a pretty, I guess you'd say, convincing win, 13-7. But coming in towards here, it's different teams, of course. They're not fighting those teams I mentioned. They're fighting each other right now. So in map number 3, this is where everything comes down to it to stay up in that upper part of the bracket.
We did see, obviously, Dubstep pop off in that previous map, Surf the map before on Haven. So definitely an opportunity for the Battle of the Chambers to come out on here. Who is going to be the one hunting those heads? We'll have to find out. But for now, it is going to be a very aggressive lean, and only just the one member. That shock dart could do bits here, and it will go straight on in. Does it tag? It does. It's heavy. It's going to be tagged up, but they're still marching on. Jesse Vash is here. Continue on and does do some further damage. Will Foxy be able to get the trade? Not quite. It's going to settle into that 4-on-4 here, Komodo.
And of course, on toward a retake for Team Secret. Let's see what they can do to bring this one back. But Foxy is able to take out Wits. And now the Team Secret members are starting to crumble. A push in toward the market as well for Foxy. And is completely catching Dubstep off guard. Now just Borkum with full kit of util behind him. Dark cover, Paranoia. But I dare say he won't be able to use them in this 1 versus 4, starting to creep out on towards the angles as well. And Scary isn't going to be giving him too much breathing room right now. The 0 point just to confirm that he hasn't been able to sneak his way out just yet. He's looking for an exit here. But how many frags is he really going to be able to find? It's looking like Xerxia is going to be able to pick up this pistol. And just on the exit here, 1 out for Borkum. And I do want to make mention as well that Jeremy has been, re-subbed out. He's gone again.
I wonder if it's a map thing, depending on sort of what they're playing into. That 6-man roster, I do think, is certainly becoming a bit more of the common norm these days, depending on the region, depending on the roster itself. So, we'll have to get that sort of information brought into us from either the analysts or some of the viewers at a later date. It's always been awesome for us, to kind of dip our toes in this APAC region a little bit further. We always get the opportunity to kind of watch on from a distance, but to actually be in the mix, casting it has been an absolute treat. But this was a really nicely played round from Xerxia. I like that off the back of it, it was some really heavy damage dealt earlier by Jesse Vash with the shock dart. But, even despite that, they keep on pushing. They take the control, they trade out, and they're just happy to kind of lock down the positions that they had in the post play.
Yep. Well, the Prowler goes into B main to try and force Dubstep back, but he's going to be bringing out the classic to destroy that. And already some mid-progression, the clearing out of the pizza. Pineapple, by the way, is good.
Wrong.
On that one there. No, you don't get it. So this is my word for the play. And apparently Shorties are doing things right now for Team Secret. A little bit of trading action in the piece and Surf. He needs to make sure he can bring the spike to his team over on the B side, but now they've got to contest with Dubstep.
I think that's one thing that we agree on, Komodo, is good Valorant right now. And a round like this is exactly why the game can be exciting. Damage has been dealt so far. Dubstep, they need to try and find him, though. He's run out of bullets in that chamber. Wits has picked up a cheeky one at the exact same merit. He's got the Spectre in hand. Dubstep's going to be able to drop it. Look at this damage. Here we go. The Seas catches him, though. Wit's a little bit tagged up, but he does the dink, and that could be the damage necessary. Sushi Boys, 19 HP. And I love this reposition here from Dubstep. He's actually jumped up. He's gone into the lane straight away. He might catch him on the timing. Didn't think he did, but he didn't go for the wall bang. He doesn't want to give that information away. And despite knowing that Sushi Boys is low, he doesn't want to risk the rogue bullet. And he's confirmed the round. Great trigger discipline there from Dubstep. An immaculate play to come out. And once again, we see the Valorant Classic in a round inside the market. They get a little bit distracted by the produce. And they lose out a cheeky eco.
Yeah, well, that means that finally we have it going the other way, right? All the pistols that we've had so far, it's been the team that won the pistol to get the secondary round. But in the third map here on Ascent, pistol goes Xerxia's way and Team Secret get the second. Now, I just want to throw back to the pineapple pizza thing, and it's going to stir a topic as well. Even Twitch agrees with me with that pizza time emote. I'm just saying. That's a pineapple on a pepperoni pizza, my friends.
Oh, hot fruit, man. You sick